But Aunt Bessie Wedgwood was very sick. Professor Henslow could not spend his Friday evenings outside because Mrs. Henslow had just had a baby. Fanny Owen gave birth to a daughter. One letter made him remember an old love. Susan wrote,
"We stayed 4 days at Woodhouse. People were making hay, so we took novels, a bottle of cider, and fruit. We spent 2 whole days sitting on the hay. It was strawberry season." Caroline Owen said the strawberries made her remember the time when you and Fanny lay on the strawberry beds for hours and ate strawberries.
He walked around the table with the maps in the cabin. Then he put the letters into a chest and collected the clothes he would take ashore. Now he had to decide about a journey up the Rio Uruguay. The place had very unusual rocks and land. He wanted to return that way from Entre Rios before, but fever and headache stopped him. He told himself firmly that he should not go. The trip would cost another £50, and he had already spent all the money for the year. It would cost too much. Would his father become angry? He wrote to Caroline,
"I have been thinking about this for a whole week. There is a very interesting geological area on the coast of the Uruguay. Every day I hear more facts about it.
When I think that I may never come to this country again, I feel very sad if I miss one of the most interesting places in geology. I wish you could understand the great joy geology gives me. I have taken £50 with a bill. I know I spent more money this year than I should have. My travel costs were high. I would like my father to make a true account of my spending, as he sometimes says in a joking way." Then he wrote a sentence that surprised even him. "The interest I feel on this voyage is very different from anything I felt before." He stopped for a moment. He wanted to understand exactly what he meant. For a short time, he felt afraid. His body was shaking. Only 30 days after leaving Plymouth, he had sat near a cliff on St. Jago and eaten biscuits and tamarinds alone. There he decided to write a book about the geology of South America. At first, it was only an exciting idea. Now it had become the most important thing in his mind. No, he thought. It is more than an obsession. The idea controls me. I never thought I could love rocks and mountains and plains and valleys more than my beetles. His English host told him where to find a vaquero to guide him. The host also showed him a stable where he could rent horses. Charles took as much equipment as possible from the Beagle so he could spend less money. The morning was beautiful when they began the journey. Before this trip, he believed the pampas were flat. Now he saw long rolling hills covered with thick green grass. That night, they slept at the vaquero's small house. At dawn, they got up early because they wanted to ride far into Uruguay. But the rivers were full from heavy water. Charles watched the peons carefully. The men took off their clothes and tied them into bundles. Then they climbed onto their horses. When the horse could no longer touch the bottom of the river, the peon slipped into the water behind it. He held the horse's tail while the horse pulled him across. Charles wrote in his notebook, "A naked man on a naked horse looks very fine. I did not know a man and horse could move together so well. When they ride onto the shore before putting on their clothes, they remind me of the Elgin marbles." At night, they stayed at post houses. Sometimes Charles carried a letter of introduction and stayed at a ranch house instead. People welcomed him warmly there. The land and the people's way of life changed greatly from place to place. In one old town, he saw broken walls from a strong city of the past. War had destroyed much of it. The fighting was between the Spanish people of Buenos Aires and the Portuguese people of Brazil. At Arroyo de San Juan, there was a busy port. Small ships carried wood to Buenos Aires to use as fuel. One night, Charles slept in a house beside a limekiln. Later, on the road to Punta Gorda, he saw marks from a jaguar on trees. But he never saw the animal itself. Still, he kept his gun ready. On the next estancia, he watched the vaqueros catch monkeys with ropes. Then they killed the monkeys and took off the skins. Each skin sold for the very high price of $5. At the next estancia, the last one before he reached the rock area, the owner was away. A nephew and an army deserter welcomed him there. Charles enjoyed the talk at dinner.
Are the women of Buenos Aires the most beautiful in the world?
Yes, they are very beautiful.
Do women in other countries wear such large combs?
No, they do not, Charles answered. They left at sunrise. They rode through huge fields of thistles and artichokes that were as tall as their heads. 10 days later, Charles finally reached the place that had brought him there. It was a line of cliffs beside the Rio Uruguay. He found red clay with round pieces of marl. Above it was white limestone with large old oyster shells and other sea shells. He knew each layer came from a different time in history. Large bones came out from the broken cliffs. He believed they belonged to megatheriums. In any case, they were an important addition to his fossil collection. But the rock around them made the work very difficult. It was hard to remove the pieces safely. The next day, he had better luck. At an estancia, he found an almost complete head of a megatherium. He felt very excited. There was no fossil like it in England. He bought it for only a few shillings. They rode through grassy fields and then through rocky hills to the Rio Perdido. His 2 leather bags were full of rocks from the ground, riverbanks, and cliffs. At night they slept in small post houses. Sometimes the roofs leaked, and by midnight they were wet from the rain. At one post house, the manager was very drunk.
He pointed at Charles and said, "He is Gallego. It would be worth killing him."
Charles did not think the man was serious. But his guide believed there was danger. He stayed awake all night and guarded Charles with his gun. At dawn, Charles woke up. Then the vaquero made his first joke after almost 2 weeks of travel.
Those foolish workers thought you were worth killing. I know that is not true.
Charles returned to Montevideo happy with his discoveries. Augustus Earle was going back to England by ship. He was no longer the young painter who had once come into Charles's room at 17 Spring Gardens with a message from Fitzroy and stayed for tea. His face was thin and full of lines because he had been sick for a long time. "We are sorry to lose you, Gus," Charles told him. "When we come back, I will visit your first exhibition." People also talked about sending George Rowlett home with Earle. Rowlett was the hard-working purser on HMS Beagle. He helped keep the crew healthy. At every port, he searched for fresh fruit, vegetables, pickles, and lemons.
Rowlett will not come to the sick room, Mr. Bino reported. But I have seen him suffer from many small illnesses. Luckily, the problems do not happen at the same time. Maybe it is safer to send him home.
Rowlett came to the captain's cabin. He looked tired, but he was cheerful and active. The captain asked if he wanted to go home for safety.
"Never, Captain," Rowlett said. "The Beagle is my home. These small sicknesses do not worry me. They come and go."
Captain Fitzroy did not want to continue the voyage without an artist on the ship. He hired a man from London named Conrad Martins. Martins had studied landscape painting with Copley Fielding. Martins had been serving on the ship Hyacinth. In Rio de Janeiro, he met Mr. Hammond. Hammond was a former officer from the Beagle and was going home. He told Martins that HMS Beagle needed an artist for the rest of the journey around the world. Martins quickly left the Hyacinth. Then he traveled to Montevideo. Fitzroy spoke to Charles with a smile.
"Mr. Martins breaks stones and paints pictures," he said. "He talks in his sleep about standing high in the Andes Mountains or drawing ice in Tierra del Fuego. I am sure you will like him very much. His landscapes are very good when we compare them with artists in London. Maybe he is not as good as Earle at drawing people."
Charles thought Martins was pleasant. But Martins also seemed a little too much like a drawing teacher. HMS Beagle had now been away for almost 2 years. Charles's clothes no longer fit well. He was not as thin as before. His body was stronger and heavier now. He weighed about 150 pounds. Sometimes he became very sick at sea. During one long time of seasickness, he could eat only a few raisins and some hard bread. He lost almost 10 pounds. His face looked thin. His shoulders looked narrow and bent. When the weather was good and he travelled on land, he ate very well. Then he quickly became stronger again. When he dressed for dinner with the captain, he saw that his long brown coat was too tight at the seams. His brown trousers were short and tight around the waist. Only the gold watch chain across his vest still fit well. In Montevideo, he searched for new clothes. He wanted a good suit for Sunday church and for dinners with the captain. He also bought shirts, nightshirts, warm clothes, cool trousers, light socks, and strong boots. Everything had to be one size larger than the clothes he bought in London. The ships were also taking on new supplies. It would be at least 6 more months before they went around Cape Horn and reached a large port on the west coast of South America. While the ship stayed in port, Captain Fitzroy asked Sulan to lead the Sunday service. The missionary Matthews now worked as a sailor. He did not want to return to England. He planned to stay with the Beagle until it crossed the Pacific Ocean. Then he hoped to join his brother in northern New Zealand. His brother worked there as a missionary. By December 6th, the Adventure was ready to sail. Fitzroy had hired 20 extra sailors to work under Wickham. The Admiralty had not given permission for this. It would cost a lot of money. The Beagle's charts, maps, and drawings were ready to go to London. The two ships sailed together. They travelled south along the coast toward Port Desire. The place was 1,000 miles away on the road to Cape Horn. The wind was good. The ships left the river and reached open water by evening. HMS Adventure sailed in front of HMS Beagle. Charles stood on the back deck with Sulan.
"It is wonderful to have another ship beside us to watch," he said.
The two men talked while the Beagle moved softly over the water with full sails. Charles spoke about his last journey up the Uruguay River. He said poor people there lived on fruit from trees and fish from the river.
"When I asked 2 badly dressed men why they did not work, one man said, 'The day is too long.' The second man said, 'I am too poor.'"
Sulan laughed.
"Ah, Charlie, that story is not simple," he said. Then he became serious. "We just lost 2 petty officers. They ran away. They had 2 years of pay waiting for them in London."
Sulan was still only 23 years old. He looked sad.
"I do not want people to repeat this," he said quietly. "But many sailors do not stay steady and careful."
Charles saw Captain Fitzroy only a few times while he lived on shore in Montevideo. The captain often seemed worried or unhappy. One day Fitzroy became very upset. A ship carrying Charles's boxes and barrels suddenly left for England without the Beagle's charts and survey papers. Fitzroy wanted those papers to reach London. He hoped they would show the value of his 2 years of work and the extra money he had spent. At last he left all the papers with the British Consul General, Mr. Hood. Mr. Hood did not know when the papers would arrive at the Admiralty. Fitzroy's face was red. His hands were wet as he rubbed them together.
"They clearly do not want to pay for the Adventure or the 20 sailors I hired," he said while he and Charles drank tea together. "It makes me more angry each time I think about it. A small ship like HMS Beagle works in dangerous southern seas. We have harder work than any other survey ship far from home. We also cannot get help from naval ports or warships. Captain King had 3 ships on the first voyage. He had the Beagle, the Adventure, and the Adelaide. The Adelaide was bought in Montevideo by the government for £2,000. Then why will the Admiralty not spend £2,000 for my Adventure when we need her so badly?"
He looked at Charles.
"Darwin, a good spring bends and stays strong. I am a good spring. I hope I do not break."
Charles felt cold fear inside him. During the 17 days down the coast to Port Desire, Fitzroy worked all the time. He ate his meals very fast and slept only about 4 hours each night. He never stopped to rest or relax. He worked hard on his large maps and clocks for navigation. Again and again, he checked every detail to make sure nothing was wrong. Sometimes Charles thought Fitzroy had strange periods of heavy work and deep thought. During these times, Fitzroy sat through 3 meals without looking up or speaking. Because of this, Charles often ate in the gun room. The noise there felt better to him. He knew Fitzroy was not angry with him. The captain spoke to almost nobody on the ship. Only in the mornings did he speak to the young officers during inspection on deck. Charles was also busy with his own work. From his small red notebooks, he wrote about rocks, plants, and insects. Then he began writing about other subjects too. He wrote about the people he met during his travels. He wrote that the gauchos were stronger and more skillful than the people in the towns. He admired their kindness and cheerful nature. But he also wrote about the fights and deaths caused by the knives they always carried. He wrote about wars and the damage they caused. He wrote about the many revolutions. He saw that justice could be bought with money. Bribes and corruption were common in every office. Even the post offices printed money whenever they wanted. Charles also wrote about the differences between groups of people. He wrote about the lack of education. Religion was not important to many people except during holidays. He calculated the value of the large farms. He wondered how many generals a war could create in one country. He also thought about how long a weak democratic government could survive before a dictator took power. He remembered a famous saying by Alexander Pope.
"The proper study of mankind is man."
Charles could keep fish and sea animals in bottles. He could place beetles on pins inside small boxes. But he could not collect people in the same way. Still, his travels across the land and through many ports opened his mind. Now he did not want to study only nature. Neither the Darwin family nor the Wedgwood family fully believed that God made the world only for mankind. Still, Charles thought people like the colorful gauchos were just as interesting as mountains and rocks. He believed they could teach as much about history and origins as the stone samples he collected. Sometimes he wondered if he was meant to become a clergyman after all. Most of the survey papers had already gone to London. Now Charles had the cabin at the back of the ship for himself again. One morning at sea, he and Sims Covington spread their collections across part of the chart table. They had fossils, rocks, thistles, and reptiles from their 2-week journey on the Rio Uruguay. Together they numbered everything and wrote descriptions in Charles's notebooks.
Sims was 20 years old. He turned on his stool and smiled at Charles like a younger brother. "Mr. Darwin, I am very happy to be back in our workroom," he said. "I like being your assistant."
Stokes was drawing on the other side of the table. He looked up with surprise.
"God is good," Charles said. "He gives each of us something that makes us happy. Especially when the sea stays calm." The trip south to Port Desire lasted 17 days. Most days the winds were light. Sometimes the weather changed suddenly and became rough. Charles called this weather foul. He tried to stop seasickness by ignoring it. But this plan failed.
When the 2 ships reached the port, Lieutenant Wickham spoke to Captain Fitzroy.
"The Adventure does not sail well against the wind," he said. "I need a few days to change the sails."
Charles and Ben Bino took a long walk into the empty lands of Patagonia. The land was dry and covered with gravel. On the flat ground they found oyster shells and blue mussel shells. Charles looked around carefully. "It is clear that the sea once covered this place," he said. "Did the water go down? Or did the land rise?" Just then Charles saw 2 very large guanacos. He quickly lifted his gun and shot the animal in front.
Excellent shot, Bino said. This animal is so large that the whole crew can eat fresh meat for Christmas dinner.
By the captain's order, every man on the ship also received a day on land. Fitzroy gave prizes to the best runners, jumpers, and wrestlers. Both officers and crew joined the games. They played happily like schoolboys. Charles entered a running race, but he lost easily. "It is too bad we do not have long walking races," he said. "Maybe 20 miles long. Then I would win the gold medal." He spent his days studying rocks and land in the dry country of sand, chalk, and gravel. Sometimes he walked all day to far hills and did not see one tree for shade. The land was empty and lonely. "Still," he said, "I feel a great happiness here, but I cannot explain it." He collected new birds and animals. He also measured the height of the land with scientific tools. The plane was almost 250 feet high. He shot another guanaco that looked like a deer. The animal was very large and weighed about 200 pounds. While they waited for the adventure, Captain Fitzroy decided to sail 110 miles south to Port San Julian. He wanted to study and map the coast on the way. The ship moved out of the harbor with a strong tide. They passed through narrow waters and raised the sails. Soon the ship hit a rock 2 times before moving past it.
Fitzroy stood on the bridge and shouted, "Damn! This is the same rock we hit on the first Beagle voyage. How much damage did it do to the copper under the ship?"
Sulan quickly pulled off his boots and jumped into the water. Charles thought he stayed under the water too long. At last Sulan came up again on the other side of the ship. There was blood on his skin from sharp copper edges.
"Nothing serious, Captain," he said. "The copper is damaged at the front, but there is no hole and no leak."
"Thank you, Lieutenant," Fitzroy answered. "I will look myself to make sure."
Charles was surprised when Fitzroy went into the water. After some time, he understood why the captain did it. Fitzroy felt responsible for everything that happened to his ship. Fitzroy said the damage must be repaired. They dropped anchor at San Julian Harbor and went ashore in a whaleboat. Early the next morning, Charles went with Fitzroy and 2 crewmen to look for fresh water. They wanted water for the ship's tanks. An old Spanish map showed a place called Agua Dulce, which meant sweet water. The captain carried a double gun. The crewmen carried heavy measuring tools. Charles carried his gun and 2 water bags. The search failed. There was no fresh water there. The weather was very dry. After many hours, Charles had no water left in his bottles. When they reached another hill, Fitzroy lay down on the ground.
"I am too tired and thirsty to go farther," he said.
Charles looked ahead. "I can see 2 lakes about 2 miles away," he said. "I will go there and fill my water bags." Then he spoke to the crewman. "You stay here with the captain." Charles walked on without stopping. He was not very tired because he had walked even longer distances before. After 2 miles, he reached the first lake and quickly took some water in his hand. But the water was full of salt and not safe to drink. He felt disappointed and walked to the second lake. That lake was also salty. Night was coming now. His body hurt, and he felt unhappy because he had not found fresh water. When he returned, he saw that the captain had slept but was still too weak to walk. Charles took control of the situation. "I am going back to the ship," he said. "One of you must stay with the captain." Then he asked the other crewman, "Are you strong enough to walk back with me?"
"I can do it, sir," the man answered.
Charles found a shorter path, but the walk still took many hours. It was dark when they reached the Beagle. Charles sent 2 men to help the captain. Then he ordered a large fire to be made on the beach. The fire would guide the others back to the ship. Near dawn, the group returned to the light from the fire. They were tired but safe. Still, Charles spent the next 2 days in his hammock with a fever. Mr. Bino gave him lemonade and placed cool cloths on his head. Charles did not think the event was important. He mostly felt disappointed because he had not found fresh water. But the story of his strength spread through the ship. Slowly, the officers and crew changed their opinion of him. Charles Darwin was no longer only a gentleman who knew many things. Now the men saw him as a respected shipmate. In March 1834, HMS Beagle finished its survey of the east coast of Patagonia and Tierra del Fuego. The Adventure was helping with the work, and the weather looked good. So Fitzroy decided to sail through the Beagle Channel to Ponsonby Sound. He wanted to see how the three Fuegians were living. They passed mountains that rose 3,000 feet above the water. The mountains ended in sharp broken peaks. Then they came to one mountain that stood higher than all the others.
With bright eyes, Fitzroy said, "This is the highest mountain in Tierra del Fuego. It is more than 7,000 feet high. I name it Mount Darwin."
Charles felt deeply moved. Then he said quietly, "First I became a sound. Now I am a mountain. The Lord alone knows what I shall become next."
Maybe an ocean, Sulan said with a small smile. "You only need to find a new one."
They stopped the ship in the north part of Ponsonby Sound. When they arrived at Jemmy Button's land, they did not see the small place that people had built for Jemmy, York Minster, and Voyage Basket. Then the lookout shouted, "A canoe is coming. It has a flag." When the canoe came near the ship, they saw Jemmy. He was almost naked. He only wore a small piece of skin around his waist. His long dirty hair hung over his shoulders.
Fitzroy looked down at him and tried to stay calm. "He is so thin. I can see from your faces that you also feel sad to see him like this."
Mr. Bino had been Jemmy's closest friend on the ship. "This is terrible," he said. "When he left us, he was fat and very clean. He was even careful not to make his shoes dirty."
Jemmy climbed up the rope ladder. He stood on the deck with a smile, but his red eyes also showed embarrassment.
The captain gave quick orders. "Take Jemmy below. Give him a bath. Wash and cut his hair. Give him our best clothes."
The sailors made Jemmy clean and neat again in only half an hour. Then the captain's servant brought another chair into the cabin. Jemmy, Charles, and Fitzroy sat together for dinner. Charles and Fitzroy looked at each other. They were surprised to see Jemmy using his knife and fork so well.
"I must say this, Jemmy," Fitzroy said. "You still behave very well. It is like you never left us."
Jemmy smiled with all his teeth. He looked happy. "Have you had enough food?" Charles asked.
"Yes. Plenty to eat. Many fruits and many birds. Plant turnips and potatoes."
"Big man here," Fitzroy asked. "Where are Voyage Basket and York Minster?"
Jemmy's face became hard. He pressed his teeth together. "Gone away. Big canoe. Their country. York talk too much. He pick up big stone. All men afraid. He tell Voyager take my clothes. I wake up and they gone. Leave Jemmy with no clothes. York take tool, blanket, seed. Take everything."
For some time, nobody spoke. Then Fitzroy asked, "Jemmy, do you want to stay on the Beagle and go back to England with us?"
Jemmy looked down. He did not raise his head. "No. Stay here. My friends good people. No English words. Good here for Jemmy."
The next morning, he came back with many gifts. He brought 2 good otter skins. One was for Fitzroy. The other was for James Bennet, the quartermaster who was kind to him. For Charles, he brought 2 fine spearheads that he made himself. He also brought gifts for Bino. A pretty young woman came with him. She cried quietly until Jemmy said, "No cry. I no go." Then people brought shawls, ribbons, handkerchiefs, and a cap with gold lace. After that, the young woman stopped crying. Jemmy did not want the mission to open again. He said it would not help anyone. He also believed Matthews would be in danger. The foot Patagonians often came to steal things. Jemmy thought his own people could also cause trouble. HMS Beagle left Ponsonby Sound. Jemmy made a fire to say goodbye to them.
Captain Fitzroy stood at the front of the ship with Charles. He spoke sadly. I still hope some good may come from the time with these people. Jemmy, York, Voyager Basket, and the other people of Tierra del Fuego learned some things from us. Maybe one day a sailor from a broken ship will get help and kindness from Jemmy Button or his children.
They traveled quickly to the Falkland Islands because a strong wind pushed the ship forward. Captain Beaufort had told Fitzroy to make the first survey of the east coast of the islands. When they arrived at Berkeley Sound, the acting governor came onto the ship. He was Lieutenant Smith. He told them terrible news. 3 gauchos and 5 Indians had killed 5 Englishmen. They had taken about 18 men, women, and children away. They had also stolen things from their homes. 3 of the criminals were already caught. Lieutenant Smith asked Captain Fitzroy for help. He wanted the captain to keep the leader in chains until a small ship came. Then the prisoners would go to Rio de Janeiro. Captain Fitzroy agreed. Charles was very happy because he received a letter from Professor Henslow. It was the first letter Charles had received during 27 months of travel. The letter was dated the 15th of January 1833. It had taken more than a year to arrive. Charles thought about this as he got ready to read it. He wondered why the letter had arrived so late.
My dear Darwin, the letter began. I wanted to write to you in December, but then your letter arrived. You wrote that a box was coming to me, so I waited until I saw what was inside. Now the box is here, and everything arrived safely. I would not worry too much about making mistakes in geology. Write down every fact that may be useful. Most important, describe where the rocks are. Make small drawings too.
So far, I am very pleased with the box. I think you have done very good work. I know you do not only collect things. You also describe them carefully. I want most of the plants very much. Do not send small broken pieces. Try to make the specimens as complete as possible. Send the roots, flowers, and leaves. Then everything will be fine. You do not need to use so much tow and paper for the geological specimens. They travel well if each one is wrapped and packed closely together. I want to give one more warning. Always put the number inside the cover of the specimen. Never put it outside. Water and rubbing have removed 1 or 2 numbers. I will dry the different things carefully. Then I will put them into small cardboard boxes with camphor. I will seal the edges with paste. After that, I will keep them in my study or another very dry place. Birds. Several birds do not have labels. The best way is to tie the label to the leg. Quadrupeds. The large animal is very good. The 2 mice are a little damaged by mold. The very small insects are excellent. The lichens are also very good. Very few people take the trouble to send lichens home. Every specimen that comes here becomes very important. Even if you send 10 times more things, you may still wish later that you had sent 100 times more. Some things look useless at first, but later they seem very valuable. Still, no one can say you have not worked hard. Your box is very good.
With warm feelings and truly yours. J.S. Henslow.
There was also a letter from his sister Catty. For months had passed since her last letter. He often thought about home, but when he saw his sister's writing, he felt a strong pain in his heart for the Mount. He read the letter very quickly, with tears in his eyes. His father travelled more now and worked less. Erasmus went with the Hensley-Wedgwood family everywhere they travelled. He went to Hensley's family home, Mayor Hall. He also went to the Mount when the Wedgwoods visited there. He continued to travel with them even after Mrs. Wedgwood gave birth to a daughter. Fanny Biddulph came to the Mount for a visit. Her face became red when she spoke about Charles with love and warmth. She said she wanted to see him again very much. She also said she hoped he would be happy. Too late, he thought. Much too late. The words from Catty caught his attention most.
She wrote, "I feel a little sad when you speak with so much joy about the tropics. I think this means it will be a long time before you come back to us. I also worry if you can still live the quiet church life you once said you wanted again."
I once said. Charles thought. I still say it. My mind has not changed. I stayed true to my plans. HMS Beagle would stay busy with survey work for at least 2 weeks, so Charles decided to travel inland. Fitzroy warned him not to go. The men on the ship also looked worried.
Since the killings, you cannot trust the gauchos there, they said, and you must take a guide.
Lieutenant Smith, the acting governor, suggested 2 Spanish gauchos. The men agreed to travel with Charles for several days. Charles rented 6 horses. They planned to leave the next morning. The weather was wild and cold. Heavy hail fell from the sky. Still, the small group traveled well. The gauchos were friendly. One man, named St. Jago, liked Charles very much. He watched Charles with interest while he hit the quartz hills with his hammer. He also watched him write notes about the groups of geese in the valley. At sunset, St. Jago caught a large cow. The angry animal was hard to kill. The ground was wet. There was very little wood for cooking supper. St. Jago solved the problem. He brought bones from a dead bullock. The bones made a strong hot fire like coal. The rain did not stop. Charles collected many things from the land, but the work was hard. The ground was deep mud. There was no dry place to sit or sleep. Still, he slept. He used his saddle as a pillow and covered himself with a horse blanket. The horses became weak in the mud. They also fell while trying to cross small streams. The men then had to cross part of the sea. The water came up to the horses' backs. Strong winds pushed waves over the 3 men. "This is a test of strength," Charles said. He returned to the Beagle completely wet. Charles visited Benjamin Bino in the sick bay. He told him to be ready for an emergency.
What kind of emergency? Bino asked.
Bad pneumonia.
The cure is extra rum, Bino answered. Drink it with tea. Did anyone try to kill you?
Only myself. They all wanted to reach the Pacific Ocean now. They wanted to see the other side of the world. But first the Beagle needed repairs. The ship stopped at the mouth of the Santa Cruz River so the crew could fix the copper under the ship. The trip from the Falkland Islands to the mainland took 6 days. Strong winds blew from the west. Charles had never seen the ship carry so many sails before. At the river mouth, the crew pulled the Beagle onto the shore. They took off the guns, anchors, and small boats. Then they checked the damage. A piece of copper under the front of the ship was broken. Captain Fitzroy told Charles that worms in the Pacific Ocean could damage the wood if the copper was missing. The work had to finish during one tide. Every day there were 2 low tides. The river water rushed into the ocean for 7 hours. Then the ocean tide came back again. The men had only 5 hours to work before the water covered the area again. The armor prepared his tools and fire. Mr. May and the carpenters cleaned the wooden planks. The ship carried extra copper sheets for problems like this. The armor measured the new copper. The carpenters cut away the broken metal and fixed the new sheets into place. Just after noon, the ocean water returned and lifted the Beagle again. The guns, anchors, and boats went back on board. Sulan moved the ship to a safe place. Captain Fitzroy praised the workers. Then he planned an expedition with 3 whaleboats to explore the Santa Cruz River. He took food for 3 weeks because he hoped to reach the river source in the Andes and map the area. Charles climbed down the rope ladder into the captain's boat. The boat carried a tent, blankets, and surveying tools. About 6 sailors in each boat did the rowing. The boats had no sails. Edward Chaffers led one boat. John Stokes led the other. There were 25 men in the expedition. They carried weapons in case of danger. Mr. Bino and Conrad Martins were in the captain's boat. Martins was 33 years old. Charles thought he was educated and pleasant. He had neat side whiskers and a mustache. At first his face seemed ordinary, but when he started to draw, he looked full of life. As they travelled up the river, Martins sketched all day. He drew the changing land and water with great skill. He also wrote notes about colours and shapes for later paintings. His watercolours used soft brown and beige colours. They showed the feeling of the country very well. He also painted the Beagle lying on its side during the repairs. Sometimes the river current was too strong for rowing. The water moved at 4 to 6 knots. Then the 3 boats were tied together behind one another. The men went onto the shore. They wore canvas collars and chest straps made on the Beagle by the sailmaker. Long ropes connected them to the boats. The men pulled the boats upstream. Each man worked for 1.5 hours at a time.
Captain Fitzroy said to Charles, Bino, and Martins, "You 3 do not need to pull the boats."
"Will you do it, Captain?" Charles asked.
"Yes," Fitzroy answered. "Chaffers and Stokes will do it too."
"Then why can I not do it?" Charles asked. Charles pulled the boats for times. He enjoyed the hard work. His body was strong and thin like the sailors. He liked the challenge of the rough river. In his mind he often thought, "I am a man of the land. I must keep the sailors' respect." At night they found flat ground to sleep. They put up 3 tents. Each boat crew shared 1 tent with its officer. Later they chose men for guard duty. The guards watched the boats and looked for possible attackers. Charles offered to take the midnight watch. He enjoyed the quiet hour. He and Ben Bino did not speak. In the dark they kept the fire burning and listened carefully for any sound nearby. By the 3rd day they were in unknown country. They believed that only small groups of Indians had ever traveled there before. Patagonia was dry and empty land. There were not even fish in the river and no water birds. But there were many guanacos. Some herds had 100 animals. The men used them for fresh meat. For Charles, the land and its rocks were closely connected. As the river became narrower, he found large blocks of lava rock. 2 rocks hit one of the boats and made 2 holes in its side. At last the men pulled the boats far enough upriver to see the snowy Andes Mountains. They found large pieces of slate and granite in the riverbed.
Where did these rocks come from? Bino asked.
"From the Andes, Ben," Charles answered. "They came here long ago during times of great change."
"Then how did the lava come here?" Captain Fitzroy asked this while Charles broke pieces from the lava rocks to collect samples.
"My guess," Charles said. "These flatlands were under the ocean a long time ago," Charles said. "This lava came from a mountain fire in the Andes and moved down to the ocean floor. Later, the land rose or the ocean went down. Then this lava rock came above the water. Do you think this idea is strange?"
Fitzroy slowly shook his head. He looked across another wide plain of stone and earth. The land showed signs of great floods and strong water long ago. When he spoke, his voice sounded dry and tired. "A flood of 40 days could not make this," he said.
"Captain, do you think these lava plains and flood plains are older than 40 for BC?" Charles asked.
Fitzroy did not seem comfortable with his answer. Still, he spoke clearly. "We are looking at stones shaped by the sea and by rivers," he said. "Most of this plain is made of smooth stones and small rocks worn by water. The water that changed these stones must have worked for a very long time in Patagonia."
That night, during his quiet watch, Charles thought about the captain's words. He thought about the idea that the earth was very old. In the middle of May 1834, they sailed toward the Strait of Magellan. After 4 days, they reached Cape Virgins at the mouth of the strait. The weather was bad, cold, and rough. Charles felt very sick and unhappy. Only 120 miles away, the coast of Patagonia had been dry and clear. Now they faced snow, hail, and strong wind. The HMS Beagle moved around the entrance of the strait. The crew measured the water depth and mapped a dangerous sandbank. The next morning, at daylight, they saw the Adventure coming from the Falkland Islands. A British warship had taken the prisoners away from Berkeley Sound. It had also given Lieutenant Wickham a packet of mail from England. Charles received 4 letters from his sisters. The letters were written the year before, in October and November. His sisters had received the first part of his journal. In the evenings, they took turns reading it aloud to their father. Their father sent Charles his loving thoughts. Susan had knitted a small purse for him. She hoped his foreign coins would fit inside it. She also sent him a novel about Ceylon called Cinnamon and Pearls. Mr. Howell was sending the shoes Charles had ordered. Erasmus had already given Captain Beaufort the natural history books Charles wanted. One of them was the 3rd volume of Lyell's Principles of Geology. His sisters wrote that many people were reading his letters. The letters passed through many hands and people talked about them often. "It is silly," Charles said to Bino while they shared news from home. "People already know about my collections and my work, but my journey is only half finished." There was also good political news. Slavery would end in August 1834. The owners would receive £20 million in payment. The family was reading papers about Parliament and the poor laws in Ireland. Susan wrote about the Reverend Charles Langton and his wife, Charlotte Wedgwood. They were living in beautiful countryside. Some news worried the family. Hensley Wedgwood had worked as a police magistrate for £800 each year. Now he was leaving the job because of his religious beliefs. He did not agree with the English system of oaths. His conscience would not allow it. Now he, his wife, and their child would live on only £400 a year. Uncle Joe's had given them that money when they married. Catty believed they would be very poor. Before this, Hensley had also refused a fellowship at Cambridge. He did not want to accept the beliefs required by the Church of England. Caroline sent Charles some small books that many people in England were discussing. The writer was Miss Harriet Martineau. She had become famous in London. Erasmus admired her very much. Caroline told Charles to throw the books into the sea if he thought they were boring. She also sent another book called Scripture Revelations by the Archbishop of Dublin. The weather became even colder. The temperature fell below freezing. A great deal of snow came down. Charles called life on the ship miserable. There was no warm fire. The upper deck was covered with melting snow. It felt like living in a cold and wet house. However, one part of life became much better. For many days, he had drunk water with a strong salty taste. It was unpleasant, and it did not stop his thirst. Now, in Gregory Bay, they took fresh water for 6 days. Before this, he had accepted the bad-smelling water. They boiled it well and made tea with it. Still, he had not understood how wonderful fresh water was and how important it was for good health. They traveled 3 more hard days through the strait before they reached Port Famine. The place got its name from a Spanish colony there in 1585. King Philip II of Spain had sent the settlers. During the first winter, many men died from sickness and hunger. It was a sad and cold place. Dark forests with patches of snow stood behind rain and fog. It was one of the hardest places in the world for people to live. Even with the bad weather, the work on land continued. Fitzroy left the Strait of Magellan through the Magdalen Channel. People had discovered this channel only a short time before. The wind pushed the ship forward, but the air was thick with mist. Dark clouds moved over the mountains. Sharp peaks, snowy hills, and blue glacier stood against the dark sky. In this wild land, they stopped at Cape Turn near Mount Sarmiento. There Charles could study one sea plant that interested him very much. It was kelp. The plant grew on rocks from the low water line down into deep water. In some places it was so thick that it could be dangerous. A man named Clark Hellier had died in it. Charles saw that almost every rock near the surface had floating kelp around it. With help from some sailors, he collected large amounts of kelp. They carried it onto the back deck of the ship.
Darwin, you never stop, Lieutenant Sulan cried.
Wait a moment, Sulan, Charles answered. I want to show you one of nature's great wonders. Many living creatures depend on this kelp. A large group of men stood around him while he opened the seaweed. Almost every leaf had hard sea growth on it. He removed shells and other sea animals from the plant. Many small sea creatures lived in every part of the kelp. When he shook the thick roots, small fish, shells, crabs, starfish, and other animals fell onto the deck. Then he studied another part of the kelp. There he found new and strange creatures. Fish live among these leaves, he continued. They cannot find food or safety anywhere else. If these fish disappeared, many birds would die too. Otters, seals, and porpoises would also die. The people of Tierra del Fuego would become fewer. Perhaps they would disappear as well. Charles looked at Sulan. His hands and trousers were wet and dirty from the kelp and the sea animals. So this kelp is like a small world by itself, he said. Every part depends on the others. How many thousands of years did nature need to build something so detailed and balanced?
Only the man who knows everything can answer that, Sulan said with annoyance. I will give you 1 hour to move your special specimens onto the chart table.
After enough time passed to check the chronometers, Fitzroy sailed away from Cape Turn. The next day, they moved west through the Cockburn Channel. At dusk, Fitzroy spoke to the men standing with him on the bridge.
I would stop the ship for the night if there were a safe place, he said.
That cove on your right looks safe, Lieutenant Sulan said.
It is small, Fitzroy answered. I want to leave it for the adventure. The Beagle will stay under sail.
Charles made a low sound of pain. This meant they must keep moving all the time. Fitzroy smiled. Charles stayed on deck with his friends. The night felt very long and very dark. A light rain fell most of the time. Strong winds came often from the west. There were only 4 square miles where sailing was safe. For 14 hours, they sailed again and again across the same area. Captain Fitzroy believed in making short turns with smaller sails. He thought the ship was safer when it kept moving through the water. He tried to keep the ship near the same place as much as possible. The men also stayed more careful and awake this way. After more than 2 years at sea, Charles still watched the sailors with great interest. He admired the skill they used to move the sails. During the quiet night, he heard the loud cracking and groaning of the huge glacier in Tierra del Fuego. The moving ice pushed slowly forward. This same power could pull down whole forests of tall trees. It could also break large rocks from the mountains. Under each glacier, Charles heard loud water rushing below the ice. The water carried melted ice away from the higher places. In his geology notebook about South America, he wrote that waves, falling trees, and broken rocks slowly changed the mountains. These forces worked day and night for many centuries. As the land slowly rose, every part of the mountain felt the power of these natural forces. At last, dawn came on June 11, 1834. The captain gave the crew some rum. Then he spoke to the men.
The Adventure is coming from the cove where she stayed during the night, he said. Both ships will sail out of the channel. We will pass Mount Skyring and the Furies as fast as the wind can carry us. By sunset, we should be near the Tower Rocks close to Cape Noir. If the northwest wind stays strong, we will sail into the Pacific with every sail we can use.
The Pacific. Charles felt his heart beat hard. They had been sailing almost 2.5 years since leaving Plymouth. He had dreamed about this day for a long time. But he was no longer the same person who had left Plymouth. Later, he rested in his hammock in the cabin at the back of the ship. The sea moved gently under HMS Beagle. There he understood something important. He had changed from a careless young man into an adult. Without planning it, he had found work he truly cared about. He still did not know exactly what future waited for him. But he felt excited. He believed there was a place in the world for him. Perhaps he could do something useful there. All the months and years on the Beagle now felt important. He had explored nature on land and learned life at sea. These experiences prepared him for the future. For the first time, he understood that his old life was gone forever. The change had happened quickly. He remembered the boy who came aboard in Plymouth. He remembered the younger student he had left behind in Cambridge, Mayor Hall, and the Mount. Charles felt deeply happy. He believed he had crossed into a new life. Before him was a wide future with many possibilities. He had learned about ships, scientific tools, and the many living things in nature. Because of this hard work, he had found a new path in life. Now he would carry all of this knowledge into the Pacific. Every sailor dreamed of that ocean. Book 6. What an incons caret retio j caret l caret has been created junior u. Book 6. Charles's joy at reaching the Pacific did not last long. The ocean was not peaceful at all. Strong storms came again and again from the north. HMS Beagle faced the worst weather since leaving Plymouth. The storms were even worse than the dangerous weather near Cape Horn. The ship survived by using small tightly tied sails. When the winds became weaker, the huge waves still stopped them from moving north along the west coast. This weather made Charles very sick. He could not work or read. He could not eat well. He could not sleep peacefully. George Rowlett suffered more than anyone else. For some time, his health had become worse. Sometimes he became very ill. Mr. Bino believed Rowlett might have tuberculosis or another serious sickness. Rowlett refused the medicines the doctor wanted him to take. The doctor hoped the medicines could save him. But the terrible Pacific weather made Rowlett weaker very quickly. At last, he fell into a coma and died. He was 38 years old. The crew wrapped his body in a hammock with heavy lead pieces and extra cloth. They covered it with a flag and placed it on a wooden board. Then the officers and sailors gathered together on the quarterdeck. They were very sad about Rowlett's death. Captain Fitzroy read the funeral words.
He said, "We give the body of our dead friend to the sea."
Then the plank moved. The heavy body went into the water. There was a splash. Everyone was quiet as the sea took their shipmate.
Later, Bino said, "This is my responsibility. I should have sent him home from Montevideo."
Rowlett knew he was dying, Charles said softly. He did not want to die in England. I never heard him speak about family or friends there. He sailed on the first adventure for 5 years. Then he spent 2.5 years with us. The Beagle was his home, and we were his family. That is why he wanted to die on the ship. Captain Fitzroy planned to sail north to Coquimbo. It was far above Valparaiso on the west coast. But after 600 miles of storms, he stopped at the safe harbor of San Carlos on Chilo Island. After 18 difficult days at sea, Charles said, "I hope this island is fixed strongly to the bottom of the ocean." The local people lived in small houses with grass roofs near the shore. They came out in little boats and happily welcomed the Beagle. Very few ships visited this far place. The people had both Indian and Spanish families. They brought pigs, potatoes, and fish to sell. Then everyone remembered that George Rowlett was gone. For a short moment, nobody moved. After that, Edward Chaffers quietly took Rowlett's work. Charles walked beside narrow creeks through beautiful forests. In his notebook, he wrote that only tropical Brazil had forests as rich and beautiful as these. The ground was made from volcanic ash and was very fertile. The forests and bamboo grew thick and strong. Some bamboo climbed 40 feet high through the trees. The Adventure arrived with a broken main boom because of the storm. Wickham was angry with himself.
"Gripes me soul," he complained.
Charles laughed. "And on your perfect deck too," he said. He stayed in a clean bed in a cottage in San Carlos village. Around the cottage were grassy fields and tall evergreen trees. The local people wore rough wool clothes. Each family made and colored the cloth with dark blue indigo. First there was very heavy rain, as was common in winter. Then the weather became warm and pleasant for 3 days. Charles studied the rocks carefully. He called his geological hammer Old Thought to honor Adam Sedgwick. He believed these rocks had once been under the sea. Later they had risen above the water and become dry land. He wondered how long ago this had happened. Was it 5,000 years ago? 500,000? 5 million? Late that afternoon, he returned to the dock. He ate supper on the Adventure with Wickham, who was cheerful again. They also looked at the new main boom. "I feel the same as you, John," Charles said while they ate ham steaks and fresh boiled potatoes. "After we passed Cape Horn, I felt so unhappy that I wanted to leave the ship and go back to Shropshire. But Chilo has made the voyage worth it."
Lieutenant Wickham smiled. "You cannot become an expert on the geology of South America by sitting near a fire at the Mount and playing cards with your sisters," he said. "I am sure the 3 young ladies are very pleasant."
The 10-day trip north to Valparaiso was calm. Charles spent many hours writing in his diary and scientific notebooks. The only break came when they saw several ships and spoke to 2 of them. "The ships look like large sea birds," Charles said to Bino. Bino stood beside him and watched through a spyglass. They reached Valparaiso on July 23. The Royal Navy used the port as an important station in South America. Ships received supplies, official messages, and mail there. Letters waited for almost everyone on the Beagle who had family in England. Charles received 3 letters. One was from Caroline and dated November 3, 1833. The second was from Catty and dated January 27, 1834. The third was from Susan. She wrote it on February 12, his birthday. She said that she, the other sisters, and his father remembered the day. They sent him their love and good wishes for his 25th birthday. The family was well. As always, they wrote about love, marriages, and daily family life. Dr. Henry Holland was going to marry the daughter of Sidney Smith, just as he had told Charles in London. The Darwin girls were not happy about this. Uncle Joe's had convinced Hensley Wedgwood to keep his job. Susan was happy while she worked with a large account book and many bills. Catty now loved parties and visits, and she spent much time with other people. Erasmus had become the family bachelor who was always free to visit people around London. Fanny Biddulph looked very weak and tired. The British newspapers also wrote about the revolution in Buenos Aires. There was also a long letter from Professor Henslow, dated the 31st of August, 1833. More boxes and crates had arrived safely in Cambridge. Only a few things in one cask were damaged because the alcohol had leaked out. The fossil parts of the Megatherium were very important. They helped explain parts of the animal that earlier fossils in Britain and France had not shown clearly. Backland and Clift showed the fossils at a meeting of the British Association in Cambridge. Professor Adam Sedgwick led the meeting. Clift had written and asked Henslow to send all the fossils to him. He wanted to clean and repair them. Then he would send them back with a description of the bones and explain what they showed about the great animal. Henslow wrote that he had moved the animals from the keg into fresh alcohol and put them in jars in his cellar. He kept the more delicate things, such as insects and skins, in his own house. He used camphor to protect the bones. The plants pleased him very much, although he had not yet fully studied them. He hoped that Hooker's books and help would soon help him understand them better. Henslow wanted very much to meet Charles again and talk about the voyage. Still, He hoped Charles would continue traveling as long as possible.
If you think about returning early, do not decide quickly, he wrote. Think about it for at least a month. Do not return because of one passing feeling. I think you will always find something that gives you courage. Send home every piece of Megatherium skull you can find, and all fossils. Use your net well. I believe many of your small insects will be new discoveries.
Charles folded the letters and put them in the top drawer of his chest. Then he sat at the chart table and thought again about all the news. Susan, who cared very much about correct spelling, had written that his journal contained many small mistakes. He had spelled several words incorrectly. Still, she added one sentence that deeply moved him.
What a nice and amusing travel book this would be if it were printed.
Charles leaned on the wooden table and covered his eyes with his hands. Could he really write a second book? He had never imagined publishing his diary. He had hoped only to write a book about the geology of South America. For that reason, he had worked hard for a long time and collected many materials. Now he felt sure that book must be written. But his journal was different. During the years, he had read many travel diaries from people who explored the world. He had never thought that he might write something similar himself. The idea excited him. Still, he did not want to become proud or too careful in his writing. For more than 2 years, he had written freely and honestly. His writing was natural and informal, just as Susan had noticed from his spelling mistakes. He decided to continue in the same way. He would write about everything he saw, believed, and felt. He would also write about the lives of people in the countries and cultures he visited. Robert Fitzroy had not received such good news in his letters. When Charles joined him for the midday meal, he found the captain deeply unhappy. His face looked pale, and one eye was red. A letter from Captain Beaufort lay on the table.
Fitzroy looked up slowly and sighed. All my news is bad. I must sell the Adventure. I must dismiss the 20 sailors I hired in Montevideo, and I must pay their wages myself. The £700 I spent to repair the ship must also come from my own money.
He stood up quickly and walked back and forth in the small but beautiful cabin.
This is a bitter disappointment, Charles, he said. It will trouble me for a long time.
If the Admiralty had let me keep the Adventure, we could finish the missing parts on the maps of the west coast of Patagonia, Fitzroy said.
Then we could continue our survey along the coast to the equator. After that, we could visit the Galápagos Islands, the Marquesas, the Society Islands, the Friendly Islands, and the Fiji Islands. With both ships, we could examine all these places during 1836 and part of 1837.
1837. Charles felt shocked inside, but he stayed calm. Your maps and charts will explain everything, Charles said. You are doing one of the greatest survey jobs in the world. But Fitzroy was too unhappy to feel better from those words.
Now the Lords of the Admiralty are against me, he said. They even refused all 3 promotions that I suggested. John Stokes was one of them, and also a boatswain. But my work will not suffer. I plan to stay here in Valparaiso during the winter weeks of July and August, he continued. I will live on land and bring Stokes and King with me. We need more space, more light, and more quiet than we can have on the Beagle. I will leave Lieutenant Wickham to repair and supply the ship.
Then I can also stay on land for more than a month, Charles said with excitement. Can I make a long trip to the Andes? He could not hide the happiness in his voice. A small smile appeared on the tired captain's face. Before this, Fitzroy had planned to make a short trip to Santiago, the pleasant capital city. Now he slowly shook his head.
I cannot go, he said. Santiago has too many interesting things. They would take my attention away from the calculations and the new information from our two ships. I will send Wickham to ask the Chilean government for permission to survey the coast.
But those interesting things are exactly what you need, sir, Charles said. They would help you forget your disappointments. They would make you ready for another year of work. Fitzroy closed his eyes in a tired way. Later, Charles spoke to Benjamin Bino. "Ben, is there any way to make him rest more?" he asked. "He is working too hard. And now the Admiralty does not treat him well."
If the captain broke his arm, Bino answered, he would let me fix it. If he had a cut on his leg, I could clean the wound. But I cannot help with the troubles in his mind. As the ship's doctor, I have no power over tiredness or sadness.
"That is unfortunate," Charles said. Charles would stay in Valparaiso for 5 weeks. He went into the town to look for rooms. By chance, he met an old school friend from Shrewsbury named Richard Caulfield. They had known each other when they were boys. Charles had once visited the Caulfield family home in Pitchford, a small village near Shrewsbury. Richard Caulfield was 2 years older than Charles. Several years earlier, he had come to Chile as a merchant for English factories. Now he was successful. The two young men shook hands many times. They were very surprised and happy to meet so far from England. Charles explained that he worked as the naturalist on HMS Beagle. Then he asked if Richard knew an Englishman who rented rooms.
Caulfield laughed. "I certainly do. I live in a pleasant house in Almendril. It is a suburb near the old beach. There is plenty of space there. Bring your things at 8 o'clock. I will take you home for supper and help you settle in."
The weather was beautiful. The sky was blue and the sun was warm. Charles liked Valparaiso. The main street ran beside the sea. Houses stood close together on the hills where small valleys reached the beach. In Caulfield's house, all the rooms opened into a square garden area. Pictures of English hunting scenes hung on the walls. Men in red coats rode fine horses. Groups of hunting dogs waited for the fox hunt. Another man lived in the house and shared the costs. Caulfield explained that the yearly cost was about £400. This included the rent, food, wine, 2 servants, and 4 horses. Charles wanted to pay part of the cost. Caulfield was blonde and blue-eyed.
He smiled and answered, "Very well, if it makes you feel better. But I would gladly have you stay as my guest. We studied the same arithmetic at school. You can decide the amount yourself."
"Richard, Shrewsbury never taught me how to add or subtract," Charles replied. "I learned that by watching my father keep his accounts every day. He carefully wrote down all the money he received and all the money he spent." The next day was Sunday. Caulfield gave a dinner party for Charles. He invited many English people who lived in Valparaiso. Captain Fitzroy also came. Charles thought these guests were better educated than the English people he had met in other South American towns. They did not only talk about business and money. An older merchant leaned across the table.
"Mr. Darwin," he asked, "would you please tell us your honest opinion of Lyell's Principles of Geology? We know some London bookshops and have read the first 2 volumes.
Charles was surprised to meet people in Chile who read Lyell's books. He gave a long answer about the subject.
Caulfield said, "You know, Charles, you would be a very good teacher. Did you ever think about teaching at Cambridge?"
"I studied to become a churchman, Richard. That is what my father wants for me. But I do think about teaching people and sharing ideas." Chile was a long and narrow country. The Andes Mountains stood on one side. The Pacific Ocean was on the other side. Charles wanted to travel to the Andes quickly before winter snow closed the roads. But the sea voyage had made him tired. The weather in Valparaiso was beautiful every day. So he spent 2 quiet and restful weeks there. On August 7th, a ship arrived at the port while traveling north along the coast. It carried letters for HMS Beagle and for Charles. One letter came from Caroline and was dated March 9, 1834. It had much surprising news. The London Times newspaper had written about packages of fossils, birds, animal skins, and rocks collected by Mr. Dawson and sent to Professor Hindon at Cambridge. Charles laughed. "Well," he said, "this is the first time my name has appeared in an English newspaper. I cannot expect them to spell my name correctly." He felt very happy when he learned that the third group of boxes had arrived safely in England. The newspaper had also written Professor Henslow's name wrong, so Charles believed the story was true. There was more surprising news in Caroline's letter. Erasmus was helping Charles in London and was having success. He wrote to Caroline,
"I visited Mr. Clift, the curator of the museum at the College of Surgeons. I read to him the part of Charles's letter about the bones. I have never seen a man so pleased. I wrote to Cambridge and asked them to send the fossils to London. For the last 2 months, the curator has spent all his free time studying fossils. It is very strange that the college has the front part of a Megatherium skull and Charles has sent the rest of it home. Now they can finish the drawing."
Caroline added,
My dear Charles, I am very happy for you because the learned men like these bones so much.
Tom Iton had also visited the Mount for several days. Charles often stayed at Tom's family home and hunted there. After the visit, Tom went to Cambridge to hear what people said about Charles's collections. Charles could not understand how Tom already knew people in Cambridge were discussing his discoveries. There was one more surprising thing in Caroline's letter. Charles's father sent his love. He told Caroline to write that he did not complain about the last £50 Charles had taken. Charles should not worry about money. He should only try to be careful and sensible. Dr. Darwin also asked Caroline, "Did you tell Charles about his fame?" Charles laughed loudly when he thought about the newspaper story of Mr. Dawson sending collections to Professor Hindon at Cambridge. Richard Corfield helped Charles find horses for the journey to the Andes. He also found a good guide named Mariano Gonzalez. Charles went with Corfield and Gonzalez to buy supplies for the 3-week trip. The Guasos of Chile were different from the Gauchos of the Pampas. They did not live from the land during travel. They carried dried beef, meat, fruit, and vegetables with them. Before leaving, Charles went to the Beagle to speak with Captain Fitzroy. During the time in Valparaiso, they had met at dinner parties several times. The captain had seemed happy there, but now Charles saw that Fitzroy looked pale and unhealthy. They ate dinner together quietly. Near the end of the meal, the captain finally looked at Charles.
"I do not want to do it," he said bitterly, "but I must give a large party for all the people here who invited me to their homes."
Charles knew how much work Captain Fitzroy put into these return parties. The captain already looked tired, thin, and unhappy. Charles answered gently, "I do not think you must do this, sir, in these conditions."
Fitzroy suddenly became very angry. He knocked his light dining chair onto the carpet. His face turned dark red. "That is the kind of man you are," he shouted. "You accept favors from people and give nothing back."
Charles did not answer. He did not feel angry. He knew the captain was upset and very tired. Without a word, he left the cabin and went ashore at once. This was the first serious argument between Charles and Captain Paget in more than 2 years. The last time was in March 1832, when the captain first spoke about slavery. After that first argument, Charles feared he might need to leave the voyage before 3 months had passed from Plymouth. Now he did not feel afraid. He knew the captain would become calm again before long. A few days later, Charles returned to the Beagle. Lieutenant Wickham called out to him,
"Confound you, philosopher! I wish you would not fight with the captain. The day you left the ship, I was very tired. But he kept me walking on deck until midnight while he spoke badly about you."
In the middle of August, Charles started his trip toward the Andes. Gonzalez wore simple trousers and black and green leggings. Over them he wore a bright poncho. He was most proud of his very large spurs. He used his lasso very well. The pampas bowler was not useful in the rough mountain land. Charles wore high boots, loose sailor trousers, a white shirt, and an old walking jacket from home. They rode strong horses. Soon they found large beds of shells above the sea level. There were so many shells that people had dug them out for years and burned them to make lime. That night they slept under the open sky. They warmed dried beef and mate over a small fire made from bushes. Gonzales would not eat with Charles. He waited until Charles finished eating and went to rest. Why, Mariano? When we travel alone in the country, we eat together.
Gonzales shook his head. No proper. You boss. I am Guaso. Hire man eat after pay man.
At sunrise they drank hot mate and turned toward the valley of Quilota. There were wide open places between small valleys and streams. Green forests grew in the deep ravines. When they reached the top of the Sierra, they looked down on the valley below. It was wide and flat and easy to water. The gardens were full of orange trees, olive trees, and many kinds of vegetables. That night they slept at a hacienda near the foot of the Andes. The next morning, the majordomo lent Charles fresh horses and another guide for the climb up Campana, or Bell Mountain. The mountain was 6,400 feet high.
The second Guaso tied the horses. Bad path, he said. Very steep. Go slowly. Come back before dark.
The ride was dangerous, but Charles thought the rocks and land were worth the hard climb. He rested for an hour at the top. Then he came down the southern side through tall bamboo about 15 feet high. Palm trees also grew there at the unusual height of 4,500 feet. The Guaso from the hacienda knew about a fresh spring nearby. As the sun went down, they removed the saddles from the horses. Far away, the snowy Andes shone red in the evening light. After dark they made a fire under the bamboo. Charles ate dried beef, peaches, figs, and grapes. Then he went a short distance away to sleep on his saddle and horse blanket. Only after that did the Guasos begin to eat. Charles fell asleep while he listened to the sharp cry of the bizcacha, a large mountain rabbit. He also heard the soft call of the goatsucker bird. Before sleep came, he again thought about the special joy of living outside in the open air. At daylight they climbed to the highest ridge of rough greenstone rocks. The rocks were broken into sharp pieces. Some looked fresh and new to Charles. Others were old and covered with lichens. He became sure that earthquakes often happened in this place. Without thinking, he moved himself and the two Guasos away from loose piles of rock. Then he forgot who he was speaking to and said to the two Chileans, "Who cannot admire the great power that lifted these mountains? And who cannot wonder how many long years it took to break and level such huge masses of rock?" Gonzales and the other man looked at him and did not understand. Charles laughed at himself. He sat against the rough tree bark and wrote the same deep question in his notebook. That evening he did not sleep at once. He waited a short distance away while the Chilean men finished supper. They cleaned the pans and put them into the saddlebags. Then Charles joined them near the fire. The men did not talk much. Still, they cared about his safety. Using simple mixed language, Charles learned about the Guaso of Chile. The Guaso was more settled and more organized than the Gaucho from the Pampas. To Charles, this meant they had lost some of their strong personal spirit. They accepted differences in rank and money more easily. The Gaucho could be dangerous but also polite. He only liked to work when he was on horseback. The Guaso could work in fields or gold mines for pay. People had searched these mountains everywhere for gold. They traveled through the town of Quilota. Then they went to the copper mines of Jujul in a valley of the lower Andes. The mine superintendent was a man from Cornwall. He had married a Spanish woman. He invited Charles to stay for the night. During supper at the rough wooden table, the man asked about King George IV. He had only recently heard that the king was dead.
Now that King George is dead, do we have another king?
Yes, Charles answered with a small smile. King William IV. I saw his coronation in London some years ago.
In Valparaiso people know these things. But no news reaches these Andes, the man said.
Charles collected many flowers, plants, and shrubs with strong and unusual smells. He also collected bamboo, palm plants, lichen, many kinds of cactus, acacia, and sea shells with new shapes. Among the birds, he found El Turco from the thrush family. He also found the topaculo. People called it cover your back because it carried its tail high. He collected 2 kinds of hummingbird. Charles remembered Kenslow's advice. He gathered spiders from under stones. He also collected snakes, scorpions, leeches, and yellow lizards. He felt sorry for the Chilean workers. In summer and winter, they worked from early morning until dark. They had little time to eat. A worker earned £1 each month. For breakfast he received 16 figs and 2 small loaves of bread. At midday he ate boiled beans. For supper he ate broken roasted wheat. He almost never ate meat. The miners had a harder life than the field workers. A miner earned 25 shillings each month. He also received a little dried beef. But he could only leave the cold mountain camp once every 2 or 3 weeks to visit his wife and children. Charles studied both the people and nature during his travels. Heavy snow stopped him from reaching the top of the nearer mountains. Still, he climbed very high before he reached deep snow. He spent 5 days exploring near the mines of Jejewel. He climbed through many parts of the huge mountains. The broken and burned-looking rock showed that great changes had happened when the mountains formed long ago. Charles and Mariano Gonzalez traveled across the basin of San Felipe. Then they crossed Cerro del Talguin on a very bright day. They were going to Santiago and to the inn where Richard Caulfield had reserved a room for Charles. That evening they slept at a small rancho. There a thoughtful Chilean man said, "When I compare Chile with other countries, I feel very small."
Some countries see with 2 eyes. Some see with 1. But I think Chile does not see with any.
2 days later they arrived in Santiago. For a week Charles rode in many directions across the plains near the city. He searched for geological discoveries. In the evenings he ate dinner with Caulfield's English friends. One of them was Mr. Alexander Caldcleugh. In 1825 he had published a book called Travels in South America in 1819, 1820 and 1821. Charles thought the book was weak. Charles decided to return to Valparaiso by a longer road to the south. During the journey, he and Gonzalez came to one of the strange bridges made from animal hide. Charles watched the bridge move strongly from side to side. Then he carefully led his horse across it. On their first evening they arrived at a pleasant hacienda. Several beautiful young women lived there. Charles kindly said that he had visited many interesting churches. The women looked shocked.
How could you enter a church only to look around? One woman asked. Churches are holy.
Another woman asked, "Why do you not become a Christian? Our religion is true."
"I am a Christian," Charles answered lightly.
"No, no," she said. "Do your priests and bishops marry? It is ridiculous for a bishop to have a wife. I do not know if I should laugh or feel shocked by such a thing."
Nonetheless, they all bowed politely and wished him a good night. During his journey, people treated him well. But nowhere was the welcome as warm as on the Pampas. Each morning, he was surprised that his host expected a small payment. Even rich hosts wanted 2 or 3 shillings. They traveled up the valley of the Rio Cachapal to the hot baths of Cauquenes. The baths were famous because people believed the water could help sick people. He decided to stay there and rest in the water for 2 days. But very heavy rain kept him there for 2 more days. His only entertainment was watching condors high in the sky. The birds circled over one place again and again. Gonzalez explained the reason.
A lion killed a cow. Or maybe a cow died. When condors land there, many people shout, "Lion!" Then everyone runs to hunt it.
People often killed lions and pumas with small dogs. The dogs jumped at the animals' throats. On September 14th, they arrived at the gold mines at Yarkeel. The owner, Mr. Nixon, spoke to Charles.
"This mine is 450 feet deep," he said. "Each man carries heavy stones on his back. The weight is more than 100 pounds. They climb out by stepping on cuts in tree trunks inside the shaft. We give them bread and beans. They like to eat only bread, but that makes them weak. So we make them eat beans, even if they do not want them."
Charles carefully hid his criticism. "Is that enough pay for carrying such heavy loads from deep underground?" he asked.
The owner stayed calm. "It would not be enough for you or me," he answered. "But the Chileans accept it. They badly need work and money to feed their families."
Charles learned another hard lesson about money and work in Chile. A landowner gave a worker a small piece of land. The worker could build a home there. In return, the man worked for the owner every day without pay. Until the worker had a grown son to take his place, the women and children worked on the land. The family stayed poor. In the dining room, Charles met two other guests. One was an old Spanish lawyer. The other was a German scientist named Herr Renus. Both men spoke English.
Renus turned to the old Spaniard and asked, "What do you think about the King of England sending a young man to Chile to collect lizards and beetles and break rocks?"
The old man thought for a moment. "It is not right," he replied. "There is something strange about it. No man is rich enough to send people to collect such useless things. I do not like it."
Charles laughed.
Then Renus spoke again. "Some years ago, I left caterpillars in a house in San Fernando," he said. "A maid cared for them until they became butterflies. People in the town talked about it. At last, the priests and the governor decided it was some kind of false religion. When I returned to San Fernando, they arrested me."
Charles stayed with Mr. Nixon for 4 days. During 2 of those days, he felt sick. He left again on September 19th. Then he had trouble. At the gold mines, he had drunk some shishi. It seemed to be a weak and sour new wine. But it was actually a strong drink made from molasses and corn. South American Indians made it like whiskey. Several nights later, he woke up feeling terrible. During the long hours until morning, he felt strong pain in his stomach and intestines. That morning, his host, a rich landowner, gave him advice.
"If you eat eggs with bread and drink mate, your stomach will get better," he said.
Charles ate half of the egg. Then he ran outside and was sick. For 2 days he stayed in bed. He could only drink a little water. His body felt very hot. He was sure he had a fever. On the 3rd night, he slept a little. When he woke up, he decided to continue to Valparaiso. He almost failed to reach the next hacienda. He was weak and felt sick in his stomach. He held tightly to the horse with his legs and boots. His stomach pain was very bad. He felt afraid. He only hoped to keep enough strength to reach the city. The next morning, he rode only a short way. Then he could not stay on the horse. Gonzalez put one blanket on the ground for him. Then he covered him with another blanket. Charles ate nothing. That night he slept only for short times because of the fever. His mouth was dry and his lips were cracked. The next day, he was lucky. He reached the house of a rich haciendero near the sea. The man welcomed him into his home and gave him local medicine. Charles stayed there for 2 days. The host and his wife took good care of him. On the 3rd day, he got up. He collected sea remains from the old ground near the shore. The plains by the sea were full of these old layers of earth. It was almost the end of September. He had traveled for 6 weeks. He thought he was strong enough to travel again. but the next night he became very weak again. Still, he was lucky to get some clean straw to sleep on. He thought comfort was different in different places. If I were in England and very sick, he told himself, people would think clean straw and dirty horsecloths were a very bad bed. But he had no choice. He had to continue the journey. He and Mariano Gonzalez arrived at Casablanca that night. Many times, the guide put a hand on Charles's shoulder or around his waist to help him stay on the horse. By morning, Charles knew he could go no farther. He had ridden for 6 days and felt very weak. He could not ride the last part of the journey to Valparaiso. Mariano, I cannot stay on the horse for another day, he said. Ride to Valparaiso as fast as you can. Then come back with a horse and carriage. While he waited, Charles slept a little. He had strange dreams and memories from his childhood. Only once before had he been very sick. That was when he had scarlet fever at 9 years old. Most of his life, he had been strong and healthy. Gonzalez returned with a carriage. He wrapped Charles in clean blankets from Caulfield's house. Then he drove him to Valparaiso over rough roads. Caulfield ran outside when they arrived. He looked at Charles with surprise.
My dear Charles, you are very pale, he said. You also look much thinner.
Caulfield and Gonzalez helped him take off his clothes. They put him in a long warm nightgown and a nightcap. Then they placed him carefully in bed. The cook brought him a cup of hot milk. Charles fell into a very deep sleep. Caulfield sent a message to the Beagle. Mr. Bino came very quickly. He checked Charles's temperature and pulse. He listened to his heart and heard the story about the bad wine. He examined Charles's lungs and pressed on his stomach and intestines. Charles cried out because of the pain. Bino ordered warm water to wash him. He called a barber to shave off the long Patagonia beard. Then he gave Charles medicine. It is a terrible loss of time, Ben, Charles said weakly. I wanted to collect many sea animals.
You will become a sea animal yourself if you are not careful, Bino answered. It will take several weeks before you can walk around again. I will visit when I can. I will tell you when you may get out of bed.
Then Bino sat at the end of the bed. He told Charles that Captain Fitzroy had sold the Adventure. The captain got £100 more than he had paid for it. But after the costs for repairs, wages, and food for the 20 crewmen, he still lost about £700. Charles shook his head sadly. How does he feel about it? He asked.
Not well, Bino answered. The new charts are moving slowly. They are not ready to send to the Admiralty in London. He says the work is heavy and there is no time for fun. That is true. John Wickham is back on the Beagle. That will make you happy. But there is very little space on the ship now. So Captain Fitzroy had to send our artist friend Martins away.
The medicine caused diarrhea. The fava beans from Caulfield's cook made Charles feel sick. Still, his stomach slowly began to get better. This gave him hope. Another thing helped him even more. Susan sent him a letter. She wrote that the famous British Museum was now very interested in the collection Charles wanted to send. Before, the museum did not care much about it. Now they were very pleased with the part of the Megatherium skull that Charles had sent to Professor Henslow. People at the museum said it was an amazing chance. They said Darwin's piece of the skull fit very well with another piece they already had. They believed both pieces came from the same animal. Charles felt very happy about this. At the same time, he thought, that is probably not true. There must be thousands of Megatherium skeletons under the ground in South America. The next day, Captain Fitzroy came to visit him. Charles was shocked when he saw the dark marks under the captain's eyes. You look very tired, Captain, he said. I wish you could finish the charts and send them to England on another ship.
Fitzroy sat down in a chair. His voice sounded rough. Problems are everywhere, he said. They make my life very hard. I had to sell my small ship. Now everything is crowded again on the Beagle. We can do only half of the work in the Pacific that I wanted to do."
He stood up and walked around the room. Charles had often seen him do this in the captain's cabin. Then Fitzroy stopped and looked at him with tired eyes.
"The Admiralty refuses many things I need," he said. "I work all the time and spend too much money. These troubles and other problems have made me sick and very unhappy."
Charles could not sit up in bed until October 13th. It took him 16 days to become this strong again. The officers from the Beagle visited him many times when they had time on shore. Sims Covington also came often. On October 14th, Mr. Bino came for his usual visit. He told Charles that Captain Fitzroy was afraid about his own mind. Fitzroy believed mental illness was in his family. His mother's uncle, Lord Castlereagh, had ended his own life some years before. Charles felt deeply troubled. After Bino left, he let himself think about it fully. He and Fitzroy had shared the captain's cabin for many long hours. Charles had watched the captain become more and more unhappy. Now he wondered if Fitzroy believed he would one day kill himself. Robert Fitzroy was Charles's perfect captain. He was handsome, clever, very skilled, rich, and from a royal family. Charles thought Fitzroy had every good thing in life. That night, Charles moved around in bed and hit his pillow many times. He could not sleep. The next day at noon, Bino and John Wickham came to visit him. Wickham spoke quickly.
"Bad news, Philos," he said. "The captain has stepped down from command. He wrote a letter in front of me. Now I am in command."
"Why did he step down?" Charles asked.
"He wrote that he is not well," Wickham answered. "Usually, a man in this condition must go home. But this time, I did not send the letter. I only put it away."
Bino said, "We think he needs rest. He has worked too hard."
Charles heard himself speak before he could stop. "Then I have decided to leave the Beagle."
"Do not decide so fast," Wickham said. "I think the captain feels very low because we stayed too long on this coast. He forgot that the Admiralty orders say we only need to survey this coast if there is enough time. I will tell him to cross the Pacific now. We can go to the Galápagos Islands, Tahiti, New Zealand, Australia, then across the Indian Ocean to Africa and home."
"I know he cares very much about the survey in the South Pacific," Charles said. Wickham tightened his face.
"If I become captain of HMS Beagle, it must be because the Admiralty chooses me. Not because my captain becomes too ill to lead."
"Ben, can I go on board?" Charles asked.
"You will stay here," Bino answered.
After the men left, Charles stayed in bed and thought about his sudden words. Many times during the voyage, he had felt tired of the long journey, but he knew he would never truly leave the Beagle. He was not a man who gave up easily. He also knew that going home to Shrewsbury and seeing his family would not be enough. He had already suffered through Tierra del Fuego. Now he wanted to explore and collect things in the Pacific. If he went home now, he would feel cheated. Even while he was sick, he understood one thing clearly. He was not ready to go home. The slow days passed one after another. Charles could do little except worry about Captain Fitzroy. To pass the time, he wrote letters home. He also read a few novels. Richard Corfield borrowed the books from his English friends. At last, he could wear his dressing gown and walk into the patio garden. In the middle of the week, Bino brought more good news.
Wickham kept asking the captain why he wanted to resign, he said. He asked why the captain could not finish the useful survey work here and then return across the Pacific, as Captain Beaufort ordered. John is clever. He knows Captain Fitzroy respects Beaufort very much. The captain is listening more now. He is also resting. He is not studying charts or ordering maps. He is not checking the ship and crew all the time.
Then Bino added, everyone on the Beagle feels sad about the captain's decision.
I hope our missionary used the right prayers, Charles said.
Then he wondered if Wickham's quiet but careful talks had changed the captain's mind. At the end of the week, Benjamin Bino and John Wickham rushed into his room.
The captain has taken back his resignation, they shouted. I tore the resignation into small pieces and threw them into the water, Lieutenant Wickham said happily.
The next afternoon, Charles was very surprised. Captain Fitzroy stood at the bedroom door in full uniform. He wore a blue coat with a bright red collar and cuffs. The coat had 2 rows of gold buttons. There were gold decorations on the shoulders and sleeves. He also wore a white waistcoat, a black silk neckcloth, and blue trousers with gold lines down the sides. On his head was a blue hat with gold trim. The captain stood tall and straight. He smiled in a friendly way. Charles quickly stood up from his chair. Fitzroy held out his hands.
Old flycatcher, I must say sorry because I did not visit you more often, he said. Now I want to hear about your journey to the Andes.
Charles asked, when do we sail, Captain?
Not for 10 more days, Fitzroy answered. The Beagle is not fully ready yet.
Charles laughed.
My legs are still not very strong, he said.
The next day, Benjamin Bino came to visit him again.
I am glad the Beagle will not sail for another 10 days, Charles said. By then, I will feel much stronger.
Bino smiled in a playful way. The Beagle is ready to sail right now, Charlie, he said.
Charles was shocked.
Then why are we waiting? He asked.
The captain knows we cannot let you become seasick before your stomach is well again, Bino answered.
Charles felt tears in his eyes. I feel very moved. I cannot believe he delayed the voyage for 10 days.
It shows our captain feels happy again, Bino said. He is kind again, like he was before. This good action helps him feel better about himself.
Charles looked at the hunting pictures on the walls. He saw strong horses and dogs. The men wore red coats. Slowly, he felt stronger again. This also helps my mind, Ben, he said softly. The ship HMS Samarang was going to Portsmouth. It carried 2 large containers with bones and stones. There was also a box with 6 small bottles and 1 large jar. With help from Sims, Charles prepared 2 more boxes for HMS Challenger. That ship would leave the next January. He packed many bird skins. He added a paper package with small boxes of insects. There were also some dry roundworms and plants with sown leaves. He included a bottle with water and gas from the hot baths at Corkines. The bottle was closed very carefully. He hoped someone in Cambridge would study the water. He also sent a letter to Henslow on the same ship. 5 minutes before the box was closed, he added part of his diary. He wrote to his teacher,
You may read any part of my simple journal if you want. Then please send it by coach to Dr. Darwin in Shrewsbury.
He was ready to return to the Beagle. HMS Beagle left Valparaiso Harbor on November 10, 1834. Soon it was December and Christmas. 3 years of his journey had passed. There were no games that year. There was no place for sports contests. The new year of 1835 came with a strong storm. The Beagle went south again to Chilo. Then the ship slowly traveled north to Valdivia. Charles and Sims often walked in the forests. They collected animals, plants, and rocks. One day, near noon, Charles lay down on the ground to rest. A moment later, he felt the earth move. The ground rocked under him. It felt like the Beagle moving on rough water. At first, he thought his own body was shaking. He stood up easily, but the moving ground made him dizzy. The shaking and twisting continued for 2 minutes. It was an earthquake, Sims, he said. Let us go back to Valdivia and see what happened. Back in town, he met many officers from the Beagle. The wooden houses had shaken hard. Some nails had come loose, but the simple houses were still standing. 10 days later, they reached Concepcion after work along the coast. There they learned how bad the earthquake really was. The Beagle entered the port of Talcahuano near Concepcion. On the island of Quinquina, they saw terrible damage. Small ships had been thrown onto the shore. The earthquake had destroyed every house in the village. Wood and broken furniture covered the coast. It looked like large ships had crashed there. Storehouses were ruined. Bags of cotton lay everywhere. A tidal wave had carried away many parts of the ruins. He looked for cracks in the ground. The biggest crack was near the sea cliffs. It was about 1 yard wide. Large pieces of rock had fallen from the cliffs. Other rocks, about 6 feet long, had come out of the water and landed on the shore. Some still had sea plants and small sea animals on them. The sight surprised him very much. He thought it was the most powerful thing in nature that he had ever seen. He wrote in his notebook that now he understood why many cracks appear in areas of rock. He believed this earthquake had changed the island more than 100 years of normal damage from wind and water. The next morning, he traveled with Captain Fitzroy and some officers. They went 7 miles up the Bio River to the town of Concepcion. The streets there were also full of broken wood and stones from fallen houses. Only one arch and part of a wall of the big church in the plaza still stood. He could not believe people had once lived there. The earthquakes had happened at 11:40 in the morning. Because of this, only 100 people had died. Even so, the people of the town were still searching for bodies under the ruins. Mr. Rouse, the British consul, had been eating breakfast when the shaking began. He reached the middle of his courtyard when one side of his house fell down with a loud noise. The ground moved so strongly that he had to crawl on his hands and knees. A large cloud of dust made the sky dark. By the time he reached the street, he could not see well and could hardly breathe. Fire started in many places. The straw roofs fell into the flames, and the whole town burned. People ran through the streets and looked for their families. Some thieves took valuable things from the broken buildings. They shouted, "Misericordia," while they stole silver and jewelry. The people of the town already made plans to build the town again.
Earthquakes are strong, Fitzroy said, but people are stronger.
Mr. Rouse agreed with him.
It changes many things when everyone has the same trouble, he said. A man does not feel ashamed alone. We all have no homes now. We all lost our money and property. The people also believe they know why the earthquake happened. 2 years ago, some old Indian women were treated badly. The people think the women used magic to stop the volcano. Now the earthquake has come.
The men laughed quietly. Charles spoke after that. The townspeople are mostly correct, he said. They learned from experience that quiet volcanoes and earthquakes are connected. Some people believe the earth is only a hard surface over hot melted rock. When he returned to the Beagle, he wrote in his diary until almost morning. He tried to describe the ruined towns of Talcahuano and Concepcion. At the end, he wrote his opinion. Since we left England, we have almost never seen anything so important and interesting. The earthquake and the volcano are among the greatest events in the natural world. HMS Beagle returned to Valparaiso on March 11th. It was a cool autumn day. Captain Fitzroy had received advice from Lieutenant Wickham to continue across the Pacific Ocean. But the captain decided to stay longer in the area. He wanted to continue surveying, mapping, and making charts of the southwest coast. Captain Beaufort had said the area was never studied carefully before.
Most of our knowledge comes from Spanish maps, Fitzroy wrote. Except for some ports, the maps seem to come only from ships passing along the coast. Science now gives us many good tools. Because of this, the work should be done correctly and completely. English ships visit these coasts often. The maps should not continue to contain both mistakes and correct information.
This work was also part of Britain's larger plan. Britain wanted to sell manufactured goods to other countries. It also wanted to bring back the raw materials needed for the Industrial Revolution. South America had been controlled by Spain and Portugal. Now the area had political problems, and Britain had more influence there. Richard Caulfield gave Charles a warm welcome. Caulfield changed his paper draft into £60. Charles needed all the money for food, supplies, and guides. He was planning a new trip into the Andes Mountains for 1 month. He wanted this journey very much. His friends on the Beagle worried about him. Mariano Gonzalez, his old guide, was in Santiago. Charles traveled there in a small carriage. He carried horse cloths, stirrups, spurs, and other things he had bought. In Santiago, Alexander Caldecleugh gave Charles a place to stay. Caldecleugh was an English travel writer. Charles had read his book before and did not think it was very good. At the same time, Gonzalez found a mule driver, 10 mules, and a madrina. The madrina was a female mule with a large bell around her neck.
Gonzalez explained, all the mules are male. The madrina is female. The mules follow the female mule, not the bell. The bell helps us know where she is. Then the other mules come quickly and stay near her.
6 mules were for riding. For carried supplies. They brought a lot of food because there was little food in the high Andes. If a strong snowstorm trapped them there, they could die without supplies. Charles bought dried meat, different kinds of beans, dried fruit, nuts, hard candy, coffee, mate, cocoa, spices, sugar, and rum. Caldecleugh introduced Charles to Joaquin Prieto, the president of Chile. The president kindly wrote a recommendation letter in Charles's passport. Charles laughed when they left Santiago. He, Gonzalez, and the mule driver rode on mules. 3 more mules followed behind them on ropes. Behind those came the cargo mules. Their bags were full and tied under their small bodies. For many hours they crossed a dry burnt plain. Then they reached the entrance to the Maipo River Valley. High mountains stood around the valley. Just before evening, they arrived at a Chilean custom house. Officials checked their bags and guns. At dusk they found a small house. The owners agreed to rent them 2 rooms for the night. The next evening they bought firewood from a farmer. They also paid to let their animals eat grass in a field. Then they camped in one corner of the field and prepared their cooking equipment. Charles was healthy again and very happy. He loved the freedom of travel. Each morning he started the journey without knowing where he would sleep that night. For 4 months he had stayed in a hammock inside the crowded ship cabin. Now he felt truly free. At dawn they cooked breakfast. The mule driver shook the bell on the madrina. Soon the mules came quietly into line to receive their saddles. They moved slowly through the mountains. They passed the highest house in the valley. It stood about 100 feet above the Maipo River. The river was a fast mountain river. Its water was brown like mud. Its loud sound was like the sea. As they rode higher, the cliffs became very tall. Charles thought they rose about 3,500 feet above them. The cliffs were bare and purple. They looked cold and very steep. They passed groups of cattle coming down from the high valleys before winter arrived. Charles told the mule driver to travel faster, but he often got off his mule. He collected rocks that he did not know. He also collected mountain plants and packed them with the cargo. He felt disappointed because there were almost no birds or insects. This first mountain range looked wild and huge. He had never seen such a long line of high peaks before. Near evening they reached the Valle del Yeso. Charles believed this place had once been a very large lake. He dug up pieces of pure white gypsum. That night they camped with some men. The men were loading mules with gypsum. They planned to take it to Santiago with a herd of cattle. They continued beside the Rio Yeso. Soon they came to the foot of a ridge. This ridge divided the snow and rain water. One part flowed west to the Pacific Ocean. The other part flowed east to the Atlantic Ocean. They looked up from a pass between two main mountain ranges. The pass was about 12,000 feet high. The path was steep and turned again and again. Beyond these mountains stood even higher peaks. Some were perhaps 18,000 feet high. Snow covered them all year. The climb through the Great Andes was slow and hard. Every 50 yards the mules stopped to rest and breathe. All three men found it difficult to breathe in the thin air.
It is Puna, Gonzalez said. It is a sickness. Where there is snow, there is Puna. Do you see the grave crosses? People die here from Puna.
Charles breathed deeply and with difficulty, but he only felt pressure in his head and chest. He wondered how Humboldt and the other men far to the north had been able to breathe in those mountains. On the highest ridge he found many fossil shells. He dug them out and put them into his leather bag. Near the top, above the fields of snow that never melted, the wind became very strong and very cold. Charles saw the strange snow that Arctic sailors called red snow. He collected some of it. He wanted to study it later with his microscope on the Beagle. At the top of the mountain, the air was very clear. The sky was a deep blue. The view was beautiful. Below them, he saw valleys, broken mountains, and many colored rocks beside huge mountains of snow. Only a few condors still lived there. Charles thought these high peaks in the Andes showed the earth changing and breaking in a very unusual way. He walked away from the other two men. Then he walked alone along the ridge for about a mile. He enjoyed the quiet moments. The great view around him filled him with strong feelings, like listening to beautiful music. Later they went down 2,000 feet on the other side of the mountains. They made camp at almost 10,000 feet above sea level. No plants grew there. Gonzalez tried to boil potatoes over a fire made from the thick roots of a wild plant. But the potatoes stayed hard and cold. After an hour, he shouted to the mule driver about the pot Charles had brought for the trip.
"This cursed pot will not boil the potatoes."
Charles made a bed between the horse cloths. His head hurt because they were so high in the mountains. Around midnight he woke up and saw clouds in the sky. He shook the mule driver. "Is there danger of a storm?" he asked.
The mule driver looked at the sky. There is no thunder. There is no lightning. It cannot be very bad.
At the first light of morning, Gonzalez and the mule driver gathered more roots for the fire. They warmed the dried meat a little and also the beans. Their mate drink was only a little warm. Then they traveled to the bottom of the Portillo Mountains. The climb became long and difficult again. They passed between steep red granite hills shaped like cones. Many sharp rocks stood close to the narrow path. The cargo mules could hardly pass through them. The men had to take some supplies from the saddlebags to make them flat. This place in the Andes was called Portillo because the path went through a narrow opening high in the mountains. When they reached the top, a cloud covered them. Small pieces of frozen ice fell on them like sharp needles. They felt better when they went down again. There were plants there and a good place to camp under large rocks. Later the clouds moved away. The full moon and the stars shone very brightly in the clear mountain air. The air was very dry. The bread and sugar became hard. When Charles took out his hammer, he was surprised. The wooden handle had become smaller because of the dry air. The journey down the east side of the mountains was difficult. After that, they reached flat land. In the next days, they crossed a low wet area and a dry plain on the road north to the city of Mendoza. The mules traveled 42 miles to Estacado. On the second day, they traveled 51 miles. The dry plain was hot and boring, but on the second evening, they saw green gardens around the village of Luxon. To the south, a dark red-brown cloud rose into the sky. Gonzalez thought it was smoke from a grass fire on the plains. Charles understood that it was a huge group of locusts. He believed they moved at 10 to 15 miles an hour. The insects filled the sky from low above the ground to very high in the air. The sound of the locusts was like a strong wind. The sky looked dark because of them. When the locusts landed, the green fields became red-brown. They ate every leaf from the trees. The three men watched the villagers light fires. The people shouted and waved branches to push the insects away with smoke. But the locusts ate all the plants and crops. Luxon was a small but pleasant town at the southern end of a rich farming area. Charles rented a room in a house. Some hours later, he woke up and felt disgusted. A large black insect was on his hand. It was a benchuca from the pampas. The soft insect had no wings and was about an inch long. It moved slowly on his hand and drank his blood. In 10 minutes, the insect changed from thin to fat. Charles felt no pain. Instead, he became very interested. He wondered how long the blood would keep the insect full. Maybe 2 weeks. Maybe a month. Then he crushed the insect and pushed it away. After that, he went back to sleep. The next day, he found another live insect. He fixed it on cotton and put it inside one of his small boxes. After 2 days of rest, and after eating a lot of watermelon and peaches, the small mule group started the trip back to Santiago. They were still high above sea level, but the sun was very strong on their backs. As they traveled, fine dust filled the air. Again, they had to cross a mountain range. It was the Uspallata Range. The land there was dry and had no fresh water. From the top of the ridge, Charles saw many different colors in the rocks. Some rocks were white, red, purple, and green. Black lava was mixed between them. There were also broken layers of rock beside hills of brown and light purple stone. These were the first mountains he had seen that looked like a colored geology picture. The next morning, a very strong wind blew dust everywhere. It became hard to put saddles on the mules. For once, the animals did not want to follow the madrina. By evening, they reached the Rio de las Vacas. People knew this river as the hardest muddy river in the mountains. The water moved down very fast, and the mules could not cross it easily. The mule driver said they should camp beside the river. He wanted to wait until 1 hour after sunrise. At that time, the river was calmer. Then they crossed the river safely. The next day, Charles spent much time studying rocks. He found many shell fossils in the ground. He decided that, long ago, the Andes Mountains were volcanic islands covered with forests. He found tree trunks in the rocks. One tree was 15 feet around. The wood had turned to stone and was inside old sea rocks. The mountains had risen very slowly. Later, the weather became very dry. He thought a large part of the mountains became formed after people first came to South America. Maybe it happened 10,000 or 20,000 years ago. He believed this idea was correct. At last they took the high road to Santiago. They crossed the Cuesta de Chacabuco. That night they stayed in the quiet village of Colina. Charles woke up feeling cold and shaking at different times. His body and skin both felt strange. This time he had not drunk bad wine. He had eaten almost the same food during the whole trip. He also had not drunk dirty water.
He asked Gonzalez, "Have you seen other people become sick in this place?"
Maybe a black bug bites and drinks blood, Gonzalez answered. Many people in Luxon are sick all the time.
Charles counted the days in his mind. The benchuca bug had bitten him 2 weeks earlier. He thought the sickness could have started after that time. For the next 2 days, he could not enjoy the journey. He did not look closely at anything. He felt sad because he could not make the observations he wanted. But when he arrived in Santiago at midday on April 10th, he already felt better. He decided to stay one more day at Mr. Caldclure's house. He wanted to make sure he was fully well before he traveled to Valparaiso.
Back in Valparaiso, he said to Richard Caulfield, the journey was worth the trouble. But it will take 100 men and 100 years to understand those hard mountains.
He wrote to Susan that this was the best journey he had made since leaving England, but it had cost a lot of money. He also wrote that he felt very happy because this trip was a great ending to all his geology work in South America. He wrote that a geologist could clearly see signs of very strong natural force. The rock layers on the highest mountain tops were broken and pushed around in every direction. During the next days, he cut his hair and pressed his clothes. He had his laundry cleaned. He bought alcohol for his specimens. He also bought more tools and medicines. Despite the long journey and his long illness, he felt very healthy. His cheeks were red, and his eyes were bright with success. Like many men, he never really looked at his whole face in the mirror when he shaved. He only looked at the small places where he used the razor. One day, he saw his face clearly in the large mirror of the guest room. He turned and looked carefully. Then he understood that he no longer had the face of the young man who had left Plymouth. His face looked older and stronger. His eyes no longer looked innocent. His mouth had a firm shape now, and his nose looked better with the rest of his face. His hair had started to grow thinner at the front. This made his forehead look stronger. His chin was now full and strong. I have changed, he thought. I did not see it happen day by day. I have become a man. But what kind of man am I? HMS Beagle returned to Valparaiso. Charles went on board and found letters from home. He read the news eagerly. Even his oldest sister, Marianne, had sent a few words for him. She had married Dr. Henry Parker when Charles was 15. She did not write a full letter, but she added a short note to Caroline's letter. She wrote that she had not forgotten him. One sentence in Caroline's letter made Charles hurry to the captain's cabin. He opened the door quickly without knocking. Fitzroy looked at him with surprise. Charles spoke at once. "You have a promotion," he said. "My sister saw it in a London newspaper. Now we know the Admiralty values your maps and charts very much."
Fitzroy's face became red. He held the arm of his chair tightly. After a moment, he spoke with excitement. "This is very good news, Darwin," he said. "It means the Admiralty is no longer angry with me. My mistakes with the Adventure and the schooners are forgiven now. I do not need to fear that I hurt Captain Beaufort or made enemies in the hydrographic office."
His eyes shone with happiness. His sadness seemed far away. Charles prepared the newest group of things to send home. He filled one box with his soft specimens and packed them carefully. He filled another box with rock samples. During his last journey, he had collected many more rocks. Without strong proof, he did not think people would believe his ideas about the Andes. They sailed 1,200 miles north to Lima with a steady wind. The sea was calm during the trip. Charles used the quiet days to write about the rocks and land he had studied. He worked for 13 days. When they reached Callao, the port near Lima, he was happy to see land again. But the town disappointed him. It was dirty and poorly built. Bad smells filled the air. Peru was always in trouble at that time. Different military groups fought to control the country. Mr. Belford Hinton Wilson was the British Consul General. He was about 40 years old and always dressed very well. He warned Charles carefully.
"Do not go ashore alone," he said. "Do not travel into the countryside by yourself. Not long ago, Lord Clinton, a Frenchman, and I went riding. Some soldiers attacked us, but they were really robbers. They stole everything from us. We came back wearing only our underwear. The robbers carried the Peruvian flag. They shouted, 'Long live Peru,' and then asked for our jackets. They shouted about freedom and told us to take off our trousers.
Charles laughed loudly. I read that Lima is small but beautiful, he said. How can I go there? I must see the city.
There is a coach with guards, Wilson answered. It goes there twice each day. I will go with you.
10 days later, Charles arrived in Lima. The city stood on a flat plain near the sea. He found the city old and damaged. The streets had no paving and were very dirty. There was little business in the city. He saw only a few carriages, carts, and cargo animals. But there were many beautiful churches. The consul general held a dinner party for him. The English and European people there were intelligent and liked reading. Most of all, Charles admired the young women. Their dresses fit closely, so they walked with small, careful steps. He noticed their white silk stockings and pretty shoes. They also wore black silk veils around their heads. The veils covered almost all of the face except one eye.
But that eye is so dark and bright, Charles said to Wilson. It shows so much feeling.
Stay here and marry one of them, Wilson said.
I cannot do that, Charles answered. But my sisters write that many beautiful English girls are getting married. Perhaps none will be left for me when I return home. Suddenly he wanted the company of a young woman very much. He wanted to hold a warm hand and look into a kind face. He had been away almost 4 years. It was a long time to live only with men and without the care and love of women.
He was excited about visiting the Galápagos Islands. People also called them the Islands of the Tortoises. The islands got this name because of the giant tortoises there.
Long ago, Bishop Bolonga discovered the islands by accident. The King of Spain had sent him on a journey. His ship stopped moving because there was no wind. Then it slowly drifted 600 miles from South America until it reached the volcanic islands.
Charles told John Stokes about his excitement.
I really want to climb an active volcano, he said.
After the bishop's visit, no sailing ship went near the Galapagos for 150 years. Still, map makers showed the islands on maps in 1587. Most sailors stayed away from the islands. The reefs around them were dangerous. The islands also looked strange and lonely in the Pacific Ocean. Later, whalers and sea robbers discovered fresh water there. They also found thousands of giant tortoises. The tortoises could stay alive for months on ships. Sailors kept them on the lower decks for fresh meat. After that, many ships traveled to the islands. Sailors even made a simple post office there. They used a barrel placed inside a tree. Sailors left letters there. The next ship going to the right country carried the mail home. They sailed 1,000 miles in 8 days. Everyone watched carefully for land. Then the lookout shouted from the top of the mast.
Small island straight ahead, sir.
He saw the top of Mount Pitt at the end of Chatham Island. As the wind and sea carried the ship forward, more hills came into view. They stopped for a short time at Hood's Island. A whaleboat went down into the water. Mr. Chaffers and Midshipman Mellish went to look for safe places to anchor. At a cove near Chatham, another whaleboat was lowered. Lieutenant Sulan led 10 sailors. They went to make maps of the central islands in this group of 18 old volcanic islands. The weather was very hot under the strong sun near the equator. The men took off their heavy clothes because of the heat. At first, Charles thought the islands looked empty and lonely. He saw black lava hills with smooth sides. Dry bushes and small trees covered the land. But his unhappy feelings soon ended. When HMS Beagle anchored in St. Stephen's Harbour near Chatham Island, he saw many fish in the bay. Sharks and turtles lifted their heads out of the water. Charles dropped his fishing line into the sea with the other sailors. Very quickly, he caught large fish. Some were 2 or 3 feet long. The heavy fish moved across the deck. After the midday meal, he went ashore with King and Stokes. The day was very hot. The black lava reminded him of Annie's stove at the Mount. He was surprised by the many reptiles living on the lava. There were large tortoises with hard shells. Their small heads came out from thick short necks. He also saw dark creatures lying on the rocks. Thousands lay together in large groups. "These ugly black lizards are terrible to look at," he said. "They are as black as the lava under them. I did not know they were alive until I came very close."
Stokes looked uneasy at the strange sight. "I heard people call them creatures of darkness," he said.
Charles turned away and did not try to catch one. He liked looking for plants more. He climbed the side of an old volcano and collected 10 different plant specimens. "These plants are small and ugly," he said. "Professor Henslow may think I collected them in a cold country, not in the tropics." The plants also smelled bad. What pleased him most that first day was the many different birds. He had never seen these species before.
"Everything is new and different," he said. "My bird expert friends in England will be very happy."
The birds were not afraid of people. King killed one bird with his hat. Charles pushed a large hawk from a branch. The next day brought more surprises at another anchorage near Chatham. Bright red crabs covered the black rocks near the shore. Sea lions filled the sandy places. They made loud sounds at each other and then swam through the sea.
"The island looked dead from far away," Charles said. "But there is such a great variety of life here."
He and Stokes walked to the top of a large, low crater. To the north, they saw many small black cones. Charles said these were old openings where hot melted rock once came from under the ground. He used his hammer to study the rocks. Soon he understood that this volcano had once been under the sea. He broke off pieces of hard sandstone made from volcanic dust. Every day in the Galápagos brought new adventures. The Beagle moved from island to island and studied the land. They visited Chatham, James, Charles, Narborough, and Albemarle. Albemarle had very high volcanic mountains. Its east side was black with lava. The land was dry and empty. Many small craters stood around the larger volcanoes where the black lava had flowed. Charles often carried his bedroll and a tent onto the islands. One or more sailors went with him. They camped near a poor little spring in a small valley. They walked across black sand that was hard to cross even with thick boots. They also crossed brown sand. When they put a thermometer into it, the heat reached 137 degrees. That was as high as the thermometer could show. On James Island, they made a long walk. They traveled about 6 miles and climbed to 2,000 feet. The land was very hot and dry. The trees were low, twisted, and almost without leaves. Still, they were larger than the trees he had seen before. At 3,000 feet, they found the only water on the island. Clouds stayed over the high land. Water from the clouds gathered on the trees and fell like rain. The cool air and water felt very good. Sometimes they made wet landings on narrow beaches. They rolled their trousers above their knees. They tied their shoes around their necks and put their socks inside the shoes. Then they climbed from the whaleboat after a wave passed. They walked through water that reached high on their legs. Carefully, they crossed pumice rocks and small stones. At other times, they climbed steep lava cliffs. They held onto small cracks in the rock with their fingers and toes. The crew often brought back 10 or 15 giant tortoises each day. Charles and Sims tried to lift one. The huge animal only made a strong hissing sound. Then it pulled in its head and slowly moved away. Charles stood on the hard shell of the tortoise. Still, the animal kept moving.
"In fact," he said with a grin, "he hardly noticed. I wonder how old he is. People say these animals can live for hundreds of years. This cactus they eat may be the reason."
The geology of the islands was interesting and enjoyable. Craters of many sizes stood everywhere. Some were so small that they looked like model craters. There were layers of volcanic sandstone. There were black lava streams that looked rough and ugly. There were also wide fields of lava with large shining crystals inside. Most lava streams had no plants growing on them. Their age could be guessed by the amount of plant life nearby. Charles believed every plant and tree was either flowering or covered with leaves. Brown was the main color across the land. Some craters formed high hills. Higher up, the land became greener. In the valleys on the high ground, cool winds from the south often blew. Charles explored black crater cones that looked like factory chimneys in Wolverhampton. He also studied large round pits. He believed these pits formed from gas when the lava was still liquid.
He spoke with joy. It is always wonderful to see something that you only knew before from books and descriptions.
One night, he slept on the beach. The next day, he walked around the island and collected many things. He gathered black volcanic rocks and dark volcanic dust. He found old shells and insects. He could describe the insects, but he did not know their names. He also collected cactus plants, bushes, and birds. At first, he did not like the marine iguana. Later, he admired it. He watched it slide into the sea to find food. It escaped from sharks and came back to rest in the hot sun. Under the strong tropical sun, Charles's hair became golden red. In the cold land of Tierra del Fuego, his hair had looked much darker. The islands were more beautiful than he expected. The sky and sea were bright blue. Many birds lived there. There were frigate birds with large orange or red throat pouches. There were penguins and blue-footed boobies with white faces. He also saw cormorants that could not fly because their wings were too small. There were albatrosses, gulls, herons, finches, and many other birds. Small seals played in pools near the shore. Large male sea lions climbed onto flat rocks. Their females gathered around them. Sea turtles dug holes in the sand and laid eggs there. Some birds left eggs in small nests on hard lava ground. Others nested high on rough cliffs. The giant tortoises looked strange and ancient. Charles listened to the sounds of birds and reptiles. He thought about the great variety of life. He saw many kinds of fish and sea animals. High above the shore, green plants grew in the thin soil. There were mangrove trees and other plants. Tall cactus trees stood across the land. Some cactus plants had thick branches and large flat leaves. In some places, seawater burst from holes in the rocks like fountains. Under the sea, huge cliffs went deep into the ocean. There were round lakes and cliffs shaped by wind and water into unusual forms. The many kinds of fish amazed him. Along the shore, he saw red crabs, starfish, sea urchins, sand dollars, and sea cucumbers. Everything shone under the white heat of the sun. He found only one volcano that was still active. Smoke rose from it. When he climbed to the top, he saw no fire and no flowing lava. Charles understood that the islands had not formed at the same time. Each island had many old lava flows from different volcanoes. Some lava had reached the sea. The islands looked wild and strange. There were many volcanoes and rich life in the sea, sky, and on the beaches. To Charles, it seemed as if God had made these islands while still testing ideas for the world. Later, the ship HMS Beagle stopped in a small bay on Charles Island. There, Charles began to understand the true importance of the Galápagos Islands. Part of this understanding came from his own work. He studied finches from 2 different islands. He noticed that their beaks had different shapes. Another part came from Nicholas Lawson. Lawson was the British governor of the islands. Ecuador had claimed the islands only a few years earlier. The sun had made Lawson's face and hair red. He loved the islands because of their black cliffs, clear water, and many animals. Lawson was visiting a whaling ship at the port. He offered to take Charles to a small settlement in the center of the island. About 200 people lived there. Ecuador had sent them away because of political crimes. During the 4-mile walk, they followed a path of dark volcanic stone. Along the way, they passed several giant tortoises. The animals moved very slowly.
Lawson said, "I can tell which island a tortoise comes from just by looking at it."
Charles stopped walking. "Do you mean that each island has its own kind of tortoise?" he asked.
There is no doubt about it, Mr. Darwin, Lawson answered. I learned this more than a year ago. The tortoises from different islands have different shells. Some shells are higher and rounder. Some have different shapes at the front and back. Their shell colors and thickness are also different. The tortoises do not all grow to the same size. Some have longer necks and legs.
Charles was very surprised. Why do they change in these ways? He asked.
Lawson spoke in a rough voice from the strong sun. I do not know, Mr. Darwin. I only know what I can see.
The puzzle stayed in Charles's mind. It stayed there like small plants that caught in Finch's fur when he walked beside the River Severn. For many hours, he stayed with Lawson in the small village of grass roof houses. The homes stood on poles. Near them were small fields with sweet potatoes and plantains. Still, Charles could not stop thinking about the different tortoises. He sat on a log near a natural spring where the turtles and tortoises drank water. Fresh water was rare on the islands. The lava rock could not hold rainwater. Some of the large old animals walked slowly up to the spring with their necks stretched forward. Others were leaving after drinking. Charles watched them closely. Their heads went deep into the water as they drank large mouthfuls. I have made a mistake, he thought. I put animals from different islands together without marking where they came from. The finches have different beaks. The tortoises have different shells. I must be very careful now. I must mark every collection from each island clearly. Then I can compare them. I can learn if the birds, lizards, and plants change from island to island. This may be the most important discovery of my journey. Why are they different? That is the real question. The Beagle stayed near the Galápagos for 36 days. Charles spent 20 days on land. The land iguanas were 2 or 3 feet long. Their scales showed yellow, pink, and purple colors. They looked ugly, but also beautiful. There were so many holes in the ground where they lived that the men sometimes could not find a place for their tents. These large lizards ate berries and leaves. They often climbed trees for food. They also ate wet cactus plants instead of drinking water. Day after day, Charles collected plants and animals. There were more than 25 kinds of land birds. He felt sure many had never been identified before. Every plant was in flower because it was the flowering season. There were rough grasses, cactus plants, moss, ferns, and plants that grew well near salt water. Whale boats went to other islands to make maps. One boat was led by Chaffers and Mellish. Another was led by Lieutenant Sulan. The men collected many things for Charles. They brought back small tortoises, snakes, and birds. There were gulls, buzzards, owls, boobies, warblers, doves, and many kinds of finches. They also collected many plants. Charles had explained carefully what to do. The men kept the animals and plants from each island in separate bags. The Beagle had serious trouble only once. They did not have enough water. A spring near the shore had been covered by sea waves. Everyone received only half the normal amount of water. On Albemarle Island, Charles climbed a crater. At the bottom he saw a round blue lake with clear water. Bright green plants grew around it. He climbed down the dusty inside wall of the crater. Dust filled his mouth and throat. At the lake, he picked up water with his hand. But the water was salty like sea water. It reminded him of Port San Julian when he tried to find water for Captain Fitzroy, who had been very weak and thirsty. An American whaling ship saved them. Its officers kindly gave them 3 barrels of water and a bucket of onions as a gift.
Captain Fitzroy thanked the Americans. Then he said to Charles, "This is not the first time Americans have been very kind to us. Sometimes they are even kinder than our own countrymen."
Charles answered, "What I liked most, Captain, was the warm way they offered their help."
"I wonder if they dislike the English as much as many English dislike them," Fitzroy said.
When Charles first went onto Chatham Island, Lieutenant Wickham asked, "What does this island feel like?"
Charles answered, "It feels like the farming parts of a terrible place." Now he had returned to the same idea. Every island he visited was full of beautiful wild animals and plants. Only the giant tortoises were fewer because whaling ships and pirate ships had taken many away. All the other living things were still there. People had not changed them. They had grown naturally for millions of years after the islands rose from the sea. Charles did not know another place like this in the world. Here, nature still looked new and untouched. Life had started long ago after the islands were formed by volcanoes under the ocean. Then, very slowly over many ages, animals and plants came to live there. But one question stayed in his mind. Why did each island have its own different kinds of animals and plants? And how had this happened? This time the Pacific Ocean was calm and gentle. Strong winds carried HMS Beagle from the Galápagos Islands to Tahiti in less than 4 weeks. The ship traveled about 150 miles each day across the blue sea. It was a happy time for everyone. Charles wrote notes about the plants, birds, and reptiles from the Galápagos. He also thought deeply about where the animals of the islands had first come from. After dinner each evening, Charles and Fitzroy read books together. They wanted to learn about English missionaries in the South Pacific. One book supported the missionaries. Another book stayed neutral. A third book strongly criticized the effect of white men on the native people.
At sunrise on November 15th, Charles stood on deck to see Tahiti for the first time. He saw sunshine, warm water, and soft winds. He wrote that Tahiti would always be important to travelers in the South Seas.
HMS Beagle stopped in Matavai Bay. Flags hung across the ship from front to back. Charles looked at the rich green land and the sharp mountains rising high behind it like a giant wall. The local people welcomed them warmly. They led the visitors to the home of the missionary for the area. Later, Charles walked along narrow paths under cool shade. Small lighthouses stood among the trees.
"This must be paradise," he said. "Can paradise really exist here on Earth?"
The only farmland was near the bottom of the mountains. A coral reef protected the area from the sea. Charles walked through trees filled with bananas, coconuts, oranges, breadfruit, and guava. Between the trees grew yams, sugar cane, sweet potatoes, and pineapples. That afternoon the captain cleared the ship's deck. Tahitian men came out in long narrow boats to sell goods. Soon the ship became loud and busy like a market. They brought pigs, shells, fruit, fish hooks, and cloth.
When someone wanted to buy something, the men shouted, $1. $1.
They did not want English money. They only wanted American silver coins. Everything cost the same amount. A pig cost $1, and a fish hook also cost $1. The men wore loose cloth instead of trousers. Charles thought they were the finest men he had ever seen. They were tall and strong with wide shoulders. Their skin had a golden brown color, and their bodies were well shaped. They had small tattoos on their skin. The patterns followed the shape of their bodies in a beautiful way. One tattoo looked like palm leaves. Another looked like part of a Greek column. Lines ran from the back around the sides of the body. Charles knew his ideas were imaginative. Still, he thought the tattoos decorated the men like climbing plants on a fine tree. He remembered the painted people of Tierra del Fuego. Then he spoke to John Dring, a bird collector who had joined the ship after Rowlett left. "These men only need to pick fruit from the trees and take fish and prawns from the reefs," Charles said. "To me they seem very lucky."
Dring had gone ashore that morning to buy pigs and fruit. He stopped for a moment before he answered. "Then why are the Tahitian women not beautiful too?" he asked. "They look quite plain to me. That surprises me."
The next morning Charles climbed a mountain nearby. He used his hammer to study the rocks and think about how the mountain had formed. Later he visited the missionary to ask for the names of 2 guides. The guides could take him and Sims deeper into the mountains for several days. While he was there, Charles asked the calm blonde missionary what effect the missionaries had on the local people.
They were pagans, the missionary answered. They wore very little clothing. They may have practiced human sacrifice.
We gave them clothes and made them Christians. We taught them rules about men and women. We stopped them from drinking ava juice because it made people drunk. We taught them English and how to read the Bible. We stopped their old dancing and singing, except for church songs. Are they happy about this?
I think so, Sims answered. You can see they are kind and friendly people. They come to church every Sunday. That is enough proof.
Sims packed food, a bottle of strong drink, and blankets. Then they started their journey. The 2 young guides wore only loincloths. They tied the heavy bag and the blankets to each end of a long pole. They carried it across their shoulders and took turns. The island was full of mountains. The only way into the center was through the river valleys. They walked through the forest beside the river. Soon the valley became narrow. The mountain sides became steeper. After 4 hours of climbing, they came to a very narrow ravine with high rock walls.
Sims said, "This is bad. We cannot go farther."
"No, Sims," Charles answered. "The guides say they can take us to the top."
The older guide called out, "We can do it. Look there. We use the ledges and the rope."
The Tahitians climbed the rock walls easily. Then they helped Charles and Sims climb up to ledges covered with wild bananas and other tropical plants. After that, they climbed higher to thin mountain ridges with deep ravines below. They climbed a very high cliff. Then they reached a beautiful mountain gorge. Late in the afternoon, they came to a flat place and made camp. Earlier, Charles had told the guides that they must find their own food and clothing.
The guide smiled and said, "Our skin is our clothes. There is plenty of food in the mountains."
The Tahitians jumped into the river with a net. They chased fish and prawns into small corners in the water. Then they came out with many fish. They wrapped fish and banana pieces in fresh leaves. They made a fire with sticks. Then they put 20 small stones on the fire. After that, they placed the leaf parcels between the hot stones. They covered everything with earth so no smoke or steam could escape. Then they made a tablecloth from banana leaves. They opened coconuts and used them as cups for fresh river water. Charles offered them his bottle of strong drink.
The guides quickly put a finger to their mouths and whispered, "Missionary."
Before they ate, the 2 island men knelt down and said Christian prayers. "What does the mountain have for dessert?"
"Tea. We cut the root."
The tea root was very sweet. After the meal, Sims spread out their blankets. They walked beside the stream to a waterfall and then came back. Soon they slept in shelters made from banana leaves. Their guides had built the shelters before night came. On Sunday morning, Fitzroy asked Charles and some officers to go with him to church in Papeete. First they listened to a service in the Tahitian language. Mr. Pritchard led the service. He was the main missionary on the island. After that, they attended a service in English. Charles thought Mr. Pritchard was educated, sensible, and kind. He also met another missionary named Mr. Knott. Mr. Knott had lived in Tahiti for 40 years. He was finishing a translation of the Bible into Tahitian. Charles thought he was a kind man and a devoted scholar. Charles said to Captain Fitzroy, "Kotzebue was wrong when he spoke badly about the missionaries. Now I support them." After enough church services, Charles hired a canoe and several men. He spent the rest of the day studying the coral reefs around the lagoon. The coral looked like beautiful flowers. The reef stretched for many miles. Captain James Cook had found only one entrance through the reef in 1769. The Tahitian men jumped into the water from the canoe. They happily broke off large pieces of coral for Charles to study. To Charles, the coral reef seemed like one of nature's greatest creations. The living things there had many different shapes and sizes. There were sponges, star shapes, flower shapes, and coral that looked like deer horns. Some looked like pipes, fans, necklaces, or roses. Others looked like trees, tubes, carpets, or dark stone. Many forms had no clear name at all. Every shape the mind could imagine seemed to exist there. The coral also had many colors. There was white, yellow, pink, blue, green, red, purple, black, and many mixed colors between them. The reefs looked as beautiful as a large flower garden. When Charles returned to HMS Beagle, he labeled the coral samples. Then he wrote in his diary, "I think people still know very little about coral islands and reefs," he wrote. "Much has been written, but there are still many questions." Then he opened the second volume of Lyell's Principles of Geology. The book had reached him in Montevideo in 1832. He read a passage that said the round coral islands of the Pacific might be the tops of underwater volcanoes. The edges and centers of the volcanoes had later become covered with coral. But Charles now felt sure about one thing. Charles Lyell was wrong. The coral reefs had formed in a different way. Before he returned home, he wanted to discover how that process worked. The officers and crew felt happy when they left Tahiti and sailed toward New Zealand. The island had lived up to its famous name. The people had been warm and friendly. They also worked hard when needed. John Stokes had stayed with a Tahitian family and enjoyed it. Captain Fitzroy had successfully collected the $3,000 that Commodore Mason in Valparaiso had asked him to recover. The money was connected to the robbery of the British ship HMS Truro in 1831. Charles now felt deeply interested in finding an answer to Lyell's ideas about coral reefs. After a pleasant dinner of fresh pork and Tahitian potatoes, Fitzroy leaned back in his chair. He stretched and yawned.
"Philos, you have worked on your journal for 4 years," he said. "You have never shown me any of it. Would you like me to read some parts?"
The captain's steward cleared the table. Charles placed the later parts of his diary in front of Fitzroy. Then he lay on a divan and read Playfair and Hutton's Theory of the Earth. The book was one of several that his brother Erasmus had sent to Valparaiso. About an hour later, Fitzroy stood up from the table. A pleased smile lit his serious face.
"You have kept a very good record of our voyage, my dear Darwin," he said. "I think it should be published."
Charles quickly stood up from the divan. He saw that the captain truly meant his words. Susan had liked his journal and told him to publish it. But family members often praised each other. His sisters read his journal because they missed him and wanted news from the voyage. They were happy to read about his adventures and hoped he would return home safely. Still, they were not expert judges of books. Praise from Captain Fitzroy felt very different. The captain had read many travel books from around the world. Charles wrote the journal to keep careful notes about the voyage. He never truly planned to publish it. Then he said, "For 4 years, I lived close to the bookshelves in our cabin. I could almost name the books in the dark from my hammock. Was it foolish to think that maybe I could also write a good and true travel book?" He knew Captain Fitzroy was already preparing his own book about the voyage. The Admiralty had expected this before the Beagle left Plymouth. The captain's book would become an important part of sea history. But what about Charles Darwin's book? He was only 26 years old. He had joined the voyage at the last moment as a young naturalist who still had much to learn. "After all, I am only an amateur," he thought. "I have never written anything except letters to my family and friends." Then another thought came to him. He asked, "Captain, may I read some parts of your journal now?"
"Yes, that is fine," Fitzroy answered.
Fitzroy unlocked a drawer in his desk and took out a thick manuscript.
Please read it here in the cabin, he said. Tell me when you finish, so I can lock it away again.
While the captain worked outside, Charles sat alone for almost 2 hours. At first, he thought, he writes very well. I must tell him that. But he did not tell Fitzroy everything he thought. When the captain returned and locked the manuscript away, Charles stayed quiet about some things. To him, the journal did not feel lively enough. The writing also seemed narrow in interest. Later that night, Charles lay in his hammock and thought about Captain Fitzroy. For the last year, we have lived together very peacefully, he thought. In 4 years, we only had 2 serious arguments. That is surprising in such a small ship. He is an unusual and noble man. But he also has a difficult temper. He knows this very well and tries hard to control it. Sometimes I wonder what kind of future he will have. In some situations, he could become very successful. In others, I fear he may become very unhappy. They left Tahiti on November 26th. As the 5th Christmas on the ship came near, everyone missed home. Captain Fitzroy felt this strongly, and Charles felt the same. The sea was rough, and the ship moved hard against the waves. Charles felt very sick. He tried to draw carefully on a chart table that moved up and down under him. He said to Stokes, "Before this, my love for geology and my seasickness were equal. Now we are getting closer to home. In my mind, all my happy thoughts are already in Shrewsbury, even if I will not arrive for 8 more months." There was still a long journey ahead, but the most difficult part of their work was finished. Soon they found good winds. After 25 days, they saw New Zealand far away. On December 21, 1835, they safely reached the Bay of Islands. Through his telescope, Charles saw green hills. The land looked smooth and quiet. Long pieces of land reached into the bay like arms. Only one canoe came near the ship. Several silent natives were inside. Their faces were covered with dark tattoos. The marks went from the chin to the forehead in lines, circles, and curved shapes.
Not a pleasant sight, Lieutenant Wickham said. He never liked spending time near land.
3 whaling ships stood in the harbour. Farther away, Charles saw small clean houses with flowers around them.
It looks English to me, Fitzroy said. But I hear the natives do not live in white houses with flower gardens.
Charles noticed that the hills had many terraces. After he went ashore, he learned these terraces were old defences. The Maori people of New Zealand were known as very fierce fighters. For many years, tribes fought each other and took prisoners as slaves. That evening Charles went ashore with Captain Fitzroy and a missionary named Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker had come to welcome them. While they travelled in the whaleboat, Mr. Baker spoke sadly.
He said some tribes inside the country had become Christian, but in Kororadika, the largest village in New Zealand, he had little success.
When they arrived, they saw that many English people there were escaped convicts from New South Wales.
Mr. Baker said quietly, "I am sorry to say this. These Englishmen are mostly bad men. Many drink too much and behave badly. People do not respect us missionaries."
At Mr. Baker's house, they asked if Richard Matthews could join his brother in northern New Zealand. After some discussion, the missionaries agreed. Charles was happy for Matthews. Matthews had felt lonely during almost 3 years on the Beagle. He was listed as a sailor, but he never truly found his place on the ship. Charles learned that some missionaries had bought land at Waimate to farm there. He asked if he could visit the place.
"Of course, dear boy," Mr. Baker said. "You will go part of the way by boat. Then you must walk for 4 hours to the farm. Take guides with you. There are very few clear paths in this wild country."
The British consul, Mr. Busby, took Charles to meet a chief who had once been a great warrior. The man's face was completely tattooed. Charles asked if 2 men could guide him.
The chief answered, I go. How many pounds you pay?
No pounds. $2.
$2. Very good.
They walked for a long time across volcanic ground. The land was not good for farming. Tall ferns and low bushes covered it. As they passed native villages, Charles saw dirty huts.
Mr. Baker had told him, they never wash themselves. They do not clean the things they use. That is not part of their way of life.
The natives seemed similar to the people Charles had seen in Tierra del Fuego. Charles could not understand why every part of their faces was tattooed. Their faces looked hard and still. Their eyes seemed clever and dangerous. But as Mr. Baker said, this was maybe not a good Christian thought. He said this to himself.
Maybe the cuts on their faces make them unable to do anything except look at people with hard eyes.
The land cleared by the missionaries looked very beautiful to Charles. There were fields of barley, wheat, and clover. In the gardens he saw many fruits and vegetables from England. There were kidney beans, cucumbers, rhubarb, apples, pears, gooseberries, currants, and hops. They also used gorse for fences and planted English oak trees. Late in the afternoon, he arrived at the home of Reverend Mr. Williams. A large group of people were drinking tea there. The English children were clean and wore nice holiday clothes. They talked happily like birds in trees. The lively scene made Charles think about Mayor Hall and his Wedgwood cousins. Tea was very important to English people. It helped bring them together. Everyone wanted to hear about the attempt to settle Richard Matthews in Tierra del Fuego. It was a failure, Charles said. He remembered the dangers and hard life Matthews had faced.
No, Williams cried. It was the first step. It was like our first step in New Zealand. Now, with God's help, we have succeeded better than we hoped.
The next day was market day in Waimate. The native people came with potatoes, corn, and pigs. They traded them for blankets, tobacco, and sometimes soap. The market was full of color and movement. Charles always enjoyed watching market days. The trip back to the Bay of Islands disappointed him. He found only a few birds in the woods. There were even fewer native animals. Back in Pahia, Charles went with Fitzroy to church services. Our 5th Christmas away from home, Charles said quietly.
And our last, Fitzroy answered softly. Next Christmas we will be in England.
On his last day in port, December 29, 1835, Charles took a long walk beside the river. There he saw the funeral of a chief's daughter. She had died 5 days earlier. The hut where she died had been burned down. Her body was placed between 2 upright canoes. Around them stood wooden images of native gods. Everything was painted red. The girl's hair lay at the bottom of the canoes. Her dress was fixed to the upright coffin. The dead girl's family had cut their faces, arms, and bodies. There was dry blood on them. The sight shocked Charles. New Zealand had not given Charles many rewards as a naturalist, but it gave him much to learn about people and their customs. The trip to Sydney Cove in New Holland, now called Australia, took 13 days. The harbour was beautiful. Large ships filled the water. Warehouses stood around the harbour like the ones in Plymouth. Philip King had just turned 18. He was full of joy. Sydney was the place where he was born. After 4 years away, he would see his father again. He would also see Captain King, his mother, and his brothers. He had not seen them for 10 years.
Charlie, you must help us save time, he said excitedly. Come to our home and meet my family.
Charles laughed. Do not worry, he said. I will stay with you for a few days after I make one trip into the interior. Everyone on the ship was happy when they dropped anchor in Sydney Cove. They believed many letters would be waiting for them. But when the small boat arrived from shore, there was not one letter for anyone on HMS Beagle. The officers and sailors felt deeply disappointed. Charles went back to Fitzroy's cabin with him. "In New Zealand I thought we were moving faster than the mail from England," Charles said sadly.
"It is a pity," Fitzroy answered. "But it means we will return to England several weeks sooner."
Late in the afternoon, Charles walked through the wide and clean streets of Sydney. He was surprised by how strong and solid the town looked. The homes were well built. The shops had many goods inside. The town reminded him of the areas outside London. Many large houses had just been finished. Many more were still being built. Sydney seemed very rich. As he walked, he saw carriages passing by. Servants in special clothes drove them. Amazing, he thought. Our colony is only 48 years old. It shows the strength of Britain. I feel proud that I was born an Englishman. His great happiness did not stay long. He hired a man and 2 horses to travel with him to the village of Bathurst. It was a rich farming area about 120 miles inland. The roads were good. He saw 2 large coaches like the ones he used in England. He also saw many places where people drank ale. Then he saw a group of convicts. They wore yellow and grey clothes. Chains were on their legs, and guards with guns watched them. The sight made him feel cold and uneasy. He learned that these prisoners had done small crimes in Australia. He also heard about many criminals sent from England to live in this new country. There were many of them, and people thought they could be dangerous. He looked again at the land around him. The trees and plants looked almost the same everywhere. There were open woods and thin grass on the ground. Sydney was a rich and busy city, so he was surprised that the countryside looked so dry and empty. At sunset, about 20 Aboriginal people walked past him. Each person carried spears. They wore only a little clothing, and some spoke a little English. They seemed friendly and cheerful. Charles walked to a strong young man and said, "If I give you a shilling, will you show me how well you can throw your spears?" He gave the coin to the young man. The group shouted happily. They almost never saw coins because they did not farm, keep sheep, or build houses and stay in one place. Instead, they traveled from place to place and lived by hunting wild animals. The young man shouted,
"Put cap."
One man ran ahead and placed a cap on a low tree branch. Then each man threw a spear very quickly. Every spear hit the cap.
"Very good," Charles said. "You throw spears very well. You earned my shilling."
He clapped his hands. The Aboriginal people clapped too. Then they went away laughing. That night he slept in a comfortable inn at Emu Ferry. It was 35 miles from Sydney. During the next days, he travelled to the Blue Mountains. He found that they were gentle hills, not high sharp mountains. He collected pieces of sandstone and put them in his bag. Eucalyptus trees stood beside the roads everywhere. Still, he saw no houses and no farms. That night he stayed at the Blackheath Inn. The next morning he walked 3 miles to Govet's Leap. From there he saw a wide forest below. Later he rode to Whalerwang Farm. The farm had 15,000 sheep. It also grew wheat for the convict workers. Charles carried a letter from the owner in Sydney to the farm manager.
"Why not stay the night?" the manager asked. "We can hunt kangaroos tomorrow morning."
"Thank you," Charles answered. "I would like very much to find a kangaroo and take a skin back to England." After supper Charles asked quietly, "Mr. Brown, are all your convict workers from England?"
"Yes, every one of them."
"I see there are no armed guards here."
"We do not need them. A few men run away, but most stay and finish their time. Then they become free men. Many start businesses and make a lot of money. Important society does not fully accept them, but they can buy what they want."
Charles did not catch a kangaroo. Still, he saw many animals and birds. He saw white cockatoos eating in a cornfield. He saw beautiful parrots, crows, and birds like magpies. Later, near evening, he saw the famous platypus. It was a rare animal that laid eggs. It had a large mouth and played in the water of a pond. He spent 10 days collecting wild animals and studying them. He thought often about the strange animals of Australia. There were platypuses, kangaroos, koalas, spiny anteaters, wombats, and bandicoots. He thought, a person who only believes his own ideas may say that 2 different creators made these animals. A geologist may say that the times of creation were very far apart, and that the creator rested between them. On the way back to Sydney, Captain King invited him to his home at Dunheved. It was 30 miles from the city. Captain King thanked Charles for being kind to Philip. Then he said that Philip wanted to leave the Navy and become a farmer with the family. Everyone in the family was very happy about this news.
Captain Fitzroy told me he read parts of your voyage journal, Captain King continued. He says it is very good. I am writing my own journal about the first Beagle voyage from 1826 to 1830, but my work goes slowly.
Captain Fitzroy also said that he might use some of Charles's work with his own work. Charles swallowed hard and said nothing. The next day, the King family took Charles to lunch at Parmetta. It was the home of King's brother-in-law. The house was very fine, even better than many houses in England. Many pretty young women were there. They wore beautiful dresses of light cloth and silk. When were you last in London?
Several young women answered together. Oh, we are Australians. We know nothing about England.
They did not seem interested in England at all. Back in Sydney, Charles learned more about the city. People strongly disagreed with each other about many things. Many servants were former prisoners. Their anger was still clear. Most conversations were about money and wool. Charles walked around the city. In the bookstores, he found only poor books. He also met the artist Conrad Martins. Martins had left the Beagle in Valparaiso because there was not enough room on the ship. Martins traveled by himself to Tahiti. There he made drawings for 7 weeks. Then he went to the Bay of Islands in New Zealand. In April 1835, he arrived in Sydney Harbour. The people there believed he was the first artist to show the beauty of the harbour. They welcomed him warmly and made him their official painter. Charles visited Martins at his comfortable house. Half of the house was a studio. Martins now looked more relaxed and confident. He put his arm around Charles's shoulder. 2 years earlier, he would not have done that.
I was sad to leave you and the Beagle, he said. But things became good for me here. My paintings sell well. The good families are very kind to me.
Charles walked around the studio. These paintings came from your Beagle sketches, he said. They are very good. Here are our 2 small boats in a large lagoon under a volcano with smoke. And here are our sails near Valparaiso. I should not spend money now, but I would love to take some of these watercolors home. This one shows the Beagle on land near the Santa Cruz River while the workers repaired the copper under the ship. And this one shows Tierra del Fuego. How much do they cost?
For you, Charles, my friend, a small price, Martins answered. 3 guineas each.
Done! Then Charles asked, why do you rarely paint people in your pictures? Martins thought for a moment.
I mostly like maps, land, and nature, he said. Sometimes I add people, but only as part of the scene.
I am from the family of Claude, the French painter. He once said that the people in his paintings came with the picture and did not cost extra. Just before HMS Beagle sailed for Hobart Town in Tasmania, Charles wrote to Professor Henslow. I must think about the future. It makes me very happy to know that in 8 months I will live quietly in Cambridge again. I was never made to travel. My thoughts are always in the past or the future. I cannot enjoy happiness now because I keep thinking about the future. That is as foolish as a dog dropping a real bone for its shadow. He also wrote to Cathy. I must confess something. Whenever I see a ship leaving for England, I feel a strong wish to run onto it. The last 4 months feel as long as the 2 years before them. There was never a ship as full of homesick men as the Beagle. We should feel ashamed.
Hobart Town was a wonderful place for a geologist. The first time Charles tried to climb Mount Wellington, which was 3,000 feet high, he failed. After many hours, he turned back because the forest was too thick. The next day he hired a guide. The guide took him up the wet side of the mountain. Dead trees and thick branches made the climb hard. It took 5.5 hours to reach the top. When he arrived there, he cried out,
"It was worth it! Every difficult step was worth it! Look at this land and these bright bays!"
He collected many rocks. Some were basalt that had once flowed as lava. Some were large pieces of greenstone. He also found yellow limestone with marks from leaves, plants, and trees that no longer existed. Bino saw him bent over his magnifying glass for a very long time.
He warned him, "Stand up when you hear 2, 4, 6, or 8 bells. Walk around the deck. If you do not, you will return to England with a bent back."
"Ben, look at this," Charles said. It came from a small quarry. It is the only record left of the plants that once grew in Tasmania.
Bino looked at the fossil leaves and plants through the magnifying glass. "How old are they?" he asked.
They are probably from the same age as the Silurian rocks in Europe. They are millions of years old. For 17 days they sailed through the Indian Ocean and mapped the south coast of Australia. During these long and quiet days at sea, Charles worked on his old geology notes. While he arranged them again, he saw that he needed to rewrite everything. Only then did he understand how hard it was to put his ideas into words. He complained to Sulan, "When I only describe things, writing is easy, but when I must explain my ideas clearly, it becomes very hard for me. I did not know this before."
Sulan was surprised. "I thought writing would be easy for you after 4 years of writing so much in your diary."
"Maybe nobody truly learns how to write well," Charles answered. "Maybe that is why there are so few great writers." Captain Fitzroy was also writing about the voyage. It was clear that he was becoming happier each day. One evening after supper, he said quietly,
"I look forward to this writing work."
"Perhaps that is because you do not have to send it to the hydrographer's office," Charles replied.
Fitzroy gave Charles one of his rare smiles. "Philos, I want you to read my last chapters. I would also like to read yours."
The two men exchanged their writing. Charles thought Fitzroy's style was simple and easy to read, though a little dull. Fitzroy returned Charles's pages.
"Darwin, these 200 pages are very well done. Much of it is very interesting."
Charles already knew what the captain would say.
"Now I want to make a suggestion to you," he said. "You can refuse if you do not like it."
"Your suggestions are always good, Captain."
"I think we should publish our journals together," the captain said. "I can organize your journal and join it with mine."
Captain King had been right. Charles felt a hard pain inside. His hopes quickly disappeared. This was the worst thing that could happen. His own book would disappear. The whole plan would become a mistake. Fitzroy's journal was already very long. It had about 500 pages. That was enough for a full book. If they added all of Charles's pages, the book would become too large. If they added only part of his journal, most of his work would disappear. No publisher would print a shorter version later. The main parts would already be in Fitzroy's book. There was another serious problem. The two journals were very different. Fitzroy wrote carefully about the ship and its work. He described maps, charts, and sea travel. His writing was important and useful, but not lively. Charles wrote in a warmer and more personal way. He wrote about many parts of science. He also wrote about the people he met and how they lived.
But Charles could not refuse the captain. Captain Fitzroy had invited him on the voyage. He had helped him, protected him, and given him freedom to collect many important things. Charles kept his face calm. He did not want Fitzroy to know his real thoughts. "Of course I agree, Captain," he said quietly. "If you want to use my materials, I am willing. And if you think the small details in my journal are good enough to publish."
"Thank you, Darwin," Fitzroy answered warmly. "I knew you would answer like this."
Later, Charles lay in his hammock with all his clothes on. He did not light the candle in the chart room. He felt cold. Was I false? He asked himself. Was I afraid? What else could I do and still act with honor? But he still had his geology book. That gave him some hope. Many naturalists traveled on ships around the world, but very few of them studied geology. In that field, he would have no competition. The geology book would help him forget the loss of his journal plans. He got up from the hammock and took off his clothes. "I wait with great worry for the day when Henslow reads my notes," he thought. "He will decide if they have real value. If he shakes his head and does not approve, then I will know I should leave science. Then science will no longer want me." For many days, I used all my strength for this work. King George Sound was a small new town with about 30 white houses. The land around it was dry and not very interesting. People there ate salted meat because there was little fresh food. The only interesting thing Charles found was a walk with Fitzroy to Bald Head. There they saw a group of stone trees standing upright where they had once grown.
"Strange," Fitzroy said. "You are the geologist. How do you explain a stone forest still standing like this?"
"Oh, nature changed it over a long time," Charles answered. "Give me an hour with my hammer." He thought carefully before he spoke again. Then he explained his idea to Fitzroy, who listened with interest. "Wind covered these trees with sand that had lime in it," he said. "Heavy rain carried the lime into the trees. Slowly the trees and roots became closed inside hard rock. Later the wood inside the rock became weak and disappeared. More lime filled the empty spaces and became hard. Then weather slowly removed the softer rock around them. Now we can see hard stone shapes of the trees and roots. They look exactly like a dead forest." Fitzroy looked very pleased.
"Philosopher, your friend Adam Sedgwick was right," he said. "You are still learning, but you are becoming a true geologist."
3 weeks later they reached the Keeling Islands. The ship sailed northwest across the Indian Ocean for 18 days. There Charles finally felt ready to call himself a professional scientist. For a long time, he had doubts about Lyell's idea about coral reefs. Lyell believed coral reefs grew around the tops of volcanoes under the sea. Charles thought this idea was too difficult to believe. Some lagoon islands were 30 miles wide. Charles could not believe a volcano crater under the sea could be so large. In Tahiti, he had seen coral reefs that went on for many miles. He believed no volcano edge could stretch such a long distance. Since his early studies in South America, he had tried to understand how coral reefs formed. He had many small ideas, but he still did not have one strong and complete theory. Now Charles found the answer. It was not only an idea in his mind. He now had real proof. Near one of the Keeling Islands, there was a low round coral reef beside a steep ocean wall. Captain Fitzroy made many tests in the water. He used a lead weight with soft tallow on it. At depths under 60 feet, the tallow always came back with marks from living coral polyps. The marks were very clear. It looked as if the lead had touched grass on the ground. This showed that the polyps were alive there. At greater depths, Charles saw fewer coral marks on the tallow. At the same time, more sand stuck to it. Between 120 feet and 180 feet, the tallow showed only smooth sand at the bottom.
Captain, can we test the water again between 30 and 60 feet?
Charles asked excitedly. For several hours they tested the water and wrote notes. At last the truth became clear. Coral polyps could only build reefs down to 180 feet. This meant that every coral reef or atoll must first have had land or rock under the sea. That base had to be close enough to the surface for the polyps to grow on it. Charles understood something important. Living coral reefs could grow for hundreds or even thousands of miles. They could grow as long as there was land or a sunken mountain under the water. Billions of tiny polyps built on top of each other through many thousands of years. In this way they formed huge reefs and lagoons around islands and bays. Charles had seen places like this at Papeete and the Keeling Islands. He had also read about Bow Atoll and Menchikoff Island. He now believed that coral reefs did not grow on volcanic craters under the sea. Instead, they grew on mountains that had once stood above the ocean. Over time, the mountains slowly sank. As they went down, the coral kept growing upward. "I'm sorry about Lyle," Charles said to Captain Fitzroy. "But when I return to London, I must tell him that his volcano idea is wrong now."
I can also tell him other things I have learned about coral polyps.
His face became red with excitement. He counted on his fingers.
First, corals can only live in warm water. Second, they grow best on the side with strong wind and waves. The waves bring them food. Third, loose sand and dirt in the water are bad for growing corals. Fourth, they cannot live in fresh water. Fifth, reefs are made from different kinds of coral. They have different shapes, sizes, and colors because sea conditions are different.
The eighth wonder of the world.
Yes, Captain. The pyramids seem very small beside these huge mountains of stone. Tiny soft animals built all of this.
Later they stopped at Mauritius during their long trip across the Indian Ocean. Mauritius had once belonged to France. Britain had controlled it since 1810. The island was famous for its beauty. There were houses among bright green sugar cane fields. In the middle of the island stood forest mountains with old volcanic rocks at the top. The town of Port Louis was very pleasant. The streets were clean. The bookshops were full of books. There was a lovely theatre where people sang operas. The shop sold fine French goods. Charles climbed Larp House. It was a mountain behind the town and about 2,600 feet high. But he did not spend much more time learning about the island. He met Captain Lloyd, the Surveyor General. People knew Captain Lloyd because he had worked on a survey across the Isthmus of Panama. The captain invited Charles and Stokes to stay for a few days at his country house. The house was 6 miles from the port. They traveled past beautiful gardens. Sugar cane grew between black lava rocks. They also rode on Captain Lloyd's elephant. Charles sat on the captain's veranda and looked around. "Mauritius feels elegant and peaceful," he said. "It must be very nice to live in such a quiet place."
Captain Lloyd made an unhappy face. "Elegant, yes," he answered, "but not peaceful. England took this island from France 25 years ago. Since then, we built good roads and increased the sugar trade many times. The nearby island of Bourbon is still under French rule. The roads there are very bad. French people living here also became richer because our island produces more sugar. But many people still do not like the British government. There is jealousy, anger, and hate here."
Charles thought quietly for a moment. "Sadly, there is no perfect place on earth without these feelings," he said. An English churchman named Reginald Heber once wrote, "Every place is beautiful, but people can still be bad." Before Charles left Mauritius on April 29, 1836, he wrote to his sister Caroline. The letter showed his hopes for the future. "I feel very excited about my geology work. I even hope real geologists may think my work is useful. I can see clearly that I must live in London for a year. If I work hard, I hope I can finish most of my material by then. The ship passed the south end of Madagascar. Then it reached the coast of Africa near Natal. It sailed along the southern coast. Strong winds near Cape Legulas delayed them for a week. At last, on the final day of May, they stopped at Simon's Bay. It was in the Cape Colony at the southern end of Africa. For 9 months, the people on HMS Beagle had almost no news from home. Now they hoped to find many letters waiting for them. But there were only about 12 letters. Still, Charles received one letter from his sister Cathy. She had written it only 4 months earlier. Charles thought about the missing letters. 9 months of letters are still traveling across the ocean, he thought. He felt happy to learn that everyone at home was well. His father still took long walks every day in Shrewsbury. Cathy was using Charles's bedroom at the Mount. But she said she would gladly give the room back when he returned home. Then Charles read a strange part of the letter.
We sent William Fox one of the little books with parts from your letters. Everyone who reads them likes them very much. Professor Henslow sent some copies to Dr. Butler. We also sent one to your friend Tom Iton. Tom wrote to you at Sydney, so you will hear his opinion too.
Charles stared at the letter in surprise. A little book? What little book? Parts from his letters? Letters to whom? Professor Henslow had sent copies to Dr. Butler. Dr. Butler had been the headmaster at Shrewsbury School. He had once criticized Charles in front of the school. He said Charles wasted time on useless subjects like chemistry. Then Charles understood. The book must contain his letters to Professor Henslow. Perhaps the professor had printed them himself. But which letters? And what did they contain? Charles sat at the chart table and quickly wrote a letter to Cathy. I feel very worried about the sentence in your letter about the little book with parts from your letters. I hope the book only contains some geology notes. I always wrote to Henslow in the same careless way that I write to you. Printing words that were not written carefully or checked well is dangerous. As the Spaniards say, no hay remedio. I have no answer for this problem. Then he packed a small travel bag. He rented a small carriage and rode 22 miles to Cape Town. It was June 1, 1836. During the ride, he saw many new plants and trees. They were very different from what he knew before. He arrived late in the evening. That morning, several ships from India had reached the port. Many passengers came into the city and filled the good hotel and several inns. He looked for a boarding house and found a clean room with fresh air. The next morning, he went for an early walk to see the city. He noticed many wagons in the streets. Some wagons were pulled by 24 oxen together. The town had straight streets like the Spanish cities he knew. The roads were strong and covered with small stones. Trees stood along the streets, and the houses were painted white. He also saw signs of the first Boer settlers. At the docks, workers loaded hides, animal fat, and wine onto ships. He stood under the famous Table Mountain and looked up in wonder. The mountain rose high into the clouds like a great wall. Its flat layers of rock gave Cape Town a grand and powerful look. He rented 2 horses and hired a young Hottentot man to guide him through the countryside. The young man spoke English. He wore a long coat, a beaver hat, and white gloves. His skin was lighter than the local black Africans. The land outside the town did not interest him much. There were few animals and even fewer plants to collect. Almost no trees broke the long lines of sandstone hills. He saw very few native black people. He learned that most lived far from the coast on their own tribal lands. What he did see were many Boer families leaving Cape Colony. They traveled north in large ox wagons. They took their wives, children, and household goods with them. Large groups of cattle and sheep moved in front of the wagons. He heard much English in the colony. Still, he soon understood that the Boers did not like British rule. The Dutch settlers had gained some benefits from the British government, but they especially disliked the missionaries. The missionaries placed black people in protected areas to keep them safe from unfair treatment. Later, when the British government freed the slaves, the Boers felt the payment for their losses was too small. That night, he stayed at the home of an English farmer. The next day, he returned to Cape Town through Sir Lowry's Pass. The road cut across the side of a steep mountain. He spent an interesting day with Dr. Andrew Smith. The doctor had just returned from a trip into the inside of South Africa. Later, they took long walks together and talked about rocks and mountains from many places. One day he had dinner with Thomas McLear, the royal astronomer. Then, to his great pleasure, he met Sir John Herschel. During his last year at Cambridge, he had read Herschel's book Introduction to the Study of Natural Philosophy with deep interest. Only a few books had influenced him strongly. Two of them were von Humboldt's personal narrative and Herschel's study of natural philosophy.
Sir John invited Charles and Captain Fitzroy to his home for dinner. The house stood in open country among fir and oak trees. After a small drink, Sir John showed them his garden. It was full of Cape bulbs that he had collected himself. Sir John Herschel was 44 years old. He spoke directly and used few words. People in Cape Town said his eyes were always clear from studying the stars. They also said his hands were always dirty from working in his garden.
By the end of dinner, he spoke more freely. He told them about discoveries in astronomy from the past 2.5 years since leaving England. Charles learned much about the stars and galaxies he had watched from the deck of the Beagle. As they said goodbye on the front veranda, Herschel turned warmly to Charles. He spoke with more personal interest than before.
Darwin, I hear we worked together during the November meeting of the Cambridge Philosophical Society.
Charles looked surprised. We did. How, Sir John?
Parts of my letters about astronomy in Cape Colony were read there. I also heard that parts of your letters to Professor Henslow about the geology of South America were read.
Charles was silent for a moment. Then he spoke with difficulty. What a great honor for me, Sir John. My letters were only rough notes for my friend and teacher. Herschel smiled lightly at the younger man's modesty.
Oh, I am not sure about that, he said. I heard the Philosophical Society printed your letters in a monograph. I cannot say they did the same for mine.
On the drive back to Cape Town, Captain Fitzroy spoke seriously.
Congratulations. I did not know you already had a publication.
Neither did I, Captain. I truly did not know. To Charles, the miles to St. Helena now felt very long. St. Helena was between the huge continents of Africa and South America. He found a place to stay very near Napoleon's tomb. He wrote about the house where Napoleon died. He said the house was in very bad condition. The rooms were dirty and empty. Visitors had written their names on the walls. To him, this looked like people damaging an old and important place. He spent for days walking around the small island. A polite old man guided him. The man had been a slave and a goat keeper when he was young. The small island of St. Helena stood alone in the middle of the great ocean. This made him very curious. He and the old guide carried food and water with them. They walked through wild valleys. The land was empty and lonely. The mountain rocks showed many changes from long ago. Some places showed signs of great force inside the earth. He decided that the island had first risen up from under the sea. He enjoyed walking among the rocks and mountains. He wrote a letter to Professor Henslow. He understood that this letter might help his future again. In the letter, he explained how much he wanted a quiet life once more. He wanted to live with no new or strange things near him. He wrote that nobody could understand this feeling unless they had traveled around the world for 5 years in a small ship. But when he read the letter again, the first part showed his true thoughts most clearly. I want to ask you for a favor. I very much want to join the Geological Society. I think someone must propose my name before the voting. If that is true, could you please make the needed arrangements? Professor Sedgwick kindly offered to propose me before I left England. If he is still in London, perhaps he will still do it. Ascension Island also stood halfway across the Atlantic Ocean. It was between Africa and South America. Only British Marines lived there. Nothing grew along the lava shore. But farther inland, near the top of the island, there was plant life. Green Hill, Charles 348. He saw many kinds of living things there. There were houses, gardens, and fields. Castor oil plants grew well. There were also grasshoppers, sheep, goats, cows, and horses. Everything lived strongly on the island. There was not much to collect there. He only found land crabs, mice, and guinea fowl. He often took long walks with the Marines. They went into the wild inside part of the island. The land looked hard and strange. There were layers of pumice, ash, volcanic stone, and large rocks from the volcano. Long ago, the volcano threw these rocks out while they were still very hot. Many still covered the ground. He had never seen such an empty and ugly place. He remembered a joke from the people of St. Helena.
They said, "We know we live on a rock, but the poor people of Ascension live on burnt ash."
On July 18, 1836, at Ascension, he received a letter from Susan. She had written it on November 22, 1835. Eras wrote that some of Charles's letters were read at the Geological Society in London. Dr. Butler also sent a message to his father. It came from Professor Adam Sedgwick. The message said,
"He is doing very well in South America. He has already sent home a collection of great value. It was very good for him to join this voyage. There was some danger that he might become a lazy man. But now his character is strong. If he lives, he will become famous among the natural scientists of Europe."
Charles held the papers tightly in his hand. Then he fell back into the chair near the chart table. Many thoughts moved through his tired mind. He felt hope, fear, and confusion at the same time. After some time, he became calmer. Then he asked himself, how did my letters reach the Geological Society in London? What ideas from my letters did they read? He read Sedgwick's words again. There was some danger that he might become a lazy man. Charles felt troubled by those words. Had people really thought that about him? Was it because he did not want to become a doctor? Was it because he only agreed to study theology after pressure from others? He had always walked through fields and hills to collect specimens. He had always taken his work seriously. Did the Geological Society change how people saw him now? His notebooks and journals were full of observations he still needed to study. Now people in science also respected him. So what would happen to the promise he gave his father to become a clergyman? His life now felt wild and dangerous, like an active volcano. The room became very hot. He stood up from the chair and went out on the deck for fresh air. Captain Fitzroy did not sail straight north to England. Instead, he decided to go west to Bahia in Brazil. There were problems with the longitude measurements. He wanted to finish the trip around the southern hemisphere, but now the ship sailed again along the same line they had followed from England. Charles wrote to Susan from Bahia on August 4th. This way of sailing from place to place is very hard for me. Now I feel completely tired of it. I hate the sea and all ships on it. The ship would stop one last time in Pernambuco, in Brazil. After that, they would sail home by the Azores. Charles wanted very much to return home. Still, he continued to receive good news. He got a letter from Caroline dated December 29th. The letter had traveled across the sea while people searched for HMS Beagle. He lay on the sofa in the captain's cabin and read the letter. His eyes became wet with feeling.
You must hear how people are talking about you now. Professor Henslow sent a note to Father on Christmas Day. He wrote very kindly about you. He was happy that you would soon come home. He said you would receive the reward for your hard work. He also said you would become one of the best natural scientists of the time. With the note, he sent Father some printed parts from your letters. These were made only for private sharing. The short introduction said the papers were printed for members of the Cambridge Philosophical Society. People were very interested in your writings about geology. Some of these papers were read at a meeting of the Society on November 15, 1835. Father stayed in his chair until he finished reading every word of your book. He was very pleased. He liked the simple and clear way you explained things.
He liked your direct and simple way of writing very much. My father gave some copies of the extracts to friends who have always cared about you very much. A strong shake went through his thin body. Adam Sedgwick had once said that he would become famous among the natural scientists of Europe. Now Professor Henslow wrote that he would stand with the great natural scientists of the time. My God, what has happened to me without my knowing it? Can this really be true? Have I found my life's work? Will I no longer stay hidden in a quiet village among the trees near a church house? He understood his sister's letter completely. His father had read every word of his book and respected his work. He had felt so proud that he gave copies to other people. Maybe this meant his father would now let him spend his life working as a scientist. Maybe he would no longer think his son had failed again. With his father's support, he would not have only 2 years before church duties began. He could have many more years ahead. He could write about his geology notes and his travel journal. He could also prepare books about the many things he collected. He hoped these books would be published. He wanted to continue his work as a natural scientist wherever it led him. The thought of a whole life doing the work he loved filled him with great joy. His father would no longer call him a careless young man. He would no longer hear words like, "You only care about hunting dogs and catching rats." His father would no longer say that he would bring shame to the family. People would no longer think he was lazy. As a person grows older, life does not seem planned, he thought. But then one day everything becomes clear. The captain understands where he is at sea. Then he can travel safely to the right harbor. He went out onto the deck. Night had come. A thin moon hung in the sky. Many bright stars shone above. He walked to the front of the ship. He watched the HMS Beagle move across the Atlantic Ocean. Her sails were full in the wind. The water around the ship glowed softly in the dark. The ship cut through the sea like a sharp knife. Then he remembered another day. He saw himself sitting under Milton's mulberry tree in the garden at Christ's College. It was a warm spring day with a sweet smell in the air. Yellow, red, orange, and pink flowers grew in the garden beds. He was reading a poem by William Cowper. God moves in a mysterious way. He does wonderful things. He walks upon the sea. He rides upon the storm. He felt great joy when he thought about going home. He thought about the Mountain Mayor Hall. He thought about Christ's College. He thought about his family and his friends in Cambridge and London. He also thought about his new success. Part 2. Turn the World Around Book 7. Everyone stood on the deck to see England for the first time. When they saw land, people shouted with joy. But Charles felt surprised. Seeing England did not bring warm feelings to him. Perhaps he had waited too long and felt tired inside. The ship reached Falmouth on a stormy night. By the time he arrived at the Royal Hotel, his old coat was completely wet. There he found a seat on the Royal Mail coach. The trip to London took 29 hours. He arrived at the Swan with 2 necks in. At 7:45 in the morning, he boarded the Tally-Ho coach.
Sims Covington asked if he could keep working for Charles until they finished the work on the collections.
Charles gave him a holiday until the work truly began. Then they said goodbye. The next trip lasted another 16 hours. The coach shook and moved the whole way. Charles slept only at times. At midnight, the Tally-Ho arrived in Shrewsbury and stopped at the Raven Inn on Pride Hill. His family would already be asleep. They were very excited. They wanted to talk all night. Charles was very tired after 46 hours in the coaches. He thought it was better to sleep first and put on clean clothes. He slept very deeply. At 6 o'clock, he got up and washed in a large metal bath. Then he shaved carefully with his sharp razor. After that, he put on the last shirt from the 12 shirts Nancy had made for him. His blue velvet waistcoat was old and worn. The long coat and trousers from Montevideo were newer, but they were not made well. His brown boots were old and damaged. He had worn those boots 5 years before when he met Professor Adam Sedgwick for their trip through North Wales. Now all his clothes looked old and untidy. There was nothing he could do about it. His family would need to know him even in these poor clothes. It was a normal October morning in Shropshire. There was a little fog. The cool sun tried to shine through it. The air smelled fresh and clean. Best of all, the ground under his feet did not move while he walked. There was no rolling like on a ship. He walked down several streets to the River Severn. Then he crossed the Welsh Bridge. After that, he entered the lower garden of the Mount. Autumn flowers grew there. The trees were starting to lose their red and purple leaves. Edward opened the large front door when he heard the knocker. At once, he gave a loud cry that filled the whole house. His father had just returned from the doctor's walk. He reached Charles first.
My dear Charles. At last? We have waited every day since the 1st of September for you to arrive.
His sisters quickly came down the wide staircase. They hurried as they tied their dressing gowns. Their faces were not clear because they all tried to hug and kiss him at the same time. After a short time, Charles stepped back and looked at them carefully. They did not seem very different after 5 years. Caroline was 36 now. The lines on her forehead were deeper, but her thick black hair still looked dark and shiny. Susan was tall and full of energy. She was still very beautiful. Only a little gold color had appeared in her shoulder-length hair. Catty had changed the most. She was no longer a girl. She had become a woman. Her lively face now looked strong and serious. Charles thought this change suited her well. He told her so. His sisters had written that Catty liked to visit friends. She also went to balls and bazaars. But no man had asked her to marry him. Which did not make her unhappy at all. They all tried not to cry when they welcomed him. But no one could stop the tears. Even Dr. Darwin cried. Charles had not seen him cry since his wife died. Now the workers from the house came in.
Annie cried out, "Mr. Charles, they did not give you enough food on that ship."
Joseph the gardener shook his hand warmly. Nancy, his old nurse, hugged him at once. Mark, his father's coachman, stood there with his wife. She worked as the Darwin family's laundress. They married while Charles was away.
Caroline asked in her practical way, "Charles, did you eat breakfast?"
The last meal I remember was yesterday morning in London. Dr. Robert Darwin was 70 years old now. He did not see many patients anymore. Age was changing him. He was bald except for small white patches of hair above his ears. He often suffered from gout and back pain. Because of this, he walked more slowly. Part of his double chin had become loose. Still, he had lost little of his great weight. His voice was still loud and strong through the Mount.
Everyone, go to the dining room. Annie, make the best breakfast of your life for our son who has come home.
Charles sat in his usual place beside his father at the large mahogany table with heavy claw legs. At once he smelled the familiar beeswax in the room. He looked out the window at the River Severn and the green fields. Hereford cows were eating grass there. He ate very quickly. He had steamed haddock, for boiled eggs, lamb kidneys, bacon, and toast cut into triangles. Edward poured hot coffee and milk from silver pitchers. His sisters watched him with wet eyes and happy faces. None of them tried to eat. Erasmus did not show much interest in the family. For the family, Charles was the important brother. They had missed him very much, and he knew this from their letters. They loved him deeply. Charles sat again in the Chippendale chair and began to cry. "Sitting here makes me feel something strange," he said. "It feels like the past is happening again. I feel like I was never away. Nothing has changed."
"One thing has changed," Dr. Darwin said.
"What is that, Father?" Charles asked.
"Your head has a different shape now."
For a moment, Charles and his sisters looked shocked. Then they all laughed. "Of course it changed," Charles said. "I filled it with many sights and many things from my travels. Now I must ask myself one question. Do I know how to use all this knowledge? And what should I do with everything I collected?" The room became quiet for a short time. Then Dr. Darwin moved closer and placed his large hand over Charles's thin hand.
"I think you already know the answer," he said. "You also know what to do with your collections. Work hard, but do not hurry. You still have many years ahead of you. Nature has given you special work to do."
Charles stood up. He waited a moment, then kissed his father's forehead. Now he felt free. His father had given him the life he wanted.
"It would be nice if Edward made a fire in the library," she said. "I am sure Charles has many stories to tell. We have not heard anything since his last letter from Brazil."
"That is wonderful news," Charles said. "I am home now, and I will stay here. Why do we not play some games of whist by the fire? Then I will truly feel I am back with the Darwin family."
Later that morning, Charles went into the backyard and called for Fincher. The dog came running. Together they walked beside the river. Fincher showed no surprise. He acted as if he had walked with Charles the day before, not 5 years earlier. Charles spent 9 days becoming strong again on land. He gained back the weight he had lost during the difficult last days on HMS Beagle. He unpacked his things and got fresh clothes. He also enjoyed reading the printed pages from his letters. He kept them on his bureau where he could see them often. He wrote warm letters to his Uncle Joe's Wedgwood, to William Owen at Woodhouse, to Professor Henslow, and to Captain Fitzroy. Fitzroy was still on his ship in Falmouth. He very much wanted to leave the ship and marry Mary O'Brien. She was the young woman he had danced with at the farewell parties for HMS Beagle. Beagle officers in Plymouth. Marianne, his oldest sister, came from nearby Overton with her 4 sons and her 9-month-old daughter to welcome him. Early the next morning, Charles carried a breakfast tray to his father's large bedroom. The room had many windows and looked over the river and the green fields. He poured coffee for both of them and sat on the side of the bed. "Father, I kept careful records of the money I spent during the voyage," Charles said. "Do you want me to show them to you?"
"I do not think that is necessary, Charles," his father answered. "You were very clever, as you said before you left. You spent money only on useful things."
"I am happy you are not angry about the money for the trips inland. By my count, including the guns, telescope, microscope, and compass I bought before the voyage, I used a little more than £900 in 5 years. I hope I can show you the money was used well."
"My dear son, I am now 70 years old," his father said. "I want to enjoy my last years and not worry about people or problems. Your clothes look old, even if you do not. If you plan to become a geologist like Adam Sedgwick, you will need new clothes. We cannot have you bringing shame to the Darwin family. Take whatever money you need for your work. Your yearly allowance of £400 will continue."
A warm feeling of happiness came between father and son. His father had truly called him a scientist. He also seemed very pleased about it. Dr. Darwin understood what his son was thinking. He felt happy about his own kindness.
"The past is finished, Charles," he said. "You have made a new life for yourself. Your 5 years of travel and work are equal to the highest degree from Cambridge. Now the girls and I will watch your future with love and interest."
Charles left the horse and carriage at the stables of the Red Lion Inn. He had rented them at Brick Hill. Then he walked with his suitcase to the Henslow House in Cambridge, where he had been invited to stay. The 3-story brick house on Regent Street looked almost the same as before. It had bow windows and a blue stone doorway. The family was larger now, with 3 girls and 2 boys. Charles knocked on the door with 5 quick knocks and then 2 slow ones. Harriet and John Henslow opened the door together and warmly welcomed him inside. John Henslow's large and kind face looked more pleasant than ever. Grey lines in his thick curly hair made him look better at 40 than when he was younger. It was a joyful meeting. The 2 older children remembered Charles. The 3 younger children had not met him before. The Friday evening gatherings no longer happened because the family had many children. But Henslow had stayed busy. He had recently published a book called Principles of Descriptive and Physiological Botany. People said it was an important book in that field. He also had a church position in Berkshire that gave him an extra £340 each year. The place was about 100 miles away. Every summer he took his family there during the long Cambridge holiday. They stayed in a comfortable house near Oxford. He no longer needed to give private lessons for 6 hours each day to support his family. After supper, the 2 men sat in large old chairs in the library. Henslow placed fresh wood on the fire and moved it carefully.
"My dear Henslow, I have wanted to see you for so long," Charles said. "You have been the kindest friend I have ever had."
"I am, and always will be, very thankful to you."
"I helped you get a place on HMS Beagle," he said. "It was my duty to help you bring back your collection safely. When can I see your plants from the Galápagos Islands?"
As soon as Captain Fitzroy brings the ship to Greenwich, Charles answered. "I want to take those boxes from you. I also want to begin work on my geology book as soon as possible."
"Come to Cambridge for some time," Henslow said. "Put the different families together and arrange them well. Then wait until people in the different scientific fields ask for specimens. Also, Sedgwick and I signed your paper for the Geological Society last month. They will present your name as a fellow on November 2nd. You should be elected soon after that."
Harriet Henslow's brother, Leonard Jennings, came from his church home near the Fens to spend the day there. He was the second man who had once been offered the place of naturalist on HMS Beagle. Because of family and work duties, he had needed to refuse the offer. Neither Henslow nor Jennings felt jealous or angry. They were happy that Charles's voyage had gone well.
Jennings had thick whiskers below his chin, but he still looked the same to Charles. He had kind, heavy eyes that noticed many small things in nature. "I brought you a copy of my new book," Jennings said. "Cambridge University Press has just published it. The name is Manual of British Vertebrate Animals. I should not praise my own book, but important zoologists are speaking well about it. I wrote about the habits of animals, not only their appearance. So I think only scientific naturalists will enjoy it."
"We are not Charles Dickens writing popular stories for everyone," Charles said. The next morning, Henslow showed him the basement. Charles breathed deeply as memories from the 5 years on the Beagle came back to him. He looked at the many boxes, barrels, and crates. Pictures filled his mind. He remembered seas, mountains, and deserts from his travels. He also remembered busy markets and many different languages. He heard again the sound of Carpenter May making the first crates. He remembered Lieutenant Wickham telling him to remove his dirty collections from the clean ship deck. The basement rooms were cool and dry. The smell was like a fish market early in the morning mixed with a place full of birds. Henslow talked about all the collections. He spoke about the sea animals and the rock samples. He also praised Charles's beautiful and unusual fishes, packed so well in spirits. The fossils, as you know, I sent to Mr. Clift at Surgeons' Hall in London. He repaired them and kept them safe. Your skins arrived late, but we opened everything and dried it well. I was away in the country when the grain dust arrived. Some seeds became bad before I could plant them. Please tell me, what is this number 233? It looks black and burned. It is only a pile of soot. Still, you kept your birds, reptiles, plants, and ferns in good condition. We lost only one very good crab because all its legs were gone. One bird also had damaged tail feathers. Charles put his arm around his teacher's shoulder with affection. No one else in the world would check and store all these thousands of specimens, my dear Henslow.
I am raising 5 children, Henslow answered in a rough voice to hide his feelings. So why not a 6th?
Erasmus welcomed Charles to his home at 43 Great Marlborough Street in London. Charles came from Cambridge on the Star coach. Then he rode an omnibus from the Belle Sauvage on Ludgate Hill. He was surprised by this part of the city. The houses stood close together in strange ways. The streets went in many directions. Shops and offices had bright and almost shocking colours. It is a bohemian place, plain and simple, Charles said. The people in the streets also looked different. They did not dress like serious British businessmen. Many looked like free and artistic people of London society. Some were painters in corduroy trousers and coats. They reminded him of Augustus Earle. Others were writers or actors. They talked with excitement and moved their hands while speaking. Some walked in a relaxed way and looked free from care. Raz has found a place full of artists near Oxford Circus, Charles said. And it is only a few doors from rich Cavendish Square. The brothers spoke happily together after 5 years apart. Then they stepped back and looked at each other carefully to see the changes time had made.
My God, you have become much bigger, Erasmus said. And your head looks different. Or maybe your face is fuller. And your eyes, good heavens! Last time I looked into them, I saw Fanny Owen or the newest bird you had hunted. Now they are full of something. Knowledge? Ambition? Plans?
Work, my dear Raz. That is what fills my eyes and head. But now let me look at you. You have a little less hair, but you still look handsome in a wild way. Why are you wearing a dressing gown at 1 in the afternoon?
I am enjoying life, Erasmus answered. And life is enjoying me. I learned that pleasure, which many people call laziness, can keep a man very busy. I have no wife, no lover, no children, and no duties. I only need to dress well for high tea when my friends come to visit. Today you will meet Thomas Carlyle and his wife Jane. Harriet Martineau will come too. People in London talk about her books all the time. And Sidney Smith will visit. He is very funny and also a churchman.
Good for you, Raz. You collect famous writers. I collect crabs and snakes. Erasmus looked at him in a strange way.
You know, Gas, I think you are shorter than before you left.
That is nonsense. Men do not become shorter until they are 60 or 70. I am almost 28. I was exactly 6 feet tall when I left. I am still exactly 6 feet tall now.
Do you want to make a bet? I saw your hammock in the ship cabin. Come into the back room. I have a measuring tape.
Erasmus was correct. The tape showed that Charles was 5 feet, 11 3/8 inches tall without shoes. Well, Charles said quietly, the Beagle voyage took more than half an inch from my height. I do not want to lose that half inch for nothing. He quickly began to visit museums and scientists. His first visits disappointed him. Almost nobody wanted the natural history collections he had brought home. William Yarrell had helped him a great deal 5 years earlier. Now Yarrell had business problems. He was also busy trying to sell his new book, History of British Fishes. Charles visited Yarrell's bookshop 2 times. Then he decided not to trouble him with his own problems. Thomas Bell had just become professor of zoology at King's College. Charles hoped Bell would want his reptiles. But Bell made it clear that he was too busy and did not want any specimens. Charles visited the Zoological Museum at 33 Bruton Street. The museum already had more than 1,000 specimens that still were not prepared for display. He did not trust the British Museum. He believed his collections would be put away there and forgotten. Then he learned another bad thing. No collection wanted specimens without names. When I returned to England, he told Erasmus, I thought my work was finished. Now I see that I have only just begun. That is what I do not like about work, Erasmus replied.
It never really ends. I must go back to Cambridge. There I can get help to identify the collection.
George Waterhouse invited him to an evening meeting. Waterhouse had recently become the curator of the Zoological Society. When Charles entered the building near Berkeley Square, the first person he met was John Gould. Gould had worked for the Society for many years as a taxidermist. He wanted to see Charles's birds. That was the last pleasant part of the evening. When the members started to read their papers, they argued with each other. Charles quickly became tired of the zoologists and their angry behavior. The Society did not seem interested in his zoological collections. Professor Henslow, however, had wanted Charles to collect even more plants. Before Charles left the hot lecture room, he thought about this. I wish I had known that botanists cared so much and zoologists cared so little, he thought. Then I would have collected very different kinds of specimens. But soon everything changed for Charles. One morning he woke early and finished dressing. Then he heard someone knocking on Erasmus's door. He was surprised when he saw Adam Sedgwick standing there. Sedgwick had a rough face and a strong body.
I found your address yesterday, Sedgwick said. I walked here as straight as I could.
My dear Professor, this is a great surprise, Charles said. You taught me a great deal during our trip in North Wales.
Knowledge leaves my mind very quickly, Sedgwick answered with a laugh. Come with me. We will find the best breakfast in London. Then you can tell me about your travels in the Andes.
I would be very happy to do that, Charles replied. And if you are not tired of listening, I want to tell you about my geology book. They sat at the breakfast table for many hours. Sedgwick was now more than 50 years old. He was still handsome and full of energy. He told many stories and shared many quotations. He also still complained about his rheumatism. While Charles stayed at the Mount, Susan had only spoken a little about Adam Sedgwick. Sedgwick did not mention her at all. Charles accepted this quietly.
What matters now, Sedgwick said at last, is that I help you meet Charles Lyell. He can help you understand many difficult facts. Do you know what he wrote to me last December? I cannot wait for Darwin to return. I hope you will not keep him all to yourself at Cambridge.
Charles was shocked. For a moment he could not speak. When he finally answered, his voice sounded quiet and deep. Charles Lyell wrote that to you, he asked. But how? Why? He liked the letters that Henslow and I published from your notes. He thinks you may understand geology in a new way. The note was short and friendly. A woman wrote it, but Charles Lyell signed it. He invited Charles to visit the next afternoon. Charles put on his new dark waistcoat with a high collar and wide lapels. He also wore a double-breasted jacket and fitted trousers. His tailors, Hamilton and Kimpton on the Strand, had just made them for him. He wore new boots from Howell. Nancy had sent him 2 white shirts that she made herself. Erasmus lent him one of his quieter cravats. Charles had shaved carefully. Only his long light sideburns remained from the beard he had in Patagonia. He brushed his reddish-gold hair back from a part on the left side. Erasmus looked at him with pleasure.
You look very handsome. Please dress this well for my guests too. You have been too busy to meet them.
Another time, Raz. Right now I must meet the great men of science. I badly need help with my collection. The walk to 16 Hart Street was short. It was a small brick house with 3 floors near Bloomsbury Square. The area was not fashionable. Many scientists wondered why Lyell and his wife lived so simply. His family was rich, and Mary came from a rich family in Edinburgh. But they had no horses, no carriage, and only a few servants. Charles stopped for a moment in front of the house. Then he lifted the knocker.
My dear Darwin, I am very happy to see you, Lyell said. I have waited for your return. Please come in. May I introduce my wife, Mary? She writes my social letters. You probably saw that in the note from yesterday.
Lyell led Charles into a good-sized drawing room. Some furniture came from the rooms he had before marriage. The rest came from his wife's father, Leonard Horner. The room looked mixed and untidy, but the Lyells did not care much about appearances. The walls had new paper on them. Everything looked fresh.
It is a pleasant house, Lyell said. It is as close to Somerset House and the Athenaeum as I can afford.
Charles looked carefully at his new friend. Lyell had wide sideburns near his mouth. His face and chin were clean-shaven. His large head was becoming a little bald, and grey hair showed near his temples. His eyes were weak for seeing far away, but they looked warm and kind when someone looked into them. They were grey with small brown spots. His nose was large and strong, but his mouth looked gentle. Mary Horner Lyell had a noble-looking face and smooth skin. Her chestnut brown hair was soft and fine. She brushed it back beside her eyes so only her pearl earrings could be seen. She asked Charles to sit in the armchair across from Lyell's crowded desk. Then she asked if he liked sweet or dry sherry. Mary had married Lyell when she was only 23. That was 4 years earlier. She traveled with him to France and Germany for geology studies. Because his eyes were weak, she often helped him by reading and writing for him.
Professor Henslow tells me that you love beetles, Lyell said.
At Cambridge, I started a beetle club. I even found a very rare beetle. In Stephen's book, Illustrations of British Insects, it says, "Captured by C. Darwin, Esquire." Charles blushed bright red. That was the first time I saw my name in print. It felt stronger than brandy.
But I do not think it will be the last time, Lyell answered. I also began science through insects. I had to leave school and return home to Hampshire because of my health. A little before that, my father became interested in insects. The interest did not last long, but he bought some books about them. At first, I studied butterflies and moths because they were beautiful. Later, I became very interested in water insects. I often sat beside a pond all morning. I fed them flies and tried to catch them.
Now tell me about your plans. I want to help you in every way. Charles felt shy about speaking about his ideas in front of the famous geologist. He told Lyell that he had written almost 900 pages in his geology notebook. He had also written many geology notes in his diary.
I traveled far across the Pampas and into the Andes. After I finish my journal, I hope to write a book about the geology of South America.
Lyell agreed with him.
No one owns geology. The more books we have, especially careful and correct books, the better our science will become. I envy you for one thing. You visited Tahiti and other tropical islands, and you could study the coral reefs yourself. I have never seen large coral reefs. Please tell me about them.
Charles looked carefully at Lyell's face for a few moments. This was the first time he had met him. He liked him very much and saw that he was kind. Charles also felt they could work well together. But he wondered if Lyell would feel upset when he heard his ideas from the Keeling Islands. Charles believed he now understood how coral islands were formed. His idea was different from Lyell's theory. At last, he decided to speak honestly.
With respect, may I tell you my theory about corals? It is different from your idea that atolls grow on the edges of volcano craters under the sea. Maybe you can show me where my theory is weak.
Lyell's kind eyes became serious.
Go on.
Lyell prepared himself to think deeply. While standing, he rested his head on the seat of a chair and closed his eyes. It looked strange for such a tall man. Charles explained his ideas step by step. He spoke about the reefs and lagoons he had seen in the South Seas, especially near Tahiti. Then he explained the experiments he made on the Keeling Islands. He said the coral animals could live only in warm water. They lived best on the side facing the open sea because food came from there. They also could not live deeper than about 120 to 180 feet.
In every place I studied, there was no volcano rim involved, Mr. Lyell. Also, I do not think a volcano crater can be many miles wide like Bow Atoll. No crater can be 60 miles long like Menchikov Island. The volcano theory also cannot explain the New Caledonia Barrier Reef, which is 400 miles long. It also cannot explain the Great Barrier Reef of Australia, which is 1,200 miles long. And because coral animals can only live near the surface, I do not believe underwater volcanoes could raise crater rims close to the sea surface across such huge parts of the ocean. I believe the base under the coral is not made by volcano craters. I think it comes from mountain ranges or land that once stood above the sea. Later, the land slowly sank under the water and gave the coral a place to grow.
When Charles finished speaking, the room became quiet. Lyell still rested his face on the chair while he thought carefully about the new ideas. Mary Lyell sat quietly in the corner and watched her husband. After a long time, Lyell suddenly stood up straight and cried out,
I am filled with delight!
Then he moved excitedly around the room in strange positions. Charles stood in the middle of the room and could hardly believe what he saw. Mary spoke quietly to him.
My husband always acts like this when he is very pleased.
Lyell stopped moving around. He shook Charles's hand warmly.
I am very excited by your new theory about coral islands. Next February, William Wool will become president of the Geological Society after me. I will ask him to let you present your theory at our next meeting.
Mr. Lyell, you are very kind and generous to a young beginner like me. In science, I am usually very careful. If your ideas were not so clear, I would have argued against them strongly. My training as a lawyer taught me to do that. Now I see that I must leave my volcano crater theory behind forever. It makes me a little sad because it explained many things.
Lyell also wanted to hear about the animal collection. Charles described it in detail. Then he felt it was polite to leave. Lyell said, this afternoon was full of science. You must come here on Saturday at 8 for tea. I will invite Richard Owen. He has a new job as Professor of Anatomy and Physiology at the Royal College of Surgeons. He is one of the best people in London to help you with your zoology work and its publication. Charles answered, I must go to Greenwich on Saturday morning. I need to collect the rest of my specimens. My plants from the Galápagos Islands are there, and also my scientific tools. But I will return in time. Charles was happy to see his friends from HMS Beagle again. Captain Fitzroy was already engaged to Mary O'Brien. They planned to marry soon. Lieutenant James Sulan was engaged to Admiral Young's daughter. They planned to marry in January 1837. Lieutenant Wickham was also happy. The Admiralty had told him he might become the captain of HMS Beagle on its next journey. John Dring had joined the ship in Valparaiso as acting purser. He introduced Charles to an agent. The agent agreed to send Charles's last 4 boxes to Professor Henslow on Marsh's wagon. Charles did not want to risk losing his Galapagos plants. He carried them himself into London. Then he sent them to Henslow on the fly coach. That evening, Charles went to a party at the Lyells' home. There he met Richard Owen. Owen was 5 years older than Charles. He had large eyes and black hair, combed close to his head. He had studied in Edinburgh and finished medical school at St. Bartholomew's in London. Later, he worked with William Clift at the Museum of the College of Surgeons. He married Clift's daughter. He also prepared important catalogues for the Royal College. By studying dead animals from the Zoological Society's gardens, he became an expert in anatomy. Owen seemed calm and distant. Still, he spoke kindly.
I have seen the animal fossils you sent from South America, Mr. Darwin, he said quietly. My father-in-law, Mr. Clift, thinks they are important. He says some of your skulls match ancient bones that he collected before.
Charles answered, if Mr. Clift thinks they are valuable, I would be very happy to give them to the museum.
Owen continued, when your collection is ready, I would like to study and examine your animals.
Charles began to think Owen could help with his plans to publish zoology studies. But he did not say this aloud. Instead he replied, they will be ready in a few months. I will organize and classify them first. Then Lyell introduced Charles to Roderick Murchison. He was a geologist and had worked with Sedgwick and Lyell on journeys in North Wales and other places. Murchison had studied at both Oxford and Cambridge. Charles shook hands with a tall and strong man who had a powerful manner.
So you are the young man my two friends speak about so highly, Murchison said.
Mary Lyell's tea party was really a light evening meal. The group took food from the dining room table. There was fish with rice, eggs with bacon, tea, and a chocolate dessert. Everyone wanted to hear stories about far places. They asked about the Andes, Patagonia, Tierra del Fuego, New Zealand, the Keeling Islands, and the Cape of Good Hope. They also spoke about their friend Sir John Herschel. Lyell had wanted Herschel to lead the Royal Society, but Herschel had gone to South Africa instead. Later they talked about where Charles should work. Lyell answered, London is the best place when you begin to write about geology. But now you should stay in Cambridge. There you can work quietly. You do not need to push me, Charles said with a smile. I already want to do it. William Yarrell understood that he had been too cold with Charles before. So he sent Charles a note and invited him to dinner at the Linnean Society the next evening. The Linnean Society was one of the most important science groups in Britain. It had started in 1788 with permission from the king. Yarrell came to get Charles in a small carriage. They travelled along Oxford Street to a large dark stone building in Soho Square. At the door was a white stone arch.
Here you will meet many famous scientists, Yarrell said as they went inside.
The first man Charles met was Professor Thomas Bell. He was 56 years old, but he looked young and relaxed. He had first worked as a dentist at Guy's Hospital. Later he became interested in animals. Now he was finishing a book called A History of British Quadrupeds.
Of course I want to see your sea animals and reptiles, Mr. Darwin, Bell said. I do not know who told you that I was too busy. I am very interested in the things you collected around the world.
Charles drank some sherry and spoke about his new idea. First I must separate all my specimens, he said. Then I want to make a series of books. Each book will be about a different group such as fossil mammals, birds, fish, reptiles, and plants. An expert will write each one. I think they will agree when they see that the specimens are new and important. I will write the geology book myself.
Excellent, Bell replied. I may be the right person for the reptiles.
The next day Lyell took Charles in a cab to dinner at the Geological Society. The society had large rooms in Somerset House near the Strand. Charles was amazed by the great entrance of the building. There were 2 wide marble walks with roofs above them. Each side had 8 tall columns. In the center was a wide road for carriages. Inside, Charles saw 2 very long buildings with 3 floors. Each building had an entrance with 6 columns. Straight ahead was another building near the River Thames. Lyle paid the driver. Then they walked through the large entrance hall. The hall had high ceilings, marble columns, and wide windows. "I am very impressed," Charles said quietly. "Your architects built everything on a very large scale." "Of course they did," Lyle answered warmly. "We are a great nation. We want to lead the world. Our Geological Society rooms are excellent too. You will enjoy working and meeting people here." William Clift welcomed Charles there. He thanked Charles for giving his fossils to the society. William Well was the new president. He shook Charles's hand.
"I remember our walks home after Henslow's Friday evenings," he said. "Congratulations on your nomination. We will vote for you before the end of the year."
Well and Lyle introduced Charles to the other members at the dinner. The society was famous for its good food and wine. A butler carried a silver tray and offered Charles a glass of sherry. In the library and later in the dining room, Charles saw that these men liked and respected each other. He remembered an argument at the Zoological Society. Then he asked Lyle, who sat beside him at the large table, "Why do men who study fishes, birds, insects, and reptiles often argue and dislike each other? But the men who study mountains and rocks act like gentlemen."
Lyle laughed. "It is because of all the climbing, Darwin," he said. "Long trips in the Alps, the Pyrenees, the Apennines, and North Wales make our legs and minds strong."
When Charles returned to Great Marlborough Street, he found Erasmus waiting for him. Erasmus looked unhappy because Charles had not spent any evenings with his literary friends.
"It seems to me, Gas, that these geologists have caught you completely," Erasmus said. "Like one of those large fish you caught in the Galápagos. Are you happy?"
Charles smiled. "As our cousin Emma says, happiness is more a state than a place. Yes, the geologists have accepted me. A little pride can make a person feel better." Charles had been home for more than a month, but he still had not visited his Wedgwood family at Mayor Hall. There was nothing more for him to do in London until his collections arrived. So he packed his things and decided to go to Mayor. He took his 800-page diary with him. He travelled all night on the Liverpool Royal Mail coach to Newcastle-under-Lyme. After resting at an inn, he rented a horse for the last part of the journey. Snow covered the flowering bushes and the large Spanish chestnut trees. The lime trees, elms, oaks, and copper beeches looked white under the late autumn sky. A few wild ducks swam on the fresh spring lake. On the hill across from the house, cattle tried to eat grass through the snow under the green beech trees and red oaks. Charles gave a long sigh. All his worry and tension began to leave him. He found Josiah Wedgwood in the library. The 2 men quickly embraced each other.
"Uncle Jos, my First Lord of the Admiralty."
"And you look so much like my brother Tom," Josiah answered.
When Charles stepped back, he saw that Josiah looked much older, even though he was only 67.
"Right now I feel very tired, Charles," Josiah said. "Perhaps it is because of my 2 busy years in Parliament and all the time away from home."
Then a happy cry came from the stairs. Emma ran into the room with her curls moving behind her.
"Charles, at last," she said. "We have waited for you every day."
They embraced warmly. It did not feel like the embrace of cousins. When they moved apart, both of them felt surprised and deeply moved. They sat together on a leather sofa.
"We all thought we should learn a little before you arrived," Emma said. "But I only read Captain Head's book."
"Rapid journeys across the Pampas," Charles said with a grin. "That journey was much too fast. One of Head's guides showed me the way along the Rio Parana."
"Charles, I hope you brought your diary," Emma said. "Your sister Caroline is here, by the way." She told us about some of your adventures.
Are she and your careful brother Joe making progress together? Charles asked.
We still hope so, Emma said with a quiet smile. Did you sleep at all on the Liverpool Royal Mail?
No. Unfortunately, my legs are too long. There is no place for them.
Uncle Joss said, "Your old bedroom is ready for you."
Emma will send food and hot chocolate upstairs.
Sleep well. We invited many people from the family to come and see you.
How is Aunt Bessie? Charles asked.
She is very ill, Charles. We worry about her very much.
I will sit with her for a while. Late in the afternoon, Charles woke up. He felt rested. Someone brought hot water to his room. He washed himself, shaved, and put on his fine new clothes and boots. When he went downstairs, he heard Emma playing the piano. At once he remembered his last visit to Mayor. He remembered the Doveleys singing together. More than 4 years had passed since Fanny died. He thought, I must tell Emma how sorry I was when I heard the news in Montevideo. But I do not want to make her sad again. As soon as he entered the drawing room, the family gathered around him. His sister Caroline reached him first. Joe Wedgwood shook his hand warmly. Elizabeth Wedgwood kissed him. Harry and Frank Wedgwood had come on horseback with their wives and children. Dr. Henry Holland was there too, with his second wife, Saba Smith. Charles remembered this room well. Years before, Dr. Holland had told him not to join the Beagle voyage. The doctor had said the plans were unclear and Charles would have to obey the ship all the time. Only one person was missing. His good friend Charlotte Wedgwood was not there. She was an artist and had married Reverend Charles Langton. They had waited 2 days for Charles to arrive. Then they had to return home. The family asked him many questions. Emma put her arm through his and spoke quietly.
Charles, supper will be ready at 6. Then we will have a long evening. We want to hear you read from your journal.
Charles put his arm gently around her waist.
What happened to our little Miss Slipslop? He asked with a smile. You seem to manage Mayor Hall now. The house has never looked more beautiful.
Emma smiled and her face became pink with pleasure. Elizabeth and I share the work. It is strange how people change when they have responsibilities.
After a happy meal of roast lamb, applesauce, and treacle tart by candlelight, Uncle Joe's asked everyone to go to the library. The paraffin lamps were bright. The wicks had been cut carefully and turned high. The large glass lampshades gave warm and gentle light. Josiah wanted Charles to sit in the leather chair where he often spent hours reading. When everyone was seated, Charles opened the thick wrapping around his diary. The family looked surprised when they saw the 779 pages. I will read some of the most interesting parts, he said. The room was very quiet. Charles had a pleasant voice. He changed his tone naturally and spoke very clearly. He began to read from the first pages of his notes. He spoke about the thick forests in Brazil. He described the beautiful city of Rio de Janeiro. He read about the moon shining on the calm water when the ship could not move. He told them about groups of porpoises swimming in front of the ship. He described the bright sea at night while the ship moved through glowing waves. He spoke about the strong wind and dangerous waves near Cape Horn. He told them about the native people of Tierra del Fuego and how a missionary could not stay there. He described the gauchos and their free way of living. He read about the terrible earthquake in Concepcion. He told them about his 23-day trip across the Andes with Mariano Gonzalez. He described the strange animals and rich wildlife on the Galápagos Islands. There, he said, people could see nature much as it was long ago. He also spoke about the colorful coral reefs and the fish living around them. It was midnight when he stopped reading. Between the different parts, people only whispered quietly. No one asked questions because they did not want to break the feeling in the room. Everyone praised him warmly. How long did I read?
About 4 hours.
The rest of my notes are no better and no worse. He explained that Captain Fitzroy wanted to place Charles's journal inside his own book. Then Dr. Henry Holland spoke. He was not unkind.
My dear Charles, a diary can help pass the time when a person is far from home, he said. But that is all. I must speak honestly. These notes are not good enough for publication. I know travel books well. Nothing you read tonight was amusing or interesting.
The library became silent. The silence felt heavy and uncomfortable. Everyone noticed it except Dr. Holland. He started to tell a story about one of his own trips.
His wife, Saba, understood the situation better. She walked to her husband and spoke softly. "Dear, it is very late. Should we go to bed now?"
After the Hollands left, the room became loud.
I do not think he is a good judge. He never wanted you to take the trip. He is wrong.
You make everything feel alive. The land, the sea, and the people from those far countries. Emma said.
I am sure this will become a beautiful book.
Several people said.
Here. Here.
Charles looked at his Uncle Joe's. Josiah Wedgwood's eyes were bright. He looked much younger than he had that morning.
Charles, you must not mix your journal with Captain Fitzroy's journal, he said.
That would ruin it. You have done something very important. You described nature and science in a wonderful way. You also studied the people in those distant places. Your work is excellent.
Charles kissed his uncle and Emma. He felt too emotional to speak. He wished everyone good night and went upstairs to bed. But he could not sleep. He lay awake and looked at the ceiling until morning. After 2 days at Mayor Hall, Charles and Caroline traveled west for about 25 miles to Overton. They went to visit their sister Marianne. Charles was never very close to the Parkers, but sometimes he rode 20 miles to see Marianne's 4 sons. He especially liked 11-year-old Packy. The boy learned geography by following his uncle's travels around the world. Charles had promised to stay with the family at the Mount for 2 weeks before he returned to Cambridge. After that, he expected 1 or 2 years of hard work on his specimens, journal, and geology notes from South America. He wanted a quiet visit, but his father and sisters wanted welcome home parties. They also took him to visit friends in Shrewsbury and other places in Shropshire. Much of the 2 weeks was lost on visits to people he did not enjoy. Those people did not care much about him, and he did not care much about them. Still, he did not complain. His father and sisters were very proud of him. They wanted to show him to everyone. So he tried to be pleasant. He acted like he had in his younger days. At that time, he mostly thought about beetles and hunting. Being social had once come naturally to him. But now he understood what had changed. He strongly wanted to begin work again. Work pulled at him deeply. It took all his strength and attention. He needed a large place for his thousands of specimens. He could not fill the already crowded Henslow house with them. His friends from Christ's College invited him to dinner. They asked him to rent rooms at the college for the school year. I do not know how long I will stay here, he answered. I need rooms that I can rent by the month. I only need a few simple pieces of furniture. Soon he found the right place. It stood on Fitzwilliam Street near Trumpington Road. The quiet street ended at Tennis Court Lane. There were about 12 connected houses on each side of the street. Some had flower boxes in the windows. Most of the houses looked almost the same. There were only small differences in size, color, and style. Charles visited the office of the Fitzwilliam House Trust. The trust owned many houses there. It also owned a large piece of land across Trumpington Road. A museum would be built there later. The museum would hold the same art collection Charles had once seen at the Perth Grammar School.
We are pleased to have you as a tenant, the old clerk said. But you must pay 3 months' rent now. You may move in at once.
The narrow 4-floor house was perfect for Charles. He walked through the rooms with excitement and decided how to use each one. In the basement was a room facing the street. It had one window and a fireplace. This can be the kitchen, he thought. Sims can cook my meals here. On the main floor was a front room with a large window. Morning sunlight came into the room. At the back was the best room in the house. It was 10 feet by 12 feet. 2 windows looked over the garden. There was also a bed and an old chest of drawers. This will be my bedroom, he decided. Sims can use one of the small rooms near the hall. Then he climbed the narrow stairs. They turned sharply and were steep. On the next floor he found 2 small front rooms. One room could hold his sea animals. There he would keep crustaceans, jellyfish, sea slugs, and fish. The other room could hold insects and reptiles. He planned to ask Sims to build simple tables. At the back was a larger room. Charles decided to use it for his other animals. On the 3rd floor were 2 rooms with small dormer windows. One room for my birds, he said softly. The other room for my plants, flowers, grasses, seeds, and jungle growths. His shells would go into one of the smaller rooms nearby. The attic had a sharply sloping roof, but it also had 2 rooms. My rocks will go here, of course, he said. He cried. He called Sims Covington from his small room. He told him to get a horse, a wagon, and 2 workers at the Red Lion Inn. Then he told him to come to the Henslow's house. Sims and the 2 workers needed 2 days to pack and close the 21 crates, boxes, and barrels again. Charles had sent them earlier to Henslow. There were also 5 more boxes from the Beagle. Most of the boxes came from the Henslow basement. The others were in a storehouse near the edge of town. The large front room would become his study and work room. Several heavy crates and small boxes went there. The 2 storage rooms behind the basement kitchen held more boxes. Another small room near the entrance also held some. The workers carried the lighter barrels and boxes up the steep, turning stairs. The rest stood in a line along the downstairs hall like wooden soldiers. I will empty these first, he said. Then we will have space to walk around. After that, I will work on the crates in the front room. I will buy a few cheap baskets and carry the smaller things upstairs in them. Covington already knows these twisting stairs. He can also read my labels. Moving the thousands of specimens into the right rooms was very hard work. Many of them were kept in liquid inside jars. While he carried hundreds of rocks up to the attic, he became angry with himself. Fool, he said. Why did I not put the rocks on the ground floor? Now we must carry these heavy things up 3 flights of stairs. Still, he felt very happy with the progress. Now his real scientific work could begin. Sims was a better violin player than Carpenter. He cut himself a few times while he made strong work tables from rough wood. A quiet smile stayed on his wide face.
This place is like a small museum, he said. It will be good to work here, Mr. Darwin.
The house itself needed very little work. Charles did not want to spend much time on it. There were old curtains on the windows. The 2 camp beds had sheets and blankets. But there were no towels, pots, or dishes. That evening, he spoke about this during supper with the Henslows. Harriet Henslow answered him.
We can give you a pot, a pan, and some dishes, she said. We also have spoons and forks for you.
That is very kind of you, Harriet dear, he answered. But please give me your oldest and worst things. I promise they will come back from my kitchen in even worse condition. The next days and weeks became a journey through his 5 years around the world. He opened crates with small dark blue jellyfish and sea animals from his first net catches between Tenerife and St. Jago. There were also cuttlefish from the Cape Verde Islands. One of them had once sprayed liquid into his eye. He unpacked spiders and insects from Rio de Janeiro. There were bright butterflies, beetles, and ants. He also found the strange reptile from near Montevideo. It looked like a snake, but it had 2 small back legs or fins. There was his bird collection from Maldonado. It included parrots, turkey buzzards, mockingbirds, and woodpeckers. He also found the duck connected with Edward Hellier's death in the Falkland Islands. There were animal skins too, including the guanaco. He remembered Port Desire. There he had seen 2 guanacos running after each other and had shot the one in front. He unpacked plants, finches, and fish from the Galápagos Islands. Each one had a careful label with the island where it came from. There was also a large collection of rocks. Some volcanic rocks came from St. Jago. There was gravel mixed with new shells from Bahia Blanca. That was where he had found his first fossils. He also had lava from the trip up the Santa Cruz River. From the Andes journey, he unpacked pure white gypsum from Valle del Yeso. There were rocks from the mountain top where the air had been so dry that the wooden handle of his hammer became smaller. He also had white, red, purple, and green rocks from the Uspalatas. There was black lava from the Galapagos too. Sims brought him breakfast soon after sunrise. Then both men put on their rough, warm sea clothes and worked carefully with every crate and box. They did not want to damage even the smallest specimen. They placed similar things together. After a box was empty, they put it in another room to use as a bench or table. Soon the rooms filled with neat rows of specimens. The hours passed quickly.
"It feels like I am traveling on land again," Charles said to Sims. "After we opened that first box from Rio de Janeiro, I have not felt seasick even once." The first 2 weeks before Christmas were quiet in Cambridge. The teachers and students had gone away for the holidays. Charles liked this calm time. After an early supper, he worked on his journal. He had written the diary very carefully. Now he wanted to make short notes about the most important science results. First, he removed the first 29 pages. These pages were about his unhappy time in Plymouth. The Beagle had waited there for 2 months before it could sail. During that time, Charles had often felt worried and unwell. Then he received a letter from Lyell. Lyell told him that he had become a member of the Geological Society. He also asked Charles to write a paper about the coast of Chile and how the land had risen there. Most of the paper was already in Charles's geology notebook. He only needed to make it clearer and more formal. He kept the paper short. It was about 6 pages long. Then he sent it by Royal Mail to Lyell in London. To relax, Charles often walked with Henslow before supper. The weather was cold near the colleges along the backs. They passed Peterhouse, Queen's College, King's, Clare, Trinity, and St. John's. Both men wore heavy coats, scarves, and Charles's wool sea caps. They talked about science while they walked. The wind carried some of their words away, but they did not care.
"I just got a letter from Lyell," Charles said. "He enjoyed my paper very much. But he says some parts need more explanation. He wants me to come to London on January 2nd. We will correct the paper together. Then I must read it at the Geological Society meeting." "You must go," Henslow said firmly. "I want people to know your work. I also want them to know you." "I will go, of course," Charles answered. "Lyell has also suggested me for the Athenaeum Club. He says I may eat there if I want. There is no empty place now, but I am first on the waiting list." "That is very good news," Henslow said. "The Athenaeum is the best private club in London. You will meet important scientists, writers, artists, and noblemen there. I think you will become a member in a few months."
Charles enjoyed his journal work even more after another letter arrived. It was from Robert Fitzroy, and it brought excellent news. Fitzroy wrote that he had spoken with a publisher in London named Henry Colburn. The publisher wanted to print 3 books together. One book would be by Captain King. One would be by Charles. The third would be by Fitzroy. If the books made money, the 3 men would share it equally. Fitzroy asked if Charles agreed with the plan or wanted to wait and discuss it later. At the end of the letter, Fitzroy wished him a happy Christmas and signed it warmly as his friend. Charles quickly wrote back to accept the offer. On January 2nd, he arrived at Lyell's house exactly at 5 in the evening. For half an hour they worked on the paper together. Charles changed sentences and moved some paragraphs. He soon saw that Lyell's advice was excellent. At 5:30, Charles ate dinner with Lyell and Mary Lyell's parents. Mr. Leonard Horner welcomed Charles kindly. They had first met in Edinburgh many years earlier. At that time, Charles had read a paper at the Plinian Society. The paper was about the eggs of a sea animal called flustra. Horner had liked the young 18-year-old Charles. He had even taken him to a meeting of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. Later that evening, Charles went with Lyell and Horner to the Geological Society. There he read his paper aloud. It was the first time he had spoken in public since his student days in Edinburgh about 10 years before. He felt nervous when Lyell introduced him. But after he started reading about Chile, he felt calm again. His mind returned to South America. At first his voice sounded tight. Soon it became stronger and clearer. His voice filled the large lecture room. The people listening clapped warmly when he finished. Lyell looked very pleased. Charles was only 12 years younger than him, but Lyell cared for him almost like a son.
Now we should go to the Athenaeum, Lyell said. We can have a drink there together.
Charles had never visited the club before. Sir Walter Scott and Thomas More had started it in 1824. The large building stood on the corner of Pall Mall. At that late hour, very few people were there. Charles walked through the beautiful rooms. He also spent some time in the library upstairs. The library was full of books. They drank 2 glasses of brandy. Then, just before closing time, the porter spoke.
Closing time, gentlemen.
Lyell leaned closer to Charles and spoke seriously.
Charles, your work has now become known in the society. At the beginning of your career, I must give you some important advice.
I'm listening, Charles answered.
Do not take an official science job if you can avoid it. And do not tell anyone I gave you this advice. I tried for a long time not to become president. Work for yourself and for science for many years. Do not take official honors or duties too early. Some people do useful work in those jobs because they would do nothing without them. You are not like those people. When Charles returned to Cambridge, the school term and the social season had started. He received many invitations to parties. Some parties were for him. Adam Sedgwick gave one party to thank Charles's family for their kindness at the Mount. Another party came from George Peacock. Peacock had recently become professor of astronomy. He and Henslow had helped Charles get the naturalist position on HMS Beagle. Except for Sedgwick's party, which ended after midnight, Charles always asked to leave at 10 o'clock. He wanted a few more hours to work on his journal before sleep. On Sunday mornings, he went to Little St. Mary's Church with the Henslows. Sometimes he listened to the choir at King's College Chapel. Outside his work, his greatest happiness came from the fellows at Christ's College. Most of the officials he knew were still there. The master was Reverend John Graham. The tutors and assistant tutors were also there. 14 fellows lived in a beautiful house behind the fellows' garden. Milton's famous mulberry tree stood in the middle of the garden.
The senior dean, Reverend Joseph Shaw, invited Charles to dinner in Hall. Charles said, "I did not know how much I loved this college until I spent 2 years at sea."
The next evening, he entered the first courtyard as the bell rang. The butler opened the large wooden door and announced dinner. The senior dean waited for him with a black gown. Charles sat at the high table. The room felt cold. He waited for the long prayer to finish. Below him sat the students and more than 60 men with MA degrees. After dinner, he happily moved to the combination room. The teachers met there for wine, walnuts, and friendly talk. The room stood above the dining hall. It was square and warmer, with a lower ceiling and a large fireplace. Two large windows looked over the second courtyard. There were window seats and a long table with shining glasses and bowls of nuts.
Mr. Shaw said, "I want to open a bottle to celebrate young Darwin's return."
"I do too," said the master. "You will drink port wine as usual, Shaw. Then I will open a bottle of manzanilla."
Charles felt deeply touched by their welcome. Nobody seemed surprised that he had returned. Nobody acted as if he would leave again. This became the start of a very happy time in his life. He was invited to dine at the college many times each week. Still, he remained thin and did not look strong. After a few glasses of wine in the combination room, he joined their betting games. He lost his first bet about the height of the ceiling. "I will pay for the bottle tonight," he said. Soon the fellows began visiting him at the house on Fitzwilliam Street to see his collections. "I am trying to understand the zoology from the Beagle voyage," he explained. "In London, Thomas Bell has agreed to study my reptiles and crustaceans. Richard Owen will study the fossil bones. John Gould will study the birds. Only this morning, Leonard Jennings agreed to examine my fish. If I can raise enough money for colored pictures, I hope each man will write a book about his work."
The senior dean asked, "Darwin, do you mind if I read part of your journal? I would very much like to see it."
"I would be honored. Please come with me." An hour later, Charles looked up from his work. The man was staring at him with wide eyes. Who would think that the man who walked with Henslow only 5 years ago, and collected toads in the fens, could write so well? Charles became red in the face. The next evening, he went to the combination room and found that everyone admired him. Soon, John Henslow also heard these things. The next Sunday morning, Charles had breakfast with Henslow before church. Henslow spoke in a gentle way.
"Charles, are you happy at Christ's?" he asked.
"Very happy.
The people here are excellent."
Henslow looked at him.
"Would you like to stay here? You could become a fellow here forever. You could teach students and give lectures. A man needs a strong place for his future. There is no better place than this."
Charles felt shocked. "Do you really think they would accept me?" he asked.
Henslow smiled. "Maybe not tomorrow morning. But later, after you publish your journal and your geology book about South America. A man who writes books wants to teach people."
Then Henslow changed the subject.
"You are planning books about zoology. Why not ask the Chancellor of the Exchequer for money to help your work? Your work came from a Royal Navy ship. The Geological Society will support you. Sedgwick, Peacock, and I will also support you. Do not be shy. You should try."
Winter arrived with heavy snow. For many days, the roads were wet and dirty. At night, the moon shone cold and bright over the roofs of Fitzwilliam Street. The house became very cold. Charles put large amounts of coal into the fireplace in his bedroom. He wanted the fire to burn all night. At the beginning of March, Charles decided that this part of his work was complete. Professor Henslow took the plant specimens. He was very pleased each time he found a plant with its roots, flowers, and leaves still complete. Professor William Miller, who taught mineralogy, asked to keep some rock samples in Cambridge. The preserved fish were already safe in Jennings's parish at Swaffham Bulbeck. Charles and Sims packed the reptiles and crustaceans again. Then they sent them by Marsh's wagon to Thomas Bell at the University of London. After that, several rooms became empty. The Master of Christ's College heard that Charles would soon leave for London. He invited Charles to dinner. In the combination room, Charles saw all 14 fellows there. Professors Henslow and Sedgwick were also present.
"I asked permission to present a bottle," Adam Sedgwick called out. "I think we all prefer claret now."
Charles felt that the mood in the room changed. Someone gave him a cigar in a serious way. He lit it. He learned to smoke from the gauchos on the pampas. The master stood near the fireplace. He looked serious.
Mr. Darwin, please come forward.
Everyone watched Charles as he walked across the room. He stood near the fire.
Mr. Darwin, I speak as the head of Christ's College. My colleagues and I have talked carefully about your work. In the 5 years since you left this college, you have done important work. We believe you have earned the degree of Master of Arts. This is not a special gift. You earned it through your work. Tomorrow, you will receive the document at the Senate House.
Charles felt tears in his eyes.
This is a great honor, he said. I never expected this. I will always remember your good opinion of me. I will try to deserve it.
Many people patted him on the back. They ordered more wine. They drank to his health. The next morning, Charles packed his bags. Then he received a note from the university registrar. The master's degree was not completely free. He had to pay the government £6 for stamp duty. He also had to pay another £5 and 4 shillings to the senior proctor of the university. He spoke to Henslow with a small smile.
I will be lucky if my 2 books earn enough money to pay for this.
Erasmus sometimes became very active. He spent many hours looking for a place for Charles to live. He walked up and down many stairs. He looked at different flats and rejected many of them. He thought they were not right for his brother. After several days, they found a place Charles liked. It was only a few doors from Erasmus's house. The address was 36 Great Marlborough Street. The flat was above a shop. The flat had 5 rooms. 2 rooms faced the street. Blue curtains from the last tenant still hung there. The rest of the flat was empty. The owner wanted less than £100 a year. Charles signed the paper and paid 2 months' rent in advance. He worried about the money needed for furniture.
Then do not buy too much, Erasmus said. Furnish only 2 rooms. You need a study and a bedroom.
Erasmus knew the area well. He went shopping with Charles. They bought a desk, chairs, and a comfortable sofa. They also bought cheap rugs to keep out the London cold. They found used but respectable bookcases. Charles bought a good bed, sheets, blankets, pillows, and a wardrobe for his clothes. His father had told him to avoid luxuries but always buy the things he truly needed. Charles gave Sims money to furnish the kitchen. If he wanted to live cheaply, he would need to eat at home. He placed his books on the shelves. In the study, he hung a watercolor by Martins. It showed the HMS Beagle near the mouth of the Santa Cruz River. In the bedroom, he hung another painting. It showed Tierra del Fuego and the HMS Beagle resting safely in Ponsonby Sound. Erasmus lent him 2 pictures of the English countryside. They showed green fields. The room slowly began to feel like home.
When you become tired of Kevington's cooking, Erasmus said, come to my house. My cook makes very good mutton chops. There is always champagne too.
Mutton chops and champagne, Charles said. That was my last lunch in Plymouth before the Beagle sailed. Life moves in circles.
Sims furnished the kitchen. He bought himself a bed and a small chest of drawers for one of the back rooms. He happily settled into his work as servant and assistant. Charles woke early each morning. He shaved with his black razor and his white mug with small blue flowers. He had brought them from his room at the Mount. Sims made large breakfasts. Charles ate porridge, a kipper, boiled eggs, brown bread, and butter. Then he worked on his journal. After the first weeks of dinner parties, his social life became quieter. This pleased him very much. He went to the Zoological Society for a meeting with George Waterhouse and John Gould. Waterhouse was the curator. Gould was interested in the birds Charles had collected. The 3 men drank coffee together. They agreed that Charles's bird skins and mammals should go to the Zoological Society. There they would be cared for and used for scientific study. Charles felt happy that his collections had found a proper home. Soon, George Waterhouse agreed to write about the mammals. He also planned to write some papers about the insects. John Gould was famous for his books about the birds of Europe. His wife Elizabeth made the illustrations. Gould offered to study Charles's unknown birds. Thomas Bell, a zoology professor at King's College, studied the reptiles.
This is a very interesting collection, Darwin, Bell said. You found many specimens that I have never seen before.
Then you will do the book about the reptiles. Richard Owen told Charles that he no longer wanted to study the animals kept in jars, but he was very interested in the fossil bones. He wanted to prepare that study for the zoology series. Charles still had good luck. People in the science world began to talk about his collection. They said young Charles Darwin had brought back one of the largest and most interesting natural science collections from any world traveler. A scientist named M.J. Barclay studied Charles's fungi. He wrote several articles for the Annals of Natural History. G.B. Sowerby studied the shells and wrote about them. Frederick William Hope, who started the Entomological Society and had once been its president, offered to study Charles's insects. During May, Charles read 2 more papers at the Geological Society. The first paper was about the fossil bones of the Megatherium. He had found them in the cliffs at Punta Alta. The second paper explained his ideas about how coral reefs formed. These papers caused much interest. Now Charles had 5 writers for the zoology project. They were Jennings, Owen, Bell, Gould, and Waterhouse. Then he began to solve the problem of publishing the books. The books needed many drawings. All of Gould's birds also needed color pictures. Charles knew it would be hard to find a publisher willing to pay for such an expensive project. John Gould had published his own books with success. Charles visited Gould's house near Berkeley Square and asked how he had done it.
It is simple, Darwin, Gould said. Naturalists in London are very interested in your collections. Why not ask them to support the work? Use subscriptions. Publish the books in small parts while the money continues to come in. Then you will not lose money.
Charles took Gould's plan to William Yarrell. Yarrell was sitting at his desk in his bookshop.
I do not like the idea of you asking people for subscriptions, Yarrell said.
Do you think I should try Henslow's idea and ask the Chancellor of the Exchequer for money? Charles asked.
Yarrell quickly stood up. Of course. Ask the Treasury. You have already given your collections to our scientific societies. You did this work for the British government, so the government should pay the costs of your zoology books about the beagle.
How can I speak to the Chancellor of the Exchequer? Charles asked.
First, write a short summary of the plan. Then take it to the Duke of Somerset, the President of the Linnean Society, and Lord Derby, the former President. Also take it to William Well, the President of the Geological Society. They will write letters for you. The government respects the 5 writers working with you. It also knows that color pictures and even black and white drawings cost a lot of money. If the plan is shown properly, you could receive a grant of £1,000.
Charles felt his heart beating hard in his chest. Mr. Yarrell, I hope you are right. The 3 men wanted to help him get the grant. They understood his problem. But they warned him that the process was slow. They told him to be patient and continue his work. During the night of June 20, 1837, King William IV died. He was 72 years old. Charles remembered seeing the King's coronation parade years before. He had paid 1 guinea to watch it. William's niece Victoria became the next ruler. She was the daughter of the Duke of Kent. The last queen who ruled England alone was Elizabeth, about 200 years earlier. Victoria lived in Kensington Palace. At 5 in the morning, she met the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Lord Chamberlain. She was still wearing a dressing gown because there was no time to dress. Then the Lord Chancellor gave her the royal oaths. For many weeks, newspapers in London wrote about the young queen. They praised her grace and dignity. Victoria was only 18 years old. People said she made a very good impression during the royal ceremony. Across Britain, many people felt excited and hopeful. They believed a great new time was beginning for the monarchy. They hoped the whole country would benefit. For Charles, all the royal activity caused more delay with his grant request. Nothing happened for many months. Then he received a letter from the Mount. The family said there was good news. They asked him to come home and celebrate. He had not visited his family for 7 months. Near the end of June, he finished almost all of his journal. Only the last chapter remained. It was called Advice to Collectors. He felt he had earned a visit home. He wanted to see his father and sisters again. He planned to travel on the early morning tally-ho coach and enjoy the English countryside. He invited Erasmus to come with him.
Erasmus refused. He said the trip was terrible and should happen only once each year.
The news at home was very good. Joe Wedgwood had finally asked Caroline to marry him. Joe was 42 years old. Caroline was 37. Caroline looked very happy when she welcomed Charles into the large hall at the Mount.
"We will marry on August 1st, she said. "That is only 5 weeks away."
Shropshire looked beautiful in the spring sunlight. The green fields of clover, wheat, and barley shone brightly. Yellow mustard flowers grew between the fields. Charles slept late each morning. He ate large meals with goose, duck, pigeon, herring, and potato pie. He took his sisters fishing on the River Severn. They also rode horses through the countryside. After dinner, the family sat together and played whist. Emma Wedgwood came to visit Caroline. Earlier that year, Caroline had visited Emma. When Charles helped Emma down from the carriage, he smiled with surprise.
"What wonderful luck," he said. "You are here for the last 2 days of my holiday."
Yes, it is a coincidence, isn't it? Emma answered sweetly. But there was a bright look in her eyes.
Caroline pressed her lips together and smiled quietly. In the middle of July, Charles sent his journal to the publisher. Then he began serious work on a subject that had interested him for a long time. He started writing his thoughts on paper, but he knew this work would be difficult. The subject was dangerous and closed to many scientists. It was the question of how species change over time. When he sailed from Plymouth on the Beagle, he believed what most scientists believed. Species never changed. God created every living thing in heaven, on land, and in the sea. After creation, no new species appeared. People believed there had been disasters like the flood, but they also believed every creature stayed exactly the same from the beginning. That is clearly not true, Charles now said to himself. He remembered the Galápagos Islands. The Beagle had stopped near Charles Island. There he saw finches from different islands. Their beaks were not the same. He also remembered a long walk with Nicholas Lawson. Lawson told him he could tell which island a giant tortoise came from just by looking at it. Charles had asked him, "Do you mean each island has its own kind of tortoise?"
"There is no doubt about it, Mr. Darwin," Lawson had answered.
Then Charles thought about the fossils he had found at Punta Alta. He had discovered Megatherium, Mastodon, Toxodon, and other ancient animals. Some species had disappeared. Others seemed changed from older forms. Why did this happen? When did it happen? How did it happen? He did not know the answers, but he felt he was close to an important idea. During the Beagle voyage, he always kept notebooks with him. Almost every day he wrote about what he saw. He also wrote about his thoughts and feelings. Now he felt it would help to begin another notebook. It could become a private friend and companion for his ideas. The seed must first grow in my mind, he thought. After that, my mind and my writing hand worked together. He walked on a warm day in July. Many people were in Great Marlborough Street. He went to his favorite shop for paper and books. There he bought a small notebook with a brown cover. It was about 6.5 inches long and almost 4 inches wide. The notebook had about 280 pages. Then he went home. In the notebook, he wrote about an idea that had stayed in his mind since March. He was very interested in the fossils and animals of South America and the Galápagos Islands. He called the notebook B. He did not write in it every day in a strict way. Sometimes he wrote to collect ideas he already had. Sometimes he asked himself questions. Why is life short? Why does each living thing die? We know the world changes again and again. Temperature and many other things change life. We also see young living things change in different conditions. He read his grandfather's book Zoonomia again. This time he understood it better. He was happy to see how much his grandfather, Dr. Erasmus Darwin, had understood about people and animals. Dr. Darwin believed that life changed slowly over time. He also believed that the Earth was millions of years old. But he did not have enough time to prove these ideas. Many people at that time thought such ideas were wrong. He worked full-time as a doctor. He also wrote many poems and books. He had not traveled to study nature closely. He also did not collect strong facts to support his ideas. He read chapter 10 in the second volume of Charles Lyell's Principles of Geology again. The chapter was about the spread of species around the world. Lyell accepted that climate and geography could move living things from one place to another. But he did not believe one species could truly change into another species. He wrote that stronger natural causes would always stop such changes. Darwin enjoyed writing in his notebook about species. It felt different from rewriting his travel journal or his geology papers about South America. In those works, he used ideas he already knew. In the new notebook, he searched for completely new ideas inside his own mind. He tried to form new theories and questions. He made calculations and followed long chains of thought. He wanted to connect many facts together. He could not find these answers in books or from other scientists. This work made him very tired. Sometimes he worked all day. Sometimes he worked only a few hours. But after writing, his head often felt full and confused. He wrote another idea in the notebook. Breeding explains why modern animals are similar to extinct animals. This idea is almost proved. Species die if they do not change. But if one species produces another species, then the line does not fully end. Later he wrote another thought. In the past, astronomers may have said that God guided each planet on its path. In the same way, people may say God created each animal for one country and one form. But perhaps there is a simpler law. Animals are created, and then fixed natural laws guide future generations. One day his brother Erasmus came to visit him. He complained about the way Darwin worked.
"Gas, you are being bad," he said. "You are turning a bad habit into something good."
Which bad habit? Darwin asked.
Work. It is like a drug for you.
Not really, Darwin answered. I am exploring new ideas. I do not understand them clearly yet, but they interest me very much.
That is not a good reason to hide from people, his brother said. Come to supper tonight.
I'm having some of the most famous writers in London.
I'll be there.
But he did not go. He wrote in his notebook about species until it became dark. After that, he could not make himself visit other people. His mind was full of work, and his body was very tired. He ate an egg with toast and drank tea. Then he went to bed. While he was working hard, President Well offered him a place as one of the 2 secretaries of the Geological Society. It was an important scientific position in England, but there was no pay. The second secretary was William Hamilton. He had studied geology with the well-known scientist Roderick Murchison. Hamilton would answer most of the letters that came to the society from many countries. Charles would have other duties. He would write short reports about papers chosen for the society meetings. Sometimes he would need to study the papers carefully and read them himself. He also had to attend all council meetings and society meetings. Lyell had been secretary for 3 years before he became president. Charles remembered Lyell's warning very clearly. Lyell had told him not to take an official scientific job if he could avoid it.
"I'm proud that you want me for this position, Mr. Well," Charles said. "But am I not too young and inexperienced? I have been a fellow for only 7 months."
"We like young men in this position, Darwin," President Well answered. At the Geological Society dinner, Well had purposely placed Charles beside him. "You learn quickly, and our fellows believe that about you. You will not start the work until February. You still have half a year to prepare." First, Charles decided to learn more about the office. Dr. John Royal had been secretary before. He was a surgeon and a naturalist.
"The office took much of my time," Royal told him. "I worked 3 days or more every 2 weeks.
Charles could not deny that the offer pleased him, but he wondered if he had enough time and strength. He already had a great deal of work and still had much to learn in science. In the middle of August, he was called to meet the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Charles thought, this will be a very difficult meeting. When he arrived at Chancellor Thomas Springrice's office, he saw George Peacock there. Peacock wanted to make sure Charles received the money grant. He had earlier helped Charles become the naturalist on HMS Beagle. Peacock shook Charles's hand warmly and introduced him to the Chancellor. Thomas Springrice did not want to give Charles a difficult meeting. He smiled at him with pleasure.
"My warm congratulations, Darwin," he said. "First, I must tell you the decision in formal words."
Then he read from his notes.
"It has been explained to the Lords Commissioners of Her Majesty's Treasury that science would gain great benefit if your work in natural history could be published in a good and low-cost form. So the Lords agree to give up to £1,000 to help this publication."
Charles felt great relief and happiness. At the same time, he also felt worried. The Chancellor spoke again while Charles was thinking about everything.
"We place no limits on you, Darwin," he said. "We only ask you to use the public money well."
Payments would come later after people checked the work on the engravings. Charles thanked George Peacock very warmly for this chance. He walked with Peacock to his club. Then he thanked him again and called him a friend in court.
Peacock answered simply, "We must help each other in science. That is the spirit of our time."
Now Charles could sign a contract for the zoology books from the Beagle Voyage with Smith Elder and Company. The publishers liked scientific books. Charles would guide the work and edit each part when it was ready. He would also edit the final volumes. In addition, he would write a geography introduction for each volume and a preface for the whole series. The preface would appear in Part 1 of Fossil Mammalia. The 5 writers would receive small royalties. Charles himself would not be paid. At the same time, Smith Elder also agreed to publish his book about the geology of South America. For this book, he would receive royalties. At the beginning of September, Charles woke in the middle of the night. He felt sick in his stomach and his heart beat very fast. At once, he remembered the same problem in Plymouth. That had happened 6 years earlier while he waited for HMS Beagle to sail. The weather then had been cold, dark, and unpleasant. He wondered why the problem had returned now. Life in his flat was comfortable. He ate simple food and drank simple drinks. He felt happy about his career and even proud. His notebook about the change of species was going well. He was thinking in new ways that very few people tried. That same day, he had written that some species die and new ones take their place. Before, he had called this idea this view of propagation. Now he called it my view and my idea of propagation. He still believed in God in his theory. God had created the laws, and the laws controlled nature. The pain did not stop. His heart beat fast again and again. The strange feeling in his stomach also returned. Sometimes it happened during the day. Sometimes it happened at night. One good thing was that the illness did not become worse. He still felt unhappy much of the time, but he could continue his work. At the end of September, he felt bad enough to visit Henry Holland at his office. Dr. Holland had become a special doctor for Queen Victoria. Victoria was not queen yet, but the doctor's position made him very famous in London. After the examination, Dr. Holland said Charles had gastritis and pain in his digestive system. Charles explained his heavy work schedule. He also spoke about the offer to become secretary.
That problem worried me all summer, he said.
Dr. Holland removed his glasses from the black cord around his neck. Then he put them into his pocket and looked pleased.
Now I understand your problem and I can cure you, he said. Just 2 or 3 days of worry can weaken the stomach and digestion, even in a healthy person. Hard mental work can also disturb digestion, even without strong emotions.
Do you mean my thinking work is the problem? Charles asked with worry. How can I finish my work then?
You cannot work now, Dr. Holland answered. First I must cure you with my special diet. In general, meat is best. You should eat soft meat. Mutton and game are easy to digest. Fat foods are very difficult. Venison is the best meat. Fresh bread is hard to digest. Fried food is very bad for you. Cheese, milk, and butter are usually too heavy. Fresh vegetables can also cause problems, especially cabbage, peas, and beans. Cucumbers, pears, and melons are also bad for you.
Unsure about Dr. Holland's opinion, Charles went to see Dr. James Clark. He had met Dr. Clark at a society meeting. Dr. Clark was writing a book called The Sanative Influence of Climate. Charles told him he did not feel well. His heart beat in a strange and uncomfortable way. Dr. Clark listened to Charles's heart with a stethoscope. Then he listened to his chest and back.
Darwin, I cannot find any problem, he said. Your heart is strong and regular. You are only very tired. You must stop working and go to the country for a few weeks. People often feel much better when they leave the city. A new place can help many illnesses.
2 days later, Charles travelled by coach from London to Mayor Hall. The Wedgwoods were surprised and happy to see him. Charles said his bad feelings came from the new job at the Geological Society. It is not only a job for 1 year, Charles said. It may take years before I can leave it. Emma opened a library window to let in cool air. Then she sat beside him on the sofa. She held his worried face in her hands.
You are afraid, Charles, and that is not like you, she said. Take a strong rope and tie a knot in it each time you do something important in science.
My advice, Uncle Joss said, is to sit at my desk and write down all the reasons why you do not want this job.
Charles looked at the faces of his favorite uncle and cousin. Then he smiled in an embarrassed way. You are trying to make me stop refusing, aren't you? He asked.
We are trying, Charles, Emma and Josiah answered together.
I will write to Professor Henslow, Charles said. I will ask for his honest opinion.
You already know what he will say, don't you? Josiah asked.
Yes, Charles answered. He will tell me to stop complaining and start working. After Uncle Joe's left, Charles and Emma went into the drawing room. She played music by Mozart and Haydn for him.
Bravo, Charles, Emma cried. Now you are laughing at yourself. That is the Charles the first laugh.
Then Charles told her about his heart beating badly.
I am sorry to hear that, Charles.
There was real care in her voice.
You should rest more and enjoy yourself.
The problem is, Emma, I do not enjoy rest. Someone once said that our good habits can hurt us as much as our bad habits.
You just said it. Do you think life in London gives you too much pressure?
Yes. But I need to stay in London. The scientists I work with are there. The libraries are there too. I need the Geological Society, the Linnean Society, and the publishers. He spent 3 quiet weeks at the Mount. He moved around the countryside of Shropshire. Sometimes he used the family boat on the River Severn. At other times he rode horses or walked. His only work was checking the printed pages of his journal. He also studied Henslow's corrections. There were always spelling mistakes and wrong facts in a long book. The family did not have many serious talks. Mostly they discussed one question. Should the whole family go to London in June to see Queen Victoria's coronation? His father asked about Erasmus. He smiled strangely when Charles said that Erasmus, now 33 years old, found the coach trip from London to Shrewsbury too tiring.
Res calls you governor. Governor, he likes good company. That is almost his whole life. But he also wants his guests to leave at midnight. He does not want to see anyone at breakfast the next morning.
Even a wife? Charles asked.
Especially a wife. Charles, I hope you are not the same.
Not at all. I am only too busy to think seriously about marriage.
You are nearly 30. You should marry soon. People who marry late lose many happy years.
Near the end of October, he returned to London feeling fresh again. The corrected pages of his journal had already gone to the publisher, Henry Colburn. Henslow had removed all his doubts about becoming secretary. Josiah Wedgwood agreed as well. Only one person could still change his mind. That person was Lyell. The Lyells had been traveling in Europe and studying geology. A note waited at the flat. It asked Charles to come to dinner on the night he returned to London. When Charles entered the hall, Lyell happily hit him on the shoulder.
Congratulations, Charles! You were my first choice for the position. You will meet scientists from all over the world.
But you told me not to accept office work.
Yes, I did. But the Geological Society is different. For that work, you must accept the trouble.
But changing my 900 pages of notes into a clear book will be a huge task.
I can tell you an easier way, Lyell answered. I had the same problem with my principal's books. Do not make one huge book. Divide the work into smaller parts. Work on one part at a time. Then the work will not feel so difficult.
You mean I should divide the book into separate subjects and publish them one by one?
Exactly. Each book will make people interested in the next one.
Charles lifted his arms happily. My dear Lyell, you have just made my work 3 times easier. My first book will be about coral reefs. The second will be about volcanic islands. The third will be about the rising and sinking coasts of South America.
Lyell smiled. Maybe I have made your work larger. Now you can study each subject more carefully.
On the 1st of November, a messenger from Henry Colburn arrived. It was only a little more than a year since Charles had returned to England. The messenger brought him a clean and corrected copy of the Journal of Charles Darwin, M.A. He received pages called Naturalist to the Beagle. There were also large maps of the full trip of HMS Beagle around the world. The 600 pages had no cover or binding yet. That work would wait until the books by King and Fitzroy were ready. Still, he wrote to Henslow about his joy. One evening he sat and looked at the first page of his own book with quiet happiness after the printer sent it to him. That night he could not sleep well. Several times he got up and looked out at Great Marlborough Street. The street was dark and empty. He did not understand why, but he started thinking about the Mount and his father's words.
His father had once said, "When should a man marry? Soon or late? It should be soon. A young person changes more easily then. You also lose much good and happy life if you wait."
He read by lamplight until morning. Then he sat at his desk. For 6 years he had written his work in strong notebooks, except for letters home. Now he wanted to write about his private life. So he picked up 2 old envelopes. On one envelope he wrote, "If not marry." On the other he wrote, "If marry." There was no woman he wanted to marry. No woman wanted to marry him either. So he began with the reasons not to marry. If not marry, then travel? Europe? Yes? America? If I travel, it must be for geology only. If I do not travel, then what? Work on change in species. Use microscope. Study simple life forms. Live in London in a small house near Regent's Park. Keep horses. Take summer trips. Collect specimens. Study some kind of zoology. Study geography and geology and put ideas in order. He heard Sims moving around in the kitchen. Then he picked up the second envelope and wrote more notes. If marry, money will be limited. Must work for money. Life in London. Too much society life. No country life. No trips. No large animal collection. No books. Maybe a professor at Cambridge. Either geology or zoology. Still better than sleeping away life in the country. And where would that be? I could not just live in a country house and do nothing. If I had enough money, I would live in London in a large house. But could I do that with children and little money? No. Then I must become a Cambridge professor and do my best. Work hard in free time. My future will be Cambridge professor or poor man. He was not happy with these thoughts. Neither side gave him a clear answer. So he decided to think about marriage another day. Instead, he went into one of the storage rooms. Sims had made a workbench there. On the bench were a blowpipe, a large candle, and some rocks. At Cambridge he had learned about minerals from William Miller, a professor at St. John's. Miller taught him how to learn about minerals by heating them. Hot air from the candle flame went through the blowpipe onto the rock. Some minerals melted quickly, others needed more heat.
Miller had told him almost all minerals are crystals, except things like coral or lava rock. Mineralogy is really the study of crystals. The way minerals melt helps us know what they are.
Professor Miller had kept some of Charles's rocks at Cambridge. He sent Charles reports about them. Charles explained to Erasmus, "It helps me if I can do tests here myself and identify the rocks at once."
Erasmus laughed.
"We did not call you gas for no reason," he said.
January 1838 began with a great amount of work. Charles kept a journal each month. In it he wrote the names of books he read to add to his own knowledge and to help his geology writing. At the end of every week, he remembered almost nothing except work. The days and months passed together in hard effort. He stopped only to eat and sleep. In January he finished his writing about the geology of the Galápagos Islands and Ascension Island. In February he completed work on St. Helena and the small Atlantic Islands. That same month he filled the last pages of his notebook about the change of species. Right away he bought another notebook and continued writing. In March he worked mostly on mammals for a zoology study. He also wrote a paper about earthquakes for the Geological Society. People praised the paper. In April he helped John Gould with the bird collection for the zoology of the Beagle. He also gave the Gould some money from his grant to help pay for the picture plates. John Gould had already made 50 drawings of birds. Elizabeth Gould copied them onto stone for printing. The plates looked beautiful. Most birds were shown in their real size.
Charles said happily, "Your book is going to be wonderful. It will be as beautiful and true as Audubon's work."
Gould looked up from his table where he prepared bird skins. Then he spoke a little sadly. Darwin, we will finish the text for the first part and all the color plates. But soon we are leaving for Australia. We want to collect birds, make drawings, and write notes there. We may stay away for 2 years.
At Charles's unhappy face, Elizabeth Gould quickly said, "We spoke with George Gray, the bird expert at the British Museum. He will finish the texts for you." Charles began work on the Cape of Good Hope, King George Sound, and Sydney. He also worked for a long time on the second notebook about his species. But he did not feel well. His heart problems returned, and he also had stomach trouble. In May, he mostly worked on geology. He wrote his parts about Hobart Town, New Zealand, St. Jago, and the Cape Verde Islands. To his surprise, he enjoyed being a secretary. He edited papers from geologists. He wrote short summaries for the bulletin. He went to meetings and read papers from writers who lived far away in England and could not travel. Soon he understood that the two secretaries really managed the society. This excited him. Instead of feeling angry about the meetings, he was happy to leave the flat for some time. He enjoyed the friendly company of other scientists. He received a funny letter from Captain Fitzroy.
The captain wrote, "Work on my book moves forward all the time, but not very fast. I am old in my habits and ideas, so I work slowly."
Lyle moved his hand through his curly hair.
I did not know the good captain could be funny.
Richard Owen's first part of the zoology of the voyage of HMS Beagle, Fossil Mammalia, came out. It was a large and beautiful book with big clear letters. Charles worked carefully with the printer because this first book would decide the style of the later ones. The book had 7 plates. It also had 13 pages from Charles's preface and introduction, and 27 pages written by Owen. It cost 8 shillings. The prices of the later parts would be from 8 to 12 shillings, depending on the number of plates and the length of the text. When Charles went into Yarrell's bookshop at the corner of Berry and Little Ryder Streets, he asked nervously, "How are the sales going?"
"What do you mean?" the bookseller answered. "The books are gone. I sold them all."
Charles gave a long sigh of relief. "I feel like a mother who learns that her new baby is healthy."
It is a good sign for your future books.
Scientists at the Linnean, Zoological, and Geological Societies liked this first work. They bought copies and praised Charles for his clear descriptions of the places where the specimens came from. The Geological Society quickly gave Richard Owen their important Wollaston Gold Medal. Owen was very happy that people accepted what he called Darwin's fossils. "What a wonderful beginning for the series," Charles said happily. The government had paid for the plates, and they were pleased with their decision. Robert Brown, the librarian and botanist from the Linnean Society, invited Charles to Sunday breakfast. Charles had given him pieces of fossil wood from King George Sound. Brown had cut and studied them to learn what they contained. Brown was now 64 years old. He walked slowly through his laboratory in slippers. He no longer tried to seem young. His lower lip pushed forward like a bulldog's. One of the Linnean workers brought breakfast to the laboratory. They ate among hundreds of plant specimens.
Brown spoke in his deep, rough voice. "I am glad to see you publishing, Darwin. It is time."
"Mr. Brown, you surprise me," Charles said. "When I came here 6 years ago, you said you never wanted your words printed in English. You said a mistake in print lasts forever. I can make mistakes too."
Brown lifted his strong jaw. "You will live through them." His heavy eyelids opened wide. "I was born to build a strong base for the science of botany, like your friend Henslow. Neither of us will publish more than descriptive catalogues."
You were born to share new ideas with many people. Write and publish your work. You will make mistakes. Accept that calmly. He went to only one dinner party each week. On another evening, he visited people because he had promised to visit them. Sometimes he and Erasmus ate together at midday. Other than that, he only went to meetings of the Geological Society and spent time with the men there. In May, he worked often in his second notebook. But he was sick much of the time. In the middle of June, his sister Cathy, Emma, and other members of the Wedgwood family came to London after a holiday in Paris. He saw the young women only once. The visit lasted only a few minutes because he wanted to say sorry. He felt sad when he learned that Emma believed he had ignored her on purpose. Why would I do that? I only did not want her to see me sick for a whole week. To help himself feel better, he travelled by ship to Edinburgh. There he walked alone on Salisbury Craig. During the walk, he remembered his 2 years at the university there. He remembered how much he had disliked Professor Robert Jameson's geology lectures. But he also remembered how much Robert Grant and William McGillivray from the Natural History Museum had taught him about nature and science. He stayed some time in Glasgow. Then he went to Glenroy. He wanted to compare the terraces, roads, benches, and shelves there with the ones he had seen in Chile. After a week, he returned by sea to Liverpool. From there, he travelled to Shrewsbury.
You look very well after your trip, Cathy said when she saw his brown face from the sun. Emma and I were worried about you in London.
I will go to Mayor when I return to London, he said. I will show Emma that I am well. The 16-day holiday helped him rest. But for the first time, the thought of his flat in London frightened him. My God, the place feels so empty, he thought. Only Sims is there to cook my meals and bring me the rock samples for my chapters. That is the life of a man alone in a cave. It is not the life of a normal person. I cannot bear the thought of going back to that quiet and empty place. He had wanted that kind of life for the last 20 months. But could he live that way for 20 more months? Or for many more years? He thought he would begin to feel trapped and far from real life. Then he remembered notes he had written before on the backs of 2 old envelopes, if not marry, if marry. He decided to try again. He went into the library and took some paper from a desk drawer. Then he started to write, "This is the question." He stopped for a moment. In London, he had written if not marry first. This time, he wrote marry first. I wonder if that change means something, he thought. Children, if God wishes it, he asked himself. A child can be a close friend in old age. There will be someone to love and play with. There will be a home and someone to care for it. There will be music and pleasant talk. These things are good for health. My God, I cannot spend my whole life working like a bee and then have nothing after it. No, that is not right. Think about a kind wife sitting on a sofa near a warm fire. There may be books and music too. Then compare that picture with my lonely life in Great Marlborough Street. Marry, marry, marry. He left the library and walked through the large Darwin gardens. It was summer, and the flowers were open everywhere. Then he went back to his desk and wrote again. Do not marry. No children. No second life through them. No one to care for me when I am old. Freedom to go where I want. Freedom to choose friends and not see too many people. Good talks with clever men at clubs. No need to visit relatives all the time. No worry about children or family problems. More time. I can read in the evenings. No extra weight, laziness, worry, or duty. More money for books. If there are many children, I may need to work only for money. On the other side of the page he wrote more thoughts. If I marry tomorrow, there will be endless trouble and cost. I must find and prepare a house. There will be argument about social visits. There will be morning calls. I will lose time every day. Still, be brave. A man cannot live alone forever. Old age will come. It will be lonely, cold, and without children. My face is already getting old. Never mind. Trust luck. Watch carefully. Many married men are happy, even with duties. He had always loved the land between Shrewsbury and Mayor. He especially loved it in late July. The fields were green and yellow and almost ready for harvest. During this ride he saw little around him. His thoughts stayed inside his mind. Other than the Lyells, Brown, Yarrell, and a few scientist friends, he no longer had much social life. Since he returned to England, he had not met a young woman he found attractive, amusing, or truly interesting. He knew many such women lived in London. He saw them pass by in carriages. Everything in his life had become work. Before, he had enjoyed being with people. Now he lived almost alone. He also did not like the bachelor life of Erasmus. His father had reminded him that next February he would be 30 years old. He was no longer a young man. If he did not marry and have children, the Darwin family line would end. The family history went back to the 1500s. It was not a strict duty, but he had been very happy in his own large family. The Wedgwoods and the Henslows also had warm family lives. Marriage, a home, and children were the normal way to live. He was a normal man. What should he do? Should he place a notice in the London Times saying, "Wife wanted"? Should he begin looking carefully at young women during dinner parties? Should he ask his scientist friends to introduce him to pleasant young ladies? He had only loved once before. That was Fanny Owen. He had forgotten those feelings during the Beagle voyage. Should his sisters introduce him to women they knew? Should he go to Mayor Hall and ask Elizabeth and Emma if they knew someone? Then suddenly his thoughts stopped. Emma. Good God, Emma. He thought about her warm brown eyes and soft brown curls. He remembered her gentle voice and beautiful figure. She was kind and understanding. Since childhood she had been his closest friend. Emma had supported his decision to join the Beagle voyage. She had wanted him to publish his journal. Sometimes she was gentle. Sometimes she understood exactly what was needed. Emma. He had always loved Emma. Emma had loved him too. But was it only because they were cousins? Then he remembered seeing Caroline and Emma exchange knowing looks. "There is my answer," he said aloud to the quiet potato fields. Emma had been meant for him all these years. Now he remembered that she had refused for good marriage offers. One young clergyman even cried when she rejected him. Why had she refused them? Did she not want love or marriage? That did not seem possible. She had a warm and loving heart. She showed kindness to children and adults alike. Did she think those men were not right for her? No. She respected herself and thought well of herself. Had she been waiting? Waiting for whom? He had never heard her speak about another man, though many good young men lived in Staffordshire. The Wedgwood family was one of the best families in the area. For me, he asked himself quietly. If that is true, how could she wait so long? Suddenly he made the horse move faster. Good heavens! Have I waited too long? Am I too late? I must try. Soon. No, now. I must not hope too much, but I must try. A cry went up when they saw land. But Charles did not feel happy when he saw England. He was surprised by this feeling. Maybe he had waited too long and felt too tired. They arrived at Falmouth on a stormy night. By the time he reached the Royal Hotel, his old coat was completely wet. There he got a seat on the Royal Mail coach. The trip to London took 29 hours. The coach stopped at the Swan with Two Necks. At 7:45 in the morning, he got on the Tally-Ho coach. Sims Covington asked if he could keep working for Charles until the work with the collections was finished.
Sims Covington asked if he could keep working for Charles until the work with the collections was finished.
Charles gave him some free time until the real work began. Then they went different ways. The next trip lasted 16 more hours. The coach moved roughly, and Charles slept only a little. At midnight the Tally-Ho arrived in Shrewsbury. It stopped at the Raven Inn on Pride Hill. His family would already be asleep. They would also be very excited and would want to talk all night. Charles himself was very tired after 46 hours in coaches. He decided it was better to sleep first and put on clean clothes later. He slept very deeply, but at 6 in the morning, he was awake again. He washed in a large metal bath. Then he shaved carefully with his sharp razor. After that, he put on the last good shirt from the 12 shirts Nancy had made for him. He also wore what was left of his blue velvet waistcoat. His long coat and trousers were newer. He had bought them in Montevideo, but they were not made very well. The brown boots on his feet were the same ones he had worn 5 years before, when he welcomed Professor Adam Sedgwick before their trip through North Wales. Now the boots were scratched, old, and bent out of shape. There was nothing he could do about his clothes. His family would have to know him even in these poor and loose clothes. It was a normal morning at the start of October in Shropshire. There was a little fog. The cool sun tried to shine through the clouds. The air smelled fresh and clean. Best of all, the ground under his feet was still and steady. Nothing moved up and down like the sea. He walked down several streets toward the River Severn. Then he crossed the Welsh Bridge and entered the lower garden of the Mount. Autumn flowers still grew there. The trees were starting to lose their red and purple leaves. Edward opened the large front door when he heard the knocker. Then he gave a loud cry that filled the house. His father had just returned from the doctor's walk. He was the first person to reach him.
My dear Charles. At last you are here. We have waited for you every day since the 1st of September.
His sisters hurried down the wide stairs. They quickly tied their dressing gowns as they came. Their faces moved past him as they all tried to hug and kiss him at the same time. After a short time, Charles stepped back and looked at them. They had not changed very much in 5 years. Caroline was now 36. The lines on her forehead were deeper now. But her thick black hair still looked dark and beautiful. Susan was tall and full of energy. She still had most of her beauty. Only a little gold color had appeared in her shoulder-length hair. Catty had changed the most. She was no longer a girl. Now she looked like a grown woman. Her bright face looked strong and sure. Charles thought she looked very good.
He told her so.
His sisters had written to him about Catty. They said she visited friends often. She also went to balls and bazaars. No man had asked her to marry him. But this did not make her unhappy. Everyone tried not to cry while they welcomed him, but no one could stop the tears. Even Dr. Darwin cried. Charles had not seen his father cry since his wife died. By this time, the workers of the house had arrived.
Mr. Charles, they did not feed you well on that ship, Annie said.
Joseph the gardener shook his hand warmly. Nancy, his old nurse, hugged him at once. Mark, his father's coachman, stood there with his wife. She worked as the Darwin family's laundress. Mark had married her while Charles was away. Practical Caroline asked, Charles, did you eat breakfast?
Practical Caroline asked, Charles, did you eat breakfast?
The last meal I remember was yesterday morning in London.
Dr. Robert Darwin was 70 years old. He did not see many patients now. He looked older. He was bald, with small white hair above each ear. He often had gout and back pain, so he walked more slowly. The lower part of his double chin had become loose. But he still weighed almost 340 pounds. His loud voice still filled the Mount.
Everyone, go to the dining room, he said. Annie, make the best breakfast of your life for our son who has returned home.
Charles sat in his usual place beside his father at the large mahogany table with heavy carved legs. At once, he smelled the beeswax on the furniture. Through the window, he looked at the River Severn and the green fields where Hereford cows ate grass. He quickly ate steamed haddock, for boiled eggs, lamb kidneys, bacon, toast, and large cups of hot coffee. Edward poured milk from silver pitchers. His sisters watched him with happy eyes. None of them tried to eat. Erasmus cared little about family life. Because of this, Charles was the brother who stayed close to them. They had missed him very much. He knew this from their letters. Their love for him was strong. Charles leaned back in the Chippendale chair. Then he said, "Sitting here feels strange. It is like the past is happening again. It feels like I was never away. Nothing has changed."
Charles said, "Of course it is different. I filled it with many sights and many new things. Now I must ask myself something. Do I know how to use all this knowledge? And what should I do with it?"
"One thing has changed," Dr. Darwin said. "What is it, Father? The shape of your head is different now."
For a moment, Charles and his sisters looked shocked. Then they all laughed. The room became quiet for a moment. Then Dr. Darwin leaned forward and placed his large hand over his son's thin hand.
"Oh, I think you know the answer," he said. "You also know what to do with your collections. Work hard, but do not hurry. You still have many years ahead. Nature seems to have chosen this work for you."
Charles stood up. He waited for a moment, then kissed his father's forehead. At last, he felt free. His father had given him his life again. Then he heard Catty speak.
"It will be nice if Edward lights a fire in the library," she said. "I am sure Charles has many stories to tell. We only had his letters from Brazil before."
"This is the best news," Charles said. "I am home now, and I will stay here. Why do we not play some games of whist near the fire? Then I will truly feel that I am back with the Darwin family."
Later that morning, he went into the backyard and called for Fincher. The dog ran to him. Then they walked beside the river. Fincher did not seem surprised. The dog acted as if he had walked with Charles only yesterday and not 5 years before. Charles spent 9 days resting and becoming strong again. He gained back the weight he lost during the last difficult days on the HMS Beagle. He unpacked his things and got clean clothes ready. He also enjoyed reading the printed pages from his letters. He kept them on his table where he could see them often. He wrote warm letters to his Uncle Joe's Wedgwood. He also wrote to William Owen at Woodhouse, to Professor Henslow, and to Captain Fitzroy. Fitzroy was still on his ship in Falmouth. He wanted very much to leave the ship and marry Mary O'Brien. She was the young woman he danced with at the goodbye parties for the officers of the HMS Beagle in Plymouth. His oldest sister, Marianne, came from nearby Overton to see him. She brought her 4 sons and her 9-month-old daughter. Early the next morning, Charles carried a breakfast tray to his father's large bedroom. The room had many windows and looked over the river and the green fields. He poured coffee for both of them and sat on the side of the bed.
"Father, I kept careful records of the money I spent during the voyage," Charles said. "Do you want me to show them to you?"
"I do not think that is necessary, Charles," his father answered. "You were very clever, to use your own words before you left. You spent money only on useful things."
"I am happy you are not angry about the money for the trips into the country," Charles said. "My records show everything. The total includes the guns, telescope, microscope, and compass I bought before we sailed. In the 5 years, I spent a little more than £900. I hope I can show you that the money was used well."
"My dear son, I am now 70 years old. I want to enjoy my last years and stay calm. Your clothes look old, even if you look well.
If you want to become a geologist like Adam Sedgwick, you need new clothes. We cannot let people think badly of the Darwin family. Take the money you need for your work. You will still receive your £400 each year."
A warm feeling of happiness came to both father and son. His father had truly called him a scientist. He also seemed very happy about Charles's new life. Dr. Darwin understood what his son was thinking and felt pleased with his own kindness.
"The past is finished, Charles. You have started a new life. Your 5 years of travel and work are equal to the best degree from Cambridge. Now your sisters and I will watch your future work with love and interest."
At the Red Lion Inn, he left the horse and carriage that he had rented at Brick Hill. Then he walked with his suitcase to the Henslow House in Cambridge, where he was invited to stay. The house on Regent Street had 3 floors and was built with light brown brick. It had large curved windows and a blue stone doorway. The house looked almost the same after all these years. The family was larger now. There were 3 girls and 2 boys. He knocked on the door 5 quick times and then 2 slow times. Harriet and John Henslow opened the door together and welcomed him warmly. John Henslow's large and kind face looked even better than before. Grey hair now ran through his thick curly hair. At 40 years old, he looked stronger and more attractive than when he was younger. It was a happy meeting. The 2 older children remembered Charles. The 3 younger children had never met him before. The Friday evening gatherings no longer happened because the family now had many children. But Henslow had stayed busy. He had published a book called Principles of Descriptive and Physiological Botany. People now said it was an important book in botany. He also worked at Cholsicum-Molesford in Berkshire. This work gave him another £340 each year. The place was 100 miles away. Each summer, Henslow took his family there during the long Cambridge holiday. They stayed in a comfortable church house about 14 miles from Oxford. He no longer needed to give private lessons for 6 hours every day to support his family. After supper, the 2 men sat in large old chairs in the library. Henslow placed fresh wood on the fire and slowly moved it with the poker. "My dear Henslow, I have wanted to see you for so long," Charles said. "You have been the kindest friend in my life. I will always be thankful to you."
"I helped you join the Beagle," Henslow answered. "It was my duty to help you return safely with your collections. When can I see your plants from the Galápagos Islands?"
"As soon as Captain Fitzroy brings the ship to Greenwich. I want to take those boxes from your care. Then I want to begin work quickly on my geology book. Come to Cambridge for a visit. Bring the different families together. Then wait until people in the different science groups ask for specimens. By the way, Sedgwick and I signed your paper for the Geological Society last month. You will be presented as a fellow on November 2nd. You should become a member soon after that." Harriet Henslow's brother, Leonard Jennings, came from his church home near the Fens to spend the day. He was the second man who had been offered the place of naturalist on HMS Beagle. Because of work and family duties, he had refused the offer. Neither Henslow nor Jennings felt jealous or angry. They were happy that Charles's voyage had gone so well. Jennings had large whiskers below his chin, but he still looked the same to Charles. He had kind eyes that watched nature very carefully.
"I brought you a copy of my new book," Jennings said. "It was just published by Cambridge University Press. The name is Manual of British Vertebrate Animals. I should not praise my own book, but many important zoologists like it. I wrote about how animals live and behave, not only how they look. Because of that, only serious scientists may read it."
"We are not Charles Dickens writing parts of Pickwick Papers," Charles said with a smile. The next morning, Henslow took Charles into the basement. Charles breathed deeply as memories of the 5 years on the Beagle returned to him. He looked at the many boxes, barrels, and crates. In his mind, he saw seas, mountains, and deserts again. He remembered the loud markets and many languages. He heard Carpenter May building the first crates with his hammer. He heard Lieutenant Wickham telling him to remove his untidy collections from the clean deck. The basement rooms were cool and dry. The air smelled like a fish market early in the morning and also like a place full of birds. Henslow talked as they walked. He spoke about the sea animals and the rock samples. He also praised Charles's beautiful and unusual fishes, packed so carefully in alcohol.
"As you know, I sent the fossils to Mr. Clift at Surgeons' Hall in London," Henslow said. "He repaired and protected them. Your skins arrived late, but everything was opened and kept safe. I was away when these bags of seeds arrived. Some seeds spoiled before I could plant them." "And what is number 233? It looks black and burned, almost like ashes. Still, you preserved your birds, reptiles, plants, and ferns very well. We lost only one very good crab because its legs came off. And one bird had damaged tail feathers.
Charles warmly put his arm around Henslow's shoulder. No one else in the world would have checked and stored all these thousands of specimens, my dear Henslow. I'm bringing up 5 children, Henslow said in a rough voice.
Why not a 6th?
Erasmus welcomed him to his home at 43 Great Marlborough Street in London. Charles came from Cambridge on the Star coach. Then he rode an omnibus from the Belle Sauvage on Ludgate Hill. He was surprised by this part of the city. The streets went in many directions. The houses stood close together in strange ways. Shops and offices had bright colors.
It's a place for artists and free people, Charles said.
The people in the streets also looked different. They did not dress like serious British businessmen. Many looked like the free spirits of London society. Some were painters in corduroy trousers and coats. They reminded Charles of Augustus Earle. Others were writers or actors. They talked with energy and moved their hands while they spoke. Some walked in a relaxed way.
Raz has found a place full of artists near Oxford Circus, Charles said. And it is close to expensive Cavendish Square.
The brothers were happy to see each other again after 5 years. Then they stepped back and looked at each other carefully.
My God, you have become much bigger, Erasmus said. Your head looks different. Maybe your face is fuller. And your eyes are different too. The last time I saw them, they showed thoughts of Fanny Owen or the birds you hunted. Now they are full of something else. Knowledge? Ambition? Plans?
Work, dear Raz, Charles answered. That is what fills my head and eyes. But now let me look at you. You have a little less hair, but you still look handsome in a playful way. Why are you wearing a dressing gown at 1 in the afternoon?
I enjoy life, and life enjoys me, Erasmus replied. I learned that pleasure, which people often call laziness, can keep a man very busy. I have no wife, no lover, no children, and no duties. I only need to dress well for high tea when my friends begin to arrive. Today you will meet Thomas Carlyle and his wife Jane. You will also meet Harriet Martineau, who is very famous in London, and Sidney Smith, the great writer and churchman.
Good for you, Raz. You collected famous books. I collected crabs and snakes.
Erasmus looked at him in a strange way. You know, Gas, I think you are shorter than before you left.
That is nonsense. Men do not become shorter until they are old. I am almost 28. I was exactly 6 feet tall when I left. I am still 6 feet now.
Do you want to make a bet? I saw your hammock in the cabin. Come into the back room. I have a measuring tape.
Erasmus was correct. The tape showed that Charles was 5 feet, 11 3/8 inches tall without shoes. Well, Charles said quietly, the voyage on the Beagle cost me more than half an inch of height. I do not want to lose that half inch for nothing. He quickly began to visit museums and scientists. His first visits were disappointing. Almost nobody wanted the natural history treasures he had brought back. William Yarrell had helped him 5 years earlier. Now Yarrell had business problems. He was also busy sharing his new book, History of British Fishes. Charles visited Yarrell's bookshop 2 times. Then he decided it was unfair to trouble him with his own problems. Thomas Bell had just become professor of zoology at King's College. Charles hoped Bell would be interested in his reptiles. But Bell made it clear that he was too busy and did not want specimens. Charles also visited the Zoological Museum at Bruton Street. The museum already had more than 1,000 specimens waiting to be prepared. He did not trust the British Museum. He believed his materials would be forgotten or lost there. Then he learned another problem. Collections did not want unnamed specimens. When I returned to England, he told Erasmus, I thought my work was finished. Now I see I have only just started.
That is what I dislike about work, Erasmus replied. It never really ends.
I must go back to Cambridge. There I can get help to identify the collection. George Waterhouse had recently become curator of the Zoological Society. He invited Charles to an evening meeting. When Charles entered the building near Berkeley Square, the first person to greet him was John Gould. Gould had worked for the Society for many years preparing animal skins. He said he wanted to see Charles's birds. That was the last pleasant part of the evening. When the members started reading their papers, they argued with each other. Charles quickly became tired of the zoologists and their fighting spirit. The Society did not seem interested in his animal collections. Professor Henslow, however, had wished Charles had brought even more plant specimens. Before leaving the hot lecture room, Charles thought about this carefully. I wish I had known that botanists cared so much and zoologists cared so little. Then my collections would have looked very different. But soon Charles's luck changed completely. One morning he woke early and finished dressing. Then he heard someone knocking at Erasmus's door. He was surprised to see Adam Sedgwick standing there. Sedgwick had a rough face and strong features.
I found your address yesterday, Sedgwick said. I walked here as directly as a mountain goat climbing uphill.
My dear Professor, this is a great pleasure. You taught me much more than you knew during our trip through North Wales.
Knowledge runs out of me like water through a sieve. Come with me. We will find the best breakfast in London. Then you can tell me about your travels in the Andes.
I would be very happy to do that. And if your ears are still strong enough, I would also like to tell you about my new geology book. They stayed at the breakfast table for many hours. Sedgwick was now more than 50 years old. He was handsome and full of energy. He told stories and shared many quotations. He still complained about his rheumatism. During Charles's time at the Mount, Susan only spoke a little about Adam Sedgwick. Sedgwick did not speak about her at all. Charles accepted this.
What matters now, Sedgwick said, is that I help you meet Charles Lyell. He can help you understand many facts. Do you know what he wrote to me last December? He said, I really want Darwin to return. I hope you will not keep him all to yourself at Cambridge.
Charles was very surprised. He felt his mouth open, but it did not. When he spoke, his voice sounded low and strange. Charles Lyell wrote that to you? But how? Why?
He liked the letters from your journey that Henslow and I published. He thinks you may understand geology in a new way.
A short and friendly note arrived for Charles. The writing looked like a woman's hand, but Charles Lyell signed it. The note asked him to visit the next afternoon. Charles put on his fine dark waistcoat. It had a high stiff collar and wide lapels. He also wore a new jacket and trousers from his tailors, Hamilton and Kimpton on the Strand. His new boots came from Howell and were made to fit him well. Nancy had sent him some white shirts that she made herself. Erasmus lent him one of his quieter cravats. Charles was clean-shaven. Only his long light sideburns still showed a little of his old Patagonia beard. His reddish-gold hair was brushed neatly back from a part on the left side. Erasmus looked at him with pleasure.
You look very handsome. Please dress this well for my guests too. You have been too busy to meet them.
Another time, Raz. Right now I must meet the great men of science. I really need help with my collection. The walk to 16 Hart Street was short. It was a small brick house with 3 floors near Bloomsbury Square. The area was not fashionable. Other scientists often wondered why Lyell lived so simply. His family was rich. His wife Mary was also from a rich family in Edinburgh. Still, they lived without horses or a carriage. They also had very few servants. Charles stopped for a moment in front of the house on Hart Street. Then he lifted the door knocker. At once, Charles Lyell himself welcomed him inside. Lyell was 39 years old. He had long legs and tired-looking eyes.
My dear Darwin, this is a great pleasure, Lyell said. I have waited for your return. Please come in.
May I introduce my wife, Mary? She writes my social letters. You probably saw that in the note you received yesterday. Lyell led Charles into a large drawing room. Some furniture came from his old home in Raymond Buildings. The rest came from his wife's father, Leonard Horner. The room looked mixed and untidy, but the Lyells did not care much about style. The walls had new paper on them and looked fresh. This house has good air. It is as close to Somerset House and the Athenaeum as I can pay for, Lyell said. Charles looked carefully at his new friend. Lyell had wide sideburns near his mouth. His face and chin were smooth without a beard. His large head was becoming a little bald, and grey hair showed near his temples. His eyes were weak for seeing things far away, but they looked warm and kind. They were grey with small golden spots. His strong nose stood out, but his mouth looked gentle and sensitive. Mary Horner Lyell had a noble-looking face and smooth skin. She had a full figure and soft brown hair. She brushed her hair back beside her eyes so only her pearl earrings could be seen. She asked Charles to sit in the armchair near Lyell's crowded desk. Then she asked if he wanted sweet or dry sherry. She had married Lyell 4 years earlier when she was only 23. She traveled with him to France and Germany for geology work. Because Lyell's eyes were weak, she also helped by writing for him. Professor Henslow told me you love beetles, Lyell said. You even started a beetle club at Cambridge. And you found a very rare beetle. In Stephen's book, Illustrations of British Insects, it says, captured by C. Darwin, Esquire. Charles turned bright red. That was the first time I saw my name in print. It felt stronger than brandy. But I do not think it will be the last time, Lyell said. I also entered science through insects. I had to leave school and return home to Hampshire because of poor health. A little before that, my father became interested in insects. The interest did not last long, but he bought some books about them. At first I studied butterflies and moths because they were beautiful. Later I became interested in water insects. I spent whole mornings beside a pond. I fed them flies and tried to catch them. Then Lyell smiled at him. Now tell me about your plans. I want to help you in every way I can. Charles felt shy about speaking of his ideas in front of such a famous geologist. He explained that he had written almost 900 pages in his geology notebook. He had also written much geology in his diary. I made long trips across the Pampas and into the Andes. After I finish copying my journal, I hope to write a book about the geology of South America. Lyell nodded with approval. No one owns geology. The more books we have, especially books with careful observations, the stronger our science becomes. One thing I envy is your chance to visit Tahiti and the other tropical islands. There you could study coral reefs yourself. I have never seen large coral reefs. Please tell me about them. Charles looked seriously at Lyell's face for a few moments. This was his first meeting with a man he liked greatly and respected. He felt they might become close friends and work well together, but he worried about one thing. Could he upset Lyell if he explained what he had discovered on the Keeling Islands? Charles believed he now understood how coral islands formed. But his idea was different from Lyell's. He decided to speak honestly. He did not want to agree only to please Mr. Lyell.
With respect, may I tell you my ideas about corals? He asked. My ideas are different from your view that atolls grow on the edges of volcano craters under the sea. Perhaps you can show me where my ideas are weak or wrong.
Lyell looked serious but kind.
Go on, he said.
Lyell prepared himself to think carefully. He stood beside a chair and rested his head on the seat. His eyes were closed tightly. It looked strange for such a tall man.
Charles explained his ideas step by step. He spoke about the reefs and lagoons he had seen in the South Seas. He spoke especially about Tahiti. Then he described his experiments on the Keeling Islands. These experiments showed him that corals could live only in warm water. The small coral animals lived best on the seaside of the reefs because food came from the ocean there. He also believed they could not live deeper than 120 to 180 feet. In none of these places did I see a volcano crater, Charles said. I also do not think a volcano crater can be many miles long and wide like Bow Atoll. No crater can be 60 miles long like the one at Menchikove Island. The volcano idea also does not explain the barrier reef of New Caledonia, which is 400 miles long. It also cannot explain the Great Barrier Reef of Australia, which is 1,200 miles long. Corals can live only near the top of the sea, so it is hard to believe that volcanoes under the ocean lifted crater edges close to the surface across such huge areas. I believe something else happened, he continued. I think the base under the coral is made from mountains or parts of continents that slowly sank under the sea. Long ago, their tops were above the water. As they slowly went down, the corals grew on them.
When Charles finished, the room became quiet. Lyle stayed with his face on the chair and thought deeply about the new ideas. Mary Lyle sat quietly in a corner and watched her husband. After a long time, Lyle suddenly stood up straight.
I am filled with joy, he cried.
Then he moved around the room in great excitement. Charles stood in the middle of the room and watched in surprise.
Mary spoke softly to him. My husband always acts like this when he is very pleased.
Lyle stopped moving and shook Charles's hand warmly. I am greatly excited by your new theory about coral islands, he said. I will ask William Wool to let you present it at our next Geological Society meeting. He will become president next February.
Mr. Lyle, you are very kind to a young beginner like me, Charles said.
In science, I am always careful, Lyle answered. If I had not understood your ideas clearly, I would have argued against them. My law training taught me to do that. But now I see that I must give up my volcano crater theory forever. That makes me a little sad because it explained many things.
Lyle also wanted to hear about the animal collection. Charles described it carefully. After some time, Charles thought he should leave. But Lyle spoke again.
This afternoon has been full of science, he said. You must come on Saturday evening at 8 for tea. I will invite Richard Owen. He has just become professor of anatomy and physiology at the Royal College of Surgeons. He is one of the best men in London to help you with your zoology work and publications.
I must go to Greenwich on Saturday morning, Charles replied. I need to collect the rest of my specimens. I also must get the plants from the Galápagos Islands and my scientific instruments. But I will return in time.
Charles was happy to meet his friends from HMS Beagle again. Captain Fitzroy was already engaged to Mary O'Brien. They planned to marry soon. Lieutenant James Sulan was also engaged. He would marry Admiral Young's daughter in January 1837. Lieutenant Wickham was happy too. The Admiralty had told him he might command HMS Beagle on its next survey voyage. John Dring had joined the ship in Valparaiso as acting purser. He introduced Charles to an agent. The agent agreed to send Charles's last 4 boxes to Professor Henslow on Marsh's wagon. Charles did not want to lose his Galapagos plants. He carried them into London himself. Then he sent them to Henslow on the fly coach. That evening, he went to a party at the Lyles house. There he met Richard Owen. Owen was 5 years older than Charles. He had large eyes and very black hair, smooth and close to his head. Owen studied in Edinburgh. Later he finished medical school at St. Bartholomew's in London. He worked with William Clift at the Museum of the College of Surgeons. Then he married Clift's daughter. He prepared important catalogues at the Royal College. He also studied animals that died in the Zoological Society's gardens. Because of this work, he became an expert. Owen was calm and not very friendly. Still, he spoke quietly to Charles.
I saw the fossil animals you sent from South America, Mr. Darwin, he said. My father-in-law, Mr. Clift, thinks they are important. He says some of your skulls match old bones he collected before.
Since Mr. Clift thinks they are valuable, I would be happy to give them to the museum, Charles answered.
As for me, Owen continued, I would very much like to study your animals when your collection is ready.
Charles started to think Owen could help him with his zoology books, but he did not say this aloud. Instead, he replied, They will be ready in a few months. They will be sorted and named. Then Lyell introduced Charles to Roderick Murchison. Murchison was a geologist and worked with Sedgwick and Lyell on trips to North Wales and other places. He had degrees from Oxford and Cambridge. Charles shook hands with a tall and strong man. Murchison had a powerful manner.
So you are the young man my two friends speak about so highly, Murchison said.
Mary Lyell's tea party became a light evening meal. People took food from a table in the dining room. There was fish with rice, eggs with bacon, tea, and a chocolate dessert. Everyone wanted to hear stories about far places. They asked about the Andes, Patagonia, Tierra del Fuego, New Zealand, the Keeling Islands, and the Cape of Good Hope. They also talked about their friend Sir John Herschel. Lyell wanted Herschel to become president of the Royal Society, but Herschel had gone to South Africa instead. Later, they discussed where Charles should work.
London is the best place when you begin writing about geology, Lyell said. But for now, stay in Cambridge. You can work quietly there.
You do not need to push me, Charles said with a smile. I already want to do it.
William Yarrell understood that he had not been very polite to Charles before, so he sent Charles a note and invited him to dinner at the Linnean Society the next evening.
The Linnean Society was one of the most important groups for British scientists. It began in 1788 with royal support.
Yarrell came to get Charles in a small carriage. Together they went along Oxford Street to a large dark stone building in Soho Square. Here you will meet all the important men, Yarrell told him as they walked through the door with its white stone arch.
The first man was Professor Thomas Bell. He was 56 years old, but he looked young and relaxed. He had worked as a dental surgeon at Guy's Hospital. Later, he became interested in zoology. Now he was finishing a book called A History of British Quadrupeds. Of course, I am interested in your crustaceans and reptiles, Mr. Darwin, he said. I do not know who told you I was too busy. I very much want to see what you collected during your journey. Charles drank some sherry and told Bell about his new idea.
When my specimens are separated, I want to plan a series of books, he said. The books will be about fossil mammals, birds, fish, reptiles, and plants. Each book will be written by an expert. First, they must believe the specimens are new and important. I will write the geology part myself.
Excellent, Bell answered. Perhaps I can work on the reptiles. The next day, Lyell took Charles in a handsome cab to dinner at the Geological Society. The society had large rooms in Somerset House near the Strand. Charles was amazed by the great entrance of the building. There were 2 wide stone walks with red and grey marble roofs. Each side had 8 tall columns. In the middle was a large road for carriages. Inside, he saw 2 long buildings with 3 floors. Each building had an entrance with 6 columns. Straight ahead was another building near the River Thames. Lyell paid the driver. Then they walked through the large entrance hall. The hall had high ceilings, marble columns, and many large windows.
I am impressed, Charles said quietly.
Our architects built everything on a great scale, Lyell answered. Why not, he said warmly. We are a great nation. We want to conquer the world. Our geological society is grand too. You will enjoy working and meeting here.
William Clift welcomed Charles and thanked him for the fossils. Then William Well, the new president, shook his hand.
I remember our walks home after Henslow's Friday evenings, Wells said. Congratulations on your nomination. We hope to vote you into the society before the end of the year.
Well and Lyle introduced Charles to the members who came for dinner. The society was famous for its good food and wine. A butler carried a silver tray with glasses of sherry. Charles took one. In the library and the dining room, Charles saw that these men respected each other. He remembered an argument at the Zoological Society and asked Lyle a question while they sat at the large mahogany table.
Why do men who study fish, birds, insects, and reptiles often argue? He asked. But the men who study mountains and minerals behave like gentlemen.
Lyle laughed. It is because of all the climbing, Darwin, he said. Long journeys in the Alps, the Pyrenees, the Apennines, and North Wales make us strong in body and mind.
When Charles returned to Great Marlborough Street, he found Erasmus unhappy. Charles had not spent any evenings at home with Erasmus and his literary friends.
It seems these geologists have caught you completely, Erasmus muttered. Like one of those big fish you caught in the Galápagos. Are you happy?
As our cousin Emma says, happiness is more a state than a place. Charles answered. Yes, the geologists have accepted me. A little praise always lifts the spirit.
Charles had been home for more than a month, but he had not yet visited his Wedgwood family at Mayor Hall. There was nothing more for him to do in London until his collections were ready. So he packed his things and decided to go to Mayor. He carried his diary with him. It was 800 pages long. Charles travelled all night on the Liverpool Royal Mail coach to Newcastle-under-Lyme. At an inn, he washed and rested. Then he rented a horse for the last part of the journey. Snow covered the flowering bushes and the large Spanish chestnut trees. The lime trees, elms, oaks, and copper beeches stood white under the late autumn sky. A few wild ducks swam on the fresh spring lake. On a hill nearby, cattle tried to eat grass through the snow under the green beech trees and red oak trees. Charles gave a long sigh. Much of his stress left him. He found Josiah Wedgwood in the library. The two men warmly embraced each other.
Uncle Jos, my first Lord of the Admiralty, Charles said.
And you are very much like my brother Tom, Josiah answered.
When Charles stepped back, he saw that Josiah looked much older. But he was only 67 years old.
At this time I feel very tired, Charles, Josiah said. Perhaps it is because of my 2 difficult terms in Parliament and living away from home.
There was a happy shout from the stairs. Emma ran into the room. Her curls moved as she hurried inside.
Charles, you are here at last. We waited for you every day.
They hugged each other warmly. It did not feel like a simple family greeting. When they moved apart, both looked surprised and happy. They sat together on the leather sofa.
We thought we should learn a little about your travels, Emma said. But I only read Captain Head's book. I never read it before.
Rapid journeys across the pampas, Charles said with a smile. The journeys were very fast. One of Head's guides helped me travel near the Rio Parana.
Charles, I hope you brought your diary. Your sister Caroline is here now. She told us about some of your adventures.
Are Caroline and your brother Joe getting closer now? He asked.
We still hope so. Emma smiled quietly. Did you sleep on the Liverpool Royal Mail ship? She asked.
No. My legs are too long. I could not rest well.
Uncle Jos spoke next. Your old bedroom is ready for you. Emma will send food and hot chocolate to your room. Sleep well. We invited many family members to come and see you.
How is Aunt Bessie? Charles asked.
She is very ill, Charles. We worry about her very much.
I will sit with her for some time. It was late in the afternoon when he woke up. He felt fresh and rested. Someone brought hot water to his room. He washed, shaved, and put on his new clothes and boots. When he went downstairs, he heard Emma playing the piano. A memory came to him. He remembered his last visit to Mayer. He had heard the Doveleys singing together then. More than 4 years had passed since Fanny died. He thought about Emma and her sadness. He wanted to tell her how sorry he had felt when he heard the news in Montevideo. He hoped not to make her sad again. When he entered the drawing room, the family quickly came around him. His sister Caroline reached him first. Joe Wedgwood shook his hand warmly. Elizabeth Wedgwood kissed him. Harry and Frank Wedgwood had come with their wives and children. Dr. Henry Holland was there too, with his second wife, Saba Smith. Charles remembered this room well. Dr. Holland had once told him not to go on the Beagle voyage. The doctor had said the trip was not clear enough and Charles would have to obey the ship at all times. Only one person was missing. His good friend Charlotte Wedgwood was not there. She was an artist and had married Reverend Charles Langton. They had waited 2 days for Charles to arrive, but then they had gone home. The family asked him many questions. Emma put her arm through his and spoke softly.
Charles, supper will be ready at 6. Then we will have a long evening, and you can read from your journal.
Charles put his arm gently around her waist.
What happened to our little Miss Slipslop? He asked with a smile. You are managing Mayer Hall now. I must say the house looks more beautiful than ever.
Emma smiled and her face became red with pleasure.
Elizabeth and I share the work, she said. It is strange how people change when they have responsibilities.
After a happy meal of roast lamb, applesauce, and treacle tart, Uncle Joe's asked everyone to go to the library. Candles and oil lamps lit the room. The lamps had shades of milk glass, pale stone, and soft yellow color. Warm light filled the library.
Josiah asked Charles to sit in the leather chair where he often read himself.
When everyone was ready, Charles opened the thick wrapping around his diary. People looked surprised when they saw the large book with 779 pages. I will read some of the most interesting parts, Charles said. The room became very quiet. His voice was pleasant and clear as he read. He began with the early pages. He read about the rich forests in Brazil. He described Rio de Janeiro and its beautiful setting. He told them about the moon shining on calm water when the ship could not move. He read about groups of porpoises swimming near the ship. He described the shining sea at night and the bright waves around the vessel. Then he read about the terrible wind and waves near Cape Horn. He spoke about the people of Tierra del Fuego and the failed attempt to leave a missionary there. He described the gauchos and their free way of life. He read about the great earthquake at Concepcion. He told them about his long journey through the Andes with Mariano Gonzalez. He described the strange animals and wildlife on the Galápagos Islands. He said it was a place where people could see nature as it had been long ago. He also spoke about the colorful coral reefs and the fish living among them. It was midnight when he stopped reading. People spoke only in quiet whispers between parts of the story. No one interrupted him with questions. Everyone praised his reading warmly. How long was I reading? Charles asked.
About 4 hours, someone answered.
The rest of the journal is much the same, Charles said. Then he explained that Captain Fitzroy wanted to use parts of the journal in his own book. Dr. Henry Holland spoke next. He was calm but direct.
My dear Charles, a diary can help pass the time when someone is far from home, he said. But that is all. I must speak honestly. I do not think these notes should be published. I know travel books well. Nothing you read tonight was especially amusing or interesting.
The library became silent. Everyone felt uncomfortable except Dr. Holland. He calmly started telling one of his own travel stories. His wife Saba understood the situation better. She went to her husband and spoke gently.
"Dear, it is very late," she said. "Should we go to bed now?"
After the Hollands left, the room suddenly became loud with angry voices. "I do not think he can judge your work well. He did not want you to go on the trip from the beginning. You make everything feel alive. The land, the sea, and the people in those far countries all seem real."
Am I right? I am sure this will become a beautiful book.
Several people said, "Here, here." Charles looked at his Uncle Joe's. Josiah Wedgwood's eyes were bright. He looked 20 years younger than he did that morning.
"Charles, you must not let your journal become part of Captain Fitzroy's book," he said firmly.
That would ruin it.
"You have done something very important here."
Every part of the naturalist's science was shown with deep feeling. You also studied the lives and nature of people from far places like an anthropologist.
"It is wonderful."
Charles kissed his uncle and Emma. He felt too emotional to speak. He said good night, went upstairs, and lay in bed. All night he looked at the ceiling and could not sleep. After 2 days at Mayor Hall, he and Caroline rode about 25 miles west to Overton. There they visited their sister Marianne. Charles was never very close to the Parkers. Still, he sometimes rode 20 miles to see Marianne's 4 sons. He liked 11-year-old Packy most. The boy learned geography by following his uncle's travels around the world. Charles had promised to stay 2 weeks at the Mount before he left for Cambridge. There he expected 1 or 2 years of work on his specimens, his journal, and the geology of South America. He wanted a quiet visit, but his father and sisters planned welcome home parties. They also took him to visit friends in Shrewsbury and other places in Shropshire. Much of the 2 weeks was lost in visits with people he did not enjoy. They did not care much about him, and he did not care much about them. Still, he did not complain. His father and sisters were proud of him and wanted to show him to everyone. He felt he should be pleasant. He acted like he had in his younger days. Then he only cared about beetles and shooting. At that time, it was easy for him to be social. Now he understood what had changed in him. He strongly wanted to begin work again. Work could take all of a man's strength. He needed a large place for his many thousands of specimens. The Henslow house was already full, so he could not stay there. His friends at Christ's College invited him to dinner. They asked him to rent rooms in the college for the school year. "I do not know how long I will stay here," he answered. "I need rooms that I can rent by the month. I only need a little furniture." Soon he found a place on Fitzwilliam Street near Trumpington Road. It was a quiet and pleasant street closed at one end by Tennis Court Lane. There were about 12 joined houses on each side of the street. Some had flower boxes in the windows. The houses looked very similar, with only small differences in size and color. Charles visited the office of the Fitzwilliam House Trust. The trust owned many houses there. It also owned a large piece of land across Trumpington Road. A new Fitzwilliam Museum would be built there after the building design was chosen. The museum would hold the same art collection Charles had once seen at the Perse Grammar School.
"We are happy to have you as a renter," the old clerk said. "But you must pay 3 months of rent now. You can move in today."
The narrow 4-floor house was perfect for Charles. He felt excited as he walked through the rooms and planned their use.
In the basement was a room facing the street. It had one window and a fireplace. "This will be a good kitchen," he thought. "Sims can cook my meals here." On the main floor was a large front room. A big window brought in morning sunlight. At the back was the best room in the house. It was 10 feet by 12 feet and had windows looking over a garden. There was a bed and an old chest of drawers inside. This will be my bedroom, he decided. Sims can use one of the small rooms near the hall. Then he climbed the narrow stairs. On the next floor he found two small front rooms. One room would hold his sea animals like crabs, jellyfish, sea slugs, and fish. The other room would hold insects and reptiles. He planned to ask Sims to build simple tables. At the back was a larger room. Charles decided to keep his other animals there. On the third floor were two rooms with sloping windows. One room for birds, he said softly. The other for my plant collection. I will keep plants, flowers, grass, seeds, and jungle growths there. His shells would go into one of the smaller side rooms. The attic had a sharply sloping roof. There were two more rooms there.
My rocks will go here, of course,
he cried. He called Sims Covington from his small room. He told him to hire a horse, a wagon, and 2 workers at the Red Lion Inn. Then Sims had to meet him at the Henslow's house. Sims and the 2 workers needed 2 days to pack and seal the 21 crates, boxes, and barrels again. Charles had sent these things to Henslow before. He also had 5 more boxes from the Beagle. Many boxes came from the Henslow basement. The others were in a storage building near the edge of town. The large front room would become his study and work room for his journal. Several heavy crates and small boxes went there. The 2 storage rooms behind the basement kitchen held more boxes. Some also went into the small room near the entrance hall. The 2 workers carried the lighter barrels and boxes up the steep, curved stairs. The rest stood in a long line in the downstairs hall like wooden soldiers. I will empty these first, he said. Then we can walk through the house more easily. After that, I will work on the crates in the front room. I will buy a few cheap baskets and carry the smaller things upstairs in them. Covington already knows these strange stairs. He can also read my labels. Moving the thousands of specimens into the right rooms was very hard work. Many of them were kept in jars with liquid inside. While he carried hundreds of rock samples up to the attic, he became angry with himself. Fool, he said. Why did I not keep the rocks on the ground floor? Now we must carry these heavy things up 3 floors. But he also felt very happy. Now he could finally begin his real scientific work. Sims was better at playing the violin than building things. While he cut rough wooden boards into strong work tables, he cut himself a few times. A quiet smile stayed on his wide face.
This is like a small museum, he said. It will be nice to work here, Mr. Darwin.
The house itself needed very little work. Charles did not want to spend time on such things. There were old curtains on the windows. The 2 camp beds had sheets and blankets. But there were no towels, pots, or dishes. That evening, he spoke about this while eating supper with the Henslows.
We can give you a pot, a pan, and some dishes, Harriet Henslow said. You can also take spoons and forks.
That is very kind of you, Harriet dear, Charles answered. But please give me your oldest things. I promise they will look much worse when I return them. The next days and weeks became another journey through his 5 years around the world. He opened boxes with small dark blue jellyfish and sea squirts from his first catches with the sea net on the trip from Tenerife to St. Jago. There were also cuttlefish from the Cape Verde Islands. One of them had once sprayed liquid into his eye. He unpacked spiders and insects from Rio de Janeiro. There were bright butterflies, beetles, and ants. He also found the strange reptile that he and Fitzroy had discovered near Montevideo. It looked like a snake, but it had 2 small back legs or fins. There was his bird collection from Maldonado. It held parrots, turkey buzzards, mockingbirds, and woodpeckers. There was also the duck connected to the death of Edward Hellio in the Falkland Islands. He unpacked animal skins, including the guanaco. He remembered the day at Port Desire when he saw 2 guanacos running after each other. He had shot the one in front. There were plants, finches, and fish from the Galápagos Islands. Each one had a careful label with the island where it came from. He also unpacked many rocks. There were volcanic rocks from Santiago. There was gravel mixed with new shells from Bahia Blanca, where he had found his first fossils. There were lava samples from the trip up the Santa Cruz River. He looked again at the rocks from the Andes journey. There was pure white gypsum from the Valle del Yeso. There were rocks from the mountain top where the air had been so dry that the wooden handle of his hammer became smaller. There were white, red, purple, and green rocks from the Uspalatas. There was also black lava from the Galapagos. Sims brought him breakfast soon after sunrise. Then the two men put on their rough, warm sea clothes and worked carefully with every box and crate. They tried not to damage even the smallest specimen. They grouped the different kinds together. After they emptied a box, they placed it in a room to use as a bench or table. Rows of specimens stood on top in careful order. The hours passed quickly.
"It feels like we are traveling around the world again," Charles said to Sims. "After we opened the first box from Rio de Janeiro, I have not felt seasick even once."
The first 2 weeks before Christmas were quiet in Cambridge. The teachers and students had gone away for the holidays. Charles liked this peaceful time. After an early supper, he worked on his journal. He had written the diary very carefully. Now he wanted to make short notes about the most important science results. He removed the first 29 pages. Those pages were about his sadness and his heart problems in Plymouth. The ship had stayed there for 2 months because of bad winds. During that time, he had felt very unhappy. Then he received a letter from Lyle. Lyle said Charles had become a fellow of the Geological Society. He also asked Charles to write a paper about a subject they had discussed. The subject was the rise of the coast of Chile. Most of the paper was already written in Charles's geology notebook. He only needed to make it clearer and more formal. He kept the paper short. It was about 6 pages long. Then he sent it by Royal Mail to Lyle's house. To relax, Charles took walks with Henslow before supper. The weather was cold near the Backs. They walked past Peterhouse, Queen's College, King's, Clare, Trinity, and St. John's. Both men wore heavy coats, scarves, and Charles's wool sea caps. They talked about science while they walked. The wind carried away some of their words, but they did not care. "I just got a letter from Lyle," Charles told Henslow. "He says he enjoyed my paper very much. But some parts need more explanation. He wants me to come to London on January 2nd. We will correct the paper together. Then I will read it at the Geological Society meeting."
"You must go," Henslow said firmly. "I want them to know your work. I also want them to know you."
"I will go, of course," Charles answered. "Lyle has also proposed me for the Athenaeum. He says I may eat at the club if I want. There is no empty place now. But I am first on the waiting list."
"That is very good news," Henslow said. "The Athenaeum is the best private club in London. There you will meet important scientists, writers, artists, and noblemen. You will become a member soon."
Charles enjoyed his journal work even more after another letter arrived. It was from Robert Fitzroy. The letter brought excellent news. Fitzroy wrote that he had visited a publisher in London named Henry Colburn. The publisher suggested 1 set of books together. 1 volume would be for Captain King. Another would be for Charles. The third would be for Fitzroy. If there were profits, the 3 men would share them equally. Fitzroy asked if he should accept the offer or wait until they met again. At the end of the letter, he wished Charles a happy Christmas. He signed the letter as a sincere friend. Charles quickly sent back his agreement. On January 2nd, he arrived at Lyle's house at 5 o'clock in the evening. For half an hour they changed sentences and moved paragraphs. Charles soon saw that Lyle's advice was very good. At 5:30, Charles ate dinner with Lyle and Mary Lyle's parents. Mr. Leonard Horner greeted Charles warmly. They had met before in Edinburgh at a meeting of the Plinian Society. At that meeting, Charles had read a paper called On the Over of the Flusterer. Horner had liked the tall young 18-year-old Charles. Later he had taken him to a meeting of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. That evening, Charles went with Lyle and Horner to the Geological Society. There he read his paper aloud. It was the first time he had spoken in public since the meeting in Edinburgh 10 years earlier. At first he felt nervous while Lyle introduced him. But when he began to read about the coast of Chile, he felt calm again. He felt as if he were back in South America. His voice sounded tight during the first few sentences. Then it became stronger and clearer. The large lecture room was full of other scientists listening to him. When he finished, many people clapped. Lyle smiled with pride. Lyle was only 12 years older than Charles. Still, he cared for Charles almost like a son. "Let us go to the Athenaeum," Lyle said. "We can have a drink together." Charles had never visited the club before. It had opened in 1824. Sir Walter Scott and Thomas More had helped create it. The large building stood on the northeast corner of Pall Mall. At that late hour, almost nobody was there. Charles walked through the beautiful rooms. He also spent some time in the library on the second floor. The library was full of books. They drank a little brandy together. Then, just before closing time, the porter spoke.
"Closing time, gentlemen."
Lyle leaned forward and spoke seriously. "Charles, your work has now become known in the society. At the beginning of your career, I must give you some important advice." "I'm listening," Charles answered. "Do not take an official science job if you can stay away from it. And do not tell anyone that I gave you this advice. I tried very hard not to become president. Work for yourself and for science for many years. Do not take official honors or duties too early. Some people do useful work in those jobs because they would not work without them. You are not one of those people." When Charles returned to Cambridge, the school term and the social season had started. Many people invited him to parties. Some parties were to honor him. Adam Sedgwick gave one party to thank Charles's family for their kindness at the Mount. George Peacock also gave a party. Peacock had recently become professor of astronomy. He and Henslow had helped Charles get the naturalist job on HMS Beagle. Charles stayed late only at Sedgwick's party. It continued far after midnight. At the other parties, he asked to leave at 10 o'clock. Then he could spend a few more hours working on his journal before bed. On Sunday mornings, he went to Little St. Mary's with the Henslow family. Sometimes he listened to the choir at King's College Chapel. Outside his work, his greatest happiness came from the men at Christ's College. Most of the college officials he knew were still there. The master was Reverend John Graham. The tutors were also still working there. 14 fellows lived in a beautiful house behind the fellows' garden. Milton's famous mulberry tree stood in the middle of the garden. The senior dean, Reverend Joseph Shaw, invited Charles to eat with them in hall. Charles said, "I did not know how much I loved the college until I spent 2 years at sea." The next evening, he entered the first courtyard just as the bell rang. The butler opened the large wooden door and announced dinner. The senior dean waited for him with a black gown. Charles sat at the high table. The room felt cold. He waited for the long prayer to finish. Below him sat the students and more than 60 men with master's degrees who lived at the college. After dinner, Charles happily moved to the combination room. The teachers and fellows met there for wine, walnuts, and friendly talk. The room stood above the dining hall. It was square and had a lower ceiling, so it felt warmer and more comfortable. A large fireplace already warmed the room. 2 big windows looked over the second courtyard. There were seats by the windows. A long table near the entrance held shining glasses and bowls of nuts.
Mr. Shaw said, "I suggest we open a bottle to celebrate young Darwin's return."
"I agree," said the master. "You will choose port wine as usual, Shaw? Then I will choose a bottle of Manzanilla." Charles felt deeply touched by their warm welcome. Nobody seemed surprised that he had returned. Nobody acted as if he would leave again. This became one of the happiest times of his life. He often ate dinner at the college several times each week. Still, he remained thin and looked poorly fed. After a few glasses of wine in the combination room, he joined the betting games. He lost his first bet about the height of the ceiling. "I will pay for the bottle tonight," he said. The fellows often visited him at the house on Fitzwilliam Street to see his collections. Charles explained, "I am trying to understand the zoology from the Beagle voyage. In London, Thomas Bell agreed to study my reptiles and crustaceans. Richard Owen will study my fossil bones. John Gould will study the birds. Only this morning, Leonard Jennings agreed to examine my fish. If I can raise enough money for the color pictures, I hope each man will write a book about his work."
The senior dean asked, "Darwin, you comfortable showing me some of your journal? I would enjoy reading a few pages."
"I would be happy to show you. Please come with me." An hour later, Charles looked up from his work. The man was staring at him with wide eyes. Who could think that the man who walks with Henslow, only 5 years ago collecting toads in the fens, can write so well? Charles turned red with surprise. The next evening, he went to the combination room and found that many people admired him. Of course, John Henslow heard about this. The next Sunday morning, Charles ate breakfast with him before church. Henslow spoke in a calm voice.
"Charles, are you happy at Christ's?"
"Very happy. The people here are excellent."
"Would you like to stay with them? You could become a permanent fellow. You could teach students and give lectures. A man needs a strong place for his future. There is no better place than this."
Charles felt shocked. "Do you think they would accept me?"
Henslow smiled. "Maybe not tomorrow morning when the bell rings at 8 o'clock. But later, after you publish your journal and your geology book about South America. A man who writes books wants to teach others. And about the zoology books you plan to write, why not ask the Chancellor of the Exchequer for money? After all, this work came from a Royal Navy ship. The Geological Society will support you. Sedgwick, Peacock, and I will support you too. Do not be afraid. You should try."
Winter arrived with heavy snow. For many days, the roads were wet and dirty with melting snow. At night, the moon shone brightly on the roofs of Fitzwilliam Street. The house became very cold. Charles put many shovels of coal into the fireplace in his bedroom so the fire could burn through the night. At the start of March, he decided this part of his work was complete. Professor Henslow took the plant samples. He showed great pleasure each time he found a plant with its roots, flowers, and leaves still complete. Professor William Miller, who taught mineralogy, asked to keep some rock samples in Cambridge. The preserved fish were already safe in Jennings's parish at Swaffham Bulbeck. Then Charles and Sims packed the reptiles and crustaceans again. They sent them by Marsh's wagon to Thomas Bell at the University of London. After that, several rooms became empty. The master of Christ's College heard that Charles planned to leave for London. He invited Charles to dinner. In the combination room, Charles saw all 14 fellows there. Professors Henslow and Sedgwick were there too.
"I asked permission to present a bottle," Adam Sedgwick called out. "I think we all prefer claret now."
Charles felt that the feeling in the room had changed. Someone gave him a cigar in a serious way. He lit it. He learned to smoke from the gauchos on the pampas. The master stood near the fireplace and looked serious.
"Mr. Darwin, please come here."
Everyone watched Charles as he walked across the room and stood near the fire.
"Mr. Darwin, I speak as the head of Christ's College," the master said. My colleagues and I have talked carefully about your work since you left the college 5 years ago. We believe you have earned the degree of Master of Arts. This is not a special honorary degree. You had to earn it. Christ's College believes you truly deserve this higher degree. You will receive the document tomorrow at the Senate House.
Tears came into Charles's eyes. This is a great honor, he said. I never expected it. I will always remember your good opinion of me. I will try to deserve it. Many people hit him warmly on the back. More wine was brought to the room. They drank to his health. The next morning, Charles packed his bags. Then he received a note from the university registrar. The master's degree was not completely free. He had to pay the government £6 for stamp duty. He also had to pay £5 for shillings and 6p to the university officer.
I will be lucky if my 2 books earn enough money to pay all this back.
Erasmus sometimes became full of energy. He spent many hours looking for a place for Charles to live. He walked quickly up and down stairs and examined many flats. He rejected several because they were not right for Charles. After some days, they found a place Charles liked. It was only a few doors away from Erasmus's house. The address was 36 Great Marlborough Street, above a shop. The flat had 5 rooms. 2 rooms facing the street still had blue curtains from the last tenant. The rest of the flat was empty. The owner wanted less than £100 a year. Charles signed an agreement and paid 2 months of rent in advance. He worried about the cost of furniture.
Then do not buy too much, Erasmus said. Furnish only 2 rooms. Use one as your study and sitting room, and the other as your bedroom.
Erasmus knew the area well. He took Charles shopping. They bought a desk, chairs, and a comfortable sofa. They also bought cheap rugs to help against the cold London weather. There were used but good bookcases, a comfortable bed, sheets, blankets, pillows, and a wardrobe for clothes. Charles remembered his father's advice. His father told him to avoid luxuries but always keep the things he truly needed. Charles gave Sims money to furnish the kitchen. If he wanted to live cheaply, he would need to eat at home. He placed his books on the shelves. He hung one watercolor painting by Martins in the study. It showed HMS Beagle on the shore near the mouth of the Santa Cruz River. The second painting went into his bedroom. It showed Tierra del Fuego with HMS Beagle safely in Ponsonby Sound. Erasmus lent him 2 pictures of the English countryside with green fields. The room slowly began to feel like home.
When you become tired of Kevington's cooking, Erasmus said, my cook makes very good mutton chops. There is always champagne too.
Mutton chops and champagne, Charles said. That was my last lunch in Plymouth before the Beagle sailed. Life goes in circles. Sims furnished the kitchen. He bought a bed and a small chest of drawers for one of the back rooms. He was happy in his work as servant and assistant. Charles woke early each morning. He shaved with his black razor and used his white mug with small blue flowers. He had brought these things from his room at the Mount. Sims made large breakfasts with porridge, kipper, boiled eggs, brown bread, and butter. Then Charles worked on his journal. After the first weeks of dinner parties, his busy social life became quieter. This made him very happy. He went to the Zoological Society for a meeting with George Waterhouse and John Gould. Waterhouse was the curator there. Gould was interested in the birds Charles had collected. The 3 men drank coffee together. They agreed that Charles's collection of bird skins and mammals should go to the Zoological Society. There the collections would be protected and used for science. Charles was glad they had found a good home for them. Soon George Waterhouse agreed to write about the mammals and also some papers about insects. John Gould was famous for his books about European birds. His wife Elizabeth made beautiful illustrations for the books. Gould offered to study Charles's unknown birds. Thomas Bell, a zoology professor at King's College, had already been studying the reptiles.
Your collection is very interesting, Darwin, Bell said. You found many specimens that I never knew existed.
Then you will do the book about the reptiles.
Richard Owen told Charles that he no longer wanted to study the animals kept in liquid, but he was very interested in the fossil bones. He wanted to prepare that study for the zoology series.
Charles continued to have good luck. News spread through the scientific world about his collection. People said that young Charles Darwin had brought back one of the largest and most interesting natural science collections from any traveler. A scientist named M.J. Barclay studied Charles's fungi. He wrote several articles for the Annals of Natural History. G.B. Sowerby studied the shells and wrote about them. Frederick William Hope, who started the Entomological Society and had once been its president, offered to study Charles's insects. During May, Charles read 2 more papers at the Geological Society. The first paper was about the fossil bones of the Megatherium. He had found them in the cliffs at Punta Alta. The second paper explained his ideas about how coral reefs formed. These papers caused much interest. Now Charles had 5 contributors for the zoology project. They were Jennings, Owen, Bell, Gould, and Waterhouse. Then he began to think about how to publish the books. Many drawings would be needed for the texts. All of Gould's birds would need color pictures. Charles knew it would be hard to find a publisher willing to take such a risk. John Gould had already published his own books with success. Charles visited the Gould house near Berkeley Square and asked how the process worked.
It is simple, Darwin, Gould said. The naturalists in London are very interested in your collections. Why not ask them to support the work? You can do it through subscriptions. Publish the work in small parts while the money continues to come in. That way, you will not lose money.
Charles took Gould's idea to William Yarrell. Yarrell was sitting at his desk in the middle of his bookshop.
I do not like the idea of you asking people everywhere for subscriptions, Yarrell said.
Do you think I should try Henslow's idea and ask the Chancellor of the Exchequer for money?
Yarrell quickly stood up. Of course. You should ask the Treasury. You have given your collections to our scientific societies. You did this work for the British government, so the government should pay the costs for your zoology books about the beagle.
How does someone speak to the Chancellor of the Exchequer? Charles asked.
First, you write a short summary of the plan. Then you take it to the Duke of Somerset, who is president of the Linnean Society, and to Lord Derby, who was president before him. You should also go to William Well, president of the Geological Society. They will write letters for you. The government respects the 5 contributors. It also knows that color pictures and even black and white drawings cost a lot of money. If the plan is presented well, you may receive a grant of £1,000.
Charles could feel his heart beating fast. Mr. Yarrell, I hope you are right. The 3 men who wanted to help him get the grant were kind to him, but they warned him that the process would take time. They told him to be patient and continue his work. During the night of June 20, 1837, King William IV died. He was 72 years old. Years before, Charles had paid a guinea to watch the king's coronation parade. William's niece Victoria became the next ruler. She was the daughter of the Duke of Kent. The last woman who had ruled England alone was Queen Elizabeth, about 200 years earlier. Victoria lived in Kensington Palace. At 5 in the morning, she met the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Lord Chamberlain. She did not even have time to dress properly and wore a dressing gown. Then the Lord Chancellor gave her the royal oaths. For many weeks, newspapers wrote long reports about the young queen. The London Times, the Morning Advertiser, the Morning Chronicle, and the Standard all praised her. People admired her grace and calm manner during the ceremony. She was only 18 years old. Across Britain, people felt excited and hopeful. Many believed a great new time for the monarchy was beginning. They hoped the country would become stronger and better. For Charles, all the excitement around the new queen caused more delay with his grant request. Months passed without action. Then he received a letter from the Mount. The family said there was good news. They asked him to come home and celebrate with them. He had not visited his family for 7 months. Near the end of June, his journal was almost finished. Only one last chapter remained. It was called Advice to Collectors. He decided he deserved a visit home. He wanted to see his father and sisters again and stay at the Mount. He planned to take the early morning tally-ho coach and enjoy the English countryside on the journey. He invited Erasmus to come with him. Erasmus refused. He thought the trip was terrible and should only be made once each year. The news at home really was good. Joe Wedgwood had finally asked Caroline to marry him. Joe was 42 years old. Caroline was 37. Caroline looked very happy when she welcomed Charles in the large hall at the Mount.
"We will marry on August 1st, she said. "It is only 5 weeks away."
Shropshire looked beautiful in the spring sunshine. Bright light shone across green fields of clover, wheat, and barley. There were also yellow fields of mustard between them. Charles slept late each morning. He ate large meals with goose, duck, pigeon, herring, and potato pie. He took his sisters fishing on the River Severn. They also rode horses through the countryside. After dinner each evening, the family sat together and played whist. Emma Wedgwood came to visit Caroline. Caroline had visited her 5 months earlier. When Charles helped Emma down from the Wedgwood carriage, he spoke with surprise.
"What wonderful luck that you came during my last 2 days here," he said.
What a coincidence, Emma answered softly. There was a bright look in her eyes.
Caroline pressed her lips together and smiled quietly. In the middle of July, Charles sent his journal to the publisher. Then he began to work seriously on an idea that had interested and confused him for a long time. He started to write down his thoughts. But he knew the subject would be difficult. He was entering a dangerous and closed area of science. The subject was how species change over time. When he first sailed from Plymouth on the Beagle, he believed what most scientists believed. Species never changed. God had created all living things in heaven, on land, and in the sea. He had created plants, birds, fish, animals, and people. Charles had believed that no new species had appeared since the first days of creation. There had been disasters like the flood. But people believed every creature still remained exactly the same as when God first made it. That cannot be true, Charles now said aloud. He remembered the time when the Beagle stopped near Charles Island in the Galápagos. There he had noticed something important. The finches on different islands had different kinds of beaks. He also remembered walking for miles with Nicholas Lawson. Lawson had told him he could tell which island a giant tortoise came from just by looking at it. At that time Charles had asked, "Do you mean that each island has its own kind of tortoise?"
"No question about it, Mr. Darwin," Lawson had answered.
Then Charles thought about the fossils he had found at Punta Alta. There were Megatherium, Mastodon, Toxodon, and other animals. Some species had disappeared completely, others seemed changed from older forms. Why had this happened? When had it happened? How did it happen? He did not know the answers, but he felt he was close to an important discovery. During the Beagle voyage, he had become used to carrying notebooks. Almost every day he wrote about what he saw. He also wrote about his feelings and thoughts. Now he felt it would help him again to keep another notebook close beside him. It could be both a private friend and a place for his ideas. First, the idea must grow in my mind, he thought. After that, my mind and my writing hand work together. He walked along Great Marlborough Street on a warm day in July. Many people were in the street. He went to his favorite shop for paper and books. There he bought a small notebook with a brown cover. It had about 280 pages. Then he went home. In the notebook, he wrote that he had thought a great deal since March about the fossils and animals of South America and the Galápagos Islands. He called the notebook B. He did not write in it every day in a strict way. He used it to collect ideas he already had. He also wrote questions for himself. Why is life short? Why does each living thing die? We know the world changes in cycles. Temperature and many other things change life. We also see young living things change and become different because of their surroundings. He read his grandfather's book Zoonomia again. This time he understood it better. He was pleased to see that Dr. Erasmus Darwin had many strong ideas about people and animals.
Dr. Darwin believed that life changed slowly over time. He also believed that the Earth was millions of years old. But he did not have enough time or the right kind of mind to prove these ideas. Many people at that time thought such ideas were wrong.
He worked full-time as a doctor. He also wrote many poems and books. He did not travel to study nature closely. He did not collect enough facts to fully support his ideas. He also read chapter 10 in the second volume of Charles Lyell's Principles of Geology again. In that chapter, Lyell wrote about how different species are spread around the world.
Lyell accepted that living things moved when climate or land changed.
But he also wrote that one species could not truly change into another species because other natural causes would stop it.
Darwin enjoyed writing in his species notebook more than rewriting his travel journal or his geology notes about South America. In those other works, he used ideas he had already written before. But in the species notebook, he searched for completely new ideas inside his own mind. He wrote thoughts, guesses, numbers, and long lines of reasoning. He tried to connect many ideas together. He could not find this kind of thinking in books or even in the minds of the scientists he knew. This work tired him greatly. Sometimes he worked all day. Sometimes he worked only a few hours. But after writing, his head often felt full and confused. He wrote that reproduction explained why modern animals were similar to extinct animals. He thought this idea was almost proved. Species died if they did not change. But if one species produced another species, then the line of life continued. Later he wrote another idea. In the past, astronomers may have said that God gave each planet its path, he wrote. In the same way, people may say God made each animal in one fixed form for one country. But there may be a simpler rule. Animals are created, and then fixed natural laws decide what future generations become. One day his brother Erasmus came to visit him. He complained about the way Darwin worked.
"Gas, you are being bad," he said. "You are turning a bad habit into something good."
Which bad habit? Darwin asked.
Work. It is like a drug for you.
Not really, Darwin answered. I am exploring a new area of thought. I do not understand it clearly yet, but it interests me very much.
That is not a good reason to hide from people, his brother said. Come to supper tonight.
I'm having some of the most famous writers in London. I'll be there. But he did not go. He wrote in his notebook about species until it became dark. After that, he could not make himself visit other people. His mind was full from work, and his body was very tired. He ate an egg with toast and drank tea. Then he went to bed. While he worked so hard, President Well offered him a place as one of the 2 secretaries of the Geological Society. It was an important scientific position in England, but it had no pay. The second secretary was William Hamilton. He had studied geology with the well-known Roderick Murchison. Hamilton would answer most of the letters that came to the society from many parts of the world. Charles would make short reports of the papers read before the society. If he had to read the papers himself, he needed to study them carefully. He also had to attend all meetings of the council and the society. Lyell had worked as secretary for 3 years before he became president. Charles quickly remembered Lyell's warning. Lyell had told him not to accept an official scientific job if he could avoid it. I'm proud that you want me for this position, Mr. Well, he said. But am I not too young and inexperienced? I have been a fellow for only 7 months.
We like young men in this position, Darwin, President Well answered. He had seated Charles beside him at the Geological Society dinner. You will learn quickly. Our fellows believe you can do that. You will not begin the work until February. You have half a year to prepare.
First, Charles decided to learn more about the office. Dr. John Royal spoke to him. Royal was a surgeon, a naturalist, and a former secretary.
This office took much of my time, Royal told him. I spent 3 days or more on it every 2 weeks.
Charles could not deny that the offer pleased him. Still, he wondered if he had enough time and strength for the work. He already had many duties and still had much to learn in his new profession. In the middle of August, the Chancellor of the Exchequer called for him. Charles thought, this will be a terrible meeting. When he arrived at Chancellor Thomas Springrice's office, he saw George Peacock there. Peacock wanted to make sure Charles received the grant. He had earlier recommended Charles as naturalist on HMS Beagle. Peacock shook Charles's hand warmly and introduced him to the Chancellor. Thomas Springrice did not plan to give Charles a difficult meeting. He smiled at him with pleasure.
My warm congratulations, Darwin, he said. First, I must tell you the decision in formal language.
Then he read from his notes.
It has been explained to the Lords Commissioners of Her Majesty's Treasury that science would benefit greatly if you could publish the results of your work in natural history in a good and low-cost form. So the Lords agree to give support for this publication. The total amount will not be more than £1,000.
Charles felt relief and great happiness. At the same time, he also felt worried. The Chancellor spoke again while Charles tried to understand his feelings.
We place no limits on you, Darwin, he said. We only ask that you use the public money well.
Payments would come later. The money would be given when the engraving work showed good progress. Charles felt very thankful for this chance. He walked with George Peacock to his club. He thanked Peacock for helping him.
You were a good friend to me, Charles said.
Peacock answered simply.
We must help each other in science. That is important in our time.
Now Charles could sign a contract for the zoology books from the Beagle voyage. The publisher was Smith Elder and Company. They liked scientific books. Charles agreed to guide the work as it was prepared. He would edit each part before printing. He would also edit the finished books. He would write a geography introduction for each volume. He would also write a preface for the whole series. This text would appear in Part 1 of Fossil Mammalia. The 5 writers would receive small royalties. Charles would receive no payment. At the same time, Smith Elder also agreed to publish his book about the geology of South America. For this book, he would receive royalties. At the beginning of September, Charles woke in the middle of the night. He felt sick in his stomach. His heart was beating hard and fast. At once he remembered the same problem in Plymouth. That had happened 6 years earlier. At that time he waited for HMS Beagle to sail. The weather had been cold, dark, and unpleasant. He did not understand why the problem returned now. Life was comfortable in his flat. He ate simple food and drank little. He felt pleased with his career and proud of his work. He was making good progress in his notebook about how species changed. He was studying ideas that few people studied. Only that day he had written that some species die and new species replace them. At first he called this idea this view of propagation. Now he called it my view and my idea of propagation. He still believed in God in his theory. God created laws. Then those laws guided nature. But the illness did not leave him. The strong beating in his heart returned again and again. He also felt sudden pain in his stomach. The attacks did not come at regular times. Sometimes they came during the day. Sometimes they came at night. One good thing was that the illness did not become worse. He still felt partly miserable, but he could continue his work. Near the end of September, he felt sick enough to visit Henry Holland. He went to Dr. Holland's office. Dr. Holland had become a special doctor for Queen Victoria. Victoria was not crowned yet. Still, Dr. Holland was already the most popular doctor in London. Dr. Holland examined Charles. He found irritation and pain in Charles's digestive system. Charles explained his busy work life. He also spoke about the offer to become secretary.
That problem worried me all summer, Charles said.
Dr. Holland removed his glasses. The glasses hung on a black cord around his neck. He placed them carefully in his pocket and looked pleased.
Now I understand your illness, Dr. Holland said. And now I can cure you. A few days of worry can weaken the digestive organs, even in a healthy person. Hard mental work can also disturb digestion, even without strong emotion.
Do you mean my thinking work is causing this? Charles asked with worry. How can I finish my work then?
You cannot work now, Dr. Holland answered. First I must cure you with my special diet.
He continued speaking about food.
In general, meat is best. Soft meat is easier to digest. Mutton and wild game are good foods. Fat and oily foods are difficult for the stomach. Venison is very good. Fresh bread is hard to digest. Fried food is very bad. Cheese, milk, and butter often cause problems. Fresh vegetables can also be harmful, especially cabbage, peas, and beans. Cucumbers, pears, and melons are not good for you either.
Charles was not happy with Dr. Holland's opinion. So he went to see Dr. James Clark. He had met Dr. Clark at a society meeting. Dr. Clark was writing a book called The Sanative Influence of Climate. Charles told him that he did not feel well. His heart often beat in a strange and uncomfortable way. Dr. Clark listened to Charles's heart with a stethoscope. Then he checked his chest and back.
Darwin, I cannot find any problem, he said. Your heart is strong and regular. You are only very tired. I strongly advise you to stop working and live in the country for a few weeks. People often feel much better when they leave the city and stay in the countryside for some time. A change of place can help many illnesses.
2 days later, Charles travelled by coach from London to Mayor Hall. The Wedgwoods were surprised and happy to see him. Charles said his bad feelings came from the future job as Secretary of the Geological Society. It is not only a job for 1 year, Charles said unhappily. It may take me many years to leave it. Emma opened a library window to let in cool air. Then she sat beside him on the sofa. She held his worried face gently in her hands.
You are acting afraid, Charles, and that is not like you, she said. Take a strong rope and make a knot in it each time you finish an important scientific success.
My advice, Uncle Joss said, is to sit at my desk and write down your biggest reasons for refusing the secretary job.
Charles looked at the faces of his favorite uncle and cousin. Then he smiled in an embarrassed way. You are trying to make me change my mind, aren't you? He asked.
We are trying, Charles, Emma and Josiah said at almost the same time.
I will write a letter to Professor Henslow and ask for his honest opinion.
You already know what he will say, don't you? Josiah asked.
Yes. He will tell me to stop complaining and start working. Bravo, Charles, Emma cried.
Now you laugh at yourself. That is the Charles the First laugh.
After Uncle Joe's left, Charles and Emma went into the drawing room. She played music by Mozart and Haydn for him. Then Charles told her about his heart beating badly.
I am sorry to hear that, Charles, she said softly. There was real worry in her voice. You should rest more and enjoy life.
The problem is that I do not enjoy resting, Emma. Who said we suffer from our good habits as much as from our bad ones?
You just said it, she answered. Do you think London gives you too much pressure?
Yes. But I need to live in London. The scientists I work with are there. The libraries of the Geological Society and the Linnean Society are there. My publishers are there too. He spent 3 quiet weeks at the Mount. He moved around the countryside of Shropshire. Sometimes he used the family boat on the River Severn. Sometimes he rode a horse or walked. His only work was checking pages from the printer for the journal. He also studied Henslow's corrections. Long books always had mistakes in spelling and facts. The family did not have many serious talks. They mostly discussed one question. Should the whole family go to London the next June to see Queen Victoria's coronation? His father asked about Erasmus. He smiled strangely when Charles said that Erasmus, now 33 years old, thought the coach trip from London to Shrewsbury was too tiring.
Res calls you governor. Governor, he enjoys good company. That is almost his whole life. But he likes his guests to leave exactly at midnight. He does not want to see anyone at breakfast the next morning.
Even a wife? His father asked. Especially a wife.
Charles, I hope you do not feel the same way.
Not at all. I am only too busy to think seriously about marriage.
You are nearly 30. You should marry soon. People who marry late miss a lot of simple happiness.
Near the end of October, Charles returned to London. He felt fresh and rested. The corrected pages of his journal had already gone to the publisher, Henry Colburn. Henslow and Josiah Wedgwood had both destroyed his reasons for refusing the secretary job. Only one person could still change his mind now. That person was Lyell. The Lyells had been traveling in Europe and studying geology. A note at Charles's flat asked him to come to dinner on the night he returned. When Charles entered the house, Lyell happily hit him on the shoulder.
Congratulations, Charles! You were my first choice for the position. This job will help you meet scientists from all over the world.
But you told me not to accept official jobs.
Yes, Lyell answered. But I did not mean the Geological Society. That is the one job you must accept, even if it is difficult.
But I still have a huge task ahead of me. I must turn 900 pages of geological notes into a clear book.
I can tell you an easier way, Lyell said. I had the same problem with my principal's books. Do not try to finish everything at once. Divide the work into smaller parts. Work on only one part at a time. Then the work will not feel so heavy.
You mean I should divide the large book into several smaller books and publish each one separately?
Exactly. Each book will make people excited for the next one.
Charles lifted his arms happily. My dear Lyell, you just made my work 3 times easier. First, I will write a book about coral reefs. Then one about volcanic islands. The third will be about the rising and sinking coasts of South America.
Lyell smiled. I may have made your work larger. Now you can study each subject more deeply.
On the first day of November, a little more than a year after Charles returned to England, a messenger from Henry Colburn arrived. He brought Charles a clean and corrected copy of the Journal of Charles Darwin, M.A., naturalist to the Beagle, with fold-out maps that showed the full trip of HMS Beagle around the world. The 600 pages did not yet have a cover or binding. That work would wait until the books by King and Fitzroy were also ready. Still, he wrote to Henslow with great happiness.
One evening I looked at the first page of my own book. I sat there quietly and admired it when the printer sent it to me.
That night he slept badly. Several times he got up and looked out the window at Great Marlborough Street. The street was dark and empty. He did not understand why, but he kept thinking about the Mount and his father's words.
When should you marry, soon or late? My son, it should be soon. A young person changes more easily. And you lose much true happiness if you wait.
He read by lamplight until morning. Then he went to his desk. For 6 years he had written in strong notebooks, except for letters to his family. Now he wanted to write about his private life. So he took 2 old envelopes that he had opened long ago. On one envelope he wrote, "If not marry." On the other he wrote, "If marry." There was no young woman he wanted to marry, and no woman wanted to marry him. So he began with the reasons not to marry. If not marry, travel? Europe, yes. America. If I travel, it must only be for geology. If I do not travel, work on change in species. Microscope. Simple forms of life. Live in London in a small house near Regent's Park. Keep horses. Take summer trips. Collect specimens. Study some part of zoology. Study geography and geology. Put ideas in order and study connections. He heard Sims moving around in the kitchen. Then he picked up the second envelope and wrote, "If marry, it means limits. Need to work for money. Life in London. Too much society. No country life. No long trips. No large animal collection. No books. Cambridge professorship. Either geology or zoology. But better than hiding in the country. And where would I live? I could not stay in a country house and do nothing. If I had enough money, I would live in London in a large pretty house. But could I do that with children and little money? No. Then become a professor at Cambridge and do the best possible work. Do my duty and work in free time. My future will be Cambridge professor or poor man." He was not happy with these thoughts. Neither side gave him a clear answer. He decided to think about marriage another day. Instead, he went into one of the storage rooms. Sims had made a workbench there. On the bench were a blowpipe, a large candle with a flat wick, and some rocks. At Cambridge he had learned from William Miller, the mineralogy professor at St. John's. Miller showed him how to study minerals. He blew hot air from a candle through the blowpipe to heat the rocks. Some minerals melted quickly. Others needed much more heat.
All minerals are crystals, except things like coral or lava rock. Mineralogy is the study of crystals. The way a mineral melts can help us know what it is.
Professor Miller had kept some of Charles's rocks in Cambridge. He sent reports to Charles about the kind of rocks they were. "But it helps me if I can do the experiments here myself," Charles explained to Erasmus.
"We did not call you gas for nothing," Erasmus said.
January 1838 began with a great amount of work. He kept a journal each month. In it he wrote the names of books he read for his geology studies and his own writing. At the end of each week he remembered little except work. The days and weeks mixed together in hard effort. He stopped only to eat and sleep. In January he finished his writing about the geology of the Galápagos Islands and Ascension Island. In February he completed the work on St. Helena and the small Atlantic Islands. That same month he filled the last pages of his notebook about the change in species. He quickly bought a second notebook and continued writing. In March he worked mostly on mammals for a zoology study. He also wrote a paper about earthquakes for the Geological Society. People praised the paper. In April he helped John Gould with the bird collection for the zoology books about the beagle. He also gave money from his grant to help pay for the illustrations. John Gould had already made 50 drawings of the birds. Elizabeth Gould copied the drawings onto stone for printing. The pictures came out very well and were mostly life-size.
"Your book is going to be beautiful," Charles said. "It will be as fine and true as Audubon's work." Gould looked up from his work table and spoke a little sadly. "Darwin, we will finish the text for the first part and all the color pictures. But soon we are leaving for Australia. We want to collect birds, make drawings, and write notes there. We may be away for 2 years.
At Charles's unhappy face, Elizabeth Gould quickly said,
"We spoke with George Gray, the bird expert at the British Museum. He will finish the texts for you.
Charles began work on the Cape of Good Hope, King George Sound, and Sydney. He also worked a long time on the second notebook about his species, but he did not feel well. The strong beating in his chest returned. He also had stomach trouble. In May, he mostly worked on geology. He wrote his parts about Hobart Town and New Zealand, St. Jago, and the Cape Verde Islands. To his surprise, he enjoyed being secretary. He edited papers from geologists. He made short reports for the bulletin. He went to meetings. He also read papers to the members when the writers lived too far away to come. Soon he learned that the two secretaries really controlled the society. This feeling excited him. Instead of disliking the meetings, he was happy to leave the flat for a time. He enjoyed the friendly company of other scientists. He received a funny letter from Captain Fitzroy. The captain wrote,
"My book moves forward little by little. I do not work very fast. My habits and ideas are old-fashioned, so I move slowly."
Lyell passed his hand through his curly hair. "I did not know the good captain could be funny."
The first part of Richard Owen's book, The Zoology of the Voyage of HMS Beagle, Fossil Mammalia, was published. It was a large and beautiful book with big clear letters. Charles worked carefully with the printer because the first book would guide the later ones. It had 7 picture plates. There were 13 pages from Charles for the preface and introduction. There were also 27 pages written by Owen. The book cost 8 shillings. The prices of the later parts would be from 8 to 12 shillings. The price depended on the number of plates and the length of the text. When Charles visited Yarrell's bookshop at the corner of Berry and Little Ryder Streets, he asked nervously, "How are sales going?"
"What do you mean by going? The books are gone. I sold them all."
Charles gave a long sigh. "I feel like a mother who hears that her new baby has 5 toes and not 6.
This is a good sign for your future books.
The scientists at the Linnean, Zoological, and Geological Societies liked this first work. They bought copies. They praised Charles for his clear descriptions of the places where the specimens came from. The Geological Society quickly gave Richard Owen their important Wollaston Gold Medal. Owen was very happy that people accepted what he called Darwin's fossils.
"What a wonderful beginning for the series," Charles said happily.
The government had paid for the picture plates. They felt pleased with their decision. Robert Brown, the librarian and botanist from the Linnean Society, invited Charles to Sunday breakfast. Charles had given him pieces of fossil wood from King George Sound. Brown had cut and studied them to learn what they contained. Brown was now 64 years old. He walked slowly through his laboratory in slippers. He no longer tried to seem young. His lower lip pushed forward like a bulldog's. One of the Linnean workers brought breakfast to the laboratory. The 2 men ate among hundreds of plant specimens. Brown spoke in his deep, rough voice.
"I am glad to see you publishing, Darwin. It is about time."
"Mr. Brown, you surprise me. 6 years ago, when I visited here, you said you never wanted your words printed in English. You said a mistake in print was like a death sentence. I can make mistakes too."
Brown tightened his strong jaw. "You will live through them." His heavy eyelids opened wide. "I was born to build a strong base for botany, like your friend Henslow. Neither of us will publish more than descriptive catalogues."
You were born to share new ideas with many people. Write and publish your work. You will make mistakes. Accept that calmly. He went to only one dinner party each week. On another evening, he visited people who had invited him before. Sometimes he and Erasmus ate lunch together. Other than that, he only went to meetings of the Geological Society and met the men there. In May, he wrote often in his second notebook. But he felt ill much of the time. In the middle of June, his sister Cathy, Emma, and other members of the Wedgwood family came to London after a holiday in Paris. He saw the girls only once. The visit lasted only a few minutes because he wanted to say he was sorry. Later, he learned that Emma believed he had stayed away from her on purpose. Why would I do that? He asked himself. I just did not want her to see me ill for a whole week. To help himself feel better, he travelled by boat to Edinburgh. There he walked alone on Salisbury Craig. He remembered his 2 years at the university there. He remembered how much he disliked Professor Robert Jameson's geology lectures. But Robert Grant and William McGillivray from the Natural History Museum had taught him many important things about nature. He spent some time in Glasgow. Then he went to Glenroy. He wanted to compare the terraces and shelves there with the ones he had seen in Chile. After a week, he returned by sea to Liverpool. From there he travelled to Shrewsbury.
How healthy you look after your trip, Cathy said when she saw his brown face from the sun. Emma and I were worried about you in London.
I will go to Mayor when I return to London, he answered. I will show Emma that I am well. The 16-day holiday helped him rest. But for the first time, the thought of his London flat made him afraid. My God, the place feels so empty, he thought. Only Sims is there to cook my food and bring me the rock samples for my chapters. That is not a normal life. It is like living alone in a cave. I cannot face that quiet place again. For the last 20 months, he had wanted this kind of life. But could he live this way for 20 more months? Or for many more years? He thought he would begin to feel trapped and far from real life. Then he remembered notes he had written on 2 old envelopes. If not marry. If marry. He decided to think about it again. He went into the library. From a desk drawer, he took out 2 sheets of paper. Then he began to write. This is the question. He stopped for a moment. In London, he had written if not marry first. Now he wrote marry first. I wonder if that change means something, he thought. Children, if God wishes it, he wrote. A child can stay with me through life. A child can be a friend when I am old. I can love my children and play with them. There can be a home and someone to care for it. There can be music and pleasant talk. These things are good for health. My God, I cannot spend my whole life like a bee that only works. No, this will not do. Think about a kind wife sitting near a warm fire. There can be books and music too. Then compare this with the dark rooms in Great Marlborough Street. Marry, marry, marry. He left the library and walked through the large Darwin gardens. It was summer, and the flowers were beautiful. Then he returned to his desk and wrote again. Do not marry. No children. No second life through them. No one to care for in old age. Freedom to travel where I want. Freedom to choose friends and see only a few people. Good talks with clever men at clubs. No need to visit relatives all the time. No worries about children or arguments. More time. I can read in the evenings. No extra weight, laziness, worry, or responsibility. More money for books. If there are many children, I must work harder to support them. On the other side of the paper, he wrote more thoughts. But if I marry tomorrow, there will be endless trouble and expense. I must find and prepare a house. There will be arguments about social visits. People will come in the mornings. I will lose time every day. Still, be happy. A man cannot live alone forever. Old age will come. Then there will be no friends, no warmth, and no children. Already my face is getting older. Never mind. Trust chance and watch carefully. Many married men are happy. He always loved the land between Shrewsbury and Mayor. He especially liked it in late July. The green and yellow fields were almost ready for harvest. During this ride, he noticed little around him. His thoughts stayed deep inside his mind. Except for the Lyells, Brown, Yarrell, and a few other scientist friends, he had almost stopped seeing people. Since he returned to England, he had not met a young woman he truly liked or found interesting. He knew many women lived in London. Sometimes he saw them pass in carriages. But work had taken all his attention. He had once enjoyed being with people. Now he lived almost alone. He also did not want the kind of single life Erasmus lived. His father had reminded him that he would soon be 30 years old. He was no longer young. If he never married or had children, the Darwin family line would end. The family history went back to the 1500s. It was not his duty to continue it. Still, he had always been happy in his large family. The Wedgwoods and the Henslows also had close families. Marriage, home, and children were the normal way to live. He was a normal man. What should he do? Should he place a notice in the London Times asking for a wife? Should he begin to look at young women carefully at dinner parties? Should he ask his scientist friends to introduce him to pleasant young ladies? He had only loved one woman before. Her name was Fanny Owen. He had forgotten that love during the Beagle voyage. Should his sisters introduce him to women they knew? Should he go to Mayor Hall and ask Elizabeth and Emma if they knew someone? Then his thoughts suddenly stopped.
Emma! My God, Emma, he said aloud.
He thought about her warm brown eyes and soft brown curls. He remembered her sweet voice and beautiful figure. She was kind and understanding. Since childhood, she had been his closest friend. Emma had supported his wish to join the Beagle voyage. She had wanted him to publish his journal. She had been gentle when he needed kindness. She had spoken wisely when he needed advice. Emma. He had always loved Emma. Emma had loved him too. But was it only because they were cousins? Then he remembered seeing Caroline and Emma exchange knowing looks.
That is the answer, he cried to the quiet potato fields around him.
Emma had been right for him all these years. Now he remembered that she had refused for good men who wished to marry her. One was a young clergyman. The man cried when she refused him. Why had Emma refused them? Did she not want love or marriage? That seemed impossible. She had a warm and loving heart. She showed love to both children and adults. Did she think she was not right for those men? No. She respected herself and knew her own value. Had she been waiting? And for whom? He had never heard her speak about any man. Still, many good young men lived in Staffordshire. The Wedgwood family was one of the best families in the area. For me, he asked quietly. If that is true, how has she waited so long?
Suddenly he made the horse move faster. Good heavens! Have I waited too long? Am I already too late? I must try. Soon. Now. I must not hope too much, but I must try.
By the beginning of 1841, he started to organize his notes and ideas about how species changed.
I cannot hide how excited I feel about this, he told himself.
He also wanted to make a room for animal study again. Maybe he could use the small room under the roof. He could keep that room locked. He wrote to his cousin Fox. Fox had been the church rector at Delamere Forest for some years. Like Leonard Jennings, Fox was both a churchman and a naturalist. Charles once thought he would live that kind of life too before he sailed on HMS Beagle. In his letter, Charles wrote about his work. I still collect all kinds of facts about varieties and species, he wrote. One day I want to write a book with that name. I am thankful for every small piece of information. Please send me details about the young from mixed animals and birds. Dogs and cats are very important. Then he wrote about Fox's African cat. If your mixed African cat dies, please send me the body in a small basket, he wrote. A mixed pigeon, chicken, or duck would also make me very happy. I would like them even more than fine meat. Emma's second child was born on March 2nd. It was their first daughter. They named her Anne. Soon everyone called her Annie. From the start, Annie was a lovely baby. Emma spoke honestly to Charles.
Before the baby came, I did not give much attention to Doddy, she said. Then he stopped caring much about me. Sometimes that made me sad.
I spoil him too much for you, Charles answered. They almost never argued. They fought even less. But they did disagree about Bessie, the housekeeper who also helped with the children. Bessie is not wearing her cap, Charles complained. That is not proper.
She does not like caps, Emma answered. Let her be happy. I want her happy with the children.
That is not the only problem, he said. Bessie looks dirty sometimes. I mean her dress. Can you ask her to wash her clothes more often?
She does wash them, Emma replied. But she gets dirty again very fast. She is like a messy girl from London.
The zoology books continued to do well. The last part of birds came out in March. The third part of fish came out in April. Later, these large papers became hard books with grey-green covers. Now Charles was connected with 3 more books as editor and manager. They were Birds by John Gould, Fossil Mammalia by Richard Owen, and Mammalia by George Waterhouse. Only a few more parts of fish and reptiles were still unfinished. Then the whole series would be complete. He still had some money left. He planned to use it for pictures in his own future books. May was a good month for them. Charles read his paper called Beratic Boulders and Unstratified Deposits at the Geological Society. People praised his work. Emma started to play the piano again for 1 hour each day. Music filled the house. Most of the time, she cared for her son and tried to help him love and trust her again. Charles continued to write short pieces. He also kept careful records of money they spent. Many books passed through his hands because he loved reading. He wrote short opinions about them. He thought Peter Tallis's travels was very bad. He thought Abraham Tucker's The Nature of Light Pursued was far too long. Wordsworth still gave him pleasure. Most of his reading was for research. He learned about reindeer, harmful insects, silkworms, tree growth, nature, the Swedish pine, and sheep from Peru.
Charles and Mary Lyell were very happy. He had an invitation to give lectures at the Lowell Institute in Boston.
The payment was large enough for them to travel around North America, which they had always wanted to do.
First, I want to study the Great Lakes area and Niagara Falls, he said. I have some new ideas about how the land there was formed.
You have new ideas about many things, Charles said. That is why you are a great man. Emma learned that Mary understood a lot about geology. Sometimes Mary said she was bored by her husband's technical talk. But she had learned much from him.
Our trips for geology are the best times for me, she told Emma. Charles speaks about what he sees, and I write the notes in my notebook. Later he uses them when he writes. That is when we work together best. In London, life feels broken into many small parts.
In late spring of 1841, Sir William Hooker became director of the Royal Botanical Gardens at Kew. He moved there from Glasgow. Charles took Emma and the 2 children to visit Kew in a carriage. Sir William had only met Charles a few times before at a British Association meeting. But he knew that his son Joseph greatly admired Charles's journal. Joseph said the book always helped him during his work on HMS Erebus. Sir William was 56 years old. But he looked much younger and full of energy. He had a strong face and very large brown eyes. He showed the Darwin family the 15 acres of land. Very few ordinary people could enter there. Guards watched the area carefully. That is the first thing I want to change, the new director said quietly. When I remove these brick walls, people can come here whenever they want. I do not think they will damage anything. Later, I also want to buy the land around this place. Then we can make beautiful gardens with paths, fountains, and flowers. What will you do with those large glass buildings? Charles asked. He looked at the glass houses. They were useful, but not beautiful. We will make them larger and better, the director answered. We will add modern heating. We will build hot water pipes for the cactus house and for the orchid and fern houses. All the tropical plants will grow there. Then we will connect the glass houses together. We will add ponds with water lilies and bright grass areas. I believe Joseph will bring many wonderful plants from the Erebus expedition. Please give him my greetings. I hope he returns soon, Charles said. So do I, the director answered sadly. I hope he will become my assistant director. This would be a good place for him to live and work. At the end of May, they returned to Maya. The family was very happy to see them again. Everyone loved little Annie.
Elizabeth spoke softly. Every spring or summer you bring another baby. That is very kind of you. Now we expect it.
Emma put her arm through her sister's arm. She smiled, but there was sadness in her face. I think your expectations will continue, dear Elizabeth, Emma said.
Elizabeth touched her bent back. I can see you have not heard about Charlotte. She is going to have a baby. She has been married to Mr. Langton for 10 years. Is that not wonderful? He is leaving his work as pastor in Onyberry. They are coming to live here. Charlotte will help care for mother and father.
Emma kissed her sister warmly. Oh, Elizabeth, I have felt guilty. I live comfortably in London while you care for Mama and Papa alone.
Each person has a different duty, dear Emma, Elizabeth answered. I am happy doing the work God gave me. And I am happy for you. You care for our dear Charles and bring more Wedgwood Darwin children into the world.
Near the end of June, Charles still felt well from the fresh air at Maya. But one day he spoke quietly to Emma. Sometimes around 4 in the afternoon, I begin to feel cold and weak. A week earlier, they had sent their son William to Shrewsbury with Bessie in a carriage.
Why do you not visit your father with William? Emma asked. He helped you last year.
Dr. Darwin never liked to talk about his own health with his son.
I am fine, he said. I still have enough strength for a few more years.
But he listened carefully while Charles explained his new attacks of feeling sick and cold.
Charles, I do not think you will become strong again very quickly, Dr. Darwin said. I did not understand how much your long voyage tired you. You used 15 or maybe 20 years of energy on that journey. It may take that long for you to recover.
Charles felt deeply unhappy. He did not want to think of himself as an invalid. His voice sounded tense. Father, it hurts me very much to think that only strong people succeed, and I may do little more than watch other men make great discoveries in science. I want to live in clean country air, far from the dirt, noise, and suffering of London. You once offered to buy us a country house as a wedding gift. Is that offer still open? Of course.
Then we will start to look in Surrey and Kent. I think you should rent a house first, his father said. Stay in one area for at least 6 years before you buy a home. Then you will know if you truly like that place.
6 years? Father, that is too long. We do not want to rent for so many years. We want to buy a home soon, but we will be careful. After dinner, they sat together in the cool solarium. The room smelled fresh and green. Catty talked a lot and tried to keep everyone cheerful. But the mood still felt heavy. Susan looked unhappy. After Bessie came in and said that Willie was asleep, she left the room. Then Dr. Darwin began to speak.
It is not right that Bessie has no cap, he said. And she does not look clean.
She looks like a shop servant, Susan said angrily.
His father became more upset. If she dresses differently from other maids, men may bother her, he said.
Charles did not want to speak badly about his wife. We will make her look better when we return to London, he said.
She also gives Doddy half a cup of cream every morning, Susan said.
That is not good for a child, Dr. Darwin added. He already looks weak.
Weak? Charles asked. We have never thought that.
But Susan continued. Last night I went into his bedroom. There was no water near his bed. Really, Charles, Bessie, or any nursemaid or housekeeper, must learn how to care for a child properly.
Charles answered quietly. She will learn. The next morning, bright sunlight filled the mount. After breakfast, the family walked among the flowers. The summer flowers were open and beautiful. Each person taught Doddy the name of a different plant. Catty moved close to Charles and spoke softly.
I am sorry I could not warn you before, Charlie. This is all a small problem. I do not think half a cup of cream can hurt Doddy.
If he wanted water during the night, his door stayed open and he could call for help. Later that day, Dr. Darwin spoke in a calmer way.
You were right about the house, Charles, he said. 6 years is too long to think about one place. When you and Emma find the house you want, tell me. I have already saved the money for it.
Charles gently put his arm around his father's wide but bent shoulders. When Charles returned to London, he received a message. The message had passed through several people. John Henslow first spoke about it. Then Adam Sedgwick carried it forward. After that, Charles Lyell told Charles Darwin. The message said it was time for Charles to think about a permanent position at Christ's College. Maybe he wanted to wait until he finished his geology books. But he could not delay much longer. He needed to visit Cambridge again. He needed to renew his connections there and explain his plans. Some people at Christ's College had noticed that Charles had not visited since the winter of 1837. That was 5 years earlier. Cambridge was only a few hours from London by coach. Charles had heard that the college leaders were proud of his journal and his many papers. They also respected the 5 books of zoology. They were pleased that he had become secretary of the Geological Society. They also admired that he had joined the Royal Society. This honor was rare, even for professors from Cambridge. At Christ's College, many people now thought of Charles as part of their family. Henslow and Sedgwick believed the college expected Charles to join them permanently one day. Charles and Emma had talked about this before, but not very seriously. Now Christ's College wanted to know his true plans. I can easily go to Cambridge, he told Emma. They sat in dressing gowns near the bedroom fire. But do I want to spend my whole life at Cambridge University? He dropped down into his chair and ran a hand across his forehead and through his dark hair. Cambridge is a beautiful old town, he said. It has fine buildings, large lawns, and flower gardens. People ride in boats on the River Cam. King's Chapel is wonderful, and the choir on Sunday morning is famous. The pay is only £100 a year now. Maybe later it could become 200. But we already have money, so I would not need to spend my time teaching students all day like poor Henslow. I would have enough time with other scholars. I would only need to spend some hours helping students and helping the college. Most of my time could still belong to my own work. That is also what the college would want. Charles was not a hard or selfish man. He was friendly and warm. He cared about other people. As far as he knew, he had no enemies at Christ's College. People had liked him when he was a student, even if they did not see him as a serious scholar then. Now his life had changed. With hard work and good luck, he might truly become a scholar in the future.
You are thinking about this very seriously, Emma said.
Charles spoke quietly. Life at Cambridge could be very good. Some of the best minds in the world are there. It has excellent libraries and research work. It is also a good place to raise children. They could have a very good education. Emma was a social person and enjoyed having guests. At Cambridge, she could continue the warm Wedgwood family tradition. You could become an important lady in Cambridge society, Charles said. Then he turned more directly toward her. You would be good at it, little Miss Slipslop, he said gently. You enjoy people and know how to make others happy. Emma looked at him with surprise. She was not sure where his thoughts were leading, but Charles knew very clearly. Still, I believe that kind of life is not right for me, he said. I want quiet and privacy. I really want to live in the country. We only need enough social life so we do not feel alone. I have reasons for this. I want to explain them simply. I have books to write. I have ideas and theories to prove and share. I could not do that well if I spent my time in college events, university business, and social activities. Emma looked back at him calmly.
I can be happy in either place, she answered. I can live either kind of life.
The only thing that is very important to me is my family, she said.
My husband, my children, and our life together matter most. I can live in London if you need that. I can live in Cambridge if you want that. We can also live far in the countryside if that is best for you and your work. I am happy, and I will stay happy, even if you take us all to Tierra del Fuego.
Not Tierra del Fuego, he said, and laughed.
But I need a quiet place, far from busy people. I need time to work without interruptions. Dinners, formal events, and long talks make me tired. The next day I cannot work well.
I have seen that, my dear.
I spoke with my father about buying a house in the countryside. I think I will be happiest there. I want to hear birds singing and the wind in the trees. Sometimes I become unwell. I still do not understand why. I do not know when it will happen or how long it will last. If I am at the college when this happens, I will not be able to do my work. That would make me ashamed and guilty. But if I only need to care about my own work, things will be easier. When I do not feel well, I can play with the children. I can walk among the trees, read books, or listen to your music. Then I will not disappoint anyone. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, she answered. You want freedom from fixed duties. Then you can do the things you believe are more important.
Exactly, he said. John Henslow is very good at teaching young students one by one, he said. I am thankful for what he did for me, but that is not the work I want. I want the ideas in my books to teach people. Maybe they can teach a whole generation. I want my books to give me influence. Does that sound proud?
Each person must find the best way to do the work God gave them, she answered. Your father learned by listening to people. Your father became a doctor who listened. Your father became a doctor who listened. Your father became a doctor who listened. You will become a scientist who writes. Is that what you want?
Very much, he answered. He picked up his old work about coral reefs. He had not worked on it for a long time. He read what he had already written. The facts and ideas still seemed good to him. 13 months with no work, he thought. But I will not waste time thinking about the past. I will finish this book before the end of the year. That morning he worked for 2 hours with great care. He wrote about how coral reefs grow upward. Each day he did more work than before. A bright look returned to his eyes. Emma saw this change. My father made me very afraid with his words about my health, Charles said. I must prove he is wrong. I must also prove that I am not always worrying about illness.
Who thought that about you? Emma asked.
I did, he answered. Emma bought a cap for Bessie. She also bought 2 new uniforms and a box of white aprons. Bessie learned to change the aprons during the day when they became dirty. Parslow was very different from a quiet and formal English butler. He did not hide his happiness about finding a good home. All day he stayed busy. He served meals and moved rugs so the floors could be cleaned and polished. He cleaned boots. Early each morning he went to a nearby bookshop. He brought back the London Chronicle and the Times for Charles to read after breakfast. Sally used recipes that Annie had brought from the Mount. Her cooking was fairly good. After lunch, Charles and Emma took the children to Regent's Park in a pram. They walked under the trees. William was now a strong boy of 1.5 years. Charles taught him how to sail a small boat on the lake. Later they walked across the grass to the zoological gardens. There they watched a rhinoceros move and kick. They saw an elephant walking around. Its trunk moved up and down, and it often made loud sounds at the people watching. William liked the orangutan most of all. The animal lay on her back and kicked like a naughty child. She cried when the keeper showed her an apple but did not give it to her. At last she got the apple. She jumped into a chair and started to eat it. "She looks very happy now," Charles said. He wrote parts of the book about the different shapes and parts of coral reefs. He also made simple drawings to help explain his ideas. On Sundays, after church, they took a train to Surrey or Kent. They looked at houses that were for sale. None of the houses seemed right. Some were too large and some were too small. Some cost far too much money, while others were very cheap. A few houses had too many decorations. Others had stood empty for so long that they were in bad condition. At last they found a pleasant house called Westcroft. It stood on several acres of land. The house was about 1 hour and 45 minutes from Vauxhall Bridge. It was also about 6 miles from Windsor Castle. But the owner wanted at least £1,000 more than Charles wished to pay. "It costs more than the house is worth," he said as they travelled home. "I would never let my father spend so much money. On Friday I will bring a man to judge the value of the house." The valuer said the property cost too much. Charles made an offer that matched his own estimate. The owner did not answer. There was only silence. They kept looking through the autumn. Sometimes they took a carriage from the station and visited many houses in one day. But nothing was right. "Somewhere there is a house and some land that are right for us," Charles said.
Why, Charles, I think you are becoming a person who believes everything is decided already, she replied with a playful smile.
Several things happened at the end of the year. Emma became pregnant with her 3rd child. She gave Willie a party for his 2nd birthday. Charles finished his book about coral. He prepared to send it out with 6 woodcut pictures and 3 folding maps. The maps showed atolls in dark blue, reefs in pale blue, and fringing reefs in red. This work helped him explain how different parts of the earth had risen and fallen over time. Before he sent the book to Smith Elder and Company, Charles wrote an introduction to make his ideas clear. "The purpose of this book is to describe the main kinds of coral reefs from my own study and from the work of other people," he wrote. "I speak especially about reefs in the open ocean. I also try to explain how these special forms began. I do not write much here about the small sea animals that build the reefs. I only speak about where they live and the conditions that help them grow well." Emma asked if she could read some parts of the manuscript.
She put her hands behind Charles's neck and spoke softly. "My dear, you are a poet. I thought this when I read your journal. But I worried that books about rocks and coral would not be the same."
"There is poetry in nature too, my love." He corrected the printed pages. The color pictures and drawings for the 19 parts of the 5 zoology volumes had cost a lot of money, but Charles still received between £130 and £140. He also received permission from the Lords Commissioners of the Treasury to use this money for the maps and drawings in the South America books. The pictures for coral reefs used the rest of the money. The government money disappeared much faster than I expected, he said sadly to Emma.
All money disappears quickly, she replied with a playful grin.
For the second volume about volcanic islands, both Charles and the publishers would need to pay some money themselves for the pictures. Yarrell told him that libraries and British scientists would buy the books. Sadly, Charles said, there are not enough of those people. We will not sell all the books.
You will, Yarrell answered kindly. It will happen when the 3 volumes are joined together into one complete book.
Oh well, I am not truly complaining. If I wanted to become a rich man, I should have become a doctor like my grandfather and father. Emma felt unwell from the beginning of her pregnancy. Charles spent his free time with her. He read romantic novels aloud and told many small stories to make her laugh. Emma still dressed for dinner every evening. Willie often sat at the table with them. For a 2-year-old child, he behaved very well. The boy had trouble saying words with the letter W.
My name Willie Darwin. Wipe Doddy's own tears, Avery. Open the window.
It is the London air that causes this, Charles said. But I blame coal dust for almost everything. For some reason, little Annie did not want to come to him.
Emma comforted Charles. It is only a passing time.
Charles slowly understood something about children. Their lives changed again and again as they grew. He told himself to leave the little girl alone. He used his time to teach Doddy to say Darwin the right way. He also worked hard to get votes for Erasmus in the Athenaeum election. He went to the Monday evening meetings because many famous writers and scientists in London went there. Erasmus had only 2 reasons for joining. He held meetings for writers and artists in his home. And he was Charles's brother. Charles went to the election meeting with hope and worry together. I hope nobody asks what Erasmus has written, he told Emma. One bad vote can stop a man from getting in. This means a lot to him. He wants a place in London society. Late that night he came home with Erasmus. The 2 brothers laughed and talked like young boys.
I do not need to ask what happened, Emma said dryly. I can see it on your faces.
Soon they found a very good nursemaid from Scotland. Her name was Brodie. Her face showed marks from smallpox. She had red hair and bright blue eyes. Even with the marks on her face, she had a lovely smile. Brodie seemed very happy to join the family. She cared for William and Annie with kindness and skill. William started to say his words more clearly. Annie began to run happily to her father. Now for workers helped with the house and children. Emma asked Charles if she could visit Maya for a week. Her sister Charlotte had a baby in November, but she still felt weak and tired. On his 33rd birthday, Charles walked through wet February snow to Great Marlborough Street. He had a meeting there with the publisher of the journal. After an hour of dull talk, he went home. Then he wrote a letter to Susan at the Mount. Talking about money, I have now received all the profit I will ever get from my journal. I paid Mr. Colburn £21 and 10 shillings for copies that I gave to people. 1,337 copies were sold. This is a fine business arrangement, is it not? At that moment a messenger brought him a note from Roderick Murchison. Murchison had once been an army officer. Now he was a geologist and a friend of Adam Sedgwick and Charles Lyell. The note said that Murchison was having breakfast with Alexander von Humboldt. Humboldt wanted to meet the young Charles Darwin. Murchison invited Charles to breakfast the next morning.
Humboldt, the hero of my young days, wants to meet me, Charles cried. Now the mountain really is coming to Mohammed.
Murchison was a rich man and lived in a large house in Belgrave Square. Servants in fine clothes worked there. Charles knew him well because he had once been president of the Geological Society. Von Humboldt was 73 years old. Even after writing 30 books, He was cheerful and full of energy. He had thick blonde hair and a very large forehead. His blue-gray eyes watched everything closely. They seemed to search all of nature to understand it. He had a large warm mouth. Charles could see that this man loved life and cared deeply about science. He wore beautiful clothes. He had on a long velvet coat with wide collars. A stiff white cloth was tied around his neck. It flowed over his fine waistcoat. Charles thought he was a very attractive man. Von Humboldt held Charles's hand for a long time. He praised the journal, the zoology books, and the pages from coral reefs. The publisher had sent these works to him and hoped he would praise them. He was especially interested in the plants Charles had collected on the Galápagos Islands. Charles spoke with difficulty. "But it is I who should. I mean, you have been the greatest scientist to me. I admire your..." Murchison carefully gave Charles a seat next to the important guest so they could talk. Charles did not say much after that. Humboldt spoke for 3 hours. Everything he said was interesting. He talked about his travels, his new ideas, and the things he collected. At the same time, he ate a large breakfast. When Charles left, the famous scientist held his hand again. "I was very happy to meet you, Darwin," he said. "It was good to learn something about you." On the way home, Charles thought about this. How could he learn anything about me? I never had a chance to speak. Emma's visit to Maya helped her feel better, but she had become thin. At the start of May, she went back to Maya. She took the 2 children and Brody on the train to Whitmore Station. Then they traveled by carriage to the hall. Charles stayed behind because he had much printing work to do. His sister Cathy came from the Mount to stay with him. Late in May, he joined Emma at Maya.
"Please spend as much time as you can with Papa," Emma said. "Elizabeth says she has only seen him smile twice in the last months."
His father-in-law was now 73 years old. His hands shook badly. His cheeks looked thin. Pain and shame showed in his dark eyes because of his condition. Charles gently put his arm around Uncle Jos's shoulder. The old man gave a small smile. Aunt Bessie had suffered 2 strokes. She could hardly know who he was.
During the first weeks, Charles walked along the public paths through the fields. He worked on ideas for an essay about species. He wanted to begin with basic questions. How were species born? How did they change? Why did they change? Why did some grow strong while others disappeared? Were there laws for all living things? If there were laws, what were they? He stayed at Mayor Hall for 1 month. Then he asked Emma if he could leave for a few weeks. He wanted to visit places in North Wales that he had seen with Adam Sedgwick 11 years earlier. After reading a book by Louis Agassiz, he became interested in Old Glacier. Agassiz believed Glacier once blocked the large valleys. It had been 4 years since Charles made his trip to Glen Roy. "This is the first time in years that I truly wanted to travel," he said. "I will stop at the Mount, see the family, and borrow a horse." A stable boy from the Wedgwood family drove him by carriage to Shrewsbury. His family was happy because he looked healthy. They also gave him tax papers from the government in London. It was the first income tax since the Napoleonic Wars. The tax was 7 shillings for each pound. Charles calculated his income from the year before. It was £1,030, so he would pay about £30 in tax. He hoped taxes would not become higher. He and Emma needed many things, especially now that they had children. After 3 days, he left on the road to North Wales below the house. He used the horse only to reach the places he wanted to study. Then he left the horse at an inn and climbed the mountains near Capel Curig, Carnarvon, and Bangor. He walked all day through long valleys. He searched for signs of Old Glacier. His legs felt strong. He could walk for a long time without trouble. Agassiz may be right about Old Glacier, he thought. But I still do not think he is right about Glen Roy. For 10 days, he traveled almost the same way as before with Adam Sedgwick. He tried to stay at the same inns where they had eaten and slept years earlier. Sometimes Charles remembered the inn owners. Sometimes they remembered him. One night, he climbed into a tall bed at the inn in Capel Curig. Again he had the strange feeling that he had lived this moment before. Luckily for me, I really did, he thought. He thought about this for some time. Then he went back to Mayor Hall. He decided to write about species, their beginnings, and the rules that guided them. He wanted answers to the questions that had filled his mind for the last 3 years. He chose an empty bedroom for his work. He carried a table into the room and opened his 4 notebooks about species. He was ready to question the ideas of the church. Galileo had done the same when he said that the earth moved around the sun. People had put Galileo on trial. They told him to take back his ideas or die. Galileo took back his words. Charles Darwin wondered what he would do in the same situation. Only the future could answer that question. For now, he wanted to begin his work in a careful and clear way. He felt he must do this. The paper was not very good, but he did not care. He picked up a soft pencil and began to write slowly and carefully. He changed words when he needed to. For the first part of his essay, he wrote the title, On Variation Under Domestication and on the Principles of Selection. He wrote that living things changed more when they lived for many generations in new conditions. He believed these changes could continue in many different ways. For the second part, he used the title, On Variation in a State of Nature and of the Natural Means of Selection. He wrote that all living things could change when conditions changed around them. He said geology showed that the earth was always changing. Climate changed. Old living things died. New conditions appeared again and again. Every day he closed the door of his workroom behind him. No one disturbed him there. Day after day, he used the knowledge he had collected during the Beagle voyage. He also used what he had learned from many years of reading about plants and animals. He thought about fish in the sea, birds in the sky, insects and reptiles on the ground, and old fossils from long ago. He tried to build a clear theory from all these facts. He wanted to explain how species had changed since the beginning of time. He was surprised to see that he felt completely well. The sickness that had troubled him before was gone. In the last part of his essay, he wrote that many facts about living things now became easier to understand. He wrote about the way different groups of animals were connected. He wrote about body structures and changes in unborn animals. He also wrote about organs that changed or disappeared over time. He said people should not look at animals as strange things beyond understanding. Instead, they should study them with interest. After several weeks, the essay was finished. It was only 35 pages long. Still, he felt he had made an important beginning. For what? He asked himself. At first, he was not very impressed by the house and the 15 acres of chalk fields around it. Still, someone had described it as a good place for a country home. It was very rural, but only 16 miles from St. Paul's. The price was fair. It cost £2,200. He felt he could honestly ask his father to pay this amount. He travelled 10 miles by train to the station at Sydenham. Then he rented a carriage for the last 8.5 miles. The road passed through the green hills, valleys, and forests of Kent. The late July sun was warm, and the sky was bright blue. He stopped for a few minutes in the small village of Down. The house for sale stood a third of a mile farther up the lane. The village had about 40 houses. There was a butcher, a baker, a grocer, a post office, and a small school for young children. There was also a carpenter's shop and a small inn above the grocer's shop. No large road passed through the village. At the centre stood a large walnut tree, a small church, and a graveyard where 3 lanes met. The church was built from local flint stone. The stones looked like large empty oyster shells. Their centres were light grey. Around them were dark areas and white edges. He liked the people he saw in Down. They seemed respectable and polite. The men touched their hats to him, as people often did in Wales. Then he climbed back into the carriage and travelled up the narrow lane to the empty house on higher ground. People now called it Down House. Long ago, it had been called the Great House. His first thought was that the house was ugly. It was made of brick and covered with old white paint. The building stood too close to the lane. The ground floor was level with the road, so there was little privacy. But how busy can this lane be, he thought. Maybe a farm horse passes now and then. Perhaps an occasional carriage too. The house was in good condition. A few years before, workers spent £1,500 on a new roof and other repairs. At the far end stood the old farmhouse from about 1650. The kitchen was large and in the basement. Next to it was a cool room for butter, cheese, milk, and wine. There was also a washing room and a place to keep meat. A little farther away stood a small country cottage and a stable with several stalls. There was also a poor vegetable garden. Behind the house were 15 acres of fields, mostly with hay. Many trees grew there. There were cherry, walnut, pear, chestnut, fir, and mulberry trees. He went into the house and planned to make careful notes for Emma. The hall was large. One good room near the lane could become his study. The next room was right for a dining room. The sitting room looked over the trees and hayfields. It was good enough for now. He also saw a way to make it larger later by adding big windows toward the garden. What I like most, he told Emma when he came home at dusk, is the number of bedrooms. There is enough space for Hensley and Fanny Wedgwood, Susan, Catty, Elizabeth, and Erasmus. They can all stay at the same time. He waited for a moment. The place is perfect. It is very quiet, but still close to London. The countryside in Kent is beautiful. The house is not perfect, but we can improve it and make it our own.
I will go with you tomorrow. It will be a great relief if we like Down House and can settle there.
The next day was cold and dark. A strong wind blew from the northeast. Emma still wanted to go. They took a small bag because they planned to stay one night at Down. Emma did not like the land close to the house.
Charles, does this place seem rather empty? She asked.
Yes, chalk land is often like this. I know Cambridgeshire well, and that is much worse. Still, she liked the house and the hayfields more than he did. The house stood where she wanted. It was not too close and not too far from other homes. The next morning the sun was shining. After they looked again at the house and land, they travelled 8.5 miles by carriage to the railway station. Emma now loved the view around them.
I am starting to like it, Charles. The green hills and the narrow roads with tall hedges make me feel calm and happy. Maybe Down House will be our home after all.
There are lovely public paths across the fields, Charles said happily. We can walk across them to beautiful forests and green valleys. You, I, and the children can enjoy many private walks there for years.
Dr. Darwin quickly agreed to buy the property at Down. Charles told him the price was cheap for the house, the other buildings, and the 15 acres of fields. Good hedges protected the land. The hayfields could also bring in about £40 each year. The buyer cut the hay, and the owner did not need to improve the soil. Now Charles was ready to buy the house. He lowered the price to £2,020. This left £180 for work in his study. He needed strong bookshelves and cabinets for his papers. A few weeks later, the purchase was complete. The papers were signed, and the money was paid. Emma dear, the house is ours now, Charles said. But should we wait until after the baby is born before we move? You will need time to recover. There will be much work and moving around. Are you sure you want this?
I would rather move soon. I want to have the baby in our new home. I think it will be easier for me if we are already settled there. Then I can rest and recover slowly.
He hired a moving company to pack their things and take them to Down. The movers could not come for a week or more. During that time, Charles sat at his desk for the last times on Upper Gower Street. He wrote an article about Glacier and the land in North Wales. He agreed that Glacier had once been there. But he still believed the roads and flat places at Glen Roy had another cause and were not made by blocked lakes from Glacier. The articles were accepted by the London, Edinburgh and Dublin Philosophical Magazine and Journal of Science. Charles was happy because many more people would now read his work. There was more good news from Smith Elder and Company about coral reefs. The book would receive serious reviews. The publishers also said the book was selling well for a scientific book. They were excited to publish his book about volcanic islands too. Charles sorted his papers. He packed them carefully and put them into boxes. He wrapped his books in old newspapers with great care. He packed most of his specimens in separate boxes. Some things were no longer useful to him. He sent these items to Professor Henslow for his collection. The parcel contained paints that the Fuegians used on their bodies. It also had 2 spears for catching porpoises, fish, otters, and guanaco. There was also a hook for catching Pacific dolphins. In the afternoon, Emma slept. At the same time, Charles checked his careful accounts. He kept them from September to September each year. He added together hundreds of costs. For the year at 12, Upper Gower Street, they spent £465 on rent, food, the cook, and the maids. They spent another £24 on coal. Beer cost £14. Their manservant cost £40. Doctors cost £200. They spent £11 on paper and postage. Furniture and repairs cost £65. Renting horses and carriages cost £22. Travel cost £76. Taxes were £142. They gave £53 to charity. They also spent money on books and scientific tools. In total, they spent £1,062. That was £67 more than the year before. Still, their income was good enough to leave £475 in the bank. With savings from the year before, Charles could now buy £600 of government securities for £538 fives. This would give them about £50 more each year. He told himself firmly that moving to Down House and changing it into a beautiful home would cost a lot of money, but they must not spend more money than he earned. He hated debt. Then sad news came from Mayor. Uncle Josie's illness was now very bad. He could not leave his bed. Dr. Darwin came from Shrewsbury every few days to help him. Dr. Holland did not let Emma make the long trip to Mayor Hall. She felt very sad and worried. Charles rented the biggest and most comfortable carriage he could find. On September 14, 1842, Emma moved to the house in Down. She travelled with William, who was almost 3 years old, and Annie, who was 18 months old. Brodie went with them. She was the Scottish nursemaid and very important to the family now. Parslow also went to Down House. He would help prepare the house. Sally the cook went too. Bessie decided to stay in London. She stayed for a few days to help Charles. He still had many small things to finish before he returned the house to its owner. Emma moved into a bedroom above the sitting room. The room was pleasant and comfortable, but the windows were small. They looked over the fields, but not much light or sunshine came inside. Charles tried to comfort her.
"Do not worry," he said. "I have plans for this part of the house. Next year we will have more light and fresh air. We will also see the hills far away."
9 days after Emma arrived at the new house, she had her 3rd child. The baby was a girl. They named her Mary Eleanor. Dr. Edgar Cockle helped with the birth. He was a member of the Royal College of Surgeons. 2 years earlier, he had moved from London to Down. He bought a house only 2 fields away from the Darwin family. One day, Dr. Cockle met Charles in the village street and introduced himself. They learned that they had some of the same friends. The people in the village respected Dr. Cockle very much. Charles asked Dr. Cockle to help Emma when the baby came. The birth went well. Emma had less pain than with the other 2 births. Maybe this was because she also felt great relief. But Mary Eleanor was weak from the day she was born. She cried all the time except when she slept. Dr. Cockle found a young woman in the village to feed the baby. But the child drank very little milk. The doctor came every day to see Emma and the baby. He could not find the problem.
Charles, I am worried, Emma said. She is so pale. She does not grow stronger. Her face looks thin. I do not think she is ever comfortable.
Charles sat on the side of the bed and kissed her forehead. My dear, things may become better very soon, he said.
I love her so much, Charles. She has my mother's face. At first, I hoped she would also have my mother's beauty and kind nature.
There is another doctor nearby, Charles answered. I will ask him to come and help. Emma became stronger every hour. But the baby became weaker. The little girl had a problem inside her body. To stop himself from worrying too much, Charles worked all the time. He hired the carpenter who owned the small house above the grocery shop where he and Emma had once stayed. In the study, Charles measured the walls and made plans for bookshelves of different sizes. Near the door, the carpenter built drawers between the shelves and the wall. Charles carefully made labels for every drawer. Emma hired a 13-year-old nursery girl named Bessie Harding. Emma knew her family from Staffordshire. Little Bessie Harding was kind and pleasant. She helped Brodie with the housework. Charles also hired a gardener and coachman named Comfort. His name suited him well. Comfort quickly removed the poor garden with its hard lime and small stones. He moved the garden to a better place and brought rich soil for it. During those days, Charles bought a phaeton and horses. He also bought cows and pigs, and Comfort cared for them. Then Charles bought a saddle, a bridle, corn, oats, and a large pair of clippers for Comfort to use. Mary Eleanor died when she was almost 1 month old. They buried her in the small graveyard near the stone church in the village. Charles felt deep sadness and feared the funeral. Emma was sad, but calm. She tried to comfort her husband with the same words he once told her when Caroline's baby died.
You will feel this sadness for some time, she said softly. Then we will have another child. The child will be healthy. I believe that will happen.
She also said, we must stop thinking only about the baby. We must return to our normal lives. Our pain would be worse if the child had lived longer and suffered more.
We still have our 2 dear children. We must not let them suffer because of our sadness. Today I feel well and strong. I will come downstairs for dinner.
That is wonderful news, Charles answered. We have not done much with the house yet. We still do not know it well. Now we must live in it and enjoy it. We must make it truly our home. Emma put on a dressing gown. Charles helped her downstairs. They walked together through the rooms. They talked about where they needed new rugs and furniture. They also talked about fresh paint and new wallpaper. Later, Charles took her for a short walk on the path across their field. It was late October, but the weather was still warm. They turned and looked back at the house. This will be the front of the house, Charles said. In good weather, we can sit here under the trees. I have many plans for this land. We will plant flowering bushes and make a lawn. Next spring, we will build large windows on all 3 floors. The sitting room and bedroom will feel bigger. We will also have a beautiful view of the countryside. The house looked cold and ugly when we bought it. Now we can make it beautiful like Mayor Hall or the Mount. And it will belong to us. Everything that happens here will be beautiful too. He held her and kissed her. Then they walked slowly back into Down House with their arms around each other. There was love and kindness in their eyes. They also had strong hope for the future. Book 9 Tkikukok, Caret L Caret Book 9. Down House was meant to be a family home. But the most important room for Charles was his study. It was a large room with a beautiful white marble fireplace. Above it was a tall marble shelf and a wide mirror with a gold frame. Bookshelves now stood on the wall across from the fireplace. There were spaces for journals and books. Near the door stood about 30 drawers in different sizes. Charles used them for notes, papers, letters, and cuttings. Emma covered the wall near the windows and the area around the fireplace with light grey and blue cloth. At 8 in the morning, Charles entered the study for his first day of work there. Parslow had already lit the fire an hour earlier. The room was warm against the cool autumn air.
"Where would you like your desk, Mr. Darwin?" Parslow asked. "Should I place it between the two large windows with the road behind you?"
"Parslow, this is a new home and I want new habits," Charles answered. "I do not want a desk here. I will write in my favorite armchair from Upper Gower Street." Parslow cut a flat piece of wood to fit across the arms of the chair. It was wide enough for pencils, pens, ink, paper, and notes. He covered it with green cloth. Then he placed the chair near the back corner of the fireplace wall. Nearby were more filing drawers and high bookshelves. There was also a low cupboard with space for a green glass lamp. On the light red carpet stood Charles's Old World globe. Near it was a round table with many small drawers. Inside were treasures from the Beagle voyage. There were bottles with specimens, unusual stones, powders, tubes, and bottles of chemicals. Emma came into the room to wish him good luck.
"I see you made this room like your small place on the ship," she said.
"Yes, I did. I worked well in that small space."
"You will be comfortable here, Charles."
"I hope so for many years. Your new wall covering makes the room feel calm. It feels like being on a quiet sea." Emma smiled because she was happy.
"I do not see how you can travel anywhere, my dear, behind that writing board. Maybe only to South America for your volcano book."
Emma arranged the family in the rest of the house. The sitting room and their bedroom looked much finer after she covered the walls with beautiful cloth. She put her Wedgwood vases on the fireplace shelves. Bright carpets covered the floors. She added small tables and chairs from their old home in Upper Gower Street. She also hung the 2 water paintings by Conrad Martins from the Beagle voyage. Outside, the house got new pearl grey paint.
"I only have one problem," she told Charles. "The kitchen is in the basement. Parslow must carry the food upstairs and through the hall to the dining room. We have enough bowls and covered dishes to keep the food warm. But one day we should move the kitchen upstairs. There is enough space on the old foundations for a large kitchen and fireplace."
"Next year, my dear. We can only spend part of our money on rebuilding each year."
Neither Sally nor Parslow complains. They seem happy to live in the country like we are. I was thinking about the future. It is more interesting than the past.
"Is it, my dear?" He looked out the window near him. "I also have a problem. People on horses or in wagons can look into my study from the lane outside."
Do you plan to raise your study or lower the road?
He laughed softly. "Lower the lane. About 2 feet. And build a wall on our side."
How does a person lower a lane in Kent? Do you ask for permission in Maidstone?
"We use our hands and shovels." Emma looked at him with surprise.
Will anyone object?
"Not if we leave the lane as good as it is now, or better." Soon they made a daily routine, and everyone fit into it well. Charles got up before 7 each morning and tried not to wake Emma. He shaved and dressed. Then he put on a cloak and walked through his gardens and fields. Sometimes, before sunrise, he surprised foxes going home after looking for food during the night. At 7:45 he ate a small breakfast alone. By 8 o'clock he closed the door of his study. Cold winds came from the north. Even with Parslow's strong fire, he often needed a shawl around his shoulders and back. He started writing about volcanic islands. No one knocked on his door. He did not stop working until 9:30. Then he crossed the hall to the sitting room where Emma waited for him. "Where are the children?" he asked.
Bessie took them for a walk. The weather is dry, and they are wearing warm clothes.
"Any letters?"
One from Mayor Hall and one from the Mount.
If there were no letters, Emma read to him. Sometimes she read a chapter from Charles Lever's Jack Hinton, the Guardsman. Sometimes she read William Bulwer's Night and Morning. At 10:30 he went back to his study. He continued his writing where he had stopped before. He quoted other travelers and geologists. He also wrote down his ideas and theories. When he stopped work at noon, Emma looked at his face and knew the writing had gone well. "I had a very good day," he said.
That is wonderful. Now go for a walk. You sit too much, and then you will not feel hungry for dinner. We are having mutton pie, caper sauce, and suet pudding.
He put on his cape and his soft black hat. Then he picked up his walking stick. It was made from ash wood. A plant had once grown around it and left a spiral mark along the stick. He walked quickly for 2 miles. First he went to the edge of his land. Then he followed small paths into Cudham Wood in the long green valley. Dinner was at 1 o'clock. It was the biggest meal of the day. He usually drank a glass of light wine with it. After lunch, Charles read the London Times. Parslow had brought it from the village with the letters. Then Charles answered his many letters. More and more people were writing to him. He had asked farmers and animal breeders for information. He wanted facts for his ideas about species. At 3 o'clock he went to his bedroom. He rested on a sofa and smoked one of the 2 cigarettes he allowed himself each day. Sometimes he slept for a short time. Later he returned to his study for another hour of work. Charles Lyell had advised him to work in this way, with many breaks. In the evening he wanted only a small tea. He ate an egg or a piece of meat. Then came the most important game of the day. He and Emma played 2 games of backgammon. In London they had not had much time for this. When Emma won, he became truly annoyed. "Bang your bones," he cried. After backgammon, Emma played the piano for an hour. At the same time, Charles read German and French science books and journals. Emma sat and crocheted until bedtime at 10:30. It was a quiet and happy time. Charles loved his children deeply. He played with William and lively Annie when he was not in his study. Every night he visited them when Brodie put them to bed. Every 2 weeks he rode to London. There he attended meetings of the Geological Society and the Royal Society. He was a member of the Council of the Geological Society. These visits helped him stay close to his friends and fellow scientists. When he stayed in London, he lived with Erasmus. They had tea or dinner together at the Athenaeum. "Emma keeps asking when you will come to Down, Raz," Charles said. "We have many bedrooms."
I will come when spring arrives, Erasmus answered. But you must promise not to take me on those long walks in the woods. That country air is not good for me.
Emma would not go to London with Charles. He worried that life in the country might be too quiet for her. The villagers knew who they were and treated them politely. John Willett, the church rector, was kind. The people at the small church near the crossroads were also polite. But the Darwins did not make close friends in Down. In the English countryside, friendships grew slowly and carefully over many years. "I asked you this in London, Emma," Charles said. "Now it is even more important. Are you happy here? We are far from family and friends. There is not much excitement."
Emma laughed softly. There are many kinds of happiness, my dear old gentleman, she said. Each person is different. I would not want only one kind of life.
By November the house became busier. Hensley Wedgwood was very ill. The doctors could not understand his sickness. Fanny was caring for Hensley.
Emma said, this will be too much for Fanny. She must care for Hensley and also look after 5 children with only one nursemaid. Charles, can we bring 2 or 3 of the children here for a time? Life will be easier for them.
Of course, Charles answered. Comfort can take your letter to town and put it on the afternoon mail coach. 2 days later, the Wedgwood nurse, Isabella, came to Down House. She brought Snow, who was 9 years old, Bro, who was 8, and little Ernie, who was 5. The Darwin children were very excited. Emma gave the children 2 bedrooms across from her own room. At first, everything went well. Then Emma let 14-year-old Bessie Harding take all 5 children for a walk in the valley and Cudham Wood. The ground was wet and full of mud. The woods were dark. Bessie could not keep all the children together. She also carried 2-year-old Annie. Snow and William became separated from the others, but Snow knew the way home. She brought William back to the house. The other children were late. Emma and Charles became worried. They went out to look for the children. Parslow and Comfort went with them. They thought they would find the children lost and crying somewhere in the mud. At the first farmhouse, the owners said the children had asked for directions. A little later, they found Bessie near another farmhouse. She still carried Annie. The 2 boys stood beside her. Everyone returned to Down House. They sat close together in front of the warm fire in the sitting room. For their first Christmas at Down House, Comfort found a fir tree in the forest. He put it in the sitting room. On Christmas Eve, Charles and Emma decorated the pictures and the fireplace with holly. The 3 Wedgwood children were still there, so 5 stockings hung over the fireplace. Charles surprised Emma with a brooch. He bought it during one of his trips to London. Emma gave Charles 2 books that he had once said he liked very much. Outside, the weather was cold but clear. Early in January, Hensley Wedgwood went back to work. His 3 children returned home with him. Emma said their families now believed the Darwins were settled in at Down House. Many family members would soon come to visit. Charles was happy when he received a copy of the Edinburgh New Philosophical Journal. It had a long review of his book Coral Reefs. The writer was Charles McLaren, a skilled critic.
McLaren wrote, "This theory explains these facts better than any other theory."
Then he carefully explained the main ideas in the book. After that, he disagreed with some parts of Charles's theories. Charles never ignored a challenge. He wrote a letter to McLaren. The letter was polite and modest. Charles even agreed that one criticism was serious and difficult. Scientists in England read both the review and Charles's reply. This brought more attention to the book. On his next trip to London, Charles's friends congratulated him. Lyell had returned from North America and spoke with great excitement about the country. He was happier than anyone else about Charles's success.
It is a very good start for your 3 books, Darwin, he said. He had taken Charles to the Athenaeum for a drink.
How is Volcanic Islands going? He asked.
Charles drank some brandy. I think I will finish it by the end of this year, he said. Then the book should be in the shops early next year. March was much warmer than people expected. Charles asked carpenters and brickworkers to change the house. They built large curved parts outside the sitting room, the main bedroom, and the bedroom above it. The new parts had wide windows. The rooms became bigger and brighter. The small sitting room became a real drawing room. The workers covered the new brick walls with stucco and painted them to match the house. Comfort planted wisteria plants near the walls. Later, they would have light purple flowers. Emma found a draper in the town of Orpington. She chose curtains and velvet cloth with flower designs for the 3 new windows. During the day, cords held the curtains open so sunlight could enter. At night, The curtain stayed closed to keep out the cold.
Our ugly duckling is becoming beautiful, she said happily.
Charles stopped his study work for a short time to watch the workers. Another group was building a large kitchen on the ground floor because Emma wanted one. Other workers lowered the road outside the house by 2 feet, as Charles wished. Nobody complained because the road still worked well for travelers. The workers carried the extra soil to the back garden in wheelbarrows. There they made 2 small decorative hills. After the road was lower, the study felt quieter and more private. Then Charles asked stone workers to build a wall along the front drive. The wall was 10 feet high and made from local flint stone. The wall blocked some of the cold wind and gave him more privacy. Charles loved all the changes. Then he looked at his account books. The 3 new rooms, the kitchen with its large stove, the lower road, and the wall had cost more than £400. Near the house, workers marked out a kitchen garden where the soil was good. The Darwin family would grow their own green vegetables and potatoes. Their cows gave enough milk for the children. They also had butter and cheese. Everything was kept in the cold cellar with Charles's wine. Charles went back to his study. His book about volcanic islands was going well. He returned to reading and making notes. He bought Richard Hind's new book called The Regions of Vegetation. He also studied several books from the Linnean Society and wrote notes about William Spencer's book on insects. In April, Charles went to London. He visited the Fitzroy family at their fine home in Belgrave Square. Captain Fitzroy had become the new governor of New Zealand, and Charles went to say goodbye. Charles and Fitzroy were friendly again after their earlier disagreement in Great Marlborough Street. At that time, Fitzroy had become angry because of Lyell's comments about the journals. Charles laughed when he heard another story about Fitzroy. Fitzroy had stood for Parliament in Durham and won. Later, he had a serious argument with a man named William Shepherd through letters and printed papers. One day, they met outside the United Services Club in the mall.
Shepherd walked up to Fitzroy and waved a whip.
Captain Fitzroy, I will not hit you. But think of yourself as whipped, he said.
Fitzroy hit Shepherd with his umbrella.
After many years at sea, Fitzroy worked well in Parliament. He served on important committees and worked on laws about the Royal Navy. Charles drank tea with Fitzroy and his wife Mary. Then he walked to Erasmus's new house on Park Street. The house felt bright because Erasmus had put colourful cloth at the windows. Charles stayed there for the night. Emma was now several months pregnant. She walked with Charles while he studied rocks and wrote notes about the countryside. As they walked through the chalk hills and valleys, he showed her interesting parts of the land. He believed the valleys had once been bays of the sea.
Are you going to write about Kent? She asked.
I only want to keep practicing, he answered. In early July, Emma received a letter from Elizabeth. Their father was becoming very weak. Charles and Emma travelled to Mayor Hall through London. The trip took 9 or 10 hard hours. When they arrived, Uncle Joe's could speak only a few words. But his eyes showed he was glad they were there beside him. He died quietly in his sleep 4 days later. He was 74 years old. The funeral service took place in the chapel above Mayor Hall. Emma and Charles had married there.
Aunt Bessie was too weak to leave her bed for the service.
Nobody cried loudly or showed great emotion. After the service, Charles returned to the house with the Wedgwood family and his own family. Dr. Darwin had travelled the 20 miles from the mount every few days to help Josiah during his final days. They sat under the trees and drank cool lemonade.
Joe Wedgwood said he never truly liked the potteries. I do not like them much either.
His happiness came from his books and his family. Charles also said he loved nature. He always enjoyed the beauty of Mayor and the forests. After a short visit to the mount, they returned to Down in the middle of July. A week later, Elizabeth came to visit. Emma now had company, so Charles decided to go to the British Association meeting in Cork, Ireland, in August. There he met many younger men who worked in the life sciences, especially biology. Now he had new people to write to when he needed special information. The end of summer was very hot, but the house stayed cool. After working on his book about the volcanic islands, Charles read the first 4 volumes of Gibbon's history. He also read some books from the Annals and Magazine of Natural History. Another book was about travel in Samone, on the east side of Crete. He also worked outside at the far end of his land. The workers found a clay pit that was 14 feet deep. They also found a large sand pit. Charles asked himself, why is there so much sand here? Perhaps this place had once been a beach when Kent was under the sea. A Scottish man named Kemp sent Charles some seeds. He had found them at the bottom of a very deep sandpit.
Kemp wrote, "No geologist can guess how many thousands of years these seeds have been there."
Charles sent some seeds to Henslow and some to the Horticultural Society. Everyone was very surprised when the seeds began to grow well. The plant was a kind of rumex. Charles, Henslow, and the Horticultural Society had never seen it before. They all agreed that it was not a British plant. But if it was not from Britain, where had it come from? If it once grew there naturally, why was it gone now? Had England been very different long ago? Charles remembered a tropical shell that a worker had once given him from a gravel pit. If tropical shells were under the ground in England, then perhaps the country once had a tropical climate. More and more information about ancient times was appearing. Louis Agassiz was finding fossil fish from many thousands of years ago. Charles thought that all life was changing slowly over time. Perhaps the continents and seas were changing too. These ideas interested him very much. In September, the gardener finished the gravel paths with a little help from Charles. The paths went from the house through the gardens and down the fields to the edges of the land. The orchard was growing well. There were cherries, pears, plums, apples, and quince. Charles also planted peaches and apricots. Emma gave birth to their second daughter. They named her Henrietta. Both Emma and the baby were healthy. Charles said, "There has never been such a sweet little child as Miss Henrietta Emma Darwin." Susan came from Shrewsbury and stayed for a month. During that time, Charles worked hard on the last pages of the Volcanic Islands book. Then he finished the manuscript.
He wrote to Lyell, "I hope you will read my book. If you do not read it, I cannot think of anyone else who will."
In October, Susan stayed with Emma, and Charles went to spend a few days with his father and Cathy in Shrewsbury. Dr. Darwin was now 77 years old. He was still healthy and strong, but he did not walk as much as before. Charles told him that sometimes the ends of his fingers felt numb.
Dr. Darwin smiled calmly and said, yes, exactly. It is only neuralgia. It will pass."
Charles showed his father the account books. He also showed how much money he had spent rebuilding Down House. "Perhaps I spent too much money," Charles said. "I do not want to lose everything."
His father moved his arm and answered, "Nonsense, Charles. Do not worry about money. You still spend less than you earn. How can you be ruined? There is enough money for all of us. Think about your science books, not your account books."
The autumn weather stayed clear and bright. Charles watched birds gathering in groups of 10 to 30 in the trees. There were also many nuthatches. His cousin, Reverend William Darwin Fox, came to visit. Charles enjoyed having another man of science in the house. He planned to invite his friends from London too. He would meet them with the carriage at Sydenham Station, 8.5 miles away. Family members visited often now. Emma noticed that Brodie and Parslow seemed a little bored because there was not much entertainment nearby. So she sent them by carriage to Bromley, about 4 miles away, to hear music or watch a play. The family also became friendly with Lady Lubbock. Her family owned a nearby estate called High Elms. Sometimes the families visited each other. Charles said, "We are settling here now. I believe this will be our home for a long time." The minutes and hours passed on the tall clock in the entrance hall. The pages on the calendar fell away like leaves from the trees. Sometimes time moved very fast. Sometimes it moved very slowly. After the start of the year 1844, Charles gave his book about volcanic islands to his publishers. In February, he finished checking the last printer pages. Then his large book came out. It was almost 900 pages long. The book spoke about the geology of the places he visited during the voyage of HMS Beagle. It also included many loose notes he wrote on the ship with ink on large sheets of paper. "It is already a very large book," he said aloud. "It needs a lot of order." He read all the pages again. Then he put the wrapped papers away. "It is too early to start another one," he told Emma. She was ready to play music for him for an hour. "I need some time between books."
"Why do you need to hurry?" she asked. Her fingers rested lightly on the piano keys. "You have time to write many more books."
He did not tell her the truth. He strongly wanted to return to his ideas about how species change. He had written nothing about it since the summer of 1842. At that time, he finished a 35-page essay at Mayor Hall. The paper was safe inside one of his locked drawers. Now he wanted to write a full book. He wanted to use not only what he discovered around the world. He also wanted to include ideas from the life sciences that he had studied for the last 7 years. Lyle knew a little about these ideas. His cousin Fox also knew a little. Charles decided to speak about it with a new young friend, Joseph Hooker. Dr. Robert McCormick first introduced them before Hooker left on HMS Erebus as the ship's botanist. Hooker had been away for 4 years. During that time, he wrote Charles an excellent letter about his growing plant collection. Charles believed Joseph Hooker would become a great botanist and an excellent naturalist. Hooker was 8 years younger than Charles. Charles admired his excitement, hard work, and sharp mind. After Hooker returned, the two men often wrote letters to each other. Charles encouraged him to write fully about the plants and flowers from his journey.
"You like him because he loved your journal so much," Emma said playfully. "He even slept with the printer pages under his pillow."
"That does help," Charles answered. "I will invite him to lunch at Raz's house the next time I go to London." On January 11, 1844, Charles returned to his work about species. He wrote openly to Hooker about his ideas. He said he was working on a bold subject. He thought many people would call his work foolish. The animals and plants of the Galápagos Islands had greatly interested him. The old animal fossils from South America also gave him many questions. Because of this, he decided to collect every fact he could find about species. He read many books about farming and gardening. Slowly, he began to understand more. He told Hooker that he now believed species could change. At first, he had believed species never changed. He said writing this idea felt almost terrible to him. Charles also believed he had found a simple reason why species fit so well into different places and ways of life. He joked that Hooker would probably think he was wasting time on strange ideas. Charles said that 5 years earlier, he would have thought the same thing himself.
Before the end of the month, Joseph Hooker answered his letter with interest and support. Hooker wrote that plants in the same place had clearly changed over time. He thought species might slowly change little by little. He also said that no current ideas fully explained the subject. He wanted to hear Charles's thoughts about how these changes happened.
Charles knew from his reading that some earlier thinkers had also believed the Earth was very old. In 1749, the French scientist Buffon said the Earth might be 70,000 years old. In 1755, the German thinker Immanuel Kant believed the Earth could be millions of years old. But neither man had strong proof for these ideas. The first clear theory about evolution came from the French scientist Lamarck. In 1809, Lamarck wrote that all living things changed over time, from plants to animals to humans. Charles first heard these ideas when he studied at the University of Edinburgh. He learned about them from teachers at the Natural History Museum. But Charles believed Lamarck was wrong in one important way. Lamarck thought all living things had a natural push toward perfection. Charles did not agree with this idea. During the cold and windy months of January and February, Emma read books aloud to Charles. She read novels by the Swedish writer Fredrika Bremer. She also read some of Lord Chesterfield's letters. For Charles's 35th birthday, Emma gave him a history book by Henry Hallam. For their 5th wedding anniversary, Charles gave Emma a beautiful set of Sir Walter Scott novels. But he did not want a large family dinner. There were too many relatives to invite only a few. Instead, they celebrated quietly with their children. William and Annie sat at the table with them. Little Henrietta, who was 4 months old, lay in her crib nearby. Parslow prepared the best silver, cloths, and dishes for the meal. Sally spent 2 days cooking. She made soup, oyster soufflé, chicken, roast lamb with mint sauce, buttered potatoes, pineapple, and rice. The family could only eat a little of each dish. Sally also baked a special Dundee cake. It had currants, raisins, fruit peel, nutmeg, brandy, and almonds inside.
It took 2 hours to make and bake, Sally said proudly. But maybe it was worth the work.
There were 6 candles on the cake among the almonds.
1 extra candle to grow on, Emma said softly. I think I will have more children one day. But I would like to rest for a year first.
Charles held her hand. I think it is unfair that women must carry all the pain, he said. Men cannot take their share of it.
You do share it, my dear old soul, Emma answered gently. Your worry during childbirth is almost as hard as my pain.
She looked at William, Annie, and Henrietta.
They make our lives happy, she said.
Fanny Wedgwood was soon going to have her 6th child. Emma asked if Fanny's 5 children could visit Down House. My dear, those children are not only your nieces and nephews, Charles said. They are also part of my family through my Wedgwood mother. Hensley sent the children in a large carriage with their governess. William and Annie were very happy to see so many playmates. The children ran outside in wool scarves and knitted hats. They played around the large mulberry tree near the new window. When the weather was bad, Emma arranged games upstairs in the playroom. Then she learned how strong the old house really was. 7 children shouted, laughed, and played loudly. They played a guessing game with a marble hidden in a child's hand. They also played snakes and ladders with dice. The noise shook the furniture, floors, and walls. But little sound reached the rest of the house. Charles did not mind the noise in the halls and family rooms. He and Emma spent many weeks, and sometimes months, in the homes of their aunts and uncles. There, they lived and played with many cousins. He watched his children and the young Wedgwood children with great interest. He liked to see their feelings and reactions. He wrote letters to friends and asked them to watch their own children too. His notes became larger and larger. Then he started to think about animals. He asked himself if animals also had feelings. Did they enjoy food and games? Did they love their owners and other animals? Did they feel danger, fear, and pain? He began to write notes about animals he had seen during his travels after the Beagle voyage. He also used what he saw at the London Zoo. Then he searched his library for stories and records about animals. He found a great amount of information, but nobody had carefully studied why animals showed feelings or how they expressed them. He believed this subject could teach people many important things. He also thought there might be a true connection between the feelings of children and animals. Now he wrote often about species. He used loose sheets of paper. Sometimes he divided a large page into 3 columns. He worked mainly from memory. He kept the main chapter titles from his Mayor Hall essay. The first chapter was called on the variation of organic beings under domestication. But every day his ideas grew wider and deeper. He wrote that outside conditions could change the size, color, and shape of living things. These changes were hard to see during one life. But after many generations, they became clear. Small differences between animals in different countries, or even in different areas of one country, might come from these long changes. He also wrote that different groups of people like different qualities in their domestic animals. Because of this, people slowly chose different kinds of animals to breed. Often they did this without thinking about it clearly. He also made his second chapter larger. Its title was Natural Means of Selection. In this chapter, he used the ideas of de Candolle. De Candolle wrote that all nature is in a struggle. Living things compete with each other and with the world around them. At first, nature looks calm and happy. Because of this, people may not believe this idea. But when they think carefully, they will see it is true. There is always a struggle in nature. Still, this struggle does not happen all the time. Sometimes it is small and happens often. Sometimes it is stronger and happens after a longer time. Because of this, many people do not notice it. This idea was like the teaching of Malthus, but even stronger in many cases. Even humans, who have children slowly, doubled in number in 25 years. If people could get food more easily, their numbers would grow even faster. For animals, food usually stays at the same amount. But the number of living things always tries to grow very quickly. He thought, everything that is born lives by eating, and one day it is eaten by another living thing. Near the end of March, the land around Down House was full of pale blue violets. Primroses grew in many places. When they walked through the small woods nearby, they saw wood anemones and white stellaria flowers growing together. Large fields became bright with bluebells. Then the birds came with the flowers. Many larks filled the air with pleasant songs. Nightingales were common too. A large number of doves made soft sounds in the woods.
It sounds a little like a cat, Emma said.
As they walked, she put her hand into his hand.
Oh, Charles, this land looked so empty when we bought our house, she said softly. We almost bought it because we had no better choice. But now I think it is the most beautiful place I have ever known.
All the land around Down was full of flowers. More people walked on the paths, and the people in town became kinder and more welcoming. The Darwin family accepted several invitations to dinner. Charles was happy because Emma could spend time with other adults. In April, Charles planted lilies, larkspur, portulacas, verbenas, and gazanias. He planted them in careful ways and also in simple ways. Comfort worked beside him. In the warm days of June, they sat on benches in the quiet place outside the drawing room. Parslow brought tea for them. The children came together to eat red currant tarts. The sunset over Kent was red and purple. By July 4th, Charles had written almost 190 pages for his book about species. He used many ideas from his older writing, but he also added new thoughts and observations. He thought instincts became very interesting when people asked where they came from. Maybe instincts were old habits that passed from parents to children. Maybe they were small natural changes from older instincts. Animals with useful instincts stayed alive more often, and these instincts continued in later generations. He believed every complex instinct and system came from a long history of useful changes. Each change helped the animal that had it. He compared this to a large machine. A large machine is built from the work, experience, ideas, and even mistakes of many workers. Charles believed all this came from one great natural law. Living things multiplied and changed over time. They were not created to stay exactly the same forever. Even while he felt happy and safe in his quiet corner, he made a decision. I do not want to publish this work now, he thought. But I must keep it safe if I die. Why do I think about death now? I have felt well for many months. But all people die. Men sleep in England and never wake again. Then he thought about Emma.
I do not know if Emma understands what I have written since the start of the year. She probably knows. Women often understand these things. One day she must know, because I must leave this manuscript with her.
At 8 the next morning, he sat in his large chair in the study. He put a covered board across the arms of the chair. Then he began to write a letter to Emma. He remembered words from the Beagle. I will follow the light of a volcano, he thought. I have finished my short work about my theory of species. If my theory is accepted one day by even one good scientist, it will help science greatly. So I write this in case I die suddenly. This is my serious and final request. Please spend £400 to publish this work. Please help the work yourself, or ask Hensley to help. Give my paper to a skilled person. The money should help that person improve and expand it. Please also give that person all my papers in the brown folders. Mr. Lyle would be the best editor if he agrees. Hooker could help him. He put the letter in a locked drawer. The drawer would stay closed until after his death. He also planned to keep his will there. After that, he took the manuscript to a writer named Fletcher. Fletcher would make a clean copy. He would copy the pages without asking questions about the meaning. Charles spent most of his time working. Emma spent most of her time caring for the children. William was more than 4 years old. Annie was 3. Henrietta, whom they called Etty, was 9 months old. Emma and Charles both grew up in kind families. Their parents did not punish children harshly for small mistakes or games. But many homes in England were different. Some nannies and governesses were cruel and angry. They hit children or locked them in dark places. When her first child was born, Emma made a promise.
Nothing like that will happen to our children.
During the day, she often visited the playroom. She told stories to the children or read books to them. The baby stayed in a small room near the kitchen. There Sally, Parslow, and Brodie gave the child much love and attention. Brodie was a happy and capable nursemaid in her early 30s. Emma chose her carefully. She did not see anger or sadness in Brodie's eyes. When Emma hired her in 1842, she said, "If you do not truly like children, or if you only need work badly, please do not take this job."
It is not like that for me, Brodie answered in her Scottish voice. I am happy to work in a good home where people treat me well.
Very well, Brodie, Emma said. You will receive £40 a year. But remember, I alone will punish the children if needed.
Emma brought the children into the dining room for breakfast. In the evening, if they were still awake, she sat them on pillows at the table. They ate eggs, drank tea, and had small pieces of cake. At 1 o'clock they ate the main meal with their father if he was not too tired. If the children ate earlier by themselves, Emma stayed with them. Life at Down House was peaceful and busy, like the quiet countryside around it. Charles had walked often in the Cambridgeshire wetlands. During the Beagle voyage, he also collected many plants and flowers. Still, he thought he knew only a little about botany. He knew he must learn more. Many parts of his proof about the change of species would come from plants. He believed Joseph Hooker was the best young plant scientist in Britain. Charles had already told Hooker part of his theory. Now he asked him for help. He asked Erasmus to invite Hooker to breakfast in Park Street. Erasmus told his servant to prepare grilled kidneys and bacon, scrambled eggs, watercress, and strawberries. Erasmus felt too sleepy to join them. He also did not understand much of their scientific talk. So he excused himself and went back to bed. After they finished dinner, Charles and Hooker left the small dining room. They went into the drawing room. The house was simple, but Erasmus had moved from Great Marlborough Street near Carnaby Street to Mayfair. Mayfair was more costly and had higher social standing. Hooker was only 8 years younger than Charles. Still, Charles felt that Hooker belonged to a younger generation. Hooker wore glasses with thin steel frames. The sides of the glasses disappeared under his thick black hair. He parted his hair carefully and combed it down neatly. He had long thick sideburns from his time on HMS Erebus. The long voyage had made his face thinner. His eyes were greenish. There was no sadness in them. He looked deeply interested in his work. He also had a large dimple in his chin. His face was plainer than the faces of many scientists Charles knew. Hooker looked like a student who was becoming a great scholar. His clothes also looked younger. His coat was shorter and had narrow lapels. A black silk neckcloth covered his lower white collar. The collar did not press against his neck. He was not very strong in health. Many people in his family became sick with lung disease. When he was a child, people called him Croaky Joe. They used this name because his voice was rough from illness. Even so, he had done very well during the long and difficult voyage on the Erebus. This was the first time Charles had a young fellow scientist near his own age. The others, like Henslow, Sedgwick, and Lyell, were 10 to 14 years older than him. The writers who worked on the zoology books were also older. Charles enjoyed this new experience. The two men talked about plants all morning. Both of Joseph Hooker's grandfathers had studied plants or worked with them. When Hooker was a boy, he collected mosses, just as Charles collected beetles. After walking in the hills and collecting plants, he went home and built a small mountain from loose stones. Then he put his plants on the stones at the same heights where he had found them.
That was the beginning of my love for plants in different places, he told Charles.
The two men sat together on Erasmus's large sofa.
I do not try to become popular with people. I am not good at that. Since my school days, I have had a nervous problem with my heart. When I stood in class to answer questions, my heart beat very fast.
Charles thought about him warmly. He is a wonderful friend and a very kind man. You can see at once that he is honest. He is also very clever and good at seeing general ideas. Charles knew that Lyell had sent Hooker a copy of the journal.
Hooker had written to Lyell, "Your gift is now a very used book. All the officers asked me to lend it to them."
Hooker had also written to his mother.
He wrote, "Clouds, fog, rain, and snow showed that Darwin's words were true. His book is correct everywhere we go. Mr. Lyell's gift is not only useful but also a good companion."
Now Hooker told Charles about his trip on the Erebus. At first, Captain Ross almost refused to give him the job of botanist.
Ross wanted someone famous, someone like Mr. Darwin. Then I stopped him, Hooker said. I asked him, what was Mr. Darwin before his voyage? Maybe he knew more than I know now, but was he famous then? The voyage with Fitzroy made him famous.
The two men disagreed only twice. Both times, they became emotional. Charles said that cold plants had once lived in shallow sea water.
Hooker strongly rejected the idea.
Then Hooker said that a continent might once have existed between Australia and South America. Charles rejected that idea strongly. Soon both men laughed about their anger. It's better this way, Charles said. Now we know we will not agree just to be polite. That would make everything weak. We need strong ideas. Charles was now working deeply on his book about the geology of South America. Lyell continued to encourage him. He still read many books, though not in any clear order. He read books about hunting deer and fishing for salmon. He read about a giant extinct sloth, about natural history, and about farming. He also read Linnaeus's Reflections on the Study of Nature. He wrote beside it, nothing. He kept notes and copied quotations into many file drawers with careful labels. The repairs and new rooms at Down House were now finished. Charles called the Sun Insurance Office Limited. A man from the company studied the house before giving insurance. Charles paid £4.16 for 1 year of insurance. The policy covered £2,100. Later, Charles went to London again. He had dinner with the Lyells in Hart Street. Lyell's new book, Travels in North America, was now being printed.
The United States is an interesting country, Lyell said. The people are cheerful and enjoy jokes.
I remember that from the American sailors on the Beagle, Charles answered. They gave us fresh water and food when we needed it. They were very generous.
I found the same thing, Lyell said. Most people there are much younger than people with similar jobs in England or Europe. I am surprised that people in England know so little about that country. There are many good things there to copy, and also some things to avoid. You and Emma should visit North America one day. Your journal is published there, so people would welcome you warmly.
Charles lifted his arms in pretend fear.
What? Cross the Atlantic Ocean again?
Then they talked about the geology of the United States. They also discussed Charles's book about South America. He had already written 60 pages. Charles told Lyell, I often feel that half of my books come from your mind. I do not thank you enough for that. I always believed the great thing about your principles was that it changed the way people think. Even when a person sees something new, he still partly sees it through your ideas.
Lyell smiled. Be careful, my dear Darwin. One day, after your book about species is published, some young scientist may say those same words to you.
Charles did not tell Lyell that he did not plan to publish his species book yet. He wanted to keep working slowly. He planned to collect a great amount of evidence from many parts of the life sciences. Then nobody would be able to disprove his ideas. But he did not want to fight against powerful people. Anyone who spoke against the words of the Bible would not meet calm reason or logic. They would meet very strong religious belief instead. To leave the project because of fear would be weak. He decided to finish the work even if it took all his life. He would also make sure the book was published after his death. Then people could react as they wished. Charles did not understand why the publication of his book about volcanic islands was delayed until November. Lyell and Leonard Horner had already read the printer's pages much earlier. Leonard Horner was the father of Mary Lyell. He wrote a kind letter to Charles. Charles told Emma, if even 1/3 of what Horner says is true, I will be happy with my small book. He also wrote to Horner. This small book took much of my time. Watching and studying nature gives me pleasure. Writing does not. I only continue because I hope the work will be useful one day. It is hard work to change poor English into something better.
Emma became annoyed. What do you mean by poor English? She asked. The scientific parts may be difficult. But remember what I said after I read your book about coral reefs. I called you a poet. Please do not forget that.
I will try not to forget, he answered quietly. He smiled when he saw the strong feeling in her eyes. During the months when he worked on his manuscript about species, he felt healthy. Now he finished correcting the clean copy. He put both versions of the manuscript into a locked drawer. After that, he started to feel uncomfortable. Then he became a little sick. At night he often woke up because of stomach pain. What am I doing differently that causes this problem? He asked Emma during a light evening meal.
She thought for a moment. I cannot think of anything, she answered. You walk in the woods every day for an hour. You work in the garden in the warm sun. I give you the same food as before.
My goodness, what is happening inside me? He cried. In October 1844, a new book appeared. It was published without the writer's name. The title was Vestiges of the Natural History of Creation. The book caused a great argument. It also worried Charles very much. He wondered if the unknown writer had taken his ideas about species. Then he told himself this was foolish. The early attacks against Vestiges did not make him feel better. One critic compared the book to a bad woman who could sing beautifully but carried something dirty and dangerous. The British Quarterly called the book false and against religion. The Athenaeum placed it beside false ideas like alchemy, astrology, witchcraft, mesmerism, and phrenology. Charles read the whole book carefully. He attached notes and questions to many pages. He thought the writing was good, but he believed the geology was poor and the zoology even worse. Sometimes he laughed and sometimes he felt shocked because some people believed he had written Vestiges. He told his friends in London, "I should feel pleased and not pleased at the same time." Vestiges continued to sell well because it supported the idea of natural evolution. People continued to attack the book strongly. Charles believed most of the attacks came too early. Still, he was not surprised by the strong reaction. The book is weak and does not prove its ideas clearly, he told Hooker. Hooker came to visit Down House early in December. He brought the first part of his own book, Flora Antarctica. Vestiges has the same problem as my grandfather's book Zoonomia, Charles continued. Both writers read many books. But they did not go out into nature and study closely as I did on the Beagle. Vestiges was written by someone who stayed inside and studied only from books.
I was more amused than worried by the book, Hooker replied. I agree that the idea of a fish changing into a reptile is too strange.
He paused for a moment. Then Charles made a brave choice. My dear Hooker, I have my own manuscript about the evolution of species. It is about 230 pages long. No one has read it except the man who copied it neatly for me. Would you like to read it? You could then compare it to Vestiges. I know I can trust you to keep it secret.
You can trust me, Hooker answered.
Hooker read the papers in the study behind a closed door. On the afternoon of the second day, they went for a long walk. Hooker spoke in a calm and warm voice.
I liked the parts about plants very much, he said. You wrote about potatoes and dahlias. You asked if people in the future may grow many new kinds of them. I thought that was very good.
And what about my ideas of selection? Charles asked. What about new species slowly appearing and old species dying out?
Hooker took a deep breath. I agree with many of your ideas, he said. You are right that species can change in many ways. You are also right about how species move from place to place. I accept that living species are connected to older fossil species. But I am not sure about one thing. I do not fully believe that one species can change into another species.
The winter sun was going down. Charles pulled his wool scarf closer around his neck. You will believe it one day, my dear Hooker, he said. They walked back home. Inside, a bright fire burned in the sitting room. Emma waited for them with tea. At the beginning of 1845, Charles learned that Emma was pregnant again. In February, Emma went to Mayor Hall to visit her mother and sisters. Charles stayed home with the 3 children. The days were dark, wet, and full of fog. The children could not play outside. Charles spent many hours playing Snap with 2 packs of cards. He also played lively games with Itty. Sometimes the children became too wild. They jumped on the furniture and ran around the chairs. Then Charles cried out, "I will be very happy when I hear the dinner bell."
William answered, I know when you will be even happier. You will be happier when Mama comes home.
Charles often had stomach problems. Even so, in late April he finished the first draft of his book about the geology of South America. At the same time, he earned a good amount of money from his writing for the first time. The publisher John Murray paid him £150. Murray bought the permanent right to publish the journal in his Colonial and Home Library series. "Now I must work hard for the £150 from John Murray," Charles told Emma. "We both think the book needs many changes and should be shorter." The journal would now be sold cheaply to many readers. The price was £0.50. Charles thought the printing would not look very good. The letters would be small, and the page borders would be narrow. Murray also removed the maps. Charles was sorry about that. But there would be more pictures cut into wood. Many people followed the series closely. Charles knew he owed thanks to Lyle. Lyle had helped persuade Murray to buy the book. Charles began the revisions at once. He added more about the Fuegians. He cut many pages about climate and glacier. He believed his best new part was a quiet discussion about species dying out. He had learned much since the journal first appeared 6 years earlier. He also allowed more of his belief in evolution to appear in the book. The Lyles planned to visit Down House. Charles received Lyle's new book, Travels in North America, in the mail. He read it immediately. As he read, he noticed problems in the book. He thought some parts were weak. He also felt Lyle seemed too accepting of slavery. Charles spoke about this when the two men walked together in the woods. Lyle looked surprised. Later that year, the Lyles planned a second trip to the United States. They would be away for 9 months. Lyle promised he would think more carefully about slavery.
"Mary has firmly stopped me from working too much," Lyle said quietly. "Does Emma control your work in the same way?"
"There is no need," Charles answered. "My bad stomach already does that." He quickly looked at Lyle. "I know many friends think I worry too much about my health." They had returned to the small place outside the drawing room. From there they could see the gardens and the fields of hay. The summer sun left many colors in the sky, from light pink to deep purple. Lyle moved his chair closer to Charles.
"No, Darwin," he said. "We do not think you worry too much about your health."
The doctor still could not find the reason for his attacks. Charles said, "I do not understand it either." Soon after the Lyles came back to London, Emma gave birth to a second son. His name was George Howard Darwin. He was born on July 9, 1845. Emma needed a long time to become strong again. Charles cared for her with great kindness. Emma was also patient with him during his attacks. They both loved the round and healthy baby. Soon Emma could walk again with Charles in the woods and garden. This made them happy. At the end of August, Charles sent his corrected journal to John Murray. Then he continued his work on the geology of South America. Erasmus came for his second visit. The children loved him and stayed close to him all day.
Emma said, "Raz is very patient with the children."
Erasmus was cheerful and active. Early the next morning, he took Charles to the mound under the yew trees. The evergreen plants there were not growing well. "I told you more than a year ago," Erasmus said. "I always thought this mound looked bad because it hides part of the field. We must remove it."
Charles was very surprised. Erasmus took off his coat, waistcoat, and cravat. Then he picked up a shovel and started to remove the mound. He carried the earth in a wheelbarrow to another place near the back door, between 2 lime trees.
"Raz, you surprise me," Charles said. "I have not seen you work like this since we were boys."
"Everyone must help," Erasmus answered. "This new mound will stop some of the cold north wind. You will still keep your view."
In the next few days, Erasmus planned the new garden shape. He dug the ground and put stakes into the earth. No work seemed too hard for him.
"You look very healthy," Emma said. "Why do you not come and live here with us?"
Erasmus gave a soft sigh. If I fixed your whole garden, I would become very bored, he said. Just ask me to visit once every summer. That will clear the coal dust from my lungs.
John Murray published the Beagle Journal in 3 separate parts. They came out in July, September, and October. The book sold fairly well. Then Murray made 5,000 copies of the complete book. Colburn had needed about 4 years to sell 1,500 copies. That is a very big increase, Charles said. Then he added sadly, he calls the series cheap in his advertisements. I wish he used the word inexpensive instead. Charles went to London to visit bookstores. He also had lunch with Lyle at the Athenaeum. He already felt sad because Lyle would soon be away. The 2 men walked beside the Thames on their way to the club. They talked the whole time and bent their heads against the wind. They hardly noticed the large government buildings around them. At the Athenaeum, they chose a table in the corner. Then they sat down in the deep leather chairs in the morning room. I have continued to read and collect facts about changes in farm animals and plants, Charles said. On the question of species, I have a lot of information now. I think I can make good conclusions.
You believe all species can change over very long periods of time?
Yes. And I believe similar species come from the same earlier groups.
Do you still not want to publish these ideas?
Not for a long time. Maybe never. I have worked on this subject for 9 years now. It has given me great pleasure. Lyle looked worried.
Pleasure? Are you sure about that?
He finished his drink. Then he asked, "What does Emma think about these ideas against the Bible?" Charles thought carefully before he answered. She must guess what I am doing. She sees all the letters, journals, and books that arrive from breeders, plant experts, and animal experts. And I am supposed to be a geologist. But she says nothing. I never speak about the subject. During one of these short trips to London, Charles learned that Captain Fitzroy had problems with the settlers in New Zealand. After less than 2 years as governor, he was called back. This was not the only bad news. Even in their quiet country home, Charles knew what was happening in England because he read the London Times every day. England was going through a very difficult time. Wages were lower than they had been for many years. The hated Corn Laws were still in place. Both the Darwin and Wedgwood families had fought against these laws. The taxes on imported grain were very high. Because of this, grain from other countries could not enter England easily, and food prices stayed high. Poor families were very afraid. Their pay was hardly enough to buy food. Farm production had become slower because of the Industrial Revolution. Many farmers, especially young men, left the countryside. They went to the cities to earn better money in factories. Then more problems came. The corn harvest was poor. A disease also attacked the potato crop and destroyed most of it. When Charles checked his own potatoes, he saw that many had rotted in the ground.
How will we grow potatoes next year? Emma asked sadly. We have no potatoes to use as seed.
I saved a small number of good potatoes, Charles answered. Today I am drying sand in the oven. Then I will keep the potatoes in baskets of sand. Emma did not read newspapers often, and Charles did not tell her something else. Some journalists believed England was very close to a revolution. He wrote to John Henslow.
A worker here told me that when flour became more expensive again, his family had to spend 15 more pence each week on bread flour from his 12 shillings of pay. For families like ours, this would be like paying £50 or £100 more for bread. Those terrible corn laws must end.
It was a sad winter across the country. The next June, the corn laws ended. Charles wrote, the potato disease did what 20 years of protest could not do. At the beginning of 1846, Emma's mother's health became worse. She went to Mayor Hall to be with her. When she came back to Down House, Charles went to the Mount because Dr. Darwin was becoming weak. Bessie Wedgwood died at the end of March.
Elizabeth wrote, I am thankful that her death was calm. In the evening I heard her say again, Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace. I think we must decide to leave Mayor Hall and sell it.
Emma felt deeply sad at the thought.
Mayor Hall will leave our lives, she said sadly. It was a wonderful place to grow up.
Dr. Darwin was stronger than Aunt Bessie. He became well again and returned to his normal life. Susan and Catty took care of him. William was almost 7 years old. There were now 4 young children in the house. It was clear that Down House needed a schoolroom and a governess to teach them. I want to wait as long as possible before we get a governess, Charles said. But you are right about the schoolroom. We can change some of the outside buildings. Then we can build a full floor above them. There will be a large schoolroom looking over the garden. Behind it, we can make rooms for a governess.
While you are changing things, Emma added, Sally says it is very troublesome that delivery boys and workers must walk through her kitchen to enter the house. Can we close that door and make a new one near the pantry?
Charles rubbed his eyebrows while he thought about the changes. Parslow's pantry is also too small. I will make it larger. It is a pity that the first owner closed the pantry window to avoid the window tax. I will remove the bricks and put glass there again.
Can we pay for all this? Emma asked.
Only just, he answered. I hope the family in Shrewsbury will not think I spend too much money. Now that we are reading the life of Sir Walter Scott, I sometimes think we are slowly following his path to trouble. During one of Charles's visits to London, Dr. Henry Holland advised him to stop smoking cigars and cigarettes because they were bad for his health. So Charles began to use snuff instead. He liked it. It cleared his mind and seemed to help him think better. He kept the dark green jar near his right hand so he could reach it easily.
Too easily, Emma said when he became ill again. Snuff is as bad for you as cigarettes. For your sake and mine, I want you to stop using it for 1 month.
He stopped using snuff, but he walked around the house complaining. My cruel wife, he said. She made me stop using snuff. Now I feel slow, foolish, and sad. At the end of the month, they reached a compromise. Why do I not put the snuff bowl in the hall? He asked. Then I must leave my writing board and walk into the hall to get it. That will help me stop this habit.
Only a little, she asked.
Very well. That will not hurt you. But I will never tell your children that you had to hide temptation from yourself. Joseph Hooker came to stay for some time. He brought his work with him. He had become Charles's closest friend. Charles trusted him very much. Charles shared his newest ideas about the life and death of species. Hooker looked pale and thin. Charles looked at him with concern. You need a wife, he said. She will stop you from working too much.
Hooker smiled a little. I am only 28, he answered. You did not marry until you were 30. I want one more long journey before I settle down.
When Hooker went back to Kew, Charles made a new plan. I have decided to build a walk, he told Emma. It will be like to the Doctor's Walk in Shrewsbury. It will be near the end of our land, close to the border with the Lubbock property. I want a special place for myself. He continued speaking. It will be a thinking path. There I can ask questions and search for answers. Books and studies begin in the mind before they go onto paper. He pushed his shoulders forward as he spoke. I will build it at the south end of our fields, he said. The first part will be in the open. The other part will go through the woods beyond the far hayfield. It will make a circle. He smiled slightly. We found a sand pit in the woods. There is a lot of sand there. When Comfort and I choose the path, I will hire some workers. They will clear rocks, tree stumps, and weeds. They will make the ground level and put sand on the path.
A kingdom for your thoughts, Emma said. How large will it be?
Maybe 7 or 8 feet wide, he answered, and perhaps 1/3 of a mile long. Later, Charles learned that he did not have enough land for the path he wanted. Part of it would cross a small piece of his neighbor's land. The neighbor was Sir John Lubbock, a banker, astronomer, and mathematician. That narrow strip of land was far from Lubbock's large estate, high elms. Nobody used it. Below it was a beautiful green valley where the Lubbock cattle ate grass. The Darwin and Lubbock families knew each other well. They had visited each other's homes several times. Lady Lubbock and Emma were especially friendly. I do not like asking neighbors for favors, Charles said.
Offer to pay rent each year, Emma replied simply.
Charles walked to High Elms and explained his problem about the sand walk. May I rent that land from you? He asked. We will pay a fair price.
I think that land belongs to my wife, Sir John answered. I will speak with her.
2 days later, Lubbock rode to Down House on his favorite horse. During tea, he spoke to Charles and Emma.
Lady Lubbock says you are very welcome to use the narrow strip of land.
She did not want any money for the rent, but I said you may want to pay a small amount. Then you will not feel that you owe them something. They rented a piece of land from the Lubbock family. It was 1 acre, 2 rods, and 10 perches. Along the open part, Charles asked the gardener to plant a long row of trees and bushes. There were hollies, hazel, alder, lime, hornbeam, privet, and dogwood. Near a wooden gate in a tall hedge, they planted an oak tree and a beech tree. The gate stood at the far end of the kitchen garden. This open area became known as the Sandwalk. It lay between the Darwin fields and the Lubbock fields. They built a fence there for privacy. It was the bright side of the walk. At the end of this side, Charles asked the carpenter to build a small summer house. From there, the Sandwalk entered the dark side. The path went through thick woods. It crossed through the trees and later returned to the bright open side. Inside this cool forest area, moss and small plants grew thick on the ground. At last, the sand walk was finished. Charles felt very happy about it. The soil was rich and fresh. The new hedges, flowers, and trees would grow fast.
Now, he said to Emma with great pleasure, I must find a way to count how many times I walk around the path.
Can you not just walk until you feel tired? She asked.
That is too easy. I must make a system. Emma laughed, but Charles was serious. At the corner where the bright side met the woods, he placed several small flint stones. Sometimes there were 1 stone, and sometimes 7. Each stone meant 1 walk around the path. After each turn, he kicked 1 stone away. When he reached the last stone, he kicked it aside too. Then he walked down the bright side to the small gate in the hedge. After that, he went home through the vegetable and flower gardens for lunch. He loved the sandwalk very deeply. He never missed his daily walk, even when he felt very tired.
One thing confuses me, Emma said while she walked with him. How do you know how many stones to put there before you start?
It depends on many things, Charles answered with pretend seriousness. It is like Captain Fitzroy on the ship. He had to think carefully before he decided what to do in bad weather. It is a kind of mathematical problem. How long must I walk to clear my body after hard thinking? How good is the weather? How good did Sally's roasted lamb smell when I left the house? You see, my dear, I no longer walk to places like Cudham Wood or Holmesdale. Now I need a routine. It helps me relax and stay organized. Does that make sense?
For you, yes, Emma answered. I am always happy when we reach the last stone.
In June, Emma took William and Annie to visit their aunts, Elizabeth and Charlotte. The women were staying in Penally on Carmarthen Bay in South Wales. Charles stayed home with the two younger children. They were Henrietta and the baby George, who was almost 1 year old. Etty played with him between his work times. She was sweet and pleasant, but she often liked to play with her dolls more. The flower gardens looked bright and beautiful. There were roses, colourful snapdragons, and blue lobelia flowers. A few days later, the weather became dark and stormy. Charles felt a strange pain in his stomach. Even so, he wrote 5 letters each day to people he knew. He gave information and also asked questions about living things and how they grow. He read many different books. These included Wagner's book about animal anatomy. He also read Steenstrup's book about generations in nature. Another book was Fremont's Expedition by the American writer John Charles Fremont. He also read his friend Richard Owen's book about fossil mammals and birds in Britain. For rest in the evening, he missed his hour of music and his 2 games of backgammon very much. Instead, he read Carlyle's Oliver Cromwell's letters and speeches. He was amazed by how much research Carlyle had done and how much he had written. When Charles thought about his own work, he felt very slow beside Carlyle. He wrote to Emma, "I should not complain. I sit in the summer house and watch the summer storms. Then I think how lucky I am. I have a good life, dear little children, and most important of all, such a wonderful wife." The Lyells came back from the United States. They moved from Hart Street to Harley Street, which was a richer and more fashionable area. The 7th edition of Principles of Geology was published. This showed how respected Lyell was in geology. He asked Charles to help him with his new project called Changes of the Organic World Now in Progress. Sir William Hooker was building the Great Palm House at Kew Gardens. It would become the largest plant house in the world. Joseph Hooker published another part of his Flora Antarctica. Charles thought this work was very useful for his own studies. He sent Hooker a warm letter. He added, "This letter is special because it comes from a man who hardly knows the difference between a daisy and a dandelion." Charles decided to go to the British Association meeting in Southampton in September. He asked Emma to come with him. Emma thought for a moment and then asked,
"Can we also visit Portsmouth and the Isle of Wight?"
They were happy to find the Lyells in Southampton. Leonard Jennings was also there. He gave Charles a copy of his new book, Observations in Natural History. Charles met several old friends from Edinburgh and also some Irish naturalists. The naturalists who lived nearby took the Darwins to see local places. They also invited them to lively dinners in their homes. After one very dull scientific paper, Charles turned to Emma. "I'm afraid that was very boring for you," he said.
"Not more boring than the others," she answered quietly.
Charles laughed a lot about her reply. Later, he told the story to his close friends. He also took Emma on the trips he had promised. While they traveled home, he said, "I enjoyed this week very much." Emma looked carefully at her husband. His cheeks were red, his eyes were bright, and he looked strong and healthy.
"Maybe we should spend the rest of our lives at boring meetings," she said, "and going on trips. Then you would never be ill again."
"I know you are joking," he answered. "But life without work would be impossible for me." Near the end of the year, Geological Observations on South America was ready to be published. Charles shook his head with surprise that 10 years had passed since he started the work. John Henslow had said many years before that writing about nature would take twice as long as collecting and studying it. He was right. The last 10 years had gone well. But Darwin now thought about the future. He asked himself, "How do I want to use the next years?" What do I want to do? He began to think about barnacles. Scientists called this group Cirripedia. On the coast of Chile, he had found a very strange kind. It was different from all the others he knew. He wanted to understand how this new barnacle worked. So he started to study and cut open many common barnacles. But he soon learned that people knew very little about them. Later, Joseph Hooker came to visit for a few days. During the visit, Darwin started to make a work plan. The barnacles will keep me busy for some months, maybe a year, he told Hooker. After that, I will study all my notes about species and varieties from the last 10 years. Writing the book may take another 5 years. If I publish it, many natural scientists may think badly of me.
Hooker answered, "Your friends know how carefully you work. They will support you. The people who dislike your ideas will attack you. That is what they do."
October 1846 was the start of his second 10 years as a professional scientist. The day was cool, bright, and clear. He called his dog and walked to the sand walk. At the starting place, he put down 7 stones because he felt strong and full of energy. At 1 o'clock dinner, he spoke to Emma. "Near the coast of Chile, I found a strange barnacle. It is different from other barnacles because it has a special part that helps it dig into the shell of a sea animal called Cuncalipas. That animal is probably its only food. Without this tool for digging, this kind of barnacle would not survive. I am going to study it under the microscope and learn how it works." On the window seat away from his writing chair, he placed his microscope and tools. There were long fine scissors with a small wheel to open them wider. There was a sharp triangular file. He also had tiny brushes, a long ivory stick with a small steel hook, a thin needle, and a small knife. The barnacle that interested him was kept in alcohol. He also had about 12 more common kinds that he had collected. He went down to the cool cellar and brought up one of the bottles he had kept for 10 years. Then he carried it to his study and took the small barnacle from the jar. Carefully, he removed the shell. The inside parts were still soft. He placed them in water inside a clear glass dish. Then he put the dish onto the microscope platform. He looked through the microscope with his right eye and moved the mirror below to catch more light. The result disappointed him. The soft inside parts of the barnacle were very small, less than 1/10 of an inch long. But they were still too thick to see clearly. He could not study the small organs closely on the moving platform. He wanted to know the difference between the top and bottom parts of the animal. He also wanted to see if the small opening had tiny teeth, if it could close, and what color the muscles and other inside parts were. The microscope was not good enough for this work. If he wanted to study this strange Peruviana that dug through shells, and other barnacles that fixed themselves to ships, wood, and rocks, he needed a larger and steadier platform for the glass dish. These barnacles held themselves in place and used soft feather-like legs to push food into their mouths from the sea. He had taken the best microscope he could get on the Beagle voyage. It had helped him well. Now he wanted to study the inside parts of animals with and without bones. For this work, he needed a better microscope. He could only find one in London. Parslow packed his old blue bag. He would stay one night with Erasmus. Comfort took him to the station at Sydenham. Usually, he liked the long carriage ride on the small, turning roads. He could rest and watch the elm, ash, and beech trees move past the window. But today he felt impatient. He wanted to finish his work quickly. At London Bridge Station, he hired a cab. It took him to Covent Garden and then to Garrick Street, Newgate Street, and Coleman Street. Many optical shops were there. In London, shops of the same kind often stayed close together. Hat makers, tailors, tea sellers, and fish sellers all did this. He visited 6 good shops and explained what he needed. The owners were polite, but they could not help him.
We only have the same microscope you had in 1831, Mr. Darwin, one owner said. We do not know of any better model.
In one large shop, Smith and Beck at 6 Coleman Street near the Bank of England, the owners gave him another idea.
If you make a design, we can build it for you, they said. Give us plans or details.
Thank you, gentlemen, Charles answered. But I do not have any plans. And I cannot draw them. At dusk, he walked sadly to Erasmus's house. He reached Park Street while Erasmus was having guests in his salon. A fire burned in the hearth. Small tables were full of food and tea. There were tea sandwiches, brown bread with butter, meat paste, chicken, jams, hot scones, and pots of tea and hot water. The drawing room was loud but happy.
Good! Erasmus cried when he opened the door. You came on the best day. My servant prepared a wonderful meal. Maybe he knew you were coming. Come and meet my guests.
Erasmus's face was bright with happiness. Charles greeted Thomas Carlyle and thought that Erasmus was born to welcome people. Nobody did it better than him. He also met 2 women who wrote novels. Charles knew their names because Emma often read their books to him. Several men were there too. One was an architect and another was a sculptor. Charles sat in a corner with a cup of tea. He listened quietly while people talked around him. After the last guest left, Erasmus spoke to him.
Why do you look so unhappy, Charlie? He asked.
Charles explained the problem.
Do not lose hope, Erasmus said. Tomorrow we will eat lunch at the Athenaeum. Then we will have dinner at one of your societies. We will ask everyone about the microscope you need. We will build a group of people to search for a better one anywhere in the world.
The next day, Charles and Erasmus asked many scientists for help. Maybe they spoke to 20 people. Charles did not count them. But nobody knew about a better microscope. All of them used the same simple one. Hooker used it. Owen used it. Bell, the expert on reptiles, used it too. Gould, the bird expert, also used the same kind. They were drinking port late at the Athenaeum. Then William Carpenter arrived. He was only 33 years old, but many people already called him a great scientist.
Darwin, I heard about your search, he said. A few days ago, I found some plans from Paris. A man named Chevalier drew them. I only looked at them for a short time, but I think they have some things you want.
The next morning, a librarian at a historical society found the plans. He opened them on a table and put heavy books on the ends to keep them flat. Charles read Chevalier's notes in French. The notes pointed to different parts of the instrument. Chevalier was an artist who liked scientific design. He made the plans for a man named Mr. Bruck.
It is beautiful, Charles cried. This platform can hold a small dish 3 inches wide inside. It is fixed and very steady.
He asked if he could borrow the plans for a short time. He wanted Smith and Beck to make a copy. The owners at Smith and Beck called a draftsman from their workshop. They spread the drawings across a glass case after removing binoculars and glasses from it. Charles gave some more ideas for the design. When the draftsman finished the copy, Charles asked, "How long will it take to build it?"
It is hard to say, Mr. Darwin, the man answered. We must make molds for the metal parts. We must also grind and fit the new lens. It may take 3 or 4 months.
Charles gave a tired sound. And the cost? He asked.
We cannot say yet, the man answered. We will write down the cost of materials and work. Then we will add our normal shop profit. Do you agree?
Yes, Charles answered. He could not wait calmly. Several times, he traveled to London to see how the work at Smith and Beck was going. At home, he continued to work with his Beagle microscope. While he waited, he invited some friends to stay at Down House for a few days. One guest was his old Beagle friend James Sulan and Sulan's wife. George Waterhouse also came. He had written the part about mammals for the zoology books. Thomas Bell came too. He had written the part about reptiles. Sulan had become commander of the ship Philomel. For years, he had worked on maps and surveys of the Falkland Islands. He had a house there on land. His wife gave birth there to the first British child born on the islands. People at the Admiralty respected Sulan very much. He was going to receive another promotion.
England will rule the seas, and then the world, he cried.
Joseph Hooker visited often. He always brought his own work with him. In February, he accepted a job as botanist for a geological survey. The work was to study British plants and their connection to geology. The salary was £150 and travel money. He did much of the work at home.
After breakfast every morning, the two men went to Charles's study. Charles often said, "Now I will ask you questions for half an hour." He brought small papers with questions about plants.
Hooker later said, "I always feel that I taught him nothing. But I leave with many new ideas."
Hooker worked in the bedroom above Charles's study. At noon, he heard Charles calling from below the window. Charles asked him to join the walk around the sandwalk. Soon after New Year in 1847, Erasmus came for a weekend visit. He proudly carried the finished microscope.
He said, "Smith and Beck want your permission to make another one. They also want you to tell other naturalists about it. Your difficult friend Robert Brown was there when I arrived. He told me to say this to you. It is a wonderful toy."
They went into the study. Charles carefully lifted the bright microscope from its strong wooden box. He placed a piece of barnacle in water and put it under the lens. Then he adjusted the microscope.
"It really is a wonderful toy," Charles cried. "It is much easier to use. Now I can see parts of the animal that I never saw before. No one else saw them either. Look at these beautiful teeth and the soft purple colors. I feel like Galileo when he first looked into the sky with a telescope."
Erasmus smiled. "Are you comparing barnacles to the stars, gas?" he asked.
Charles tilted his head. "Maybe not, Raz. The study of barnacles is not the final goal. It is a way to learn something bigger. If I study the inside of hundreds of barnacles from many places in the world, they may show me how nature slowly changes and makes new species." The space under the second window was too small for the new microscope. Charles called a carpenter from Down House to build a shelf there. The shelf was large and strong. When the work was finished, the shelf was 40 inches deep near the window. It also came out 20 inches from the old window ledge. It reached along the wall on both sides. "Excellent," Charles said after the carpenter finished. "Now I have a good workbench." He placed the microscope on the shelf. It stood on a strong oak base. Charles had also added a small crossarm to hold the magnifiers. The arm could turn and move backward and forward. From his bedroom he brought a strong turning stool. His father had given it to Down House as a gift. The stool was a little longer than it was wide. A thick soft cushion covered the top. It was the perfect height for microscope work. Charles read everything written about barnacles. There was not much to read. There were only 2 books. One was in French and the other was in German. There were also a few short studies. He discovered 2 surprising things. First, almost no naturalists had studied the inside parts of barnacles. They named and grouped them only by the outside shell. Second, the names of the many kinds of barnacles were very confused. Different naturalists often gave different names to the same animal. Charles said, "I want to fix both of these problems, even if it takes a year or more. This is important work. The field needs clear methods." Life at Down House continued quietly. The earth kept turning, and the Darwin family stayed close together. Charles worked carefully on his barnacles every day. He spent long hours cutting, studying, describing, and listing them. Other people had mostly ignored this field before him. The work held his attention while he sat at the microscope. But when he closed the study door at night, he could leave it behind easily. He also watched his children grow and change. Each child had a very different character. William was 8 years old. He liked to think and work by himself. Annie was almost 7. She was Charles's favorite child. She was gentle, loving, and happy. Often Annie came into the study with a little stolen snuff. She smiled because she knew it pleased her father. When Charles had free time, she sat on his lap. Sometimes she spent half an hour making his hair beautiful. She often walked with him to the sand walk. Sometimes she held his hand. At other times she danced and ran ahead. Her parents agreed that she was the joy of the house. Henrietta, called Etty, was almost 4 years old. She was very different. She was quiet and loved books. She could already read. She liked to sit near Emma while Emma read to Charles. She surprised them because she understood the story so well. Etty was also the only jealous child. She became unhappy when George was born. Then she lost the special care of Brody, who always spent most time with the newest baby. When the weather was good, the children happily walked to the sand walk. There Brody sat in the small summer house and knitted. She used the Scottish way of knitting. One needle rested in feathers tied at her waist to keep it steady. Down House became a busy place for the Darwin and Wedgwood families. Before this, Mayor Hall and the Mount had been the family meeting places. Now relatives often came to visit. Emma's sister Elizabeth came often. Her brother Hensley came with Fanny and their children. Her brothers Frank and Harry visited with their wives and children. Joe Wedgwood and Charles's sister Caroline also came. They lived nearby at Leith Hill Place in Surrey with their 3 children. Emma's sister Charlotte visited too. She came with Reverend Charles Langton and their son Edmund. Charles's sisters Susan and Catty came from Shrewsbury. Usually they came one at a time. Charles was glad because these visits made Emma happy. Her family was very important to her. The visits did not stop his work. He also did not need to speak at meals if he did not want to. Family visitors asked less from him than dinner guests or friends at parties. "You have become the mother of both families," he said to Emma. "Everyone brings their troubles to you."
"They also bring their happy news," she answered with a smile. "I like caring for the Darwins and Wedgwoods, even though I am younger than almost all of them."
"Wisdom does not come from age," he said.
"I do not have wisdom," she replied. "I only have patience and love."
As they moved toward the end of their 30s, their looks changed. The light red color left Charles's hair and it became darker. His thick hair had already started to disappear when he married. Now, at almost 38, he had much less hair. To balance this, he grew long and thick sideburns. His eyebrows also became darker. His forehead looked heavier than before. "I should not look this old after only 8 years," he complained to Emma. "When you married me, I was fair and pleasant looking. Now I am nearly 40. My eyebrows are heavy, and I am almost bald."
"Too much hard thinking caused it," she said playfully. "I think you look much better now than when we married. Your face is stronger. Your head also looks larger. Your father said it changed shape during the Beagle voyage. When you were younger, you looked pleasant. Now you look strong."
"Ah, love," he said. "You are kind and blind." The next morning, while shaving, he spoke again. As people grow older, he said, their faces show more of who they really are inside. By 1847, Emma had given birth to 5 children. Still, she had changed only a little. Her hair was still shiny brown. Her skin stayed smooth and healthy. Neither the Wedgwoods nor the Darwins thought she was beautiful, but they never thought she was plain either. Her bright brown eyes still showed kindness and warmth. People felt comfortable with her year after year. She also kept her good figure. Emma said his face looked stronger now, but Charles did not feel stronger in health. He was far from the man who once rode horses for 14 hours a day. Long ago he could sleep on wet ground with his saddle under his head. He could eat rough food during travel. At that time he had freedom and independence. He wrote to Joseph Hooker about his health. "I cannot say much about my health," he wrote. "It stays mostly the same. Some days are better, and some are worse." He often worried that friends might think he worried too much about illness. Emma once told him that she felt happy because he stayed friendly and loving even when he felt very ill. Then she felt she could comfort him.
Dr. Henry Holland once said, "Emma, you are the perfect nurse for the perfect patient."
Are you saying we give too much attention to Charles's illnesses?
She asked strongly. Charles knew their cousin often made mistakes. He once said to Emma, early in their marriage, "Our far cousin always becomes the enemy in our lives. If I listened to him, I would now live in a small church house in the country and spend my time studying beetles." Only a few barnacle specimens were still with Charles. He had given most of his collection to Richard Owen after he came back from Cambridge. He kept enough examples of Conia, Balanus, Acasta, and Clisure to study for about 3 months. He had collected these barnacles in warm seas and tropical places. They had small openings that were diamond-shaped or oval. Most were white or purple. Some were black or light peach in color. Their shells had small triangle shapes. Inside, their soft bodies had thick parts and many tubes. Later, Charles became less happy that he had given the specimens away. "I must ask Owen if the Royal College of Surgeons can send my collection back to Down for study," he decided. In February 1847, he took a short trip. He visited his father in Shrewsbury. Then he stopped in London and visited the Royal Society. At that time, newspapers wrote with great excitement that Parliament had passed the 10 Hours Bill. The law limited women and children to 10 hours of work each day in factories. Many people thought it was the most generous law since the Corn Laws ended. When Charles came home, Emma told him she was pregnant again.
"But George was born less than 2 years ago," she said. "We wanted a big family, so we should thank God for this."
Charles kissed her forehead. "I'm afraid we have no choice," he said quietly, "unless I become a monk and live in a monastery." The next day's work was already waiting for him at the microscope. Because of this, he did not need to think about his work plans. Instead, his mind moved through many ideas from different sciences. He also thought about the reports he received on changes in animals and plants from careful breeding. Again and again, he studied the facts and tried to build ideas he could prove. 10 years earlier, he had written in his notebook that all animals might come from one common ancestor. He believed living things changed over time. He wanted to discover the causes of these changes. When he thought about the ostriches in Patagonia, which were becoming rare, one idea became important to him. Helpful changes in animals would survive. Unhelpful changes would disappear. Malthus's writing about population growth made this belief even stronger. Charles enjoyed both parts of his work. He liked the careful study in his office. He also liked thinking deeply while he walked on the sand walk. In June, he went to the British Association meeting in Oxford. Many of his friends and fellow scientists were there. Among them were Adam Sedgwick, George Peacock, Richard Owen, Charles Lyell, Well, Buckland, Murchison, Michael Faraday, Sir John Herschel, and John and Harriet Henslow. The Henslows brought their oldest daughter, Frances. She was now 22 years old and very beautiful. At least Joseph Hooker thought so.
While he walked with Charles to hear Lyle speak about geology, he said, "Something strange happened. I have seen Frances many times at the Henslow home, and I always liked her. But last evening at dinner, I suddenly saw how lovely she was. It struck me very strongly. At once, I knew I loved her and wanted to marry her. I spoke to her this morning. The Henslows have agreed."
I think so too. They are getting the best young botanist in the country. It is interesting how people connect through family or work.
Compliments did not affect Joseph Hooker very much. However, we will not marry for some years. The Admiralty is planning a scientific trip to Borneo. They may choose me as the naturalist. The Woods and Forests Department also offered me a trip to India.
Hooker also brought news from Kew. The Royal Botanical Gardens were now open to the public. Sir William Hooker's new Museum of Economic Botany was open too. John Henslow's Botanic Garden near Cambridge finally received money. Workers had already planted the first trees. Charles spoke at the geology meeting. Adam Sedgwick and Robert Chambers also spoke there. Charles believed Chambers wrote the book Vestiges. Many people strongly disagreed with that book. When Charles returned home, he spoke to Emma. "I enjoyed the meetings, but I was happiest when the crustacea specialists heard that I am studying all kinds of barnacles. Henry Milne Edwards wrote 3 books about crustacea. I learned a lot from them. He offered to let me study his collection. He will also tell others to lend me specimens."
Emma answered politely, but she was not very interested. "Please forgive me. Right now, I care more about babies than barnacles."
On July 8th, a daughter was born. They named her Elizabeth. Now they had 3 daughters and 2 sons. Emma felt well soon after the birth. Charles returned to his work. He studied Tubicinella coronula and the body structure of barnacles. He said, "When I finished my book about coral reefs, I thought nobody would read it. Now who will read my book about the body of barnacles?"
"All the barnacle experts who can read," Emma answered. "Did you not say that you wanted to create books people could study from?"
"Yes, but I also enjoy selling books. John Murray already sold all copies of the new journal. I gave him the book completely, so I will not get more money from sales. Still, I feel proud that people buy my books." Charles had published 4 books and edited 5 more. Only a few people had questioned his scientific ideas before. They always spoke in a calm and respectful way. But in September 1847, a new article appeared in the Transactions of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. The article attacked Charles's earlier paper about the roads and shore lines of Glen Roy. It also attacked his honesty as a scientist. His reputation was very important to him. Later, he told Hooker, "It made me feel terribly sick." The problem was not very big. But Charles was angry about the day he went to Scotland 9 years earlier. "I cannot accept criticism," he cried to Emma. "I know this is a weakness in me. I should be stronger. I should fight better when people attack my work." He went into his study and wrote a long letter to the editor of the Scotsman. The letter was 9 pages long. Many corrections covered the pages. He changed almost every sentence. The editor of the Scotsman did not print the letter. In October, Charles and Mary Lyle came to visit for 1 week. Lyle brought a group of barnacles for Charles. Mary brought a beautiful picture of Lyle in a frame. Charles quickly hung it above the mirror on the wall near the fireplace. Then he brought Mary into his study to show her. "I am very happy to have this picture," he said. "Thank you for it." Lyle read Charles's notes about the Cirripedia. He watched Charles work under the microscope and cut open the animals in water. Charles showed the soft and round part inside the body.
Very good, Darwin, Lyell said. You are becoming very skilled with those small tools. But I most admire the great detail in your descriptions. That is the work of a true specialist. People will respect this kind of science work. This is scholarship at its best.
Charles gave a quiet sigh. He covered the microscope and said, "Shall we get our coats and walk on the sandwalk? How many stones shall we place? Shall we make it 10? I have not walked 10 rounds all year." Around the 8th round, Charles said, "Lyell, I never knew there were so many different barnacles in the world. I knew there were hundreds. But thousands? To study and describe all of them will take many years of my life."
Lyell smiled with a very large grin. Is that not a good use of your years? He asked.
Charles thought quietly about those words. Lyell kicked a flint stone from the path. They had only 1 round left. The air was cold now, and rain was coming.
Barnacles are boring, of course, Lyell added. All they do is cover the bottoms of ships. But nature put them here for some reason. As you study how their bodies change in different climates, seas, and food supplies, you may discover something important for your theory about how species change.
I believe only half of what you say. He stopped for a moment and put his arm around Charles's shoulders in a rough but friendly way. After he finished studying Lyell's barnacles, he went to London to see Richard Owen. Owen had 2 very different rooms at the Royal College of Surgeons. One room was warm and full of books. It smelled of old books and pipe smoke. The other room was cold and looked like a laboratory. There was a table for cutting animals. There were knives, scissors, and other tools for studying animals from cages and drawers packed with ice. Charles asked, "Owen, can I have back the barnacle collection I gave to the college? I need many more kinds of barnacles to understand the differences in their bodies."
Of course, Owen answered. Your collection is sitting in the museum and doing very little there.
I used the wrong word when I said have back, Charles said. The barnacles will be destroyed during my work on them. I still do not know how to put them back into their shells. Owen smiled at Charles's small joke. He was a quiet man and rarely laughed out loud.
Your book about barnacles will be more than enough payment, he said.
Charles was surprised by how much time the work needed. He spent hours looking through the microscope and then writing notes. He carefully wrote in his diary how much time he spent on each kind of barnacle. I had to give names to several hard parts and a few soft parts, he told Emma. No one had named them before.
No one.
No one had even seen them before, Charles answered. One kind of barnacle kept him busy for 36 days. In the end, he wrote 22 pages about it. Another kind needed 19 days of study. That work gave him 27 pages of new information. At this speed, this work will never finish, he complained while sitting near the fire in the sitting room. I have already worked on these little animals for more than a year.
Work is work, Emma replied. You enjoy it, don't you?
My dear barnacles, Charles said, I love studying them. For some time, the Admiralty tried to send Joseph Hooker to Borneo, the Malay Islands, or India to study plants. Again and again, the plans failed. Then a letter from Baron von Humboldt changed everything. Humboldt was old, but he still worked hard. In his letter, he explained very clearly how science could learn from an expedition to India and the Himalayas. Fossils there showed that the great mountains had once been under the sea. Some of the highest mountains in the world were in that area. The Chancellor of the Exchequer agreed to support the journey. Hooker received £400 each year for the mission in India. Hooker was still receiving half pay from the Navy. He also received free travel on HMS Sidon. The ship was taking the new British Governor-General to India. Charles said to his young friend, "I warmly congratulate you. It will be a great voyage and journey, but I wish it were already finished."